Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Knight of Clan Annihilation. Pick up attributes to unlock Mangekyo. 1 Chapter 1 Uchiha Chiba, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Konoha is 56 years old. In the morning, a ray of morning light scattered over Konoha village. In a small courtyard somewhere in the Uchiha tribe, a skinny black-haired boy looked at the reddish Chaoyong with deep emotion in his heart. He didn't expect that he would cross over just after sleeping. Still traveled to the Hokage ninja world and became a boy named Uchiha Chiba. The boy's parents are both Uchiha clansmen, and his father Uchiha Yan is still a strong man who has opened the three-hook jade. During an emergency mission during the ninja war, Uchiha Yan and his wife formed a team with members of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans. That mission was very dangerous, and Uchiha Yan had to give up his companion in order to save his wife. After the incident was reported back to Konoha, it caused an uproar. After returning to Konoha, the family of three was stared at and even isolated in the clan. The sarcastic remarks and guilt made Uchiha Yan's physical condition worse and worse, and his wife was depressed all day long. They both passed away several years ago, leaving Chiba alone. Although the turmoil of that year has gradually subsided, the impact of this incident on Chiba is very far-reaching. He is like Kakashi after White Fang committed suicide. In the execution of tasks, everything is subject to the ninja code, treat people indifferently, and do not fetter with anyone. Like a lone wolf, Chiba felt sorry for his predecessor for 3 seconds, and then he started to have a headache for himself. Because it is now the 56th year of Konoha, Uchiha's genocide night is coming soon. Escape. Chiba subconsciously had the idea of defecting. He's just a 15-year-old boy. Although 2 Tomo Sharingan is turned on, it is considered a genius in the Uchiha clan. But wanting to rebel against Uchiha Itachi and the Konoha executives who had activated Mangekyo is tantamount to wishful thinking. There is only one dead end left. As for the life and death of the Uchiha clan, he didn't care at all. But with his strength, escaping is also courting death. Konoha's Anbu and root tissue are not vegetarian. Can we just wait to die? Chiba was full of unwillingness. At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded in his mind. God-level pickup system activated. System. Chiba let out a long breath. Having read countless novels in his previous life, he knew that his cheat had arrived, and he felt a little excited. System. What function do you have? This system can automatically pick up various items dropped within a radius of 100 meters from the host. Drops include attributes, props, skills, talents, blood succession limits, etc. Name. Uchiha Chiba. Age. 15 years old. Identity. Konoha Chunin, Uchiha clan, member of the police force. Chakra amount. LV2 396 500ths. Ninjutsu. 3 body technique, shadow clone technique, fire style great fireball technique, fire style phoenix fire technique. Illusion. This is not the technique in the heart of the fox. Physique. LV2 300 500ths. Blood follower limit. 2 Tomo Sharingan LV2 480 500ths. This attribute is really simple enough, but the Sharingan is almost 3-hook jade. Chiba's attention was on the column of blood succession limit, and he looked a little surprised. But thinking about what happened when I was a child, the death of my parents, it is only natural to open my eyes. After tidying up, Chiba finally walked out of the house and came to the commercial street within the Uchiha clan. There are a lot of vendors here, and it's the time for breakfast, so it's very lively and noisy. At a glance, many people have colored bubbles of different shapes that they cannot see. This is the attribute they dropped. A fiery look flashed in Chiba's eyes, and more information about various bubbles appeared in his mind. The blue bubbles represent chakra. The bloody bubbles represent the blood succession limit. Book-shaped bubbles represent skills, ninjutsu. Human-shaped bubbles represent combat experience. Kunai-shaped bubbles represent props. Chiba glanced and found that there were only blue bubbles here. He walked along the street calmly, and the system picked it up automatically. Pick up 1 point of chakra, chakra amount +1. Pick up 2 points of chakra, chakra amount +2. Pick up 1 point of chakra, chakra amount +1. The attributes picked up were automatically integrated into his body, and he carefully felt the changes on his body. The chakra attribute increases not only the amount of chakra, but also my physical and mental energy. Feeling the increasing amount of chakra in the body, Chiba is in a happy mood. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Not far away, he saw a bloody bubble. Hitomi power. Chiba's heart moved, and he approached quietly. Pick up 1 point of Sharingan pupil power attribute, pupil power +1. A faint cool breath poured into his eyes, making him feel extremely comfortable. Looking at the Sharingan attribute that is about to break through, Chiba quickened his pace and wandered in the Uchiha tribe. Pick up 1 point of Sharingan pupil power attribute, pupil power +1. Pick up 1 point of Sharingan pupil power attribute, pupil power +1. Pick up 1 point of Sharingan pupil power attribute, pupil power +1. The pupil power attribute that appeared from time to time made him very excited. Congratulations, your pupil power has reached the upper limit of double hook jade. Do you agree to break the upper limit to achieve evolution? Agree. Congratulations to your Sharingan for evolving to the 3-gauge jade. Sharingan. LV3. 501 2000ths. What a powerful pupil. Chiba feels the pupil power in his eyes with some emotion. Although the data is only a little bit different from Schwangoyu's attributes, but the actual power is very different. Compared with Schwangoyu, 3 Tomo Sharingan's insight, illusion ability, and replication ability have been greatly improved. It is even possible to predict the enemy's actions in advance through body movements. It is simply a weapon of war. There are many high-rise buildings on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan land. This is what Konoha was planning to use to monitor the Uchiha clan from the beginning of its establishment. Now there are quite a few Anbu who are monitoring the entire Uchiha clan, including Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. Hey, it turned out to be him. Kakashi was surprised to see Chiba suddenly through the telescope. Is it someone the seniors know? Itachi looked over with a blank face, followed his gaze, and saw that there was nothing special about Chiba other than being handsome. That's right, his name is Uchiha Chiba, you must have heard of it. Kakashi saw the smile on Chiba's face and smiled unconsciously. When Uchiha Yan had an accident, he was still the chasing boy. By the time he went after Obito, things had calmed down and he was in the dark. Until a few years ago when Chiba's parents passed away, Kakashi found that Chiba was very similar to the boy himself, so he couldn't help but began to persuade Chiba. Don't want Chiba to follow his old path. Seeing Chiba's smile now, he thought Chiba had come out, so he was naturally very happy. Son of Uchiha Yan, Sr., can you tell me in detail? Itachi's expression moved slightly, thinking of the rumors about Chiba's father. It seemed vaguely similar to his current situation. Chapter 2 Uchiha Itachi, Cage Level Chakra. Kakashi told Itachi about what happened to Uchiha Yan back then in detail. Itachi had the urge to meet Uchiha Yan, but he also knew it was impossible, and his eyes couldn't help falling on Chiba. I don't know if he has regretted giving up his teammates in order to save his wife. Kakashi also knows the plight Itachi faces, the dilemma between the family and the village. It's just that he didn't want to get involved in this big Uzumaki, so he could only pat Itachi on the shoulder and comfort him. Some things can only be chosen by yourself, don't let other people's experiences mislead you. Itachi nodded, but his eyes were still fixed on Chiba. Looking at him, he couldn't help frowning, because Chiba's actions were so suspicious. Uchiha is found in almost all the important places, where the crowds gather. It looks like it's spying for information. Even the rest of Anbu started eyeing Chiba. What is this guy doing? Itachi looked at Kakashi, I'll take a closer look. The others looked at Kakashi, who nodded in agreement. Chiba is indeed very happy. Because the harvest is too rich. It's not just Sharingan who breaks through the 3-Go Jade. Even the amount of chakra has broken through to Jonin level. Chakra amount. LV3, 503 2000ths. Sharingan. LV3, 533 2000ths. In less than an hour, his strength skyrocketed a lot. However, he basically picked up the drops in the Uchiha clan. He took a look at the places he had been to just now, and found that there were very few drops in those places, almost none. So he was going to look at other places in Konoha. Walking on the commercial street, Chiba suddenly stopped and looked solemnly at the person who appeared in front of him. Uchiha Itachi, Mangekyō Sharingan Eye Opener, Uchiha Genocide Executioner. This is a cage-level fighter. Follow me. Itachi didn't hide his figure, but appeared directly in front of Chiba, and he wanted to ask Chiba a lot of questions. Chiba took a deep breath and said cautiously, no need, just talk here if you have anything to say. Itachi paused, and immediately understood Chiba's vigilant eyes. Okay, let's go over there and talk. The two came to the open space next to the commercial street and looked at each other. Itachi is curious about Chiba, why is Chiba not curious about him? Whether it's his cruel genocide or his suicide plan by his beloved brother, Chiba wants to explore it. Itachi thought about it, and said, it may be presumptuous, but I want to know something about your father. Chiba looked at him in astonishment, completely unaware that Itachi was looking for him for this reason. Go ahead. Itachi hesitated for a moment, seeming a little conflicted whether to continue asking. Chiba waited for a while, then he breathed out and asked. Did your father regret it when he made that choice? He didn't know why he was asking this question, because it didn't make sense at all. Maybe he just wanted to give himself some psychological comfort. Chiba immediately understood Itachi's thoughts. From Itachi's point of view, his current situation is indeed somewhat similar to that of Chiba's father back then. Chiba's father wants to protect his wife, but his teammates are what he abandons. And what he wants to protect is his younger brother, and what he wants to give up is his family, his parents. If he doesn't jump out of the chess game, the choice Itachi will face will undoubtedly be more cruel. After thinking about it, Chiba finally told the truth. Because that incident had a very deep impression on his memory. He once said that if he was given another chance, he would still make the same choice. He hasn't regretted it. Itachi muttered to himself, his eyes gradually sharpened. Chiba's heart skipped a beat. What he said just now seemed to push Itachi to make an earlier decision. He hurriedly said, but he also said that he was sorry for his teammates. Itachi nodded of course. Now that a decision has been made, the corresponding price must be borne, which is what it should be. Am I ready to take it? Itachi asked himself, but couldn't find the answer for a while. Thank you, you can come to me if you have any difficulties in the future. He nodded at Chiba and disappeared. Then can you not kill me on the night of the genocide? Chiba complained in his heart. The appearance of Itachi is just a small episode, and Chiba continues to go to other places in Konoha. Soon he came to his second destination, Konoha Shinobi Hospital. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the hospital, he was given a big surprise here. Pick up 20 points of Chakra, Chakra amount +20. Pick up Body Flicker Technique Fusion Degree +1. Pick up a piece of Jonin level combat experience. Pick up 5 points of Water Style Chakra Nature Transformation +5. After the system picks up the same skills, it can be fused and strengthened, and after fused with 10 copies, it can evolve into a stronger ninjutsu. Body Flicker Technique. LV1 2/10. Put away the panel. Chiba enters the ninja hospital. He observed it outside, and the floors here are not high. So as long as he walks on a floor once, all the drops of the entire building can be collected. He found some excuse to chat with the nurse, and then he wandered off. Immediately, the system prompts appeared continuously like a torrential rain. Pick up to 15 points Chakra. Pick up Jonin level Chakra Control Experience. Pick up Body Flicker Technique Fusion Degree +1. Pick up Water Style Water Chaos. Pick up the Secret Technique Shadow Imitation Technique. There are secret techniques from other families. Chiba was very excited. In addition to the occasional secret technique, it is more because there are too many drops here. Especially the amount of chakra is skyrocketing at a rate of hundreds of points per second. The soaring power in his body made Chiba a little uncontrollable. After browsing one floor, Chiba hurriedly left the ninja hospital. He came to a remote training ground and constantly released ninjutsu to adapt to the skyrocketing chakra. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Water Style Water Chaos. Wind Style Vacuum Sphere. After a splurge, Chiba felt much better. Take time to have lunch, and then continue to come back to practice. In the evening, Chiba went to the ninja hospital again. This time his harvest was much less, but he also got more than 400 chakra attributes. Congratulations on breaking the upper limit of chakra quantity attribute. Chakra amount. LV4 2036 20,000ths. Cage level. Although it is only the amount of chakra that has reached cage level, it is not the strength that has reached cage level. But Chiba was still excited. In just one day, he had a cage level chakra. And there are tons of ninjutsu. The strength has simply undergone earth-shaking changes. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Chiba went back to the Uchiha tribe and went around and harvested more than 20 pupil power attributes before returning home. Chapter 3 Danzo's Conspiracy, the Police Force. In the root tissue base. Danzo read the Itachi's action report brought by his subordinates carefully. He is very cautious about Itachi, even to the point where he must master Itachi's every move. Looking at it, Danzo's eyes suddenly froze. Itachi meets Uchiha Chiba at 7 o'clock in the morning. Uchiha Chiba. Danzo always felt that the name was a bit familiar. Yamanaka Feng, who is in charge of intelligence, reminded. He is the son of Uchiha Yan. It's him. Danzo's eyes moved, and he found Uchiha Yan's information and read it carefully. Really, Danzo had a sinister smile on his sullen face. He compared and found that the situation facing Uchiha Yan and Itachi today is indeed somewhat similar. In other words, Itachi was moved by his proposal, how could he be unhappy? Then just further intensify the conflict between Konoha and Uchiha. Itachi, who was still hesitating at that time, might have to make a choice. A ruthless look flashed in Danzo's eyes. After staring at Uchiha Yan's profile for a while, he suddenly asked. Does Shimura Gang and Sarutobi Hiroyuki's relatives and friends want to avenge them? These two are the two teammates who were abandoned by Uchiha Yan at the beginning. Although they are his clansmen, in fact, his relationship with them is not very good. The people of the Shimura clan depend on him and are even more afraid of him. Shimura Go's younger brother, and Sarutobi Hiroyuki's son can be persuaded. Yamanaka Feng didn't say whether he would like to, but said he could be persuaded. But Danzo nodded in satisfaction. Let someone tell them that it's time for revenge. I have only one request, kill Uchiha Chiba, this should be done properly. After finishing speaking, Danzo began to deal with other information, as if he had just said a trivial matter. The Shimura clan. After Danzo's order was issued, Ji Kundong's younger brother Shimura Yan immediately decided to do it. The same goes for Sarutobi Hiroko, Sarutobi Hiroyuki's son. In addition to revenge, they also want to get all kinds of benefits promised by Danzo. After a discussion, the two decided to call a friend each to ensure that there would be no accidents. Then the four of them took the information sent by Shimura Danzo and began to analyze it, ready to do it. Early the next morning, Chiba got up, washed up and went to the police force immediately. He is a member of the police force, yesterday was his day off, and today he is going to work. I bought some food on the way, and I just finished eating when I arrived at the headquarters. Pupil power +1, pupil power +1, pupil power +2, As Chiba stepped into the headquarters building, his pupil power increased rapidly, increasing by more than 10 points in a short period of time. He entered inside calmly, and nodded coldly at a teammate who had arrived. The other party also nodded, and then closed their eyes to rest, as if they didn't get enough sleep yesterday. The relationship between the former teammates was very dull, even a little alienated. On the contrary, it saved him some interpersonal troubles. The team they are in is the 8th team. The squad leader is a middle-aged man with a mustache, Uchiha Shin. After the teammates arrived, their team began to patrol according to the assigned tasks. Pick up 4 points of Chakra, Chakra attribute +4. Pick up 1 fire style Chakra attribute change. During the patrol, Chiba kept harvesting various drops. Even the teammates around him contributed a lot. They dealt with 3 quarrels in the morning, all of which were trivial, but they were considered calm. But at night, some people started drinking and making trouble. Chiba found that the way his teammates dealt with them became rough. Slap, kick, even slap. Watching a few teammates teaching a drunk man a lesson. Although he already knew that this person had offended their captain before, Chiba was still speechless for a while. No wonder the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the rest of Konoha is so bad. It's only a good trick. Randomly picked up the attribute, Chiba and others grabbed the drunk man and brought him back to the headquarters. Let me go, I'm from the Shimura clan. I'm from the Nara clan, and I know your captain. I am from the Sarutobi clan, and our clan leader is Hokage-sama. Looking at the bustling headquarters, Chiba grinned. Well, one night Danzo, 3rd Hokage, and Nara clan were all offended. He didn't want to say anything. Leave immediately after completing your task. He didn't bother to think about the family or anything, and he didn't care at all. He only cares about his own strength. So after leaving the general layout, Chiba went to the ninja hospital to harvest a wave. At the end of the day, he gained a little more than yesterday. Pupil power +103. Chakra amount +2056. There are more than a dozen ninjutsu secret techniques. Body flicker technique directly reaches LV2. Body flicker technique. LV2 11/100ths. What a fulfilling day. Chiba smiled and walked home. As he walked, Chiba suddenly felt something was wrong. It's too quiet around here. Although the road he took was remote, it wasn't that no one would usually walk it. It was discovered. Then do it directly. Kill him and avenge my brother. 4 figures came out from the darkness and slowly surrounded Chiba. It was the people of the Shimura Sarutobi clan who received the order of Danzo. Chiba quickly recognized their identities, and his face became extremely cold. These few people can be regarded as his enemies. Moreover, he felt the real killing intent from several people. It's just that things in the past have calmed down, but they suddenly killed themselves, which is obviously weird. Danzo or 3rd Hokage. The names of 2 people flashed through Chiba's mind, and he asked directly. The faces of the 4 changed slightly, but they didn't really care. They slowly approached Chiba, while persuading. So what if you know, anyway, you will die today. Yeah, why don't you obediently catch him with your arms tied, so as not to suffer from flesh and blood? Only by you. Chiba sneered for a while, although his heart was solemn, he was not afraid. With his current strength and the various techniques he has mastered, even if he can't win, he can escape. He directly opened the 3-tomo Sharingan. Staring at the 3 horrified people opposite with blood-red eyes, he said coldly. It's only yours to obediently tell who it is, otherwise you can't bear the consequences. The 4 stopped hurriedly and looked at Chiba in horror. Damn it, didn't the information say about Shwangoyu? What should we do? The information was wrong, and all 4 of them had the intention to quit. But thinking of the pressure brought by Danzo, the 4 of them looked at each other and could only grit their teeth. What are you afraid of? If the 4 of us fight together, I don't believe he can win. Chapter 4 Chiba's Strength, Uchiha and Konoha. Fire style Big Flame Bomb. Wind style Great Breakthrough. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. 3 people were performing ninjutsu, and a figure approached from the side as if intending to fight melee. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. Relying on his own chakra, Chiba directly stimulated the Great Fireball Technique to its maximum power, and the reflected sky was red. Instantly blocked 3 ninjutsu attacks. Even if the opponent is compound ninjutsu. Die. A figure appeared behind him, using kunai to stab at the position of his vest fiercely. Play a sneak attack in front of the Sharingan, let's do it. Chiba suddenly turned around and grabbed the opponent's wrist with one hand. The enemy saw Chiba's eyes clearly, and was shocked. Oops, illusion. Chiba stared at him unchanged, and Guyu turned slowly. You dare to look me in the eyes, it seems that you have not fought the Uchiha clan for too long. Sharingan illusion. The man's body froze suddenly, and the movement of punching froze. Chiba kicked hard, landing on his chest. Boom. The enemy's whole body was kicked out in an instant, and a mouthful of blood was spit out in midair, mixed with some internal organs. After falling to the ground, the man wanted to get up, but suddenly felt shortness of breath, and then touched his lungs, and his face suddenly changed. No, my lungs are pierced. The strength in his body seemed to be drained, and he slumped on the ground all of a sudden. He knew very well that his ninja career could basically be declared over. Hirako. Seeing this scene, the other 3 were furious. At the same time, I felt a chill in my heart. 1-4, and Chiba crippled 1 player in an instant. Thinking of the power of fire style just now, the 3 of them had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Chiba's strength is fundamentally different from what is recorded in the intelligence. Be cheated. The 3 of them looked at each other bitterly. Brush. Suddenly, Chiba's figure appeared in front of them. So fast. The 3 of them were horrified, their complexions changed drastically. Sharingan illusion. Chiba watched the 3 of them calmly, and Guyu turned slowly. Not good. The 3 of them jumped in their hearts, trying to avoid the illusion attack, but it was too late. Chiba punched out, sending one of them flying. At the same time, he threw out a kunai casually. Puff. Kunai directly pierced the man's abdomen and nailed the man to a tree by the roadside. At this time, the other 2 also took the opportunity to release the illusion from each other. But it didn't wait for them to act. Chiba appeared behind them in an instant, directly launching the great fireball technique and instantly seriously injured the two of them. The four Jonin were dealt with so easily. Chiba couldn't help taking a deep breath as he watched the four screaming. I underestimated the power of Sharingan. Whether it is illusion or insight, the improvement of combat power is terrible. He walked up to the two people who were seriously injured by fire style, and asked in a deep voice. Say, who told you to kill me? After fighting for such a long time, the nearby Anbu did not show up. There must be a problem. And there are only two people who can do this. Third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. We're voluntary. We lost to you because we are not as strong as others, so kill us. The two gritted their teeth and growled while suppressing the pain in their bodies. Kill you. Then your plan will succeed. Chiba sneered. If you kill them, you will be punished by Konoha. This is probably also the conspiracy of the people behind them. Hearing that Chiba said not to kill them, the two were immediately relieved. But the next moment, the two roared in pain. Ah, the shrill screams were like hell ghosts, and people couldn't help but feel chills in their hearts. BD, you actually abolished us. Demon, you demon, kill me. Chiba directly stepped on the limbs of the two into comminuted fractures. They are no longer qualified to be ninjas. It hurts them more than killing them. The screams made Chiba irritated, and kicked all four of them unconscious, but Chiba didn't leave. It's not far from the Uchiha clan here. The fire style he released just now can definitely arouse the vigilance of the Uchiha family. And I believe that the few people who did this will also send someone behind them. It didn't take long for the Uchiha clan to appear first. The person who came was a small captain of the police force, a strong person at the elite Jonin level. Uchiha Iron Fire. But after seeing the scene, I couldn't help being a little surprised. He knows all four Jonin, and he also knows Chiba. But the situation at the scene made him a little incomprehensible. It couldn't be that Chiba defeated the four Jonin. While ordering the people who came with him to check the situation of the four Jonin, Taihuo looked at Chiba. How is this going? Chiba calmly explained the matter. You really did it. Taihuo looked at him in disbelief. After all, he knows Chiba's strength well, so he can be regarded as a good Chunin. But it is impossible to say that four Jonin can be seriously injured. Chiba nodded and opened Sharingan. Hiss. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Taihuo grinned, a little believing Chiba's words, but it felt more troublesome. Taking a deep look at Chiba, Taihuo sent someone to inform the patriarch Fugaku to come over. He was a little worried that this matter would completely detonate the conflict between Konoha and Uchiha. Not long after, people from Anbu also came. However, after knowing that the Uchiha clan notified Fugaku, they immediately sent someone to notify third Hokage after obtaining the information. Uchiha's men kept Chiba behind, Anbu's men kept the four wounded behind, and the two sides faced each other without saying a word. Not long after, Fugaku, third Hokage, and Danzo arrived one after another. On the way, they have already learned the specifics of what happened. Danzo's face was as gloomy as water. It never occurred to him that something that was supposed to be a sure thing would go wrong. And his own people were abolished. Third generation and Danzo are followed by a large number of Anbu, menacing. Behind Fugaku was also followed by elite members of the police force, and it was a bit ugly to see the four injured behind. He didn't expect such an accident to happen at such a critical juncture. Clan leader Fugaku, people from Uchiha dared to hurt the ninjas of the same village in Konoha. Does Uchiha want to rebel? As soon as they met, Shimura Danzo asked in a bad tone. Fugaku glared at Chiba, not to be outdone, said, I should be the one to ask Danzo-sama and Hokage-sama. Chiba and others were separated by Anbu and people from the police force, and the voice behind them could no longer be heard. Uchiha's people and Anbu's people confronted each other, full of gunpowder. Shortly after, Anbu and the police force dispersed. Danzo's face was gloomy, while third Hokage and Fugaku were expressionless. Third Hokage announced the outcome of the matter. The four people who attacked have already lost their qualifications to be ninjas, so they will not be pursued. Uchiha Chiba is too aggressive. He is not allowed to leave Konoha for 1 year, and must be monitored by Konoha Anbu. He is not allowed to fight with other people, otherwise he will be severely punished. The people of Uchiha suddenly became agitated. They were very dissatisfied with the result. Chiba, on the contrary, was very calm. Fugaku's compromise was not beyond his expectations, but he still couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. With such courage, I still want to lead the Uchiha rebellion. Is it a dream? Chiba sneered inwardly. I have completely given up hope for the Uchiha clan. As long as others don't take the initiative to attack me, I won't do it. He glanced at third Hokage and Danzo calmly, then turned and left. Behind them, third Hokage and Danzo looked extremely ugly. The corner of Fugaku's mouth twitched. He looked at the faces of the two and led them away. Chapter 5 Goodbye Itachi, Fire Style Chakra Nature Transformation. Chiba didn't go straight home. Because he was stopped by the police force on the way and went to Fugaku's house. Sasuke, don't run around, it's time to sleep. Mom, why hasn't brother come back yet? Itachi has his own mission, you don't have to wait for him. As soon as I entered Fugaku's house, I saw Sasuke who had not yet become the second pillar, and Uchiha Makoto. After a brief greeting, Chiba followed Fugaku to the yard. Are you dissatisfied with today's results? As soon as the two sat down, Fugaku looked at him and asked. Chiba was silent for a while, looked at him and said calmly. To be honest, it's a little bit, but I can also understand the embarrassment of the patriarch. Fugaku sighed. He could hear Chiba's insincerity. But he can't help it. I had a quarrel with third Hokage, and I was tired of trying to appease the tribe when I came back. After thinking for a while, Fugaku stared at Chiba and whispered. Since you have activated the three-hook jade, you are entitled to know some things. The clan is planning a rebellion. We are not ready yet, so there must be no mistakes at this time. Rebellion. Chiba stared, as if he really just knew. Seeing Fugaku's sincere face, Chiba hastily asked. Patriarch, is this true? Are we going to kill Danzo? It seemed a little impatient. Fugaku was silent for a while and nodded. He looked up at the sky and said with gritted teeth. Uchiha will fall to the point where he is today. Danzo is mainly responsible. Chiba was a little confused. Who is the patriarch between you and Danzo? You even said that it is Danzo's main responsibility. Regardless of whether Fugaku is acting or not, Chiba's evaluation of him has dropped a lot. Patriarch, don't worry, I will kill Danzo myself when the time comes. I suspect that the attack on me tonight was planned by Danzo. Chiba gritted his teeth in the same hatred. Fugaku nodded in agreement. It's been so long since Yan's incident. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he would have acted long ago. Now it must be Danzo who used you to test our Uchiha's reaction. Chiba nodded, approving Fugaku's analysis. This is the most reasonable explanation. After chatting for a while, the two finally separated. Watching Chiba's leaving back, Fugaku sighed. After Chiba left Fugaku's house, he saw Itachi leaning against the wall not far away after walking a few steps. Are you waiting for me? Chiba's heart moved, and he asked in surprise. Itachi nodded, and then walked into the distance. Chiba thought for a while and followed, but he didn't expect the two of them to come to his home in the end. Chiba opened the door of his house speechlessly, and then made tea. Itachi held the teacup and started to stare blankly for a while, then whispered. I heard your conversation just now. Chiba stared blankly, and asked after a moment of silence. What do you want to say? Itachi looked at Chiba and said calmly. If Uchiha rebels, whether successful or not, it will inevitably cause confusion and weakness in Konoha. Other ninja villages will never let go of this opportunity, and things are likely to turn into a ninja world war. At the end of the speech, a look of pain flashed in Itachi's eyes. He who once entered the battlefield of the 3 world wars could not help but hate the war when he thought of the corpses strewn all over the battlefield. What about the outbreak of war? Chiba asked Itachi, frowning. When a war breaks out, people will die. Chiba waved his hand to stop him from speaking. He didn't want to be brainwashed. Lost. I don't know them. Who knows me? I'm not that great. I just want to live. Itachi shook his head, glanced at him and turned to leave. Different road non-phase plan. Neuropathy. Chiba muttered, then closed the door and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Chiba went again to the police force headquarters. As soon as he entered, he found that the atmosphere today was a bit serious. Captain Fugaku actually came. After gradually waiting for everyone to arrive, Fugaku said, You should all know about yesterday's conflict. Starting from today, we will increase the training of actual combat exercises, and everyone will improve their state to the best as soon as possible. Boom. After Fugaku's voice fell, the entire headquarters suddenly exploded, because his words are equivalent to officially starting preparations for the rebellion. Yes, Captain, the people of Uchiha shouted excitedly. Chiba was a little speechless. Didn't he know that Konoha was afraid of mobilizing so many people? But soon he cheered up, because the actual combat exercise within the police force has begun. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. Fire style Impatience Fire Claw Red. One by one powerful ninjutsu was released on the training ground, accompanied by a large number of drops. Chakra amount. LV4 5103 20 thousandths. Pupil power. LV3 603 2 thousandths. Body flicker technique. LV2 22 100ths. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. LV2 12 100ths. Fire style Phoenix Fire Technique. LV2 11 100ths. Fire style Chakra Nature Transformation. LV1 1087 10 thousandths. Listening to the continuous voices in his ears, Chiba felt so happy. He once again experienced the feeling of soaring strength. Fire style ninjutsu, kunai throwing technique, combat experience, taijutsu, illusion. Comprehensive increase. I am afraid that this kind of opportunity will not come every day, and no one knows when the genocide will break out. So Chiba didn't miss any chance, and frantically absorbed attributes while fighting with his teammates. In the days that followed, Chiba's actions became more regular. I work in the police force during the day, participate in actual combat exercises, and go to the ninja hospital before returning home at night. Occasionally attend family gatherings. On the surface, the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha seems to be more and more relaxed. But Chiba knows very well that this is just the calm before the storm. The night of genocide is approaching, and his time is running out. Time passed slowly, his strength was getting stronger and stronger, and the pupil power was getting closer and closer to Mangekyō Sharingan. Chapter 6 Mangekyō Sharingan, Obito. On this day, the police force conducted another actual combat exercise. During the battle, Chiba's pupil power finally broke through. Congratulations, your pupil power has reached the upper limit of the 3-God Jade. Do you agree to break the upper limit to achieve evolution? Chiba took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He spoke to the clansman who was fighting and hurried home. Stand in front of the mirror. Agree. Congratulations on your Sharingan evolving to Mangekyō Sharingan. A cool breath poured into the eyes, and the pupil strength seemed to have undergone some kind of qualitative change. The Sharingan is automatically turned on, and the three tomo spin rapidly, gradually turning into a more complicated pattern. However, Chiba looked at himself in the mirror and was completely dumbfounded. How is this going? In the mirror, his two eyes, the left eye Mangekyō Sharingan is right. But the right eye is still in the state of three-hook jade. No matter how you look at it, how awkward. Because your Mangekyō Sharingan is not a conventional way to break through, it can only be completed by increasing the pupil power, and the current pupil power can only open one Mangekyō Sharingan. Gone. Chiba took a deep breath. Although he understood what the system meant, he still couldn't help but want to curse. If the eye is opened through emotional stimulation, it is naturally a double Mangekyō level. But he only broke through the accumulation of pupil power, taking another route. Almost instantly, Chiba realized a problem. If you want to activate Mangekyō Sharingan, you need a lot of pupil power. If the Uchiha clan is wiped out, where can I find Hitomi? Chiba's expression changed for a while, and finally his face turned cold. It seems that I must participate in the genocide night. After a long time, Chiba finally calmed down, silently comprehending the changes brought about by Mangekyo's opening of eyes. Sharingan's basic abilities, insight, replication, and illusion abilities have all been greatly improved. Chakra volume also increased. More importantly, the pupil technique in his left eye was activated. Predict the future in 10 seconds. The name of the pupil technique is Tianshi. Chiba finally felt better. This is probably the first ninjutsu related to time in the ninja world. Especially in one-on-one battles, it is simply invincible. Name: Uchiha Chiba. Age: 15 years old. Identity: Konoha Chunin, Uchiha clan, member of the police force. Chakra volume: LV5 4W 20W. Chakra nature transformation: Fire style LV2 10,363 W, Lightning style LV1. Chakra form changes: Fire style LV2 6,302 W, Lightning style LV1. Ninjutsu: Great Fireball Technique LV3 266 1,000ths, Body Flicker Technique LV3 135 1,000ths, Dragon Fire Technique LV2 106 1,000ths. Illusion: This is not the technique LV3 118 1,000ths. Physique: LV4. Physique: LV4 2400 2W. Blood Successor Boundary: Mangekyō Sharingan LV4 2803 over 1W. Looking at the panel, Chiba smiled with satisfaction. Ninja, Body, Phantom, Pupil Power, and Fire Style Chakra Nature Transformation have all reached cage level. The amount of chakra is beyond the cage level, plus a few ninjutsu that have been strengthened more than twice, and a few advanced ninjutsu obtained. He's pretty much hexagonal cage level now. In today's ninja world, apart from Nagato, even Obito Chiba can be invincible. Thinking of this, Chiba couldn't help but feel agitated in his heart. He really wanted to yell, "Who else is there?" Just thinking about the scene after the Six Paths class appearance in the future, Chiba calmed down. He's still far from the Six Paths class. Now it's time to find Obito. Chiba whispered. At this time, Obito is secretly spying on Konoha, looking for an opportunity to take revenge on Konoha and the Uchiha clan. At the same time, he also wanted to take the opportunity to provoke a war. Finding Obito isn't too difficult, since there are only a few places to hide in Konoha village. And he has also been aware of Uchiha's site several times. Plus the memory of the previous life, a forest, and old buildings with grass. Chiba compared the information of Vice Admiral with Konoha's terrain in his mind, and quickly found the target. In a forest not far from the Uchiha clan. Not long after, Chiba quietly appeared in front of an abandoned building in the jungle. He looked at the figure standing in front of the building with some surprise. Pale neck, weird one-eyed mask, black clothes. It is Uchiha Obito. He appeared in front of him so easily. Chiba was full of surprise, frowned and asked Obito, "Who are you? Was it you who spied on Uchiha earlier?" Obito looked a little surprised at the sudden appearance of Chiba, but quickly calmed down, and said with an inscrutable look. "Interesting, I didn't expect someone other than Itachi to find me." Obito directly admitted that even he knew about Chiba. Because Kakashi has followed people, he has also followed. Then he said hoarsely, "I am Uchiha Madara. It's impossible. Madara is dead. It is impossible for Madara to be so low." Chiba's complexion changed drastically, and then he retorted, "It was only my double who died at the hands of first Hokage. The real me survived, and I have lived to this day." Obito calmly explained, "There are too many loopholes in this statement, and Chiba doesn't want to complain." He frowned as if he didn't believe it, and said in a deep voice, "Well, it's none of my business whether you're Madara or not, but why are you spying on the Uchiha clan? What conspiracy do you have?" Obito glanced at him calmly, and wrote lightly, "Boy, you are not qualified to ask about my affairs." Chiba looked slightly cold, and then directly opened Mangekyō Sharingan, looked at Obito's shrinking pupils and sneered. "Is this enough to qualify?" Obito looked at Chiba in shock, unable to calm down. Mangekyō Sharingan. Someone besides Itachi has opened Mangekyō Sharingan. Then looking at Chiba's appearance, Obito's eyes became weird. Because Chiba has one eye of Sangyu at the moment and one eye of Mangekyo, which is very awkward. After a long time, Obito choked out a sentence. Boy, your Mangekyō Sharingan is unique. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched, his face turned dark. The obsession with double Mangekyo deepened in my heart. Seeing Chiba's face, Obito couldn't help laughing. Just this kind of nondescript Mangekyo is not qualified to show awe in front of me, Uchiha Madara. Let me show you the power of my Mangekyō Sharingan. Kamui, Uzumaki emerged, and Obito suddenly disappeared in place. Laughing, laughter, time. Chiba was annoyed. He directly used the Mangekyo pupil technique. Various pictures of the future suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Not one future, but many possibilities. But enough is enough. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He saw Obito's next move. I saw Chiba turn sideways, pulled out a short sword and stabbed lightly at the position where he was standing just now. Chapter 7 joined Obito, Itachi and Konoha's high-level responses. Kai, there, and Uzumaki happens to emerge. Boy, you are still worse. Obito's contemptuous voice came from Uzumaki, but it stopped abruptly. He looked at the short sword piercing through his head in horror, breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I had been maintaining the state of hollow just now in order to be cautious. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm dead at this moment. He raised his head to meet Chiba's looking down eyes, with an extremely solemn expression. What exactly is this guy's pupil technique? He seems to know the location where I will appear in advance. Could it be that he foretells the future? Hiss. Obito was taken aback by his own guesses. If that's the case, it's a bit invincible, at least one-on-one. Chiba looked down at Obito calmly, not surprised by this result. In the future he saw just now, Obito has been using Hollow's ability. Obviously he said he didn't care, but in his heart he was extremely vigilant about Chiba's Mangekyo ability. Chiba doesn't really want to kill Obito, though. After all, Obito has to take himself to the Akatsuki organization to take the lead in starting the Fourth Ninja World War. To make a great contribution to your drop business. And Obito's Kamui and Wood style haven't been obtained yet, how can he die? Pick up 100 points of pupil power plus 100. Pick up 1000 points of chakra amount plus 1000. Seeing that the system prompts that there are no Kamui and Wood style, Chiba feels a little regretful. But he still put away the short sword, looked at Obito calmly and asked in a cold voice. Am I eligible now? Obito came back to his senses, tried his best to keep calm, and said forcefully. Your pupil technique should be to predict the future, not bad. Chiba was speechless for a while. I am really addicted to playing Madara. He interrupted Obito directly. Don't talk nonsense, tell me what you want to do here. Obito froze and looked at Chiba with a frown, hesitating in his heart. After calming down, he also understood that Chiba's ability is really difficult to deal with in a frontal battle. He even felt that it was even more difficult and incomprehensible than his own Kamui. But Chiba can't always drive Mangekyo, and the wide range of ninjutsu is useless even if it is foreseen. But it's useless to understand. I'm still in hollow now, and the time is only 5 minutes. The agreed day of genocide is approaching, if this guy is alive. After pondering for a moment, Obito tentatively asked, what do you think of the Uchiha clan? Finally got to the point. Chiba breathed a sigh of relief, with a look of disdain on his face. The Uchiha clan is hopeless. Obito's eyes lit up when he heard that. This guy seems to be able to fight for it, and can help him balance Itachi. Then it's okay to tell you, I'm planning the Uchiha genocide. After finishing speaking, Obito stared closely at Chiba, seeing that he looked a little contemptuous. Afraid of being slapped in the face again, Obito hurriedly said. Besides me, the one who carried out the plan was Itachi, who also activated Mangekyo. And Konoha's senior management will secretly help us to ensure the smooth progress of the plan. Even if this is not enough, there are still many cage-level experts in the organization I have secretly formed over the years. Seeing Chiba's solemn expression, Obito's eyes flashed with joy. He hurriedly increased his strength and said, you're right, the Uchiha clan is hopeless. The Itachi they rely on is on my side, the rebellion is impossible to succeed. Do you want to take Uchiha against the entire Konoha, as well as me and Itachi? Chiba frowned upon hearing this, looking very worried. Join us, Chiba, you have such strength, even this operation may help you fully unlock the Mangekyō Sharingan. Have you forgotten what happened to your parents? Is such a Uchiha family worthy of your protection? Reasonable. Chiba nodded unconsciously, then looked at Obito in astonishment. This shit can come back. Pretending to hesitate, Chiba said solemnly, even if I join you, what happens after the clan is exterminated? Obito heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and finally let go, so he smiled and said. After the genocide, I can recommend you and Itachi to join my organization, you won't be disappointed. Chiba looked at Obito solemnly and nodded. Okay, I'll join you. But Konoha's senior management needs you to explain. If they attack me, don't blame me for leading someone to kill them first. Obito nodded happily. Rest assured, Third Hokage and Danzo know what to do. Before I act, I will notify you in advance. Chiba nodded, chatted with Obito about the details and left. He naturally doesn't trust Obito too much, only his own strength is the most real. So, he went back to the police force and continued to pick up attributes. The other side. After Chiba left, Obito pondered for a moment and disappeared in place. He found Itachi and told him about Chiba's joining. Chiba turned on the Mangekyō Sharingan. Itachi was very surprised, thinking that he met Chiba some time ago. He didn't notice it at all. Can't you kill him? Itachi quickly calmed down, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Obito shook his head. Chiba will definitely be very vigilant during this period, and his pupil technique is likely to be of the precognitive type. It is too difficult to kill him. Itachi's face was a little gloomy. Foresight pupil skills are too troublesome, especially they don't know how far the foreseeable future is. If you fail, Sasuke is in danger. Thinking of this, Itachi let out a sigh of relief, still not daring to take risks. I'll go and explain to third Hokage. Itachi came to the Hokage building and reported the matter to third Hokage. Third Hokage suddenly turned pale with shock. What did you say? Uchiha Chiba opened Mangekyō Sharingan. How can this be? Third Hokage's first reaction was disbelief, and his second reaction was to suspect Itachi was deceiving himself. Konoha has been established for nearly 60 years before it released a few pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan. Why does it feel like Uchiha cabbage now? Shisui died. Itachi opened his eyes. There was a guy who called himself Madara outside, and Chiba came again. It's hard to believe. Itachi naturally sensed third Hokage's suspicion, but his expression remained calm and he said. Although I haven't met Chiba's Mangekyo, the guy who calls himself Madara has fought him and confirmed it. Boom. Danzo, who had been waiting outside, pushed the door open and walked in, and said with a gloomy face. Hiruzen, absolutely can't agree to Chiba joining the genocide plan, I don't trust him. He glanced at Itachi fearfully, but didn't say a word. So many strong men of Uchiha have survived, does this genocide still have so much significance? Chapter 8 Itachi vs Chiba. Third Hokage said solemnly, the point is not with us now. If Chiba tells everything to the Uchiha clan, then there will be big trouble. With the Uchiha led by the strong Mangekyo, the destructive power can be imagined. At the very least, Konoha's top management will be in crisis. Danzo is also aware of this. Danzo, who knows the power of Shisui pupil technique, is very aware of the horror of Mangekyo pupil technique. He didn't want to face such a strong man. Danzo glanced at third Hokage, both of them had murderous intent in their eyes. Let Itachi leave temporarily, and after the two discussed it, they called Itachi back in. Danzo stared at Itachi with a gloomy expression and said in a deep voice. Itachi, the existence of Chiba is a huge hidden danger, so we hope you will finish him before the appointed day. Itachi's complexion changed slightly. Fighting against a master of Mangekyo level, even he is very reluctant. Too dangerous. One mistake is death. Opposite Danzo and third Hokage are firm. Itachi understood that they were testing their bottom line and strength. He thought of the relationship between Chiba and the Shimura clan, the Sarutobi clan, and the attack that just happened some time ago. Chiba is his vote. This thought flashed through Itachi's mind, and then he looked at the two and said in a deep voice. I can make a move, but I can't guarantee the result. Third Hokage and Danzo looked at each other. They also knew the difficulty of this task, so they nodded in agreement. At dusk, Chiba leaves the ninja hospital and walks home. Although the harvest this time is not small, it is already difficult to improve his strength in a short period of time. Suddenly, Chiba stopped and looked at the figure facing him in the middle of the road ahead. Uchiha Itachi. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Chiba became vigilant. Itachi looked at him with a complicated expression. Unexpectedly, the person whom I looked down on in the past has grown to the point where I have to treat it with dignity. I didn't expect you to activate Mangekyō Sharingan. Chiba shrugged and said nothing. He couldn't tell Itachi that he hadn't opened his eyes yet. I didn't expect you to participate in that plan. You don't look like Uchiha Yan at all. Itachi looked a little downcast. Chiba was silent for a while and said calmly. I just want to live and be stronger. Itachi sighed, his expression restrained and he said in a deep voice. Master Hokage and Danzo asked me to kill you. Chiba frowned. Although he guessed it, he didn't expect Itachi to say it. If you are assassinating, maybe there is still a chance. His voice was very calm and very confident. Because he has such strength. You think you are stronger than me. Itachi's face was slightly cold, and he felt a little uncomfortable. It had been a long time since no one had been so arrogant in front of him. I originally planned to release the water, but now it seems unnecessary. After the words fell, Itachi directly opened Mangekyō Sharingan. The same goes for Chiba. Just looking into Chiba's eyes, even if he was as cold as Itachi, he couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching, feeling the urge to complain. What the hell is this Mangekyo? Looking at Itachi's expression, Chiba's face turned dark. Last time it was Obito, this time it's Itachi, he's had enough. Pupil power must be collected as soon as possible to advance to the Eye Mangekyo. He took a deep breath, calmed down, glanced at Itachi and lowered his eyelids. Although he didn't plan to use all his strength, he had to teach Itachi a lesson. Open directly. Time. As he conjures up one attack after another, images of the future come to mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Half. Chiba was certain that he had chosen an attack method. On the opposite side, Itachi's expression froze, and he looked at Chiba nervously, as if he was facing a big enemy. Facing the pupil technique that may predict the future, it is impossible for him not to be nervous. Brush. In the distance, Chiba suddenly disappeared. So fast. Itachi's pupils shrank sharply, terrified. Even the Mangekyō Sharingan could only catch a trace of a shadow. This speed is far behind him. Swipe. Itachi threw out a few kunai with one hand without hesitation, covering all directions. At the same time start printing with the fastest speed. Fire style. But in the next second, Itachi gave up his almost instant ninjutsu without hesitation, and lowered his head instantly. Because Chiba dodged the kunai he threw and appeared behind him, Itachi didn't even have time to think about how Chiba did it, and his vision went dark. Boom. A wooden stake remained in place and fell to the ground with a clang. Chiba watched this scene calmly, then turned his head. Itachi, who had just escaped with the body replacement technique, touched the bloodstain on his neck. He looked at Chiba with lingering fear, his eyes full of shock. Not only the speed, but even the strength surpassed me, and his actions just now definitely predicted my attack sequence in advance. Prediction. There really is such an ability in the world. I personally experienced Chiba's pupil technique once, and even Itachi felt a burst of suffocating pressure. In the distance, on a tall building, Anbu's people are recording the battle in detail. Next to them, Third Hokage and Danzo are watching their battle. The two looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Did you see it just now? Itachi's movements were predicted in advance. That's right, Itachi's kunai seems to be hiding from Chiba on purpose, and he bowed his head as if he was taking the initiative to send him to the door to be beaten. Hiss. I thought that space-time ninjutsu was only about space, but I didn't expect that the ultimate forbidden technique that involves time also appeared. Not only that, but his various basic abilities are also terrifyingly strong. He is simply a monster. Even though the two were well informed, Chiba was frightened at the moment. The two could almost predict the outcome of this battle, and their hearts were extremely heavy. They have to prepare for the worst. Especially Third Hokage, the more terrifying Chiba's strength, the more he fears the Uchiha clan. If you don't do it again, will there be another Mangekyo? Third Hokage glanced at Danzo. The genocide plan could not wait any longer. In the other direction, Obito is also watching what may be the greatest fight of our time. He brought himself into Itachi's angle, and wiped off a cold sweat. No, I can't hide. You can only exchange injuries for injuries, not only the ability to predict. Chiba's speed is too fast. This combination is terrifying. On the battlefield, Chiba looked at Itachi and said calmly, "From the moment you stood in front of me, your failure was already doomed." He himself is also feeling that the foretelling is indeed terrifying. Especially when combined with his own speed, Itachi has no chance of winning. It just hurts a little too much. Every use of Mangekyo has a price. What's more, his pupil technique is a forbidden technique that involves time. After only using it twice, he already felt the consumption of his pupil power. Chapter 9 Tsukuyomi, Konoha Higher Compromise. Pupil Power. LV4, 1663, 2163 10,000ths. New changes appear on the panel. The first data is his current pupil power. Fortunately, it can recover part of it automatically. The second is the upper limit of the pupil power he currently possesses. Just after using the pupil technique just now, he discovered that the upper limit of his pupil power had been reduced. Foresight reduces 50 points at a time. This is because the time I predicted was less than the limit of 10 seconds. Otherwise it will consume more. Is this the curse of the Mangekyō Sharingan? How annoying. Watching his pupil power drop, one can imagine how bad Chiba's mood is. Fortunately, his pupil power can be picked up, so he is not too worried. Itachi took a deep breath. Not only did not feel lost, but instead began to boil with rare enthusiasm. He has been a genius since he was a child, and he almost crushed him all the way. What he used as a comparison was always Shisui, a mature ninja like Obito. But it was the first time someone of Chiba's age gave him a strong urge to fight. Your ability is indeed terrifying, but it is not unsolvable. Itachi quickly analyzed several solutions, but there was only one he could use now. Others, he simply doesn't have the strength to execute. Of course, there is no perfect ninjutsu in the world. Chiba shrugged indifferently. It is enough for him to be invincible to a certain extent. Itachi looked at Chiba and suddenly smiled, and their eyes met. You are careless. You are not the only one who opened Mangekyō Sharingan. Tsukuyomi. With a change of vision, Chiba found himself in Itachi's illusion space. Himself tied to a cross. This is my illusion space, and the outside world is here for 72 hours in an instant. You shouldn't be careless. Itachi slowly drew out the long knife, with a triumphant smile on his face. He was happy to beat Chiba. The Genocide Night project can also get back on track. Chiba was very calm, not worried at all. Is this your pupil technique? To be honest, I am a little disappointed. In the future Sasuke can crack Tsukuyomi with Sangoyu. Whether Itachi releases water or Sasuke is talented, it is a possibility. The reason why he took the initiative to look at Itachi was to try the so-called Tsukuyomi. Itachi was startled, and looked at the calm Chiba with astonishment, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. Untie. Chiba simply took the seal of dispelling the illusion. Itachi suddenly laughed. He seemed a little scared by Chiba's strength. This is a Mangekyo illusion, do you think? How can it be? Itachi's voice stopped abruptly. Looking in shock at the gradually disintegrating illusion space, his face was full of horror. Chiba smiled without explaining. What is the concept of dispelling the illusion at the LV3 level? Level 55 3 ninjutsu represents esoteric level ninjutsu, that is, S-level ninjutsu. Basically, it can be regarded as the same level as Mangekyo pupil technique. Mangekyo pupil power plus level 55 3 illusion release, which is equal to Mangekyo level illusion release. If it is distinguished heavenly gods, Chiba naturally dare not try. But Tsukuyomi, even if the lifting fails, he still has other ways. Illusion lifted, the outside world only passed for a moment, and the two bodies still kept looking at each other. Third Hokage, Danzo, Obito are all watching them. They all noticed the strange chakra on Itachi's body, which was the fluctuation of the pupil technique. How is the result? The three of them stared at the two people on the battlefield, they were even more nervous than them. The next moment, they saw the result. Itachi snorted and staggered. Itachi lost. This is the Mangekyo illusion he opened, how could he lose to Chiba's ordinary Mangekyo? Third Hokage is somewhat unbelievable, and somewhat incomprehensible. Obito took a long breath. He thought of a possibility, but he was still a little uncertain. Just when they thought the battle was over, a sudden change happened. Itachi suddenly laughed. I want to thank you, Chiba. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to awaken another pupil technique so quickly. Chiba frowned, narrowing his eyes looking at Itachi slightly. He didn't expect that the Itachi he stimulated awakened Amaterasu ahead of time. But he no longer wanted to fight this battle. That's enough, Itachi, you should know that even if you activate another pupil technique, it will be difficult to defeat me. Itachi's eyes were filled with blood and tears, and he opened his mouth to refute. But Chiba didn't intend to continue, he stared at Itachi and said seriously. I don't want to waste my pupil power on such meaningless things. If you still plan to continue, be prepared to die. Hearing this, Itachi took a deep breath, and his complexion changed for a while. Finally nodded. Chiba gave him a terrible feeling just now, and he himself felt that he was not sure. But in Third Hokage in the distance, Danzo's face became extremely ugly after hearing the conversation between the two. They didn't expect that not only Chiba didn't die, but Itachi also opened another pupil technique. More importantly, they knew nothing about this new pupil technique. Let them fear endlessly. The battle is over, but this matter is not over yet. Chiba looked at where Third Hokage and Danzo were in the distance, and sneered. Master Hokage, aren't you going to give me an explanation? If he wasn't satisfied, he turned directly to lead the Uchiha rebellion. As long as enough people die, the attributes they pick up will not lose money. Third Hokage took a deep breath, knowing he had to show up. Unless he plans to send people to kill Chiba. Otherwise Chiba is bound to make a fuss. It's all your bad idea. Glaring Danzo a dissatisfied look, Third Hokage came out. Chiba, state your terms. When things got to this point, he didn't want to have any other twists and turns, so he spoke directly. Flying Thunder God Technique. Chiba just wanted to speak and then swallowed. Third Hokage will never agree, and may even hide the Flying Thunder God Technique more secretly. I want Forbidden Technique and you won't give it to me, so give me all water style ninjutsu from second Hokage, including S-rank ninjutsu. Chiba added one more sentence at the end. Third Hokage couldn't help taking a deep breath, this request was too much. But it's not too much compared to Forbidden Technique. This was so well measured that Third Hokage couldn't refute it, he could only sulk. I promised you, but I can't give it to you until the matter is over. But you must also promise me that you must leave Konoha after the matter is over, and you must not disclose Konoha's secrets to the outside world. The last sentence of Third Hokage is nonsense, just to save face. Chiba gave him face, nodded and agreed. When talking, both of them kept enough distance and vigilance. Even Anbu next to Third Hokage showed up one after another. Third Hokage slapped Chiba to attack him, so why is Chiba not afraid of them besieging him? It's not that Konoha has no way to deal with herself, it's just that the price is too high. And there are Itachi and Obito whose attitudes are uncertain, and this has reached a balance. This matter is only temporarily over here. Chiba remained vigilant, glanced at Itachi who stayed behind, and walked towards the Uchiha tribe. Chapter 10 The Genocide Night begins. The second pupil technique. That night, before the Thor statue, Danzo and Itachi met. Just now, Hokage has made up his mind to deal with the Uchiha clan. Danzo's words made Itachi's face change slightly. Although I had expected it, I couldn't help but feel a little sad. Is being too strong a mistake? Danzo said coldly. According to the information I received, Uchiha's rebellion preparations have also been basically completed. In order to protect the village, and also to prevent another accident on Chiba's side, you must make a choice now, Itachi. It is to lead the Uchiha clan to rebel, and it will become history with the Uchiha clan. Stand by Konoha's side and protect your younger brother. Faced with Danzo's forceful persecution, Itachi remained expressionless, and no one could see what he was thinking. Has the time been set? A cold light flashed in Danzo's eyes. Yes, tomorrow night, Anbu will seal off Uchiha for you, and you will do it yourself. Itachi closed his eyes in pain, and opened them again, leaving nothing but ice. I see, I hope you will keep your promise. I will make a move tomorrow night. Chiba returned to the tribe. Although it was night, Uchiha was still bustling and bustling. The thrilling battle was not noticed by them. With this vigilance, you still think about rebellion. Chiba sneered. When I got home, I was relieved. It seemed that the situation was good just now, but it was actually very dangerous. Today's Konoha is too complicated. Third Hokage and Danzo, the Uchiha clan, Itachi, Obito, and even the secret Jew. The point is that he doesn't belong to any party yet, so he has been worried that he will be united by them to set fire. Although the possibility of this is very low, he can escape. But in this way, he would miss the massive pupil power of the Genocide Night. Well, it's all over. The next thing to do is to wait until the night of Genocide comes. In the darkness, Chiba opened his eyes, unable to sleep. Dazed for how long he slept, Chiba woke up, washed his face, and sat quietly in the yard in a daze. Not long after, Itachi came to tell him the news of tonight's operation. The two looked at each other in silence. The day has finally come. Whatever they think, after tonight the Uchiha clan will be history. In the end, Chiba did not go to the police force, but stayed at home quietly to adjust his state. The sun rises and sets, the noise comes and goes, and finally night falls. In the ninja school, several special jonin are invited to give lectures. School dismissal is delayed. Konoha village, which is calm on the surface, is already undercurrents. Countless Anbu started to move, and they kept an eye on the Uchiha clan. When the night was getting darker, the Uchiha tribe became quiet. They slowly approached and completely blocked every exit. Chiba had already changed into an Anbu outfit sent by Itachi and waited silently. Brush. Itachi appeared instantly. At the same time Obito came out of Uzumaki. Chiba put on the mask, picked up the short sword, and the three looked at each other. According to the agreement, I will not make a move if it is not necessary. Chiba looked at Obito and said, this is what they agreed upon. After all, he was just an ordinary person not long ago, so he couldn't kill hundreds or even thousands of people in one night. Itachi frowned, he didn't know about this. But Obito shook his head at him, as long as Chiba didn't stand across from them it was enough. As for the specific details, no one will know except the three of them. Whether Chiba makes a shot or not makes no difference in the eyes of others. Certainly, I'll go to the police force first. Obito looked at Itachi. Itachi took a deep breath, and took a deep look at Chiba, but he didn't want to make trouble either. Leave the rest to me, including the patriarch. It's like saying that he didn't want to kill his father, and he didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Chiba and Obito are a little bit chilled. Let's do it. In the dark night, Itachi put on Anbu's mask and pulled out a sharp long knife. Walking into a family's house, in the astonished eyes of the family, they waved the butcher's knife. Ah, Itachi, what are you doing? A-hole. Painful wailing and hysterical cursing disappeared with the spray of blood. Chiba stood silently on the wall of the street outside, watching Itachi walk out expressionlessly and continued to enter the next house. Pick up 100 points of pupil power. Pick up 300 points of chakra. Pick up 50 points of fire-style chakra nature transformation. Pick up fire-style great fireball technique. Every time Itachi kills a person, Chiba will get far more drops than before. Pupil power, chakra volume is skyrocketing. Kill, keep killing, my Mangekyō Sharingan is about to fully open. Chiba looked at Itachi's back, with a cold gleam in his eyes. At this moment, all he cares about is the fused pupil power. Pick up 300 points of pupil power. Pick up 220 pupil power. Pick up 410 points of pupil power. Suddenly, a pleasant voice sounded in Chiba's mind. Congratulations, your pupil power has reached the upper limit of a single Mangekyo. Do you agree to break the upper limit to achieve evolution? Pupil power. LV4, 5003 10,000ths. Agree. Congratulations on your Sharingan evolving to double Mangekyo level. With trembling eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan opens automatically. Chiba took out the mirror and looked down. A strange pattern emerges in the eyes. Double Mangekyo is finally on. He grinned silently, then checked the new pupil technique, and froze in shock. This kind of pupil technique has actually been activated. Chiba's pupils were tightly shrunk into a needle shape, and a thick inconceivable color flashed in his eyes. Destiny. Duplicate ninjutsu, including Mangekyo pupilutsu. It turned out to be a super pupil technique that can copy other people's pupil technique. Although this duplicate pupil technique consumes more pupil power, the price alone is simply too worth it. It really suits my pupil technique. Chiba took a deep breath. In the future, if you have obtained someone else's pupil technique, you can use it blatantly. The screams coming from ahead woke him up. There are more attributes that I haven't picked up yet. The smell of blood permeated the air. Chiba hurriedly retraced the path Itachi had walked. Not only did the rate of attribute increase not decrease, but it was even faster than before, more. 1 street, 2 streets. Suddenly, Chiba stopped and looked into the distance. There, Itachi stopped, and there was a figure in front of him. Uchiha Fugaku appeared. Itachi, what is at the end of this killing? I once showed you the future of a family, do you want me to see a different result? Itachi's eyes turned into Mangekyo, casting illusion. Look, this is the future of the village, the future of the clan as I see it. The two confronted each other, and passed an unknown amount of information and intelligence in a moment. Fugaku looked a little complicated, and then looked in Chiba's direction. Uchiha Chiba, I didn't expect you to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 11 Chiba, am I arranged? Curse of Mangekyo. Master Patriarch. Chiba appeared, not far behind Itachi, watching him warily. After all, they are hostile identities now. He will not be careless against any Mangekyo eye-opener. And he believed that Itachi had passed his message to Fugaku just now. Fugaku looked at him puzzled and asked, I already know the reason for Itachi, and Chiba, you have no reason to side with Konoha. Chiba sighed, and said with a helpless look, I just want to survive this turmoil. Fugaku took a deep look at him and didn't believe it or not. In the future that Itachi showed him just now, the Uchiha clan will be reborn in the hands of Sasuke. And Chiba, although powerful, is just a Mangekyō Sharingan. His pupil power will run out sooner or later, and Sasuke will be the opener of the Eternal Eye. At that time, Chiba will not be able to threaten Sasuke, but will become Sasuke's support. And Fugaku also chose to believe in Itachi and Sasuke's future, so he didn't want to make troubles. Chiba, don't forget that you are also Uchiha. Fugaku left a word and disappeared in place. This is a shadow clone. Chiba was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect that Fugaku didn't attack him, but the look in his eyes looked expectant. Especially when he thought of his last sentence, he was even more confused. He still doesn't know that he has been arranged by Itachi. Chiba cast a puzzled look at Itachi. But the current Itachi didn't have the mood to pay attention to him, so he turned around and continued to execute the genocide. After meeting with Fugaku just now, Itachi became more decisive and more ruthless. He was like a piece of ice, exuding a terrifying cold air all over his body. Chiba shook his head, feeling that the whole family has a mental problem. He continued to follow Itachi, picking up the drop. Pick up 300 points of pupil power. Pick up 200 points of pupil power. Pick up 500 points of pupil power. ... As time passed, Chiba's pupil power finally broke through again. Congratulations on breaking the limit of your pupil power. Congratulations on obtaining the Susanoo technique. Pupil power. LV4 9063 10,000ths. Susanoo's information flooded into his mind. Chiba's footsteps not only did not stop but accelerated. Soon, the Eternal Eye is about to be opened. Chiba couldn't wait any longer. Although he already guessed that the system might make another mess. But tonight's pupil power is enough, he is not afraid. Ahead, Itachi finally encountered a little obstacle. It was not one person who fought against Itachi, but 8 people, all of whom were eye-openers of the 3 Go Jade. Uchiha Iron Fire, Uchiha Rice Fire, the 2 captains of the police force. These are 2 teams gathering at Uchiha Iron Fire's house. When Shisui died, I suspected that there was something wrong with you, and you really rebelled. How dare you slaughter your own clansmen, even the captain will not be able to save you today. You are a disgrace to our family. Kill him. Faced with their scolding, Itachi looked cold and indifferent, and directly opened Mangekyō Sharingan. 8 3-tomo Sharingan eye-openers go all out, but in a blink of an eye, it became 8 corpses. Chiba wasn't surprised. After he really opened Mangekyo, he already understood that in the future Sasuke will break Tsukuyomi Itachi. It must be Itachi who let the water go. These are 2 different levels of strength. The gap between Jonin and Cage level is even clearer than that of ordinary Jonin. Pick up 500 points of pupil power. Pick up 600 points of pupil power. Pick up 550 points of pupil power. ... Buzz. Chiba only felt that his eyes were swollen and sore. That was the result of massive pupil power pouring in at the same time. It is also the process by which Mangekyo enters the stage of the Eternal Eye. Chiba looked at Itachi, who was aware of it, and said calmly. It seems that you don't need my help here. I'll go to Madara to have a look. The voice has not fallen and the person has disappeared. His other eye is about to open. Itachi's eyes flickered, but in the end he still didn't follow. On the other side, Chiba directly entered the strange room where Itachi had just killed him. Congratulations, your pupil power has reached the upper limit of Mangekyo. Do you agree to break the upper limit to achieve evolution? Agree. Congratulations on your Sharingan evolving to Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The current curse is lifted by 15%. I knew it was impossible to open the Eternal Eye so easily. Chiba cursed secretly, and hurriedly checked the attribute of pupil power. Pupil power. LV5 13,063 30,000ths, curse remaining, 85%. Fortunately, the required pupil power is not too outrageous. After reading it, Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. The pupil power of 20,000 can definitely be collected tonight according to his observation just now. As for this result, he had guessed it a long time ago, and the system had even prompted it before. So the next thing I have to do is to collect enough pupil power. Not good. Hope it's not too late. Suddenly, Chiba's complexion changed and he rushed to the police headquarters. He was secretly anxious, because he suddenly thought of a problem. Obito's purpose this time is not only to avenge Uchiha but also to collect 3-tomo Sharingan. This may affect the drop. Chiba used the body flicker technique at full strength, approaching the police force as quickly as teleportation. When he arrives, he sees Obito gouging out his eyes. Obito was obviously taken aback, and looked at Chiba warily. Pick up 300 points of pupil power. Pick up 260 points of pupil power. Pick up 400 points of pupil power. ... Hearing the cue in his ear, Chiba was relieved. The value is not bad, it should not be affected. He glanced at the Sharingan in Obito's hand and said with a smile. So that's your purpose? Obito asked in a low voice. What, do you want to stop me? Chiba shrugged, cheerful. He gained more than 5,000 pupil power in just a moment, so he was in the mood to chat with Obito. I don't think so, but Itachi's father-son game is about to start, and I can't follow along to watch the show, so I come to see you. Obito nodded upon hearing this, but still did not relax his vigilance. Even he turned on Kamui, hollowed the body. And all of this was quietly recorded by Chiba's right eye. Hurry up on your side too, Konoha's Anbu is about to enter the arena. Chiba pretended to remind, before turning and leaving. On the way here, he saw that there are still many Uchiha people alive in the area that Obito should be in charge of nearby. His other eye was opened, too. Obito looked at Chiba's background with a serious expression. Just now, Chiba's eyes and the feeling of pupil power made him very uncomfortable. Maybe he should have been killed first. Obito sighed, it was too late to regret it now. But he still has Nagato's Rinnegan in his hole, so he's not too worried. Shaking his head, Obito proceeded to dig the Sharingan from the corpse. Chapter 12 Fugaku's Pupil Technique, My Stupid Ododo. When Chiba rushed back to Itachi's side, he deliberately turned around. One is to re-scan the dropped pupil power. The other is also because he really doesn't want to watch the father and son game. Chiba stayed for a while not far from Fugaku's house. Until he came out again with blood on his face. It has ended. Itachi looked at Chiba and said calmly. Chiba frowned. Itachi at this moment has become more gloomy and colder than before, and there is no trace of human emotion in him. He appeared not far from Itachi in an instant, and didn't go to see Fugaku's house. It's almost over at Madara, we should leave. While Chiba was talking, the drop was also picked up by the system. Pick up 3000 points of pupil power. Pick up 300 points of pupil power. Pick up pupil art. Divine knowledge. Pick up pupil technique. Tsukuyomi. Pick up 3000 points fire style chakra nature transformation. A series of system prompts made Chiba's pupils shrink. 3000 points of pupil power, which is at most half of Fugaku's pupil power. According to the way the system calculates, Fugaku may have awakened Susanoo. This kind of strength is a bit beyond his expectation. Thinking about Fugaku's strength is almost undetectable, I can't help but feel a little embarrassed. You go first, I still have something to deal with. Itachi glanced at Chiba with a warning look in his eyes. Chiba shrugged and turned to leave. He also wanted to read the classic dialogues from his previous life. My stupid Ododo. On a roof not far away, hiding in the darkness, Chiba began to look at the new pupil technique he had just obtained. Divine knowledge. Roughly predict the future based on the current known conditions. This is what Fugaku said about his ability to see the future. I'm afraid that's why he believed in Itachi. Chiba pondered for a while, feeling that this pupil technique is a bit tricky. Because the predicted result is closely related to the information mastered by the caster. But looking back at the future Sasuke, it seems that Fugaku's prediction is not wrong. It's tasteless. Chiba is a little helpless, this pupil technique may be useful. But at least in the Hokage world, he doesn't need this pupil technique very much. As for the other pupil technique, he is very familiar with it. Tsukuyomi. Can pull the spirit of the enemy into the illusion space. In the world of Tsukuyomi, all factors including time, location, quality, etc., are controlled by the caster, and the enemy will suffer great physical and mental pain in the illusion world. Chiba is not only familiar with it, but also cracked it. However, Tsukuyomi can make up for his lack of strong illusion, which is very useful. Chiba looked at his pupil power attribute. You can break through again with less than 2000. He turned around and went to Obito's side again. Then he ran into Obito who was gouging out his eyes. The two looked at each other, a little embarrassed. Itachi's side is over. He may want to greet his dear brother kindly, let's leave first. Chiba broke the silence by speaking. Call. Obito let out a long breath, feeling very aggrieved for some reason. After staring at Chiba for a while, he could only say dryly. I see, I just need to put the finishing touches on my side. I'll wait for you outside. Chiba turned to leave, a smile on Anbu's face behind the mask. This time he break through again. Congratulations, your pupil power has reached the upper limit of eternal Mangekyo, and the curse has been completely lifted. Do you agree to break the upper limit to achieve evolution? Agree. Chiba couldn't help being a little excited. Now I don't have to worry about Mangekyo's blindness. Congratulations on your Sharingan evolving to Goyu Rinnegan state. Goyu Rinnegan. Chiba was taken aback for a moment, looked at the attribute of pupil power, and was immediately taken aback. Pupil power. LV6 31683 10W. 100,000. Chiba opened his mouth, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Uchiha is all exterminated, where can he get 100,000 pupil power? I can only fight against Rinnegan hard. Although it was a bit stressful, Chiba was also confident that he could handle it. He took out the small mirror he carried with him and opened his Sharingan. 3 Goyu, Mangekyo, Goyu Rinnegan. The three forms switched quickly, and finally settled on Goyu Rinnegan. There is an extra circle surrounding the pupil in the red pupil, running through 3 Tomo. At the same time, there was an extra piece of information in his mind. Goyu Rinnegan. After continuing to evolve, you can open the secret technique of Rinnegan. Unlike Madara who awakened Rinnegan all at once, he needs to do it step by step. You can go. Obito came out quietly and suddenly spoke. Chiba raised his eyebrows. Did he scare him before taking revenge on himself? So stingy. Chiba pouted. When leaving, the two chose the direction of Fugaku's house very tacitly. They were obviously curious about what happened next. This is boring. The two came to the roof that Chiba had brought before, looking at Itachi who had been waiting for a long time on the street in the distance. And the last important role of this big event finally appeared. Sasuke is carrying a sling bag, walking with happy little steps, and his face is full of innocence. When he saw the body of Bloodline on the street, he panicked and ran home in a panic. Chiba couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Weasel is really ruthless. He is cruel to himself, to his tribe, to his parents, and to his younger brother Sasuke. Soon Sasuke returned home. Pity, it's hell out there. His parents were lying in a pool of blood, and his dear brother was standing beside him with a bleeding knife. Ah! Terrible screams resounded throughout Uchiha. Chiba sighed and Obito lowered his head, but both of them kept their eyes fixed on the door of Fugaku's house. If you open your eyes too, including me, there are 4 people who have Mangekyō Sharingan. My stupid Odudo, if you want to kill me, hate me. Hate me, then live ugly. Run away, do your best to survive. Then wait until you have the same eyes as mine, come to me again. After Sasuke passed out, Itachi came to Chiba. The 3 silently watched Uchiha's clan. The once bustling place is now full of corpses, like hell. I'm afraid they will never forget this scene until they die. Let's go, Konoha's Anbu is here. Obito patted Itachi on the shoulder, but didn't know how to comfort him. There were still tears in Itachi's eyes, and he stubbornly refused to let the tears flow down. Let's go first, I'll take care of Konoha's senior management. Chiba continued, since I'm leaving Konoha, I'm going to bring some of Konoha's specialties. Obito looked at him speechlessly, this guy is too out of control. The matter is over, don't mess around. Chiba waved his hand, don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. After the voice fell, he disappeared in the same place in an instant. Chapter 13 Get some Danzo specialties. At this moment, 3rd Hokage brought Anbu, and Danzo came to Uchiha's clan with people from the root organization. Those Anbu, who had never known the inside story, suddenly changed their expressions terribly after seeing the scene here. It's too awful, that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Chiba shot too hard. Go and see if there are any survivors. 3rd Hokage and Danzo looked at each other and gave orders. You have to do a full set of acting. Next to it, Kakashi felt a little unbelievable. Uchiha Chiba actually opened Mangekyo, and did such a tragedy. This was too different from the Chiba he remembered. Whether it is strength or what you do. 3rd Hokage also knew that Kakashi was paying attention to Chiba, so he said in a deep voice. Don't be distracted, maybe they haven't left yet, let's deal with the current matter first. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kakashi took a deep breath and could only suppress the doubt in his heart. As the corpses were carried out one by one, the Anbu were speechless. Even though they performed many ruthless missions, they were far from being able to compare with the scene in front of them. Lord Hokage, find someone alive. Hurry up and send someone to the ninja hospital. 3rd Hokage was relieved when he saw Sasuke. Now I can explain something to Itachi. Danzo took the opportunity to leave and let the root organization collect the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Lord Danzo, the Sharingan is missing from some of the corpses. Damn it, keep searching and don't let the rest go. Danzo's face darkened, and he ordered coldly. They were very busy here, but they didn't know that Itachi was watching everything secretly. I don't know that Chiba has copied their lair. Konoha's secret art library. It houses all of Konoha's ninjutsu, forbidden technique, including the original Book of Seals. The protectors are Konoha's most elite group of Anbu members. Chiba directly activated the Mangekyō Sharingan, finishing them cleanly. Then he was blocked by an enchantment and a spell seal. I didn't expect to use this pupil technique so soon. Chiba said with a smile, feeling a little hopeful in his heart. Pupil art destiny. Simulate Kamui. Call out. Chiba's body suddenly became unreal. It worked. Chiba was overjoyed, and then walked directly towards the barrier. As if he was in another dimension, he entered the barrier without hindrance. In the secret vault, Chiba looked in shock at the secret room, which was bigger than a football field. There are rows of bookshelves with various ninjutsu and materials. There are countless secret techniques, forbidden technique. But Chiba doesn't have the same ambitions as Orochimaru, wanting to learn all ninjutsu. His goal is only one, Flying Thunder God technique. Chiba quickly locks onto a bookshelf that says Time-Space Ninjutsu. He hurried over, feeling a little surprised. In addition to the Flying Thunder God technique, there are actually several contract scrolls for the summoning technique. First open Flying Thunder God technique and copy it with Sharingan. Then Chiba thought about it, and chose 2 attractive summoning scrolls to take away, regardless of whether they could be used or not. Finally, he found the original of the sealed book. Sure enough, it is sealed. Once it is cracked by force, it will self-destruct. Chiba was a little disappointed, hesitated for a while, and finally did not destroy the sealed book, waiting for another chance in the future. He took away second Hokage's water-style ninjutsu. After all, it was a good reward. The goal is achieved, and Chiba leaves here. But he didn't leave Konoha, but rushed to another place. Root Organization Headquarters Base. Chiba suddenly appeared and directly opened the Mangekyō Sharingan to control the Watcher. To his surprise, there are quite a few people here. But in the face of Chiba, there is no resistance at all. According to the information obtained by Sharingan, Chiba came to a secret vault full of enchantment spells. It's another barrier. Chiba is a little helpless. It seems that he will have to learn some sealing and enchantment techniques in the future. He casts Kamui again. There is no risk of blindness, and Chiba has no worries at all when using the pupil technique. An Uzumaki appeared in his right eye, and he became unreal. All the barriers and spells were useless, and Chiba easily entered the secret vault. Then, he was blown away by what Danzo had collected. The secret techniques of the major families, forbidden technique, even Sharingan, and his unexpected white eyes. And his target, the first Hokage cell. This is a special product unique to Konoha. Then I'm welcome. The corner of Chiba's mouth curled up, and he directly opened Sharingan to record some secret techniques that he found useful. It's useless to destroy this place, there are still many copies in Danzo. Chiba took out the antique camera and clicked to shoot. All mysteries, Sharingan, first generation cells are photographed. Then he took all the Sharingan, and the first Hokage put away with the scroll of sealing. After finishing these, Chiba turned and left. Danzo, I hope you like this gift. Chiba stands in the distance looking at Uchiha's clan land. Just now, he sent photos corresponding to various secret techniques to the major families. Even sent some supercilious eyes to the Hyuga clan. I believe that tomorrow's Konoha will definitely be very lively. Taking one last look at Konoha, Chiba rushed to the place agreed with Obito. The weasel hasn't arrived yet. You didn't do anything, did you? Obito was already waiting there, seeing that he couldn't hold back and asked a question. Don't worry, it won't affect our departure, Chiba said indifferently. The corner of Obito's mouth twitched, which meant that something would happen after he left. Chiba stepped aside and turned on the system silently, taking stock of what he had gained this time. Looking at his attribute panel, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Chakra amount, LV6, 6 paths level. Pupil power, LV6, Guyu Rinnegan. Both fire-style chakra form change and nature transformation have reached LV3 level. But the start of these two attributes is the Jonin level, which means that they have now reached the Super Cage level. As for ninjutsu, there are countless more, such as extinguishing arrogance. There are even a few LV4 fire-style ninjutsu. I'm probably stronger than Madara in Eternal Eye state right now. Chiba looked at his panel with emotion in his heart. It's a pity that such a situation should hardly happen. There may be attributes with larger values in the future, but such a comprehensive one will not appear. Not long after, Itachi came. Although he tried his best to hide it, it was obvious that something was wrong with his mood. Obito didn't say much, and directly led the two of them away from Konoha. Let's go, it's time for us to meet the members of the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 14 Danzo vomits blood and meets members of the organization. Early the next morning, the Uchiha Genocide was discovered, and it quickly caused an uproar in Konoha. Countless people were shocked that the once #1 wealthy family in Konoha disappeared just like that. Immediately afterwards, Konoha announced the bounty offer and notified the underground bounty community. Uchiha Chiba, Konoha S-class rebellious ninja, crime, beheading compatriots, one of the Uchiha Genocide murderers. Uchiha Itachi, Konoha S-class rebellious ninja, crime, killing compatriots, one of the Uchiha Genocide murderers. Boom. In a short period of time, almost all Konoha shinobi fans knew the evil names of Chiba and Itachi. Especially Chiba, who was previously completely unknown, suddenly became well-known. It's too ruthless, even killing the same family, it's damned. Two people wiped out the Uchiha clan, isn't it fake? Who would believe it? Didn't you know? The grapevine says they both have Mangekyō Sharingan on. Mangekyō Sharingan, no wonder then. Third Hokage didn't sleep all night. Such a big event as the Uchiha Genocide will not only affect Konoha, but may even destabilize the entire ninja world. He must mobilize personnel to deploy defenses as soon as possible, lest other ninja villages take advantage of it. He already knew about the theft of the secretary's library yesterday, and even guessed who did it. But after hesitating for a while, he acted as if nothing happened. But on Danzo's side, the whole person has gone completely crazy. Sharingan, roll your eyes. First Hokage cells, both are treasures of the ninja world. But now it was stolen. It's a joke, check, be sure to find out who did it. Danzo roared wildly, and his first reaction was Chiba's revenge. This made him angrier and regretted that he was not decisive enough. But soon, bigger troubles came. Master Danzo is not well. The Hyuga family, the Nara family, the Akamaiki family, the Inuzuka family, people from all major families have come to our door. Danzo's heart skipped a beat, with a bad premonition. What are they looking for me for? The major families want you to give an explanation. Why do the secret arts of the major families appear in your hands? They have pictures in their hands. Danzo's mind exploded. BD Uchiha Chiba, you're a bully, I'm going to kill you. With such a thing, even third Hokage might not be able to keep him. It must be bloody this time. Maybe even lie low for a long time. My own Hokage dream is shattered. Thinking of this, Danzo couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Just then, there was an angry growl at the door. Yamanaka Wind, you dare to stop me. Honest Yamanaka was also angry. Yamanaka's face turned blue. This is his patriarch. According to his seniority, he has to call him uncle, and he even hugged him when he was a child. He could only look helplessly at Danzo. Take the route, are you going to stop me? Nara Shikajiu sneered and looked at Aburame who was sweating profusely. Aburame also started looking at Danzo helplessly. Following the voices of the patriarchs of each family, all of Danzo's important subordinates dared not move. Almost all of these people were rooted by Danzo in various ways. But it doesn't mean they abandoned the family. Especially now that the patriarchs of the major families are here, they dare not move at all, they can only look at Danzo blankly. Then Danzo was beaten. Chiba is naturally not aware of the farce here. But he knew Danzo would have a hard time. In his memory, Itachi seemed to have met the members of the Akatsuki organization that night. But in fact, they walked for 2 full days and it was night again before they boarded the boat in his memory. On board, Obito urged the two to keep his identity a secret. Quote. Next, I will take you to meet the leader of Shao organization and know my true identity. Soon, they stopped in front of a huge, hidden and damp cave. Follow me, Obito led the way, going deep into the cave, and soon came to a huge and ugly idol. Ghetto statue. At the same time, several figures came out from the darkness. Oh, isn't this Itachi? Long time no see, and the first meeting, Chiba-kun. Orochimaru stared at Itachi with interest, then set his sights on Chiba. Itachi was obviously a little surprised, but Chiba knew about it a long time ago, so he wasn't surprised. Then Obito started to play crazy, and said in an exaggerated tone. By the way, the 3 of you are from the same hometown, what a memorable reunion. Itachi seemed to remember that he promised 3rd Hokage to be a spy in the Akatsuki organization, and chatted with Orochimaru. Chiba stared at the huge Ghetto statue, feeling a little puzzled. Why didn't it fall? Soon, Tiandao Pain took Konan to the stage. Chiba looked at the two, feeling a little sympathetic to these two tool people. Pain showed no expression at all, just a corpse. Konan is indeed pretty, and Chiba greeted her with a slight nod. Konan froze for a moment, then nodded, and silently stood behind Tiandao Pain. Tiandao Pain said in a deep voice. The goal of the Akatsuki organization is the real peace of the ninja world, and Akatsuki will replace the 5 ninja kingdoms to rule the world. To this end we call up excellent ninjas, regardless of origin and experience. Itachi's pupils shrank. What a big wish. Chiba shrugged indifferently. As long as it can improve my strength, I don't care. Pain nodded. Of course, as long as you complete the tasks of the Shao organization, the organization will not stop you from doing whatever you want. Chiba of Konoha, Itachi, welcome to the Akatsuki organization. Let's deny Konoha more strongly. After an impassioned second-year speech, Chiba and Itachi began the ceremony of joining Akatsuki. The two took out kunai and drew a mark on the Konoha forehead protector. The symbol of rebellion. Next, choose a ring. Chiba chose a green ring, which should be Deidara's ring in the future, but he cut it off. Wearing it on my hand, I feel very satisfied. Itachi chose Zu. The team entry ceremony organized by Akatsuki is over. Pain's tone was no longer so stiff, and he said, Akatsuki's operations are all in groups of 2, so you will also have your own partners. The only members who lack partners now are Loquat Tenzang and Ju, who acts alone. Pippa Shizong and Itachi form a team. Chiba, you can act together with Ju for now. Chapter 15 Fellow Village Exchange Meeting, Learn Flying Thunder God. Pen and Konan left quickly, and Orochimaru stepped forward. Leader, can we have a good chat next time? Orochimaru stared intently at Itachi. Obviously he has been curious about Itachi for a long time. Chiba, Itachi, Orochimaru, the 3 Konoha rebels reunite in Akatsuki. Listening to the fruitless conversation between the two, Chiba took out a scroll in his mind and looked at Orochimaru. Just so I have something to ask you, Orochimaru. What's this? Orochimaru licked his lips and asked. Chiba smiled and opened the scroll so that he could see its contents. This is the experimental data about first Hokage cells and Sharingan that I got from Danzo. Orochimaru's pupils shrank sharply. He didn't expect this kind of thing to appear in Chiba's hands, and turned to look at Itachi. Sure enough, Itachi's face turned cold instantly, staring at Orochimaru and asked. Are you researching the Sharingan? He still had the pride of Uchiha in his heart, and it certainly PD'd him off. Orochimaru licked his lips nervously, gave Chiba a cold look and said. I'm not researching, but Danzo wants me to. Seeing Itachi's face getting colder and colder, Chiba wanted to laugh in his heart, and asked in a cold voice. So, Danzo has been eyeing the Uchiha clan for a long time. Orochimaru looked at him in surprise, thoughtfully, and then said hoarsely. That's right, since the first Hokage cell experiment failed, Danzo has turned his attention to Sharingan. Since then, he has been eyeing Uchiha for more than 10 years. Itachi's breathing suddenly became rapid, and his mood fluctuated violently. Chiba looked thoughtful and added fuel to the side and praised. So, in fact, Uchiha's genocide was promoted by Danzo alone. It's amazing, it's worthy of shinobi darkness. Then, he looked at Itachi and said meaningfully. You're saying things would have gotten to this point if we'd teamed up and killed Danzo. Itachi's expression froze, and he silently lowered his head. The inner pain and pressure surged like a collapsed embankment. For the first time, he began to regret it. Maybe there were other choices at the beginning, but I believed in myself too much. When Chiba saw this scene, he also knew that he had achieved his goal, so he didn't say any more. On the other hand, Pain, Konan, Obito, are definitely in a meeting. Obito said in a deep voice. You already know the information about Chiba, his ability is very troublesome. Pain glanced at him. It's okay, in front of Rinnegan, everyone is worthless. He is full of confidence in himself. Even Mangekyō Sharingan can only fail against himself. Konan nodded in agreement. Of course I know that, Rinnegan is invincible. Obito nodded in agreement, then continued. But both Chiba and Itachi have turned on Mangekyo. Just in case we need to find a chance to test their strength, it's best to know their pupil skills. Do you want me to make a move? Pain asked calmly. No need. Obito shook his head. I'm already prepared. Pain nodded and was not interested in asking more questions, and left with Konan. At this moment, Ju Kai asked, Obito, what are you going to do? Let them go to Mist Ninja Village. Obito said, Mizukage is getting out of control, just let them clean up the tail there. Especially Chiba, try to record everything about him, I want to know exactly his strength and pupil skills. Absolutely nodded. Don't worry, the information work will be handed over to me. The next day, all members of Akatsuki arrived. Pain, Konan, Ju, Scorpion, Kakuzu's teammate, Loquat Juzo, Orochimaru, Chiba, Itachi. There are 10 people in total, wearing the red cloud cloak of Shao organization, with a ring. The 2 rookies are famous. Add Orochimaru and we have 3 Konoha shinobi, isn't that too much? Scorpion, do you have any problems with us? Shie looked at the 3 people who were looking at the opposite side at the same time, snorted coldly and stopped talking. Chiba looked at the members of Akatsuki's organization and complained in his heart. They are all scorpions, Kakuzu, Orochimaru, Ju, Pain, either modified bodies or corpses, no wonder the atmosphere is so gloomy. He's kind of looking forward to the exciting days of Hidan and Deidara in the future. This gathering is also to meet new people, and then exchange information and reassign tasks. It didn't take long for the crowd to disband. Not far from the cave, Chiba and Zetsu stopped. Chiba looked at him, his eyes a little probing. Absolutely not alone. He is the collective name of Black Zetsu and countless White Zetsu, with top intelligence capabilities. Wood style, Yin Dun. These are all things he wants to get. What's wrong? Asked in no doubt. Chiba smiled sassily. I think, as partners, we'd better clarify some things in advance. You say, I know you are in charge of intelligence, I don't care about it during the mission. However, if you still monitor me after the mission is over, then don't blame me for being rude. Ju immediately replied, no problem. It's just that I'm not good at fighting, so I'll leave the combat part of the mission to you. I'm only here to collect intelligence and scout. Can. Chiba nodded. Then the 2 officially set off, starting his first mission in the Akatsuki organization. While on the road, Ju also shared the information. This time our mission target is a big businessman. He has a lot of guards, and there are 2 Jonin-level rebels from Cloud Shinobi Village and Wu Ninja Village. There are also a dozen Chunin and 4 warriors. Chiba listened calmly. Time, place. 3 days later, the northern border of the Kingdom of Fire. A few days later, the northern border of the Kingdom of Fire. Chiba did the job with ease. At this moment, he was lying on the grass, holding a scroll and reading carefully. The new task is 5 days later, before that you can spend your time freely. Ju appeared not far away, and he brought the reward for this mission. Everyone in the Shao organization is naturally paid for completing tasks, otherwise, who would be willing to do it? Throwing the money aside, Chiba put all his attention on the ninjutsu in front of him. Flying Thunder God technique. He has been studying it for several days, and only recently has a feeling. I have to say that the learning conditions of Flying Thunder God are indeed harsh. Especially the need to be able to perceive spatial fluctuations is almost impossible for people to complete. If Chiba hadn't copied Obito's Kamui, he felt that he might not be able to learn it by himself. However, it is different now. Putting the ninjutsu scroll back, Chiba took out a specially made kunai. Chapter 16 Obito's Desire, Mist Ninja Kagaya. As he performed ninjutsu, a line of weird jutsu crawled all over kunai to form a circular symbol. Throw the bitterness away. Kunai landed on the ground not far away. Chiba closed his eyes and made mutter with one hand. Brush. Chiba disappeared in place. He appeared not far from where the pinnacle was. Chiba looked at kunai at his feet in a daze. This is a success. It doesn't seem to be that difficult. Flying Thunder God technique. LV1, can be teleported to the coordinates within the perception range through spatial movement. Not far away, Wei Zheng watched this scene dumbfounded. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? Chiba was in a good mood and nodded affirmatively. In the future, you will carry out missions, and you will take my Flying Thunder God kunai and hurry, and notify me when you arrive. Chiba smiled and threw the kunai in his hand to Zei. Ju looked at Chiba in shock and was speechless. This is the Flying Thunder God technique, a type of space-time ninjutsu. Once 4th Hokage used this ninjutsu to defeat the immature Obito. No, Obito must be notified of this as soon as possible. Never having the mood to talk to Chiba, he disappeared with kunai. It seems that the big harvest is coming again. Chiba looked at the disappearing figure and laughed. He was exposed on purpose, just for fishing, to get Obito to act quickly. What did you say? Obito shuddered in shock when he heard the news. The scene of being hurt by the teacher once again appeared in my mind. That kind of extreme speed made him tremble. Make him uneasy. He felt threatened from Chiba. With the ability to foresee in the Flying Thunder God technique that can escape at any time, he is already able to threaten my plan. And I don't know what his other pupil technique is. No, Mist Ninja Village's plan must be advanced, I must know his other pupil technique. Black Zetsu also felt uneasy and suggested, if it doesn't work, let Nagato do it. With Nagato's strength, he can definitely be defeated. Obito looked extremely gloomy. Nagato can indeed defeat him, but it is absolutely impossible to kill him. That's the Flying Thunder God technique. If you can't kill him, then Nagato's shot is meaningless. He paced back and forth restlessly, his face constantly changing, and finally gritted his teeth and said, looks like it's time to get my Sharingan back. Obito didn't keep Chiba waiting. 2 days later, before his new mission started, he received new news from Ju. Go to Onin village and kill Kagaya-ching, the leader of the Dead Bone Pulse Yoruichi tribe. It must be explained that the extra money for this task is higher. Chiba didn't care, instead he accepted the task with a smile. Isn't Kurigakure Obito's territory now? Don't let me down. Chiba was looking forward to it. Then let Ju take his kunai and set off, and notify him when he arrives. Looking at the leisurely Chiba, Ju accepted the task with a bitter face and started on his way. On the other side, Loquat Juzang and Itachi also received the mission and went to Onin village. Their mission is to kill the candidates for the daimyo of the water country. Just when the two arrived at Mist Ninja village and were about to start their mission, Ju also sent news to Chiba. Flying Thunder God technique. In a forest more than 10 miles away from Kurigakure. Brush. Chiba's figure suddenly appeared. White Zetsu looked at Chiba enviously, and Black Zetsu began to tell information. Kagaya-ching is the patriarch of the Teru Yoruichi clan, and he is at his peak right now. His dead bone pulse is very strong. A few years ago, the Tail Beast went berserk. He once fought against the Tail Beast and survived. Recently, under his leadership, the Wei Yoruichi clan is planning to attack Onin village. He wants to meet an important person tonight, so he left the village temporarily. That's your goal. Chiba nodded, and followed Ju's eyes to look not far away. It was a small valley, and a figure was pacing back and forth impatiently. Traditional costumes and hairstyles, as well as a tyrannical aura. There is no doubt that it is a member of the Wei Yoruichi tribe. Can you be sure who he is going to meet? Chiba asked casually, suspecting that there was no such person in his heart. It's a powerful female ninja with two kinds of blood succession boundaries. Her name is Terumi Mei. There is also information that she is favored by many big names in Kurigakure and will become Mizukage in the future. However, he is not our target this time. Chiba's expression was stunned. It turned out to be her. I didn't expect to meet the future 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei here. Could it be that woman was responsible for the Teru Yoruichi clan's rebellion? There is no specific information, but what is certain is that Kagaya-ching has been in frequent contact with the forces behind Terumi Mei recently. Interesting. Chiba suddenly smiled. If this is all Obito's calculation, then he has to feel admiration. Given the hatred that Kurigakure killed Lin, it wouldn't be surprising if Obito killed Kurigakure. So it's also very possible that he wanted to kill the future Mizukage. Wait here for me, it will be over soon. Before the words fell, Chiba's figure disappeared in place. He continuously cast body flicker technique like a teleportation, and quickly appeared not far from Kagaya-ching. Kagaya-ching is a middle-aged man, not tall, lean and capable, with destructive desire in his eyes. You are not the person I am looking for. Who are you? Kagaya-ching glared at Chiba angrily, as if she didn't know what to be afraid of. The person who killed you. Let me meet Dead Bone Pulse. Chiba looked at him calmly, without any intention of making the first move. Kagaya-ching was furious and roared again and again. Where did the brat come from? It's just arrogant. Since you are looking for death, then die here. Dead Bone Pulse dance of the early ferns. Rumble. The sharp bone spurs shattered rocks and giant trees. Countless white bones pierced the ground and soared into the sky. The speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, the valley became a forest of bones. The attack range is simply terrifying. Chiba's figure kept flickering. Like a butterfly dancing around, it can always dodge every attack with a slight difference. BD. You just hide. Although Kagaya-ching was angry, after seeing Chiba's performance, she also understood that she had encountered a strong enemy. This made him even more violent. At the same time, in a flash in his hand, a few more specially made kunai appeared, which were extraordinarily hard and sharp. Super Cage level Chakra controlled the launch, and in an instant his arm burst out with terrifying power. This is a way of exerting force similar to strange force, and its power is extremely terrifying. Then he tried his best to throw kunai towards Kagaya-ching, his eyes calmly said. I heard that Dead Bone Pulse's defense is very strong, I hope you can take my blow. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Swipe. A few kunai flickered in the air several times and then turned into a terrifying kunai rainstorm. Block out the sun. Chapter 17 Dead Bone Pulse. Terumi Mei. Whoosh. Kuwu pierced through the air, making a sharp piercing sound, which made people feel horrified. Kagaya's green pupils shrank sharply, and a chill rushed from his back to the back of his head. Not good. Block me, he roared in his heart, and instantly condensed into a bone shield in front of him. Almost at the same time, the kunai torrential rain that covered the sky and the sun slammed on his bone shield. The terrifying power bombarded dozens of hundreds of times in an instant. Kagaya-ching, behind the bone shield, had red and swollen arms. Every attack caused countless blood to spurt from his capillaries. A bloody mist formed around him. Bone fragments continued to fly on the bone shield. Then it shattered completely. Boom boom boom. Countless kunai bombarded his bony body in an instant. Every bombardment, every vibration hurt his internal organs. Ears, eyes, neck, and skin were chipped away bit by bit. Chi chi chi. The blood is constantly spraying. With pain everywhere, Kagaya-ching was completely desperate. He howled in pain and was completely overwhelmed by kunai. It was like a torrential rain of iron in a continuous and crazy bombardment. The earth is shaking. Smoke and dust erupted on the ground, setting off a huge dust wave and impacting it away. When everything dissipated, there was only a huge pit left there. There is also a riddled corpse. It seems that your defense is not strong enough. Chiba commented looking at his dead body. The power he erupted at that moment just now was probably stronger than Susanoo's attack. Kagaya-Ching's next move will surprise him. Pick up to 3000 points chakra. Pick up blood successor limit dead bone pulse. Pick up the secret art bone knife. Pick up the secret technique, dance of early fern. ... A pleasant voice rang in my ears. The power of dead bone pulse slowly melted into his body. Chiba felt that he could take the hardened bones from his body and turn them into weapons at will. But thinking about Kimamaro's illness, he was in no rush to try. Chiba turned around and looked not far away, where there was a tall figure. Terumi Mei. Someone beat Kagaya with just a kunai. How is that possible? Terumi Mei looked at Chiba in horror, her body was trembling. It was too strong, almost beyond her imagination. He was the one who saw Kagaya face to face against the tailed beast. But the defense that even the tailed beast couldn't completely destroy was broken by the young man in front of him easily. Her mind went blank, and she even forgot to run away. Terumi Mei stared blankly at Chiba's young face, full of horror. Chiba was also looking at her. At this moment, Terumi Mei's face was pale and covered with cold sweat. She was really not pretty. Seeing her looking at him all the time, Chiba couldn't help but said, "Have you seen enough?" Terumi Mei trembled all over, came to her senses, and looked at him in horror. She swallowed her saliva and asked nervously, "Who are you?" Chiba grinned when he heard the words, and reported his name. "Uchiha Chiba, it's you." Terumi Mei's complexion changed drastically, and her body trembled even more. Once Chiba was unknown, but today's Chiba has become famous all over the world. Genocide Uchiha Chiba, the cruelest executioner, the most ferocious traitor. Thinking of the various names given to Chiba in the ninja world, as well as the scene just now, Terumi Mei suddenly despaired. She closed her eyes, as if resigned to her fate. This kind of strength, she can't resist at all. Just kill me. Chiba looked at her with a broken smile, and also thought of teasing, looking at her with a smile. Aren't you going to fight back? Brush. Terumi Mei opened her eyes and looked at him sadly and angrily. Change too. He actually wanted to kill someone when others resisted. How can you know how desperate my strength will make you if you don't resist? Chiba whispered like a demon. Terumi Mei trembled all over, and she made a move, but she stopped after taking a look at Kagaya-Ching who was dead. As long as you can hurt even a hair on me, I will let you go. Terumi Mei stared at him angrily, her eyes bloodshot. This feeling of being teased made her break down and go crazy. Then she made a move. I can't take it anymore, you are going to die. Lava style. Her voice stopped abruptly, her body froze completely, she just turned slightly to look at kunai on her neck. There was a bitterness in the corner of his mouth. Terumi Mei was a little dazed. Is there such a big gap between me and him? He couldn't even perform ninjutsu. It is said that the strongest of the Uchiha clan is the Sharingan. But she didn't see any trace of Sharingan the whole time. Thinking of this, Terumi Mei was completely desperate. Am I not even worthy to ask him to cast Sharingan? Chiba looked at Terumi Mei's expression from the side, and knew in her heart that she had completely lost the will to resist. Now you should know how much my strength makes you despair. Chiba's voice came to her ear, and Terumi Mei nodded numbly. Then you have the qualifications to survive. Terumi Mei was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Chiba in disbelief. The surprise came so suddenly that she didn't react immediately. She trembled all over, and when she saw Chiba nodding her head affirmatively, she staggered and almost couldn't stand up. Chiba didn't speak, just looked at her so calmly. After being silent for a while, Terumi Mei looked at him with a complicated expression. After a short period of suffering, she couldn't resist Chiba at all. On the contrary, because of his powerful strength, there is a strange feeling. However, after all, Terumi Mei is also a strong man who has experienced setbacks, and quickly regained his sobriety and asked. What do you want to do? I want you to be 5th Mizukage. Chiba said calmly, as if talking about another trivial matter. Terumi Mei was taken aback. But thinking about Chiba's strength, it seems really simple. Do you want me to be a puppet and use Kurigaka against Konoha? Chiba looked at her with a broken smile, and said helplessly. Do you think my strength is not enough to fight Konoha? Terumi Mei was taken aback for a moment, feeling even more puzzled. Then what exactly do you want to do? Chiba didn't answer her, kicked a handful of kunai on the ground and said. This is Flying Thunder God kunai, you should hold it from today so that I can come to you anytime. As for what to do, you will know later. For Chiba, supporting Terumi Mei is just to plant a seed for the future. But for Terumi Mei, it was a life-changing event. After Chiba left, Terumi Mei couldn't help crying and laughing with her arms around her shoulders. Finally, she looked at the direction Chiba left and cursed bitterly. BD. Chapter 18 Mizukage attacks, Susanoo's fierce battle. You didn't kill the Terumi Mei. After Chiba came back, he definitely said in surprise. In the plan, Terumi Mei should die here together with Kagayao. Chiba yawned and waved his hands. I'm not an executioner, I kill anyone I see. Terumi Mei is a beauty anyway, why not keep it? The task is over, I'm going back. Etc. Shouting to stop Chiba who was about to leave, he hurriedly said. The unexpected situation was exposed just now when Loquat Juzang and Itachi assassinated the candidate for the daimyo of the water country. People from 4th Mizukage and Anbu are chasing them, and there are many of them. The leader told us to join Itachi and the others. And the Flying Thunder God kunai has already been sent there. Chiba was stunned. It turned out that he was waiting for himself here. Don't forget to give me extra money. Chiba muttered something, then disappeared in place. Looking at the place where he disappeared, Ju murmured in a low voice. Break Dead Bone Pulse's defense with just kunai, this Chiba is too strong. In the land of water. In the vast jungle, the ferret and Loquat Tenzang are running at top speed. The figure of White Zetsu appeared from time to guide them. Loquat Tenzang jumped up from a tree, looked back and then grinned and cursed. Damn, is Mizukage crazy to bring so many people? Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Six Tails Jinchuriki, and almost all Anbu. Itachi's face was cold, he already felt something was wrong. Although they killed the daimyo candidate of the country of water. But the relationship between Water Country and Mist Ninja Village is notoriously bad, how could so many people be dispatched? And the speed is unhurried, as if waiting for something. Brush. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the top of a tree not far in front of him. Uchiha Chiba. Itachi's pupils shrank, and he suddenly understood. It turned out that they were waiting for Chiba's arrival. Chiba looked at the menacing fourth Mizukage Yagura and others, and said in a low voice to the two Itachi who were oncoming. Start to fight back. After finishing speaking, he instantly moved behind the two of them, his expression extremely sharp. A shot is a big move. Susanoo. Chiba let out a low cry in his heart, and a massive amount of chakra burst out. A dull and terrifying coercion suddenly descended, and everyone looked at Chiba in horror. A huge blue skeleton monster protected him inside, and the muscle fibers were constantly entangled, gradually taking on a human shape. The giant exudes a terrifying pressure, which makes people breathless. Next moment, the giant swings the sword. Kai. The blue chakra formed a chopping wave visible to the naked eye. The trees were cut off in an instant, and they rushed unstoppably towards the miserably changed faces of the Onin. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a dull footstep sounded from the crowd. I saw a behemoth suddenly appear. That's Three Tails. A mud turtle, with a thick shell, was rushing towards the attack in a berserk posture. Boom. The moment of the collision was like a bolt from the blue, and the space was shaking. The terrifying ability recoiled like an explosion, and the strong wind formed by the shock wave ravaged everything. A huge open space was instantly leveled out of the huge forest. Three Tails' huge body staggered back a few steps and stabilized. Horrible. What a terrifying slash. What is that giant? The Mist Ninja managed to stabilize their footsteps, one by one hiding behind Three Tails, roaring and discussing. Susanoo. Itachi growled in horror, his eyes fixed on the giant. He was full of resentment. I lost to Chiba again. Chiba, the pupil technique that I haven't activated yet, is already in use. At the same time, the speed at which Chiba's strength improved made him even more incredible, and it was simply incomprehensible. Are the strong men of your Uchiha family all monsters like this? This is too exaggerated. Loquat Shizong looked at the huge open space with a radius of hundreds of meters and opened his mouth wide and growled. Except for Might Die, he had never seen such an exaggerated scene. Itachi's mouth twitched, but he didn't speak. At this time, Chiba's voice came. You guys deal with Six Tails, leave this to me. It was only then that the two discovered that the Six Tails Jinchuriki had uncontrollably displayed the form of a tailed beast, as if stimulated by the Three Tails. FK. When did tailed beasts become so common? I'm too unlucky. Loquat Tenzang complained. Itachi looked at Six Tails eagerly, and then he rushed over there. Shizang Loquat hurried to catch up. The beast-tailed Yagura said in a deep voice. What a terrifying slash. But, even if you're Uchiha Chiba, the genocide, this is not a place where you can run wild. That depends on whether you, Mizukage, have that strength. Chiba said coldly. The two behemoths talked through the air. Then, the two walked at the same time. Boom, boom, the sound of heavy footsteps caused the ground to vibrate endlessly. The speed of the two is getting faster and faster, and the distance is getting closer. Suddenly, Susanoo made a throwing motion. Bear. The chakra long sword in his hand suddenly ignited and turned fiery red, exuding terrifying heat. The shape of the long sword has also changed, like a javelin. Then, Chiba stopped abruptly and threw a hard throw in the direction of Three Tails. Call out. Amidst the ear-piercing explosion, the flaming javelin drew a graceful arc and slammed into Three Tails' body fiercely. Boom. With a loud noise, the javelin exploded violently, and the terrifying shock wave shook Three Tails' body. Roar. Three Tails roared in pain. Then he opened his mouth and pointed in Chiba's direction. A strong and dangerous chakra was gathering. Tailed Beast Bomb Barrage. Whoosh. Several Tailed Beast Bombs rushed towards Chiba like bombs. Fire Spear. Chiba yelled, and Susanoo changed shape. A fiery red spear appeared on each of the four arms, and was thrown out viciously. The Flame Lance and Tailed Beast Bomb collided in the air. Boom boom boom. The explosions continued one after another, deafening people's ears. The terrifying shock wave continued to rage, forming a storm. All the trees were blown out, and big pits were blasted out on the ground. The flames that exploded splattered in all directions, igniting forests everywhere. The terrifying high temperature transpired, like a furnace between heaven and earth. Oh my god, the terrain and celestial phenomena have been changed, this kind of battle is too scary. Countless people watched this scene in shock and horror, and lost their voices. This is a battle that many people dare not even imagine, but it really happened before their eyes. Seeing the two people whose every collision would cause the earth to shake, everyone felt powerless for a while. This level of strong confrontation is no longer enough to make up for it. Three Tails kept running forward, but Chiba didn't move, and the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Want to fight melee? You underestimate Susanoo's defense. Chiba sneered. Click, click. Under the cover of the armor, Susanoo was still getting bigger and her aura was even more terrifying. The strong coercion made the people nearby feel suffocated and suffocated. Then, the two behemoths crashed into each other. Null. Chapter 19 Miserable Mizukage, the power of the tailed beast. The terrifying crash was deafening. A white shock wave visible to the naked eye swept out, and countless giant trees were uprooted, shredded and turned into sawdust. The wind is raging. The earth sank and became a huge pit. At this moment in the smoke and dust, Susanoo staggered a few steps. Chiba looked helpless at the Three Tails who was knocked out. This defense is too strong. From memory, it seems that Three Tails once head on the tailed beast bomb without getting hurt. It seems that there is no way to break the defense for the time being. Chiba sighed. He also realized that he lacked that kind of powerful single attack method. As for the flame gun before, it's just a move accumulated by relying on the terrifying amount of chakra and the form change of fire-style chakra's nature transformation. There is still a lot of room for improvement. Roar. What's wrong? Uchiha Chiba, can't even break my defense. Shadow caress. Yagura roared loudly. His whole body bowed into a ball and spun rapidly, rushing towards him like a spinning top. Do you think that turtle shell can really protect you? Chiba, who was about to change his attack mode, snorted coldly. He condensed the flame gun again and threw it. A more condensed flame spear than before appeared in his hand. It's useless, such a move can't break my defense. Yagura let out a roar, and the body of Three Tails spun rapidly, rushing forward like a wheel. It actually hit the flaming gun directly, knocking the flaming gun apart. Roar. The terrifying temperature made Three Tails howl in pain. My fire style is not so easy to pick up. Chiba sneered. Three Tails became more violent, not only did not slow down, but accelerated. Exactly, then use you to hone my flame gun. A cold light flashed in Chiba's eyes, and then he condensed a flaming spear again and threw it. Boom. The flaming spear landed right in front of Three Tails and exploded instantly. Three Tails was blown out in an instant, and its direction was deflected. Before he could make a move, Chiba had already started attacking again. The flame guns are huge, each one is 7 or 8 meters long and more than 20 centimeters in diameter. The amount of chakra contained in it is extremely terrifying. But for Chiba who has 6 paths level chakra, this level of ninjutsu is hard to use up his chakra. The ensuing fight got rather weird. A blue giant stood in the deep pit, throwing a flaming chakra gun in his hand from time to time. And the violent mud turtle on the opposite side wanted to rush over again and again, but was beaten out again and again. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked and their scalps went numb. The point is that it is obvious that Three Tails' aura is getting weaker and weaker, and more places on his body are burned by flames. On the contrary, not only did the power of the flame gun not decrease, but it became stronger and hotter. Even if it is absolute, there are some doubts about life. Isn't he afraid of running out of chakra and pupil power? Chiba uses the flame gun again and again, and he is trying to develop new ninjutsu. Fire-style chakra's nature transformation, shape change, chakra mastery, chakra volume. All conditions have been met. He compresses more chakra time after time, changing the appearance of the flame lance. It looks a little rough at the beginning, but it gradually becomes more refined. It should work this time. A light flashed in Chiba's eyes, far exceeding the amount of chakra before, and he was paying attention to it crazily. The color of the flame gun is changing. Red, light yellow, and white finally settled on light blue. The terrifying temperature makes people feel extremely hot even looking at it from a distance. The flame gun is like a long spear carefully forged from blue material. The two ends of the spear are huge and sharp, like arrows, and a light blue flame burns behind the arrows. Die. With a low growl, Chiba changed the way of exerting force and threw it violently. Not good. Yagura naturally saw the high-speed spinning flame gun, and felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. He tried to escape, but it was too late. Boom. The flaming spear landed on his shell. Click. A thin crack appeared on it. The flame gun was spinning violently. Ultimate's high temperature combined with terrifying power, driven by the force of rotation, broke Three Tails' turtle shell with a puff. Yagura's complexion changed, and a sharp pain came from his body, which made him scream. Ah, water style. Boom. Yagura tried to save himself, but it was too late. The flaming gun had just broken the shell of Three Tails, and there was the most terrifying explosion in an instant. Raging, blue flames burst from Three Tails' limbs and head. Three Tails' flesh and blood suffered the most severe burns in an instant. The loud bang sound exploded, once again forming a terrifying shock wave. The strong wind swept through, mixed with the smell of burnt barbecue. Wait until the shock wave dissipates. The one in village Anbu who rushed over was horrified to see that Yagura could no longer maintain the Three Tails form, lying on the ground with terrible burns all over his body. I don't know if I live or die. A scorched black hole in the abdomen runs through the front and back. Pick up to 5 W points chakra. Pick up the skill Tailed Beast Bomb. Pick up a copy of the power of the Tailed Beast. Pick up 1 W point water style chakra nature transformation. ... Hiss. Chiba watched this scene with some excitement. This is a ninjutsu developed by myself. It even broke the shell of Three Tails. It's too strong. What made him even happier was the pleasant voice that kept ringing in his ears. Power of Tailed Beasts. 1/10. Need to gather all 9 tailed beasts and Geto statues' power to activate them all. Chiba was shocked. He didn't expect to get such an unexpected joy. In contrast, other gains are not worth mentioning. Glancing at the lifeless Mizuki's Yagura, Chiba pondered for a moment and did not move again. If Yagura dies, it's only because he's too weak. If it survives, it can be used again. Chiba glanced at those fog ninja Anbu, and then disappeared in place. Finally gone, Mist Ninja Anbu and the others collapsed to the ground at once, and he broke out in a cold sweat at a glance. Then they looked at each other, looking at each other. What next? Go after Uchiha Chiba. Are you looking for death? That level of strength is not what we should consider at all. Take Mizuki-sama back first, let the village decide on this matter. All Anbu rushed towards Yagura at the same time. As for Chiba who went to the Six Tails battlefield, they can only pray for Six Tails. Chapter 20 Amaterasu, Terumi Mei's chance. Chiba appeared beside Ju with Flying Thunder God. Not far ahead is the battlefield of Itachi, Loquat Juzo and Six Tails. They were not far from Shiba's battlefield before, but at this moment they were rushed out by shock waves again and again. Chiba looks over. Six Tails Jinchuriki has also been completely tailed. Six Tails Seiken, a Katsuyu with 6 milky white tails. It can release strong acid gas and liquid, which is very scary. Itachi and Loquat Shizong join forces, and the battle is extremely fierce. Loquat Juzo can only be used as a support, using water-style ninjutsu to block some of Itachi's attacks. Itachi's Amaterasu also seems to have encountered a natural enemy. As soon as the black flame appeared on Six Tails' body, that part of his body instantly fell off from Six Tails' body. So that it cannot cause a fatal attack. I met a natural enemy for the first time, and Itachi is too unlucky. Chiba laughed. Aren't you going to help them? Mizuki glanced at Mizuki, who didn't know whether he was alive or dead in the distance, and wisely didn't ask any more questions. Not urgent. Chiba then threw a few Flying Thunder God kunai into the battlefield for later action. Then he stared at Itachi with a smile. He still wants to copy Amaterasu, so he needs to wait for the opportunity. Soon, under the attack of Six Tails, Loquat Tenzo fell into crisis. Itachi can only use Amaterasu to help him out again. Amaterasu, Bear, Black Flame burns on Six Tails. Destiny. At the same time, Chiba opened Mangekyo to record all this. Amaterasu got it. Roar. Six Tails roared in pain. Then, under Loquat Juzo's horrified eyes, he continued to attack Amaterasu regardless of his damage. Are you crazy? Loquat Shizong roared angrily, and hastily picked up the beheading sword to block. Die, die, die. Six Tails roared wildly, completely losing his mind. Chiba, save someone. Ju shouted anxiously. Don't worry, he won't die. Flying Thunder God technique. Chiba said calmly. Before the words finished, the person had disappeared. At the same time, Chiba appeared in front of Loquat Shizong. Be careful, this guy's corrosive ability can't even handle metal, don't touch his body. Loquat Shizong's pupils shrank, and then hurriedly reminded. Chiba stood calmly in front of Six Tails, with a Flying Thunder God kunai under his feet. Susanoo. The blue giant reappears. Bang. Six Tails' tail lashed Susanoo hard with a deafening bang. It actually blocked it. Loquat Shizong stared in astonishment at Susanoo, who had only shaken a few times, and couldn't believe it. Itachi's pupils were constricted, and he was staring at Chiba's Susanoo. Fire Spear. Chiba watched calmly as Six Tails, howling in pain, threw away the burning part of the black flame. Bear. A light blue flame gun appeared in Susanoo's hand. He throws it hard. Call out. Pooh. The flaming spear pierced Six Tails' body in an instant without hindrance. With a loud bang, Six Tails' body was blown to pieces. And the blue flame is still burning Six Tails' body. Loquat Shizong, Itachi, Ju, the three watched this scene dumbfounded. Hey, this is too exaggerated, it actually broke the body of the tailed beast. Isn't Six Tails dead? Loquat Shizong yelled excitedly for some reason. Of course Six Tails is not dead, Chiba knows it, he just wants the power of the tailed beast. If a tailed beast dies, the appearance of Madara, Akatsuki's plan, will be delayed. That's not what he wanted. Woo, the seriously injured Six Tails wailed and turned into a human form. His whole body was burned, and he was no longer recognizable as a human being. Pick up to 8W point chakra. Pick up the skill tailed beast bomb. Pick up a copy of the power of the tailed beast. Pick up 1W point water style chakra nature transformation. ... Fortunately, the power of the tailed beast has arrived, so Chiba stopped. Loquat Shizong stepped forward, looked at Six Tails Jinchuriki who might die at any moment and scratched his head. How to deal with this guy? It's your job to recover the corpse, and I'll leave the aftermath to you. Chiba shrugged and looked at Ju meaningfully. He was stunned for a moment, feeling that Chiba seemed to know something else, so he nodded unnaturally. Then I'm really leaving this time, Chiba said with a smile. At this time, Itachi stepped forward and stared at him with a complicated expression and asked. Using Mangekyō Sharingan so recklessly, don't you worry about side effects? Chiba was taken aback for a moment, then said meaningfully. Itachi, there are no unsolvable problems in this world, and the only reason there are unsolvable problems is because you haven't found the answer. After saying this, Chiba cast Flying Thunder God technique and flew away. Didn't find the answer, Itachi repeated in a low voice, his complexion changed slightly. He thought of Orochimaru's experiments. Perhaps it's time to talk to Orochimaru. Instead of leaving Kuritaker, Chiba went to find Terumi Mei. This battle sounds complicated, but in reality it only lasted half an hour. For Terumi Mei, Chiba just left. So when she saw Chiba suddenly appear, Terumi Mei was very surprised. Why are you here again? As soon as the words came out, she regretted it, and she seemed a little too careless. Chiba didn't care about her tone. He just wants to harvest another wave of drops with Mizukage and Terumi Mei. Just said calmly, Yagura is dying. What? Terumi Mei was taken aback for a moment, then looked over with a changed face, and hurriedly asked one after another. You mean fourth Mizukage Yagura is dying? What the hell is going on here? Who did it? Where's Yagura? Where's Three Tails? You just need to know that Yagura is dying. Chiba looked at her calmly and said, I told you to be fifth Mizukage before, now is your chance. What are you going to do? There was no other thought in Terumi Mei's mind for an instant. Regardless of whether Chiba did it or not, this is indeed an opportunity for me, and I must seize it. Thinking of this, Terumi Mei's eyes looking at Chiba became brilliant. Don't worry, I have already made arrangements for this matter. The elders in Kurigaka are all my supporters. It's just the Teru Yoruichi clan. While talking, Terumi Mei had a headache. Originally, the riot of the Wei Yoruichi clan was planned by her and the forces behind it. Now it has become a big trouble. It is like lifting a rock to shoot yourself in the foot. Chapter 21 Kurigaka Turmoil, A Wave of Harvest. Then lead the Wei Yoruichi tribe to attack 4th Mizukage, and after Mizukage dies, you led people to encircle the Wei Yoruichi tribe. Chiba said calmly, as if he didn't know how bloody his suggestion would cause. After Terumi Mei watched him hesitate for a while, she gritted her teeth and agreed. She also knew that this was the best way. Terumi Mei is a very decisive woman. She took a deep breath, looked at Chiba firmly and said, I will arrange it, but I hope you can protect me by my side, just in case. Chiba nodded, very pleased with her decisiveness. As long as he is obedient, he doesn't mind helping the other party. Terumi Mei moves fast. The two had just arrived not far from Kurigaka, and Anbu from Kurigaka presented a set of Anbu's costumes. Terumi Mei said nervously, I'm concerned that there might be riots if your identity is revealed. Chiba waved his hand indifferently. It's okay, don't worry about these. As long as there are enough drops, playing Anbu once is nothing. After returning to Kurigaka, Terumi Mei began to take over the latest information. The Daming Mansion of the Land of Water was attacked, and among the attackers were Wunin Ren Ren Loquat Tenzang and Konoha Ren Ren Uchiha Itachi. Mizukage-sama takes 6 Tails Jinchuriki to kill. About an hour ago, there was a fierce battle 50 miles away from Kurigaka. Someone saw the bodies of 3 Tails and 6 Tails. Terumi Mei looked at the information, her eyes kept turning to Chiba, and she was shocked. But in the end she didn't ask anything, just kept giving orders. Let her confidants inform the Wei Yoruichi that 4th Mizukage-sama is at her weakest when she encounters a powerful enemy. Afterwards, she held a meeting with the elders of Mist Ninja Village and gathered a large number of Mist Ninjas together. One village was in turmoil for a while. After all, not everyone will support Terumi Mei. For a while, the news that Terumi Mei was going to assassinate Yagura spread throughout One village, but it was quickly suppressed. But the entire Mist Ninja Village also became chaotic. From time to time there are fights. The spies from the major ninja villages have also become active. But Terumi Mei has ignored these things at the moment. She is anxiously waiting for news from the Wei Yoruichi clan. Chiba knew a lot of things by her side. For example, many people have already seen that something is wrong with Yagura. That's why the scene of pushing Terumi Mei to the top position happened. He also knew that the Ghost Lamp clan had been exterminated some time ago. It is precisely because of this that the riots of the Wei Yoruichi tribe were stimulated. Not long after, Anbu sent back news that the Wei Yoruichi tribe dispatched a large number of elite personnel to intercept and kill Yagura. Several elders, I entrust the territory of the Wei Yoruichi clan to you. Terumi Mei looked at the old guys solemnly and said, and several elders also said to Terumi Mei very solemnly, the future of Mist Ninja Village is up to you. Don't worry, leave it to me. Terumi Mei glanced at Chiba, and then left the conference room in high spirits. She took hundreds of Mist Ninja Village elites and left Mist Ninja Village behind the Wei Yoruichi clan. Less than half an hour away from Kurigaka, they encountered the Yagura and Teru Yoruichi clan in fierce battle. Terumi Mei lurks down with people, watching the battlefield from a distance. Yagura and his Anbu are surrounded by the Wei Yoruichi clan. Although Anbu is an elite, the defense of the Wei Yoruichi is too strong, the attack is too sharp, and they are even more fearless. Soon they were losing ground. And Yagura has completely lost the ability to fight. At the last moment, it was unclear whether Obito was controlling him or he was briefly sober. Yagura released 3 tails from his body, returning 3 tails freedom. Although the 3 tails eruption caused some Wei Yoruichi casualties. But alas, 3 tails didn't want the fight to go away anytime soon. Yagura and his Anbu also fell into the sea of bones of the Wei Yoruichi once again. In the end, Yagura was pierced through the heart with a pale bone knife. This concludes the first generation of Mizukage. Yagura just died. Terumi Mei sighed sadly. The other Mist Ninjas were also a little silent. When Yagura was in charge of Mist Ninja Village, he did more harm than help to Mist Ninja Village. Therefore, although many people are sad about the death of a Mizukage, they are also excited and looking forward to the arrival of a new era. Terumi Mei recovered quickly, and she looked at the people following her. Looking at the calm Chiba again, he waved his hand one last time. Everyone, kill with me. Kill. The Mist Ninja roared. Chiba found that he didn't need to make a move at all. Wu Ninja village has been suppressed for too long, and they need to vent too much. They rushed towards the Wei Yoriichi tribe angrily, using the most powerful and fierce moves. These people are the elites of Mist Ninja village, and even facing the Wei Yoriichi clan is an overwhelming advantage. What's more, Terumi Mei also has masters like Kisame and Ching under his command. Pick up Dead Bone Pulse. Pick up Dead Bone Pulse. Pick up Ninjutsu Dead Bone Pulse 10 Finger Piercing. Pick up Water Style Water Burst. Pick up 1000 points Water Style Chakra Nature Transformation. ... The massive drops were integrated into Chiba's body calmly. Looking at the continuous fusion of Dead Bone Pulse, Chiba's heart is also more and more looking forward to. Dead Bone Pulse LV1. After fusing 10 copies, Dead Bone Pulse LV2. After 100th of fusion, Dead Bone Pulse LV3. Congratulations to Dead Bone Pulse for breaking through the boundaries and awakening to kill ashes together. Share the ashes together. A must-kill technique. The person who is stabbed will definitely be wiped out with the bones. Congratulations on breaking through LV3 of Water Style Chakra Nature Transformation. Congratulations to your Water Style Chakra Form Change Breakthrough LV3. Chiba's spirits lifted. Now I can be regarded as having a powerful single target skill. And Water Style Chakra has also reached the level of Fire Style. It's a double blessing. Not long after, the battle was finally over. None of the Teru Yoriichi clan survived. The ground has been stained red with blood, and corpses are everywhere. But Terumi Mei didn't have time to be sentimental. She left some people behind and hurried back to Mist Ninja village. By the time they arrived, the battle of the Teru Yoriichi had also ended. Chiba also took the opportunity to harvest another wave. Although there was no breakthrough, many skills have been enhanced. It's over. Terumi Mei stood outside the Wei Yoriichi clan and whispered in relief. Although the casualties were not small, Yagura died, and the Wei Yoriichi clan was also exterminated. All obstacles were gone, and her goal had been achieved. Seeing the dark group of people staring at her expectantly, her mood was extremely complicated. There is joy and anticipation, but also heavy pressure. A few days later, on the roof of the Mizukage building, Terumi Mei announced in high spirits. From today, I am 5th Mizukage. Chapter 22 Mizukage Terumi Mei, Konan. Night, Kurigakure. Terumi Mei returned home, and was a little disappointed to see the dark house. Slap. The lights turned on, and a figure was sitting on the sofa. Terumi Mei was taken aback for a moment, and a look of joy flashed in her eyes. How did you come? Chiba left Kurinin village after the Teru Yoriichi clan exterminated a few days ago. While Terumi Mei was relieved, she was also a little bit disappointed. She didn't expect Chiba to appear suddenly. Chiba looked up at her and said calmly, "Congratulations on becoming 5th Mizukage." He couldn't say that he came here because he was bored. Recently, the Akatsuki organization has been a little strangely calm, and Obito seems to have disappeared. He has nothing to do at all, except practice his practice. What are you doing in a daze? Go cook. Chiba glanced at her and said. Then wait a minute. Terumi Mei curled her lips secretly, but she couldn't hold back when she spoke. Then Chiba was served by Terumi Mei for a meal just like the Grand Master. After eating, Chiba sat back on the sofa and waited for Terumi Mei to come back before saying, "There's something you need to do." Terumi Mei's face changed slightly, a little uneasy. "Don't worry, I just need you to help me find a few ninjas from the Ice Escape Blood Successor limit." Terumi Mei breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the words. Her white brows were slightly frowned. Ice Escape ninjas are no longer in Mist Ninja village. They may still exist within the scope of the water country. Even if they can be found, it will take a lot of time. It doesn't matter, as long as you can find it. Chiba waved his hand and said. In fact, his first goal when he came to Mist Ninja village was to escape from ice. Unexpectedly, I got Dead Bone Pulse first. Just as Chiba was about to leave, he suddenly turned back to look at Terumi Mei and directly opened Mangekyō Sharingan. Transfer Seal Amaterasu. Terumi Mei turned pale with fright, looked at him with fear and anger. Her eyes were red. What did you do to me? Chiba's mouth twitched and he glared at her. I'm afraid that you are too weak to know when you will die, so I left a trick of my pupil technique for you. Amaterasu, who can unleash black flames capable of burning everything to ashes. Terumi Mei looked at him suspiciously. Really? Woman, you are so ignorant of the horrors of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Chiba waited for her with a sneer. Terumi Mei lowered her head and remained silent. Chiba frowned. If he can't say a few words, he will cry for me, right? Who knows? Terumi Mei suddenly asked quietly. As the 4th Mizukage controlled by the Sharingan, Chiba froze for a moment, looked at Terumi Mei, who was nervous and scared, and shook his head. There are some things that you shouldn't consider. At least you don't have to worry about being controlled now that I'm here. Terumi Mei's heart trembled. Chiba's words are actually a disguised admission that Yagura has indeed been controlled. And most likely Sharingan. However, he was relieved when he heard the last sentence, and then he lowered his head and rolled his eyes. Aren't I being controlled by you now? Chiba shook silently, cast Flying Thunder God technique and left. Then you tonight. Terumi Mei froze as she watched the empty sofa, then stomped her feet fiercely. This BD is playing tricks on me. ... A few days later, Pain convened everyone to start a remote meeting. Buzz buzz. Phantom figures appeared one after another, and people from the Akatsuki organization all came. Pain said, Shizong Loquat is dead. What? Chiba was taken aback, and looked towards Itachi. Mingming himself saved Loquat Tenzang in Wonan village. The other missions after that are not so dangerous, not to mention how they will die together with Itachi. Itachi explained. This time we meet the defected Five Tails Jinchuriki and Anbu from Rock Shinobi village. Then absolutely release the impact of their mission. You guys are really out of luck. Chiba said meaningfully. It wouldn't be surprising if Obito wasn't messing around here. Think about the plot in memory, there are too many coincidences in it. I heard that Chiba almost killed 4th Mizukage some time ago, what a terrifying strength. Orochimaru spoke eerily. Are you interested in forming a team with me, kid? I like to perform missions with strong people. Scorpion followed closely, no scruples about the presence of teammate Orochimaru. Are you saying I'm weak? Orochimaru asked, staring at him like a lion majesty. So what? Not to be outdone, Scorpion confronted each other. For the two others are used to it. Pain ignored them at all, and continued. Beyond that, Kakuzu's partner died this time too. Videos will be released soon. Kakuzu unleashes ninjutsu while his partner is fighting the enemy, killing his teammates along with him. On purpose. Murder. The two who were still fighting each other just now said one after another. Kakuzu didn't care and said, just avoid it. Orochimaru chuckled, and gave Scorpio a malicious look. There is a serious shortage of members in the organization now, so in the next period of time everyone will have to look for new members in addition to performing tasks. When Pain spoke, the others automatically quieted down and listened to him. There is already a goal over there, and the task will be assigned next. Pain looked at Chiba and said in a deep voice. Before I let Ju partner with you because there were not enough members, from now on I will no longer be your partner, you and Kakuzu form a team. Chiba looked at Kakuzu and nodded. Kakuzu looked at him cautiously and didn't say anything more. As an old guy, he acted quite cautiously, and he already knew from the information just now that this partner was not easy to mess with. Next, we will divide into 2 teams to find new members and test their strength. Uchiha Chiba, Kakuzu, you are on the same team as Konan. Scorpion, Orochimaru, Itachi, you are on the same team. The specific tasks will never be told to you, and you should set off as soon as possible. Chiba looked at Kakuzu and Konan and said, where are we going to gather? You know country, the person we are looking for is there, let's gather there. Konan answered, but his voice was a little hoarse. I have no problem, Kakuzu said. The 3 agreed and disbanded immediately. Chiba is currently practicing on a small island near the land of water. This is an uninhabited island he learned from Terumi Mei, far away from other surrounding islands, quiet and undisturbed. And the people in Shao organization in this place don't know. So after exiting the ring, Chiba used the Flying Thunder God to fly away, and came to a place where he could be found to wait for news. Chapter 23 Pretending to be a crematorium, Immortality. The country of Soup is located in the northeast of the country of Fire, between the country of Fire and the country of Thunder. But Tang Ren village has long been misnamed, and its combat effectiveness has dropped significantly. Recently, there is a legend circulating in Tang country. An immortal killer is on a killing spree. Absolutely told Chiba, Kakuzu, and Konan immediately after meeting. The 4 of them were in front of the killing scene at the moment, and a corpse was tied to a tree. A mortal body. If it is true, it should be quite valuable. Kakuzu asked in a deep voice, looking very serious. Chiba was a little speechless, and Konan ignored him. It doesn't look like it's for money. Konan expressed his judgment. Either it's a personality problem, or a mental problem. Chiba said casually, and then looked at Ju. Has no one been found yet? He drooped his head a bit bitterly, and his workload has increased several times since he got to know Chiba. But he didn't dare not to work, because every time he had this thought, he could immediately feel Chiba's malice. Hurry up, I found another murder scene just now, it shouldn't be long since I left. I found it. Flying Thunder God Kanai has been sent over. Soon, Ju found Hidan's position and looked at Chiba. Chiba rested his hands on Konan's and Angle's shoulders. Flying Thunder God technique. Brush. The vision of the 3 changed, and they appeared in the middle of a road. Not far from the opposite side, there was a man with the appearance of a bad boy walking with a strange weapon. Is he a murderer? Angle stared at Hidan with a displeased face and asked. His chakra is the same as the chakra left on the corpse, and his body is also a bit weird. Immortality may be real. Chiba turned on Mangekyō Sharingan stared at Hidan with interest. He has a lot of interest in Hidan. Because of the immortal body on Hidan, although it basically has no effect on the current self. But this kind of life-saving ability, no one would mind having one more. Therefore, Hidan's ability is determined. Hidan stared at Kakuzu angrily and shouted. Killer, no such thing, I'm just offering my prayers to Lord Evil God. It seems that I can only dedicate you to Lord Evil God. Kakuzu walked forward and said in a deep voice. Leave this guy to me. Chiba stopped him and said. Forget it, let me do it, as long as he can take my move, he will win. Kakuzu glared at him angrily, and finally snorted coldly. I want to see how strong your move is. Instead, Konan looked at him and frowned, dissuading him. Don't attack too much. Chiba smiled at her, then looked at Hidan. Big words. Hidan laughed wildly, and swung aside violently. Chiba stood there without blinking. With a flash of blue light on her body, Susanoo appeared. But Hidan's attack was blocked. Hidan was taken aback, and looked at Chiba with a puzzled face. What is this? Susanoo, I didn't expect to see this trick again so soon. Is he planning to use that trick? Standing next to Conan, an Angle screamed. The Angle was startled for a while. How could the reaction be so big? That's the trick you're talking about, Juyu said quietly. The move that almost killed the beast-tailed Mizukage. Gone. Do you want to be so ruthless? Kakuzu rolled his eyes, staring intently at Chiba. I want to take a closer look. Conan's complexion changed, and she was about to dissuade her, but suddenly felt a burst of scorching heat that forced her to back away. I saw that Chiba was surrounded by a giant blue skeleton that blocked Hidan's attack. Then a skeleton arm appeared, holding a 3 to 4 meter long spear burning red flames in his hand. Fire spear. Chiba looked at Hidan, whose face changed wildly. I heard that you are immortal. I want to see if I can burn you to ashes with a fire. Hidan looked at him in horror, and hurriedly shouted. Wait, I admit defeat. Chiba shook his head. I refuse. Then, Susanoo's other arm yanked Chiba into the air. The flaming spear was thrown violently. Bear. No. Hidan roared ferociously, and then began to suck his own blood, turning his whole body into a black and white skeleton. Call out. The flame gun directly pierced his body. It hurts. Hidan yelled hoarsely. Then, Hidan blew up. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, but it was burned crazily by countless flames. In the end, Hidan's body turned into a sprinkling of ashes floating in the air. Pick up the special ability Immortal Body. Pick up the spell CC with blood. ... Chiba raised his mouth slightly when he heard the system's voice. The life-saving ability has been enhanced again. This is dead, Kakuzu asked in astonishment. Things were moving so fast that he didn't even have time to react. But looking at Chiba, his heart is extremely solemn. The fire style just now is much stronger than him. Who the hell is this guy? Are people from Uchiha so scary? Conan looked at the calm Chiba and opened her mouth. She died before she could speak. What's the point now? And perhaps Chiba's understatement of the shot also made Conan look down on Hidan's ability. Absolutely, be careful when collecting information in the future, Conan said with some dissatisfaction. Ju hastily put himself aside. Here is the image, you can see it yourself. He played a video of Hidan's suicide method and immortality. It's really immortal. It's a pity. Kakuzu frowned and sighed, looking at the ashes all over the sky. Conan sighed too. Chiba looked at the two and sneered. The combat power is too weak. No matter how strong the immortal body is, it can only become a target and be beaten. It's worth noting this kind of person. Conan rolled his eyes and was speechless. People are dead, what's the use of talking about it? I hope the other team can gain something. The three came in high spirits and returned in disappointment. Fortunately, at night, they contacted Pain through the ring. Xiao organized another teleconference, this time to introduce newcomers. Didera. Chapter 24 Orochimaru's Defection. Phantoms appeared above the ghetto statue. Tiandao Pain, Conan, Ju, Chiba, Kakuzu, Ferret, Didera, Scorpion. Chiba glanced around habitually, and then asked in surprise. Where's Orochimaru? Tiandao Pain said in a deep voice. Orochimaru betrayed the organization after failing to attack Itachi and ran away. Chiba frowned, and glanced at the silent Itachi, not surprised. In fact, Orochimaru only defected now, which has been a lot longer than in the original book. Shie sneered. I knew that BD was unreliable. He always put his private affairs before the organization. Didera, who had just joined the organization, suddenly exaggerated and exclaimed. Hey, that Orochimaru is the guy the first just met. I just joined the organization, and someone defected. Are you reliable? Chiba and the others suddenly had black lines all over their heads. Especially Pain, feeling very embarrassed, said in a deep voice. The matter of Orochimaru's defection naturally cannot be settled like this. And although Orochimaru escaped, we also welcomed new members. This is Didera, you will form a team with Scorpion from now on. Yo, hello everyone. The arrival of Didera finally added some vitality to the gloomy Akatsuki organization. He stared at each member, then stared at Chiba with some surprise. Strange, there's even a pair of Sharingan. I want to challenge you. Didera blurted out, staring at Chiba with piercing eyes. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at him one after another. Stop, he is stronger than me, you are not his opponent. Itachi stopped him speechlessly, causing Didera to freeze. Then the other members also spoke in a strange way. Boy, if you want to die, don't rush to get up. This is a big shot who just defeated Mizukage-sama, and you can challenge it. Little devil, you are still far behind. The members of the Akatsuki organization think highly of themselves. Although I know that Chiba defeated Yagura, I don't know the specific process. So I'm a bit upset about the reputation Chiba has gotten. Didera was a little confused. Am I poking a hornet's nest? He stared at Chiba in displeasure. Chiba looked at them with a smile, and sneered. Anyone who is upset can try it out, and don't regret it if you die. Cut. Although there were many noises, no one dared to refute. Pain has been watching all this coldly, but he has noticed this scene in his heart. Chiba's prestige in the organization is a bit too heavy. The thought flashed by. Pain said in a deep voice. Okay, let's continue with what we just said. In addition to Didera, our organization has a new member joining, but it will take some time for him to arrive. Itachi, he will be your partner. Seeing Itachi nodded, Pain suddenly emphasized and said in a deep voice. Orochimaru is the first member of the Akatsuki organization to defect, and he must not be allowed to leave like this. Scorpion took the lead in saying coldly. Leave it to me, his pocket is similar to my puppet doll, and I will be able to find his hiding place soon. Chiba didn't speak, he was not in a hurry for Orochimaru. The current Orochimaru is not yet at its peak, and impure world reincarnation is not perfect yet. There will be opportunities in the future. Pain nodded. I'll leave it to you, Orochimaru. Next, let me tell you about the latest information. The situation in the ninja world is not stable recently. He smiled hoarsely and then said. The first is Konoha's information. After the Uchiha Genocide incident, the Danzo incident occurred in Konoha again. Although the specific information is not very clear, it seems that many families of Konoha have been involved, and the turmoil caused is no less than the Uchiha Genocide incident. Now Danzo is stripped of all rights, under the surveillance of Anbu, and the root organization is disbanded. Today's Konoha is in the most chaotic and weakest period in history. Perhaps sensing an opportunity, Cloud Shinobi Village has increased its troops at the border, and there have been more and more conflicts with Konoha recently. Rock Shinobi Village and Sand Shinobi Village are also following suit, each increasing their troops to face off at the border. Chiba was a little taken aback when he heard that. He didn't expect that he just exposed Danzo's details and caused turmoil in the entire ninja world. In this case, it can be said that Itachi's goal of exterminating the clan has not been achieved at all. After all, apart from Sasuke's reason for the Itachi extermination, it was to protect Konoha and prevent war from happening. But he seems to be doing nothing. Chiba turned to look at Itachi, and sure enough, he saw that his illusory expression was a bit dark. Father, mother, and my people. Itachi stood there numbly, his eyes glazed over. For a moment, he didn't know what was the point of everything he had done. And a few guys who were afraid that the world would not be chaotic suddenly became excited. Is this the fourth ninja world war going to break out? Haha, wouldn't our organization have a lot more tasks in this way? This is the final stage of my art. Then everyone looked at Pain. Pain said solemnly. Next, our Shao organization will also enter the second stage. Then he stated the goal of Akatsuki's next stage, to collect tailed beasts. However, because the information has not been collected completely, we need to wait for a while. Before starting the task of collecting tailed beasts, everyone is on standby at any time. Tasks may appear at any time due to the turmoil in the ninja world. At that time, it will be the opportunity for our Akatsuki organization to show its force. Pain said in a deep voice, with a bit of expectation in his voice. Chapter 25 Orochimaru delivered to your door. Orochimaru's defection has Scorpion and Deidara to deal with. The Akatsuki organization has no mission for the time being, so Chiba hesitated and went to the land of water. After all, he really has no other place to go, only Terumi Mei's home can make him stay more comfortably. He bought some food in the village and took it to Terumi Mei's house, and sat on the sofa to eat. Terumi Mei saw this scene as soon as she got home, and a look of joy flashed in her eyes. Pretending to be indifferent, she sat down next to him, picked up what Chiba bought, and ate. Chiba glanced at her and said nothing. Terumi Mei breathed a sigh of relief, became more courageous, and began to take the initiative to talk about the recent situation in Mist Ninja Village. The first thing is to fail to assassinate the daimyo of the water country and defect to Chunin village. The second major event is about the Wei Yoruichi clan that was exterminated some time ago. Someone discovered the dungeon while counting the Wei Yoruichi tribe, and several Wei Yoruichi tribe people were imprisoned in it. After being rescued now, Wu Ninja Village is also a bit embarrassed. After a series of inspections, Kuritaker finally decided to keep 3 of them. One of them is Kimimaro. The third thing is that Kisame, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, also defected and left Chunin village in the chaos. Chiba listens most of the time, he has no intention of meddling in Kiri Ninja village affairs. And Terumi Mei was relieved after understanding his thoughts, and took care of him more attentively. In the following time, Chiba basically stayed in Chunin village. When you have nothing to do, go to the territory of the water country to pick up various drops. On the one hand, it is to find the ice escape ninja, and on the other hand, it is to place the flying thunder god Kunai at random. A few days later, Chiba received the latest intelligence from Akatsuki. Scorpion and Deidara went after Orochimaru and failed as expected. Pain was very angry and planned to do it himself, so that Ju would intensify his efforts to find traces of Orochimaru. But no one expected that it was Chiba who discovered Orochimaru first. Brush. In a forest, Chiba's figure suddenly appeared. The person standing beside him is not Terumi Mei, but Anbu from Kuritaker. Where is Orochimaru? Chiba asked directly. He didn't know that Orochimaru had come to Mist Ninja Village until he received information from Terumi Mei, and was discovered by Anbu from Kuritaker. Anbu didn't dare to ask more, he was Terumi Mei's dead soldier, and followed Terumi Mei's order to point out the location. Chiba looked in the direction he pointed, and sure enough, he found Orochimaru. Then he frowned and found an unexpected person. Kimimaro. He is on a mission with his teammates. And Orochimaru was watching him from the shadows. A bond, Chiba muttered, then waved to Anbu, and Anbu left directly. He just walked towards where Orochimaru was. Orochimaru, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Orochimaru trembled all over, quickly disappeared in place and appeared not far away. He looked up at the person who made the sound, and was startled suddenly, his face darkened. Uchiha Chiba, I didn't expect to meet you here. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. After the battle with Itachi made him understand the horror of Mangekyō Sharingan. So he really doesn't want to mess with Chiba. However, think of your cards. Consider again the temptation of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Orochimaru couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth, and the desire in his heart swelled up again. If you can take Chiba's body, it's a good choice. Orochimaru looked at Chiba with burning eyes. As long as you succeed, no matter how much you pay, it will be worth it. Chiba frowned. Orochimaru's eyes made him very uncomfortable, and said coldly. If you stare at me with that look again, I will definitely make your life worse than death. Orochimaru smiled coldly, then said in a deep voice, Chiba, do you know what eternal life is? I don't know yet, so I need a new body, your body. Chiba's face darkened, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You are quite courageous, you dare to call my attention. It seems that Itachi has not taught you enough lessons. Orochimaru's face changed slightly, and he grinned and said, It's really arrogant, do you think you are Itachi? Call out. Before the words were finished, Orochimaru suddenly launched an attack. His body swam fast like a snake and rushed up, throwing out kunai attack at the same time. Sudden attack, but too slow. Doesn't make any sense. Chiba's face was calm and his body was motionless. The blue chakra surged out. Susanoo appeared and instantly enveloped his body, blocking all attacks. Ding ding ding. Bang. Kindness. Orochimaru looked at Susanoo, who stopped him in astonishment. Chiba looked down at him from above, and said indifferently, Itachi is just my defeated opponent. You, who was defeated by Itachi, have no right to bark in front of me. Barking. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, then rage rose in his heart. Once again, he was slighted by the people of Uchiha. Chapter 26 Impure World Reincarnation, 2, 3, 4th Generation Shadow. But the next moment, Orochimaru's pupils shrank. Susanoo moved, the arms slammed forward slightly, but it kept the atmosphere popping. The terrifying speed made his face sting. So fast, so strong. Boom. Orochimaru was sent flying, grinning sullenly in the air. Ha ha ha, do you think this level of attack will be useful to me? Chiba gave him a surprised look. I have to say that he seems to have underestimated Orochimaru's body modification ability. Then, there was an extra flame spear on Susanoo. Really, I hope you can still laugh later. Fire spear. Call out. Before the words fell, the flame gun had been thrown. In the air, Orochimaru's pupils shrank sharply. Not good. However, the speed of the flame gun was too fast, and he had no time to dodge it. Kai slip. Orochimaru's mouth was torn open, and another Orochimaru's body sprang out from it. Almost the moment he jumped out, his original body was hit by the flaming gun and flew into the air with him. Then there was a loud bang, and it was blown into pieces directly in the air. Smelling the burnt smell in the air, Orochimaru, who landed, looked sullen. He didn't expect that he was forced to use a whole card just after he made a move. Orochimaru looked at Chiba coldly, with murderous intent and solemnity flashing in his eyes. It's indeed a powerful attack. You should be the one who defeated Yagura with this move. But if you want to kill me, it seems. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth with excitement. The stronger Chiba is, the stronger he becomes after occupying Chiba's body. After thinking that he had such power, his heart couldn't help but pounding. However, before he finished speaking, he watched in shock as the scene in front of him came to an abrupt end. 4 arms appear on Susanoo, each with a flaming spear. Isn't this guy afraid of consuming pupil power and chakra power? Horror filled Orochimaru's heart. At the same time, he also knew that if he dragged on, he would die. How many times can you take such an attack? Chiba looked at Orochimaru with a smile, like a cat teasing a mouse before eating. It's that look again. It's that look again. Orochimaru was stung by his eyes, and roared inwardly. The kind of eyes that look down on everything from above and don't put everyone in their eyes. Make him extremely disgusted. Anger. Envy. Uchiha Chiba, you completely PD me off. Reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru's cold voice sounded, along with his ninjutsu. He stared at Chiba coldly, licked the corner of his mouth and said. Next, what are you going to do? Bang bang bang. 3 coffins were raised from the ground, and different numbers were marked on the coffin boards. 2, 3, 4. Chiba frowned, looking at the coffins with some expectation. Creak. The coffin board loosened and fell to the ground with a plop, revealing the figure inside. 2nd Hokage. 3rd Kazekage. 4th Mizukage Yagura. Interesting. As this reanimation jutsu, Chiba laughed. He didn't expect Orochimaru to be so capable. The 2nd Hokage and 3rd Kazekage were nothing more than that, but even the just killed 4th Kazekage summoned out. Interesting. You are so conceited. These are 3 shadows. Orochimaru stared at Chiba coldly, feeling extremely upset, and said forcefully. This is Ninja World. 2nd Hokage frowned and looked around. You called me again, Orochimaru UBD. 3rd Kazekage cursed. I'm alive again, Yagura said in amazement. The 3 shadows woke up and regained consciousness one after another, with different reactions. 2nd Hokage checked the state of his body, his expression changed slightly. This is reanimation jutsu, but it's better than what I developed. He turned to stare at Orochimaru, his expression grave. The person who is summoning them will have some kind of intuitive connection with them. Boy, is that the reanimation jutsu you used? Reanimation jutsu. Yagura looked over in doubt, and then said in astonishment. Are you 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama? And the 3rd Kazekage? Orochimaru took a step forward, pointed at Chiba and said. Everyone, this is the end of the chat. As the price for my summoning you, you have to fight for me. The enemy is Uchiha Chiba on the opposite side. Yagura suddenly turned to stare at him, a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Everyone in Uchiha should be damned. At the beginning, I was controlled by the people of Uchiha, so I gave so many orders to endanger one in village. Say, do you know who controlled me back then? Chiba chuckled, and said casually, let's talk about it after you defeat me, you are defeated. Yagura's face darkened, and his anger became heavier. Second Hokage has been staring at Chiba, with a serious expression on his face. This is Susanoo. I didn't expect to meet enemies with Mangekyō Sharingan enabled. I really miss it. Chiba sneered, I'll let you miss the horror of Mangekyo later. Chapter 27 10-second battle. Boy, even if you are from the Uchiha clan, you should respect Hokage, right? Second Hokage asked with an ugly face. Orochimaru smiled slyly and said, the Uchiha clan has been exterminated. The person in front of you is one of the murderers, Uchiha Chiba. What? The Uchiha clan has been exterminated? Second Hokage's complexion changed drastically, and he lost his voice. Chiba looked at him with a sneer. Didn't you consider the consequences of leaving such a policy in the future? Second Hokage is a very smart, sensible guy. If he said that he didn't think about Uchiha being targeted by Konoha at all, he didn't believe it at all. It may even be that he set such a policy for this purpose. It's just that he may not have imagined that his disciples' ambition and greed are much more terrifying than he imagined. Hearing Chiba's words, Second Hokage did not defend. Third Kazekage did not resist like the previous few times, and stood silently watching the play. Okay, the gossip is over. The battle begins. Orochimaru activated the control, and the three shadows suddenly changed their momentum, and rushed towards Chiba expressionlessly. Is it just the three of them? Chiba asked somewhat disappointed. Don't you think they are not enough? Orochimaru's face changed slightly, a little angry. Second Hokage et al. Also look angry. Orochimaru didn't erase their personalities, so they have their own emotions. If it was first Hokage, maybe it would excite me a little bit. But the three of them, I will end the fight in 10 seconds. Chiba looked at them calmly and said confidently. Arrogance, ignorance, Uchiha brat you pd me off. Okay, as expected of Uchiha, you are really confident and arrogant. Do it, kill him. Orochimaru also laughed out of breath, and said in a cold voice. Chiba took the initiative to release Susanoo, and said silently in his heart. Pupil art time. The future is slowly emerging. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. This is the first time Chiba has used this pupil technique to ultimate. And there is only one possibility in the next 10 seconds. Chiba's eyes were fixed, and he was ready to make a move. Yagura. Water style water burst. Second Hokage. Water style walk on water. Third Kazekage. Sand and iron secret technique sand and iron shiu. The huge water flow instantly changed the terrain, turning it into a small lake. Almost immediately, Second Mizukage galloped across the water, approaching Chiba. Orochimaru followed, Kusanagi sword in hand. Sand and iron formed sharp black iron needles, falling towards Chiba like a torrential rain. Almost at the same time as they did it, Chiba disappeared in an instant. Puff puff, countless dense black needles bombarded the place where Chiba was just now. But third Kazecage's attack fell through. Almost at the same time, Chiba's figure appeared right in front of the attacking second Hokage. Ning, Chiba condensed the huge chakra on his arm, and blasted out with a punch. Not good. Second Hokage's face changed drastically when he saw the changes in Chiba's muscles. Even with the naked eye, one can see the terrifying power of this punch. But the distance between the two was too close, and he could only do his best to avoid it. The future is already doomed. Chiba murmured in a low voice, his fist slamming out. Boom. Second Hokage watched in astonishment as Chiba's fist attacked in the direction he was avoiding like a prophet. It looked as if he had sent his head up on purpose for Chiba to hit. It made him extremely aggrieved. But when his eyes went dark, he immediately lost all consciousness. Pick up Flying Thunder God Technique. Pick up 3000 points Water Style Chakra Nature Transformation. ... Second. 1. Chiba's complexion remained unchanged, and then he left a position on second Hokage. Then he looked at Orochimaru who was coming with a sword thrust. Pooh! Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword directly penetrated second Hokage's body and stabbed Chiba's head. It was an attack from a blind spot in sight, and Orochimaru had absolute confidence. But the next moment he was horrified to find that the shot had missed. Chiba tilted his head a split second earlier. It looked like Orochimaru had missed it on purpose. Damn it, the stab missed. Orochimaru was anxious, and hastily swung his sword horizontally. Brush. Chiba accelerated suddenly and appeared in front of Orochimaru in an instant. So fast. Orochimaru's pupils constricted suddenly due to the terrifying oppression brought by the overwhelming terrifying momentum approaching at such a fast speed. The next moment, a huge piece of black iron fell from the sky and fell towards Chiba. Susanoo. Almost at the same time, a huge blue giant appeared outside Chiba's body, punching into the air. Boom. With a loud noise, the huge black iron body was sent flying. Throughout, Chiba's eyes were fixed on Orochimaru. Then, a burning flaming gun condensed in Susanoo's hand. Call out. Chiba didn't even look at it, and stabbed fiercely towards the water surface on the right. Pooh! Yagura, who wanted to sneak attack, looked at him in astonishment, his eyes full of doubts. He was clearly planning to assassinate from a blind spot underwater, but he was discovered. With a loud bang, Yagura exploded on the spot. Pick up to 5000 points chakra. Pick up 1000 points wind style chakra nature transformation. Pick up the skill water style water mirror technique. 5th second, 2. Orochimaru's expression changed drastically. Things were moving too fast, and he felt that he had greatly underestimated Chiba's strength. He wanted to speak, but the next moment he hurriedly backed away, calling for help. Funging. Rustle. The sand and iron instantly formed a defensive wall to protect Orochimaru inside. And formed a stab one by one, rushing outward, trying to hurt Chiba back. I saw Chiba's body flashing back and forth like a butterfly, and he came to the huge iron body with ease. Tailed beast bomb. Chiba grinned ferociously and opened his mouth. Buzz buzz. The terrifying chakra condenses and compresses wildly in his mouth, forming a high-quality chakra ball. Chapter 28 Stuck in a bug. Call out. A tailed beast bomb instantly pierced through the sand iron defensive wall with a sharp whistling sound. Base. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly dilated to the limit. He stared ferociously at the hole in the sand iron defensive wall, feeling beyond shock. It was hard for him to imagine that in the entire ninja world, apart from Dust Dungeon, there were also ninjutsu that could penetrate a 1 meter thick sand and iron secret technique. Pooh. The voice behind him made Orochimaru's heart skip a beat. He knew that third Kazekage was also dead, and second Hokage and Yagura haven't been fully resurrected yet. 6th second, 3. Tailed beast bomb. Chiba repeated his old trick, and a tailed beast bomb pierced through the sand iron defense wall again. Pooh. Blood splashed in the air. Orochimaru stared in astonishment at the big hole that pierced through his chest from front to back, and couldn't believe it. 7th second, 4. These were the last words Orochimaru heard. There was only one thought in his mind. Uchiha Chiba, definitely not an enemy. This is a terrifying powerhouse with unfathomable strength. The 4 level powerhouses teamed up, and they only lasted for 7 seconds. Even Orochimaru, who experienced it himself, felt incredible, let alone other people. The battle just now flashed in his mind like a revolving lantern. Every attack, dodge, as if everything Chiba had expected. The future is already doomed. What Chiba said flashed through Orochimaru's mind, and his heart was filled with bitterness. So that's what he meant. But, you won't win. The strong of Impure World Reincarnation are unkillable. They have unlimited chakra and unlimited resurrections. You shouldn't have killed me, Uchiha Chiba. You will be haunted forever by the people of Impure World Reincarnation. And I will live in another way. Orochimaru roared inwardly, full of unwillingness. Pick up Blood Successor Limit Magnet Style. Pick up Sand and Iron Secret Art Sand and Iron Shiyu. Pick up Sand and Iron Secret Technique Defensive Wall. Pick up Summoning Technique Snake. Pick up Orochimaru Flow Body Replacement Technique. A series of beeps sounded. Chiba stood up straight, his face still calm, as if he had done something trivial. Russell. The resurrection of Impure World Reincarnation is complete. Second Hokage, third Kazekage, fourth Mizukage. The three of them looked at Chiba solemnly. The atmosphere became suffocating. It was the series of attacks by Chiba just now that put too much pressure on them. The weird fighting rhythm made them terribly aggrieved. After a long time, second Hokage spoke in a deep voice. Uchiha Chiba right, you shouldn't have killed Orochimaru. Reanimation Jutsu, only the caster can untie it. Now I have become a completely free body. You'll face 3 enemies with infinite chakra that can never be killed. Yagura sneered, looked down at Chiba and said, admit defeat Uchiha Chiba, even if you are stronger than us, you will never be able to kill us. As much as I hate this ninjutsu, I have to say now I have to thank Orochimaru. He made me stronger and gave me a chance for revenge. Third Kazekage looked at Orochimaru's fallen body and snorted coldly. This is what happens when you play with the dead. Then he looked at his 2 companions and said in a deep voice. As the dead, we shouldn't get involved in the affairs of the living. We should go. After finishing speaking, without waiting for second Hokage and Yagura's answer, his whole soul broke free and ascended to heaven. HMPH, coward. Yagura said with some dissatisfaction, then looked at second Hokage and asked, what about your decision? If I don't kill him, I won't leave. Second Hokage looked at Chiba and said solemnly. Because he suspects that Chiba is a terrifying powerhouse with eternal Mangekyō Sharingan like Madara. He has to verify it. If it is true, then he must bring this news back to Konoha. Kill me. It seems that you haven't found the little gift I gave you. Chiba smiled disdainfully, pointed at second Hokage and said, small gift. Second Hokage frowned, and after careful perception, his face suddenly changed, and his face was full of horror. He looked at Chiba and couldn't help but growl and questioned. You actually mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Chiba grinned at him and sealed his seal. Brush. Chiba appeared behind second Hokage. Pooh. A line pierces the heart of second Hokage, Chiba said. That's right, I have to thank Hokage-sama for developing such a convenient ninjutsu. The astonishment on second Hokage's face completely froze before it completely subsided. Pick up Flying Thunder God technique. The voice in his head made Chiba freeze immediately. He froze in place, feeling that he might have heard wrong. You actually picked up the Flying Thunder God technique again. He hastily turned on the system and took a look, his heart was beating with excitement. I really didn't expect that there would be such a surprise, Orochimaru, I should thank you very much. Chiba did not expect such a bug to appear. Unkillable Impure World Reincarnation equals endless loot. Do you know if you try it? Chiba looked at second Hokage's corpse, his eyes were shining, and then he looked at Yagura who was in a state of surprise and directly released the pupil technique. Time, Amaterasu. Chapter 29. The Sad Second Hokage. Bear. The black flame scorched and burned, instantly knocking Yagura back to his original form. Pick up 2000 points water-style chakra nature transformation. Seeing the system prompt appear, Chiba grinned happily. But soon he was taken aback. Yagura was almost burned by Amaterasu black flame. This is a bug versus a bug, the impure world reincarnation of infinite resurrection and the black flame that burns everything. Chiba suddenly understood, and hastily cancelled the black flame on Yagura's body. Also put second Hokage's body down. Just in case, he directly restrained second Hokage's movements with a spell. After quietly waiting for the two to be revived, Chiba did not say a word and started directly. Pooh, kill the immobile second Hokage with one punch. Pick up water-style water-severing wave. Amaterasu continues to burn Yagura. Pick up water-style water burst. No more flying thunder god technique. Chiba frowned and continued to try. You can't kill me, Yagura roared. I'll be back, Yagura yelled. You wait for me, Yagura sneered. I don't believe your chakra can last forever. Yagura continued to sneer. It wasn't until the 10th time you killed both that the third dropped a copy of the flying thunder god technique. Chiba had a bad premonition in his heart. Keep killing. Why hasn't your chakra been exhausted yet? Yagura asked doubtfully. 33rd time. Wait, let's talk. 52nd time. Stop it, I admit defeat. 88th time. Again. 99th time. Quote. 100th time. Yagura finally couldn't bear the torture between life and death. Sword up. Chiba was a little stunned and a little disappointed. Flying thunder god technique dropped 3 times and then never again. As for second Hokage, he has been restrained by spells, unable to speak or move. The expression on his face went from anger, to aggrieved, to calm, and now only numbness remained. By this time, Chiba probably understood. Reanimation jutsu's bug can only be counted as half. The upper limit is locked. But it's always better than just swiping once by yourself. Looks like I'll have to get the reanimation jutsu from Orochimaru. Chiba's complexion changed for a while, and finally he decided on Orochimaru. Although he killed Orochimaru himself, even the system prompted him. But he knew very well that Orochimaru was definitely not dead. Aren't you planning to kill yourself? At this time, Chiba remembered that there was one second Hokage left, looked at him in surprise and asked. Don't talk, then continue to kill you. Seeing the indifference of second Hokage, Chiba sneered and made another move. The first 100 times, second Hokage occasionally dropped a small ninjutsu when he died. After 100 times, even the chakra attribute dropped to single digits. Until the 300th time, second Hokage ascended to heaven. Chiba looked at him with a sneer. Why don't you continue to be tough? The soul of second Hokage turned black, and roared at him in grief and anger. BD, you just let me talk. Forehead. Chiba rubbed his nose, only then remembered that he had semi-sealed him with the spell. But he won't admit that he forgot, but stared at second Hokage with a smile and said. I did it on purpose. Second Hokage suddenly became furious. A-hole, Uchiha Chiba, I remember you. You think I'm afraid of you. Chiba pouted in disdain, and raised a middle finger in the air. Remember to ask your elder brother to join you next time. It's too unfulfilling for you to fight alone. Ah, hearing the sharp roar, Chiba didn't care, instead grinning happily. Although this battle came a bit suddenly, it has to be said that he has indeed gained a lot. Flying Thunder God Technique Fusion has reached 4. Only halfway to upgrade, and he also got the Magnet Style. This is one of the blood succession limits he wants. And there is also the contract scroll of Orochimaru's summoning technique. Sage Mode. Chiba narrowed his eyes. He must learn Sage Mode, but not now, he needs to set aside an extra period of time to learn. After taking stock of what he had gained, Chiba turned and left. The battle between the three was not small. Yagura's water style and Chiba's tailed beast bomb both caused a lot of damage to the surrounding environment. If Terumi Mei hadn't known that he was the one fighting here, I'm afraid Mist Ninja would have surrounded this place. While Mist Ninja was dealing with the traces of the battle, Chiba remembered to inform Akatsuki. Slide body technique. The field of vision changed and Chiba appeared on Geto statue's finger. As soon as he arrived, he heard Pain say, reanimation jutsu is really troublesome, so Orochimaru must die. Next, I will personally take action to get rid of him. Chiba touched his nose, and said with some embarrassment. Just now, Orochimaru was killed by me. Quiet. Everyone stared at Chiba quietly, and then looked at Pain who was frozen. Pain still opened his mouth and waved his hands in midair, magnificently. But at the moment it seemed extremely embarrassing. Damn it, you dare to grab the boss's mission, you are so cool, I will definitely grab it again in the future. Didero was the first to recover and shouted excitedly. Neuropathy. A group of people rolled their eyes. Chiba took the opportunity to say. But Orochimaru should not die so easily, after all, he is also a Sannin. The others didn't respond, but Pain nodded. He even said solemnly, absolutely, continue to search for Orochimaru's traces, I trust Chiba's judgment. Thank you for believing. Chiba rolled his eyes. Chapter 30. Tailed Beast Capture begins. This is very third generation. Take Orochimaru and wait for him to show up, but now we have another mission. Someone asked us Akatsuki to kill or seal a Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village, preferably 8 tails. Pain said in a low voice. Everyone was taken aback. Although it has been said before that the next stage of the Shao organization is to capture the tailed beast, they did not expect it to come so soon. But they quickly understood through the absolute explanation. At this moment, the scale of the battle between Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha has reached the level of 1,000 people, and reinforcements are constantly being added. Rock Shinobi Village and Sand Shinobi Village also had to keep up. There are already signs of a ninja war. At this time, the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world is Cloud Shinobi Village. If one of Cloud Shinobi Village's top combat powers can be spent with money, other ninja villages will be very happy. This insidious method must have been created by Tsuchikage. Scorpion said with certainty. Sand Shinobi Village and Rock Shinobi Village are old enemies, and he knows Tsuchikage's methods all too well. No way, the old man actually played this kind of trick. The pure Deidara was a little surprised, then hurriedly looked at Pain and said, "Leader, leave this to me, I want to show Eight Tails my art." "Let's go, kid, let's leave it to our team. I haven't officially fought a tailed beast yet. Let's do it." A group of people were excited to grab the task. Since Chiba defeated the Three Tails Jinchuriki, his status within the Akatsuki organization has skyrocketed. Although the others were not convinced, they had never really fought Jinchuriki, so they kept holding their breath. Pain glanced around, remembering what he had communicated with Obito before. Obito feels the need to overwhelm Chiba, also want to consume Chiba's pupil power. It is better to make Mangekyo blind. Pain didn't care about this at first, but Chiba's performance several times in succession did make Pain care a little bit. Thoughts turned sharply in his mind. Pain said in a deep voice, "No need to argue, this time the opponent is Eight Tails, which is very strong, so I decided to let Chiba and Kakuzu's team handle it." Suddenly, a group of people shouted in dissatisfaction. "No, leader, Chiba is not the only one who can fight in the Akatsuki organization, I want to help the old man. He has already fought the tailed beast, it should be the turn of others. I also want to try the fighting power of the tailed beast." But how could things that Pain decided could change? In the future, whoever has the information about Jinchuriki can report it and take action, but if it is an organization's task, the organization will assign it. The others left satisfied, leaving Chiba and Kakuzu behind. Akatsuki's plan is to capture sealed tail beasts sequentially from 1 tail to 9 tails. Although there is a conflict with our mission this time, after 8 tails is captured, I will temporarily seal him up. So your mission this time is to capture 8 tails. If you want to capture him alive, you must not kill him. Pen exhorted seriously. Chiba nodded, looked at the excited Kakuzu and agreed. Konoha Village. Third Hokage is discussing matters with Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Kaharu of the two major advisors. What do you think of this conflict with Cloud Shinobi Village? Third Hokage looked worried. The timing of Cloud Shinobi Village's attack was too good. Konoha has just experienced the Uchiha Genocide incident, and its combat effectiveness has dropped a lot. Coupled with the huge turmoil caused by Danzo, the major families were unwilling to contribute. These days, he has been arguing with the major families. Konoha at this moment can be said to be the weakest and most chaotic time. Cloud Shinobi Village is increasing its troops again. Rock Shinobi Village and Sand Shinobi Village are also increasing their troops. Now Konoha is powerless to fight against the three major ninja villages at the same time. Mitokado Homura's face became extremely ugly when he saw the latest information. Now Konoha is not suitable to participate in the war. Uchiha Kaharu speaks his mind directly. Third Hokage glanced at the two, then nodded. Then go and talk to Cloud Shinobi Village. The three of them looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Konoha is still under their control, they don't care about losing a little profit. What are you going to do with Danzo? Are you going to keep him locked up? Mitokado Homura asked in a low voice. What else? He has done so many things behind my back, and he has completely touched the bottom line of the major families. If I hadn't said it myself, Danzo would have been beaten to death by them. Third Hokage growled angrily at the two of them. He couldn't believe that his two old friends didn't know anything about what Danzo was doing. But he was kept in the dark, and this was what annoyed him the most. Mitokado Homura and the two looked at each other awkwardly. At the same time, they were also a little annoyed that Danzo was exposed because he was so careless. The two hurriedly changed the subject. It's all Uchiha Chiba, Danzo wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. Third Hokage and Danzo and the two elders have been friends for 60 years. Friendship, interests, and all kinds of intricate relationships have already bound them together. So even though Third Hokage was furious, he was still extremely angry when he saw what happened to Danzo. Hearing this, Third Hokage sneered and said, Danzo has already explained that the Mangekyō Sharingan is indeed very strong, but the stronger the pupil technique, the greater the side effects. The two elders were full of mockery. Who would have thought that the strongest Sharingan would risk blindness? What a sad Uchiha clan. Foreseeing the future as such a terrifying pupil technique, I'm afraid Uchiha Chiba will lose his sight after using it a few times. Thinking of Chiba's strength back then, Third Hokage still felt a little aggrieved. There was a cold light in his eyes, and he said, send people to step up the pursuit of Chiba, and consume his pupil power as quickly as possible. The time will be Uchiha Chiba's death. Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Kaharu looked at each other and nodded in unison. Although the price will be high, as long as this hidden danger can be solved, everything is worth it. Chapter 31 Asuma. I'm afraid Chiba will run away. The sun is shining brightly, in a forest. Sarutobi Asuma and Yukihong, who were recalled from the daimyo by Third Hokage, are on their way. Along with them are members of Anbu's Kakashi squad. It's just that the atmosphere is a little gloomy, especially Asuma, who is the team leader on the bright side, looks a little gloomy. Asuma, watch your emotions, you are going to make peace with Cloud Shinobi Village this time. Kakashi reminded with a frown. Asuma sneered, peace talks, do you think Cloud Shinobi Village might agree? I heard that Raikage and Jinchuriki are both ready to go to the front. Now that Konoha is so weak, how could Cloud Shinobi Village, who has been coveting Konoha for a long time, miss this opportunity? HMPH. Master Hokage's thoughts are about to come to nothing. Kakashi and others were silent because what Asuma said was true. The former Konoha was the head of the 5 great ninja villages. Although Konoha still has this name now, they all feel that it is false. Especially in the face of the aggressive Cloud Shinobi Village, Konoha was the first to bow his head and beg for peace. The strong gap made it difficult for them to accept, and they felt uncomfortable. Seeing the sluggish atmosphere, Kakashi thought for a while and said, you don't have to worry too much about the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. Master Jiraiya is already rushing back, and Master Hokage has also sent someone to find Master Tsunade. It's a pity that his words didn't have much effect, and Kakashi couldn't say anything, so he was on his way. But soon, Anbu, who should be scouting ahead, came back. Kakashi and the others hurriedly landed and stopped, vigilantly on guard. Captain, we found 2 enemies ahead. They were wearing the same black and red cloud cloak. One of them is Uchiha Chiba, our renegade Konoha. Kakashi's heart tightened, and his pupils shrank sharply. Are you sure it's Uchiha Chiba? That's right, his appearance is exactly the same as the photo in Anbu's just updated assassination manual. Anbu's people answered in the affirmative. Just the other day, 3rd Hokage put Chiba at the top of Konoha Anbu's kill list. All Konoha Anbu know about Chiba's appearance, abilities, etc. The rest of the team fell silent too, looking at Kakashi. Naturally, Asuma and the others also heard Anbu's information, and immediately started talking. Uchiha Chiba, it turned out to be him. It must be the ruthless guy who wiped out the Uchiha clan with Itachi. It is said that if the Uchiha clan had not been exterminated, I am afraid that Cloud Shinobi Village would not dare to do it. Hey, who would have thought that the destruction of the Uchiha clan would cause such a big turmoil? Asuma looked at Kakashi and said with gritted teeth. That's right, this war happened because of 2 bastards, Uchiha Chiba and Itachi. Now Kakashi is here with you, this is the best chance to kill Uchiha Chiba, let's do it Kakashi. Otherwise, we don't know when the next time we find him. Many people hurriedly nodded in agreement when they heard Asuma's words. It can be described as outraged. Kakashi smiled bitterly in his heart. The complex relationship between Konoha and Uchiha is only clear to a few people, not at all. But considering the task, he hesitated for a moment and nodded. For the sake of caution, Kakashi said in a deep voice. Uchiha Chiba can completely wipe out the Uchiha family. You should understand how strong he is. If you want to participate in this mission, everyone must be prepared to be wiped out. Asuma suddenly laughed and said, Kakashi, don't overestimate Chiba. With you here, and the support of me and Hong, we will definitely win. And I also know about Chiba's information, he must have noticed the evils of Mangekyo by now. He's afraid to use the Mangekyō Sharingan at all now, and I'm more worried that he'll run away. 3rd Hokage is really old and spicy. He knew that the pursuit of Chiba would certainly result in great casualties and possible damage to his reputation. So he just made Mangekyo's curse semi-public. Now Konoha's Anbu and some important Jonin are basically known. So what Asuma said made sense, and many people nodded in agreement. Even Kakashi nodded. Not far from Kakashi at all. Chiba is on his way with Kakuzu. Kakuzu asked a little strangely. Why didn't you use the Flying Thunder God technique this time? What do you know, I call it experience. Chiba walked slowly, admiring the scenery on the roadside. Kakuzu pouted. As an old monster who has lived through the Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara eras and knows countless secrets. He is very afraid of Chiba, who has opened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Especially after witnessing Chiba's method of killing Hidan with his own eyes, he understands Chiba's horror even more. So after the two formed a team, Chiba was naturally the main one. Suddenly, Kakuzu's expression changed, and he whispered. There is a situation. Chiba, who had already noticed it, nodded calmly. The enemy's attack has tactical coordination, and it should be a team formed by the 5 great ninja villages. The voice just fell. Countless attacks came. Fire style, wind style, earth style, lightning style, kunai shuriken, detonator. Court death. Kakuzu's face changed. If he was successfully focused, he would be seriously injured, and his heart was already filled with murderous intentions. Do not move. Chiba's face remained unchanged, and he directly turned on Susanoo. The blue Susanoo immediately formed a defense, blocking all attacks. Those violent attacks couldn't even shake Susanoo. With a light wave of her arm, Susanoo instantly bounced off the violent flame wave formed by the combined ninjutsu of wind style and fire style. Kakuzu stood in Susanoo's defense, watching this scene in shock. He once witnessed Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, which made him unable to resist. Seeing it again now still shocked him unceasingly. Chirp chirp chirp. Amidst the sharp birdsong, a figure appeared behind Susanoo like lightning. Reikiri. With Kakashi's growl, Reikiri hit Susanoo head-on. Kai. A tiny crack appeared. Then, Reikiri could no longer move forward. What is this? What a strong defense. Kakashi's pupils shrank sharply, and he retreated hastily. At the same time, the Konoha shinobi who launched the attack just now gathered behind him. Long time no see, Kakashi. Chapter 33 Kakashi, Kurani Yuhi's Shake. Where did the former strong men go? Think about it carefully, don't be brainwashed by the so-called will of fire. Kakashi's expression changed. Chiba's words reminded him of his father, Konoha's white fangya Hatake Tsukumo. That memory is an eternal pain in his heart. The hearts of several other Konoha shinobi practitioners also began to shake. Yuhi Hong was confused. Yeah, why did those strong people die? Why did they leave Konoha? Asuma panicked immediately. A-hole Chiba, are you trying to slander Hokage-sama? What does those things have to do with Hokage-sama? Chiba glanced at him indifferently, and said in a deep voice. The relationship is getting bigger. Don't talk about other people, just talk about Konoha's white fangya, the Konoha hero who once made other ninja villages terrified. Asuma laughed out of breath. You want to say that the death of Konoha's white fangya is also related to Hokage-sama? Kakashi's face changed slightly. He stared at Chiba and said coldly. Uchiha Chiba, do you know what you're talking about? It was about his father. Kakashi didn't care too much. He took a step forward and said in a deep voice eagerly. Kakashi, don't listen to his nonsense. He is trying to drive a wedge between you and Konoha. Asuma looked at him anxiously. He is well aware of the weight of Kakashi, who has the potential to become Hokage in the future. It wouldn't do Konoha any favors if such a person had a falling out with his father, third Hokage. No, I want to listen to him. Kakashi shook his head firmly. Although he knew it was probably just Chiba's conspiracy, he couldn't just sit idly by when his father was involved. Looking at the eager Kakashi, Chiba wanted to laugh. Sarutobi Hiruzen, if you dare to send someone to chase me down, don't blame me for being rude. After a moment of silence, Chiba looked at Kakashi and said seriously. The death of Konoha's white fangya is a total conspiracy. The purpose is to suppress White Fang's reputation. The strength and prestige of Konoha's white fang were too high back then. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo have realized that if something is not done, the fourth Hokage will inevitably fall on Konoha's white fang. But it's not in their interest that White Fang is out of their control. That's why what happened later. Looking at Kakashi with an ugly face, Asuma hastily retorted loudly. You are talking nonsense. Master Hokage would not do such a thing. You are a conspiracy theory. What's more, don't forget, fourth Hokage is Namikaze Minato. Even if White Fang is still alive, fourth Hokage will not be him. Chiba sneered. At that time, Minato was just an ordinary Konoha Jonin, not the future fourth Hokage. You really thought your father could predict the future like me? Asuma's face was gloomy. Kakashi's expression kept changing. Chiba looked at him and continued. Did the fishing boat your father faced come too suddenly and violently? And his teammates back then also stood up and accused him. White Fang was their savior. Who do you think would be willing to do such a thing if no one forced it? What's more, the matter has developed to this point, and third Hokage didn't come out to stop it. Let the situation develop. Hee. This incident is full of weirdness. If I say it's not a conspiracy, will you believe it? Kakashi's face was extremely ugly, his eyes were cold. After what Chiba said, when he recalled that memory at this moment, he could obviously feel something was wrong. The outbreak of the White Fang incident was too sudden, and it disappeared even more suddenly. In a short time, the hugely influential White Fang incident disappeared. It was clearly a sign of manipulation, and the attitude of third Hokage is also worthy of scrutiny. The more I think about it, the more ugly Kakashi's face becomes. Is father's death really a conspiracy between Hokage-sama and Danzo? Just now Chiba mentioned Mr. Minato. Could it be that there was a conspiracy involved that night? Thinking of Namikaze Minato's death, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a bone-chilling chill in his heart. He found that he suddenly couldn't understand third Hokage. Seeing this, Chiba smiled inwardly. Once this thorn is buried, I am afraid it will not be able to be pulled out. After all, the current Kakashi is not the simple child of the past. It may be difficult for third Hokage to fool him again. Chiba laughed and said. This is probably the will of fire that third Hokage said, it's so loving. Will of fire, can they still believe in that kind of stuff? Everyone in Konoha looked at each other, their expressions filled with disbelief. Anbu is the most violent place to experience the baptism of the will of fire, and it is also the most unacceptable at the moment. Is what he said true or false? Impossible. How could Lord Hokage do such a thing? I don't believe it. It must be a conspiracy by Uchiha Chiba. Some people waver, but there are still people who firmly believe in third Hokage. It can be seen how terrifying the brainwashing of third Hokage is. Yuhi Hong's face was full of disappointment and sadness. She didn't want to believe Chiba's words, but she couldn't find any loopholes. Especially when she remembered some of the bad things people in the family had said about third Hokage. It turned out that I was too simple. Shiha Hong felt bitter in her heart. How firmly I once believed in Konoha's belief in the will of fire, now I am so disappointed knowing Konoha's darkness. It's just about White Fang, and fourth Hokage, Konoha Sannin, are they all conspiracies? Thinking of this, Yuhi Hong couldn't help shivering. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. She was afraid that her mind would completely collapse if she continued to think about it. Yuhi Hong looked up, and suddenly found that the expressions of other people were similar to her own. Only Asuma's face was full of anger at the moment. Third Hokage is his father. Although he couldn't understand his father's style of work, he couldn't help being furious when he saw this scene. Especially after seeing Kurenai Yuhi's distant and guarded eyes, Asuma went completely crazy. Ah, BD, I'm going to kill you. Asuma roared and rushed towards Chiba desperately. Chapter 34 Blindness. Reikiri, stop, don't be impulsive. The faces of the others changed drastically, and it was too late to stop Asuma. Only by you. Chiba sneered that he didn't even need to open the Sharingan, and leaned slightly to avoid the attack, then quickly reached out and grabbed Asuma's arm and pressed it down hard. Plop. Asuma fell to her knees directly on the ground. Asuma, who gave you the courage to attack me? Could it be your stupid old man who forced me to leave Konoha? Asuma struggled desperately and shouted. A-hole, I won't allow you to say that about him. All of this is false and slanderous. What you say, an executioner, is simply unbelievable. Kakashi and the others couldn't care less about thinking so much at the moment, and hurriedly surrounded him. Chiba, let Asuma go. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? Chiba sneered. Asuma stared at him fiercely with bloodshot eyes and said sarcastically. Stop putting on airs there, Uchiha Chiba. Do you think we don't know the evils of Mangekyō Sharingan? Mangekyō Sharingan faces the danger of blindness from the moment the eyes are opened. The more you use it, the more you will be sealed. Your eyes, I'm afraid you can't even see my appearance clearly. Asuma laughed wildly. Kakuzu suddenly turned his head to look at Chiba, with a strange look in his eyes. I didn't expect Mangekyō Sharingan to have such a defect. Sure enough, there is no perfect ninjutsu in this world. Chiba rolled his eyes, a little speechless. It turned out that in the eyes of Konoha and third Hokage, he turned out to be a person who would soon lose his sight. No wonder they are so rampant, probably because they want to consume their pupil power. What kind of reaction would they have if they knew that they were already eternal eyes? Chiba finds it amusing just thinking about it. But there is no rush for now, so Chiba's face darkened, and he said coldly. So what, I can easily kill you without Sharingan. You. Asuma struggled desperately with a ferocious face, but unfortunately his strength was too weak compared to Chiba, so he suppressed it easily. I really thought I was Hokage's son, and the whole world had to revolve around you. Chiba smiled coldly, looked at Kakashi and the others and said. As long as one of you is willing to die in Asuma's place, I'll let him go. The faces of Kakashi and others changed slightly. But before they could speak, Chiba continued. If I kill Asuma, your mission will fail, and third Hokage also killed his son, you can think about the consequences. The few people who were about to speak suddenly stopped and froze in place. Chiba just talked about White Fang, and now he will give them a choice. Choose a mission, or choose your own life. Asuma didn't struggle anymore, he looked up at the hesitant people, his eyes dimmed slightly. But he also knew that he didn't blame them, he could only blame Chiba for shaking them because of what he said just now. He hastily said loudly, you don't have to worry about me, even without me, Konoha can send other people to carry out the mission again. Kakashi took a deep breath, stepped forward and stared at Chiba. Exchange him with me. He had opened the Sharingan just now, but he still couldn't find any flaws in Chiba's body. And Kakuzu, who has been standing next to Chiba, is also a big problem. But as the actual captain of this mission, he couldn't let Asuma die here. As for the rest, we can only talk about it after this mission is over. Tisk tisk, Hitaki Kakashi really understands righteousness, but I don't know if third Hokage will be grateful to you for saving his son. Chiba looked at him in amazement and shook his head with a weird smile. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat, feeling bad. Chiba lowered his head slightly, looked at the relieved Asuma and sneered. Do you think you can survive? Unfortunately, I haven't agreed yet. Now my decision is to kill you. Boom, click. As soon as the words fell, under the horrified eyes of everyone, Chiba kicked Asuma on the back of the neck. With a crisp sound, Asuma's neck was directly kicked off, his head drooped to the side, and the expression of horror froze on his face forever. Pick up 400 points of Fire-style Chakra nature transformation. Pick up Fire-style Ash accumulation. ... Ignoring the drop directly, Chiba looked at Kakashi expressionlessly and said. Tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that you better make sure you can afford it before sending someone after me next time. Kakashi stared blankly at Asuma's body, then looked up at Chiba and shouted angrily. BD, you actually killed him. Did you know this will lead to a war between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi, and maybe even the Fourth Ninja War? Chiba was unmoved, and said indifferently. Since you dare to attack me, you must be prepared to die, and so are you. Die, swipe. Chiba's hands formed the mudra quickly like phantoms, and the others didn't even realize that he had completed the mudra. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Bear. The terrifying high temperature carried by the huge fireball rushed past. The speed is extremely fast. Kakashi and others hurriedly avoided, but several people were still seriously injured in an instant. Those who survived looked at Chiba in horror. So fast printing speed. Follow me. Kakashi took a deep breath, knowing that fighting alone is not an opponent, and several people fight together. Reikiri. Terrifying lightning wrapped around Kakashi's arms, exuding terrifying attack power. Several people rushed towards Chiba quickly, covering each other from different directions to attack and cross. But their speed was too slow for Chiba. Bang bang bang. Jingle. Just relying on physical skills, Chiba instantly knocked everyone back and seriously injured, and they fell to the ground one by one. So strong. Kakashi looked at Chiba in horror, speechless in shock. He can clearly see with Sharingan that Chiba has an all-around overwhelming advantage over them. That terrifying movement speed, even in Sharingan's field of vision, can't be seen clearly. He could only see a vague afterimage, which had appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, which made his heart skip a beat. Not good. Chiba shot lightning fast and grabbed Kakashi's arm that cast Reikiri. Hard. Click. The wrist is broken. The next moment, Chiba's arm slammed hard, and Kakashi was swung up and hit the ground hard. There was a loud bang, and the ground was shattered and exploded. Wow. Kakashi spat out a mouthful of blood, lying on the ground weakly, looking at him with a pale face. Pick up Ninjutsu Reikiri. Pick up to Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Pick up Perception Technique. Chapter 35 Kakashi's Choice, Angry Third Generation. Reikiri. Chiba raised his brows, but he didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest. Just glanced at Kakashi and others again, Chiba still felt a little regretful. He didn't expect that Yamato, who belonged to Kakashi's team, didn't come. It seems that wood style will not be available this time. Sighing inwardly, Chiba looked at Kakashi and said calmly, even if I don't use Sharingan, you are no match for me. Not to mention I can still use Sharingan. Chiba didn't say that. Kakashi looked at him in bewilderment, in disbelief. Although knowing that Chiba opened Mangekyō Sharingan might be strong. But he didn't expect that Chiba, who didn't use Sharingan, could easily defeat himself. Strength, speed, the use of chakra, the power of ninjutsu taijutsu. It surpassed itself in almost all aspects. I won't kill you this time. Chiba looked at the desperate Kakashi Yujihong and others and smiled slightly. But Kakashi and others not only did not relax, but became more vigilant. After this confrontation, they already knew that Chiba was by no means as simple as they knew it to be. Whether it is strength or strategy. Sure enough, Chiba said meaningfully. You said what would Sarutobi Hiruzen think if you returned alive and Asuma died? And I'm afraid he will know about our conversation today. Do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen will doubt you again? Chiba's voice suddenly raised, seemingly surprised. By the way, your mission seems to have failed this time. If you can't reach a peace agreement with Cloud Shinobi Village, I'm afraid Konoha will fall into war and suffer huge losses. Tisk tisk, do you think you will be under pressure from fishing boats like White Fang? Or did he die inexplicably during a certain mission? Looking at Kakashi and others with gloomy faces, Chiba laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I let you go, but that doesn't mean Sarutobi Hiruzen will let you go. So, it is up to you to decide whether to return to Konoha and wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen's disposal, or to defect and leave Konoha. Go back to Konoha, you might die. If you don't return to Konoha, you will become Konoha's traitor. As long as there is one person who informs, what Chiba said today will definitely be known to Third Hokage. At that time, even if Third Hokage didn't intend to do anything to them, there will inevitably be estrangement. They figured out Chiba's plan in an instant, and their faces were as gloomy as water. But they can't do anything at all, because this is an above-board conspiracy. The key is whether they trust Third Hokage or not, and whether Third Hokage trusts them. Chiba, what the hell are you trying to do? What's in it for you? Kakashi looked at Chiba bitterly. The whole person is like a salted fish, without a little heart. Whether it was the fight just now or what Chiba said hit him too hard. It's no good, I just can't understand the methods of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Chiba sneered, then looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that I will give Konoha a big gift soon, and I hope he won't be too surprised by then. Kakashi's expression changed. He knew that the surprise in Chiba's mouth was never a good thing. But thinking about his situation, he smiled wryly and shook his head. How could he care so much about his mood? Chiba took Kakuzu away, but Kakashi and others lay motionless on the ground. As time slowly passed, the atmosphere became more and more dignified. After a long time, Kakashi crawled out of the pit enduring the pain in his body. The others also stood up at the same time. A dozen people looked at each other at a distance, without saying a word. Kakashi smiled wryly as he watched their uncertain expressions. What Chiba said has worked. But other people don't have to go back to Konoha, but he has to go back. He was going to find out, about the death of his father and the death of Minato. Kakashi let out a breath, glanced at everyone blankly and said in a deep voice. Let's go back to Konoha. The others silently followed Kakashi's footwork and returned towards Konoha. Shihahong walked in the back of the team and kept her head down, not thinking. Suddenly Kurenai Yuhi's eyes widened. She saw an Anbu running away. The others were also shocked by this sudden change. Kakashi's expression changed. He didn't expect that someone actually wanted to defect. If they really escaped, their situation would be even more dangerous. Chase! Kakashi roared, but the next moment, he froze in place. Swipe. 3 more people left the team in an instant, each fleeing in different directions. 1 Anbu, 1 Jonin, 1 Chunin. Kakashi stayed where he was, with only bitterness in his heart. Is Konoha already so untrustworthy? The others looked at Kakashi a little at a loss, and their eyes were a little confused. The teammates who were on the mission together just now defected. The point is that they began to doubt Third Hokage and Konoha more and more in their hearts. Kakashi took a deep breath, quickly calmed down and said in a deep voice. Chasing, otherwise, even if we return to Konoha, we will definitely be severely punished. Everyone's expression changed, and they hurriedly chased after him. Half a day later, the 4 defected figures were killed by them. Kakashi sealed the bodies of the 4 with a sullen face, but his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He knew very well that with these 4 corpses, with the ability of the Konoha intelligence team, they could definitely learn about the conversation they had with Chiba just now. So, he has no way out. Let's go back to Konoha first. Kakashi and others rushed back with a heavy heart. Fortunately, They hadn't left the Land of Fire yet, so they returned to Konoha village the next day. The group went straight to the Hokage building. Kakashi, didn't you go to Cloud Shinobi village for peace talks? Why are you back? Third Hokage looked at Kakashi, who came back suddenly in astonishment, frowning deeply. We accidentally encountered Uchiha Chiba, Sarutobi Asuma sacrificed. Kakashi said blankly. What? Third Hokage's complexion changed drastically, and his body staggered. Asuma is already his only son. Now it's dead. He stared at Kakashi and the others with a ferocious face, like a beast that wanted to choose someone to eat. Uchiha Chiba, I will tear you to pieces. Then he stared angrily at Kakashi and the others, his expression suddenly startled. Kakashi and his party are 5 teams, that is, 20 people. But Asuma died, but nearly 10 people came back alive. His eyes suddenly became extremely cold, and he stared at Kakashi horribly and said, Since you met Uchiha Chiba, how did you survive? Chapter 36. Angry enough to vomit blood, unstable position. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Third Hokage regretted it. He knew that from Hokage's point of view, this sentence should not have been said by him anyway. But his son's death left him overwhelmed with rage. On the other side, Kakashi and others' eyes changed instantly when they heard the words. Third Hokage was suspicious of them, which undoubtedly hit their pain point, making them even more aggrieved and angry. Because things started to develop just as Chiba predicted. Kakashi looked at Third Hokage with complicated emotions, took out a scroll and said, Master Hokage, it's better to let the intelligence team investigate first. Third Hokage's pupils shrank when he saw the scroll. That is a special scroll specially used to seal corpses. Good. He knew that something must have happened during this mission, otherwise Kakashi and the others wouldn't look so strange. Soon, a group of people came to the Konoha intelligence class, and Yamanaka was in charge of reading the memory himself. Not long after, Yamanaka opened his eyes, which were filled with shock. He looked at Third Hokage and hesitated to speak. What's the matter? What's the matter? Third Hokage thumped in his heart, feeling a bad premonition. Master Hokage, let's see for yourself. Yamanaka took a deep breath, and used a secret technique to bring Third Hokage into an Anbu's memory. Along with watching the conversations of Chiba and Kakashi et al. In memory. Third Hokage's face turned blue and purple. He opened his eyes and looked at Kakashi and others who were staring at him, gnashing their teeth and roaring. Should have killed you. BD Uchiha Chiba. At this moment, he already understood why Kakashi and others looked at him with such guarded eyes. Thinking of Chiba actually used a divorce plan. And he fell for it. Third Hokage felt aggrieved. He can't wait to go back to the time when Uchiha wiped out the clan and use all his strength to kill Chiba. What's more, his son is dead. Third Hokage was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. But he had to deal with the problems of Kakashi and others, otherwise Konoha would be even more unable to calm down once the troubles got bigger. He looked at Kakashi and others sincerely and said, Would you rather believe a rebellious word than me? Opposite Kakashi and others looked at him calmly. It's like watching a monkey. And I am that monkey. Third Hokage felt annoyed and embarrassed. Kakashi took a deep breath, fixed his eyes on him and asked in a deep voice. So, Hokage-sama, can you answer Chiba's question about my father? Next to them, Yamanaka Haichi and Narushikahisa hurriedly looked up at the ceiling, as if there were some ninjutsu worth studying on it. Third Hokage's complexion twitched. Although he didn't take the initiative to push the matter back then, he has been sitting on the sidelines and enjoying the success. But of course he couldn't say these things. He sighed with a sad expression on his face. Suo Mao's suicide is also very heartbreaking to me, it's beyond everyone's expectations. Master Hokage, please tell me why the teammate my father saved accused him and who ordered it. Kakashi interrupted him directly and asked. Third Hokage's expression froze, and then he said in a solemn voice. According to my investigation, no one instructed them in this matter back then. Good. Kakashi nodded expressionlessly, and continued to ask. Then Master Hokage, can you tell me why you didn't stop this matter from developing? My father had already been punished as he should. He was Konoha's top combat power at the time, and a slight mistake would be a major loss for Konoha. Third Hokage's old face twitched. Because I didn't expect Shwomao to commit suicide at the time. Thank you Hokage-sama for your clarification. Kakashi took a deep breath, bowed and turned to leave. His heart was already full of anger. Third Hokage, he is dissatisfied, very dissatisfied. No evidence, just empty talk like convincing him. It's a joke. There is something wrong with his father's death. Even Minato-sensei's death was tricky. But he knew he couldn't get an answer from Third Hokage at all. The answer can only be found by yourself. Seeing Kakashi's leaving back, Third Hokage opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Looking at the people who came back with Kakashi, the eyes that looked at him at this moment were no longer respect but contempt. This time people went to hunt down Uchiha Chiba, not only failed, but also made his subordinates alienated from himself. It was in vain to catch up with a son. What makes him even more frustrated is that he has no way to take revenge, he can't even find Chiba anywhere. The anger in Third Hokage's heart went straight to the top of his head, he spit out a mouthful of blood with a puff, and fell down in the dark. Uchiha Chiba, I swear I won't be human unless I kill you. The others panicked in fright. Master Hokage is unconscious. Medical class. Come on. Looking at the medical class leaving in a hurry, Yamanaka and Nara looked at each other with serious expressions. It's a time of war, and Hokage is in a coma, which is a big trouble. Trouble. Send someone to inform the 2 advisors, and Lord Jiraiya, let him come back as soon as possible to preside over the overall situation. Master 3rd Hokage, I'm afraid. Said Lu Ju shook his head. Uchiha Genocide, Danzo incident, plus this Kakashi incident. The prestige of 3rd Hokage has been hit continuously, and Hokage's position may be unstable. He also didn't expect that 3rd Hokage had planned his whole life and finally fell into the hands of Uchiha Chiba. Konoha's confusion Chiba doesn't know. He and Kakuzu are now near Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha's battlefield. Not far away, Konoha's team and Cloud Shinobi's team met and were fighting fiercely. Pick up to 200 points Chakra. Pick up 100 lightning-style Chakra nature transformation. Ignoring the system's prompt, Chiba looked at Ju who got out from the side. The location of the lake bottle has been found, but it is heavily guarded, and I need you to help me distract the guards. Chiba nodded. Pain didn't plan to seal 8 Tails into the Gedo statue for the time being, but planned to seal it temporarily. There are many ninja tools in the ninja world that can seal tailed beasts. Sage of 6 Paths, Lake Clean Bottle is one of the most powerful. Then take us to 8 Tails. The battle with 8 Tails should be enough to keep you focused. He has already scanned the drops on the entire battlefield, and he is not very satisfied with the harvest. Hope Cloud Shinobi Village won't disappoint me. Chiba looked at the direction of Cloud Shinobi Village with some anticipation and said silently in his heart. Chapter 37 Kakuzu. I'll come this time, you should come. The Land of Thunder is located on the peninsula. The passage to the ninja continent is very narrow, and it is a terrain that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. And Cloud Shinobi Village is located in the hinterland of Thunder Country, with many mountains and complex terrain. In order to protect 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and facilitate his practice, Raikage arranged for him to stay in Yunlei Gorge all the time. There is a building near Yunlei Gorge that Cloud Shinobi uses to supervise Killer Bee. At this moment, Chiba and Kakuzu have quietly occupied the building, and Cloud Shinobi has fallen into a coma under the illusion. The defense of Cloud Shinobi Village seems a bit easy. Kakuzu, who has always been a melon eater, said with some surprise. We wouldn't have been able to come in so easily without the absolute information. Chiba shook his head. Ju's intelligence capabilities are indeed terrifying. At this moment, Cloud Shinobi Village is in a state of war, with personnel assembled and heavily defended. But under Ju's guidance, the 2 came to Yunlei Gorge without being noticed by anyone. The 2 looked at Yunlei Gorge in the distance, where there was a building on an island. 8 Tails is right there. Ju said beside him. Then do it. Chiba stepped forward. Wait a minute, I'm here this time. Kakuzu stopped him and said in a deep voice. Up to you. Chiba watched him, shrugged and smiled and stood aside to watch the play. 8 Tails Killer Bee is the perfect Jinchuriki. With his own strength, he doesn't think Kakuzu will be his opponent. Kakuzu's face darkened a bit. Who do you look down on? Soon the 2 came to the island where 8 Tails was located. Almost at the same time, a figure rushed out from the island's buildings, turned around and landed in front of the 2 of them. Yo, it's rare for someone to bother Master Killer Bee. Killer Bee rapped with a weird tone, and then looked at the 2 from the outside, and then he was taken aback. Strangers, you are not Cloud Shinobi. Are you 8 Tails Jinchuriki? Kakuzu stepped forward blankly. No, should you say you are Lord 8 Tails, here, should you say you are Jinchuriki, here. Killer Bee kept changing positions and continued to rap. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched. He really didn't want to listen to him, so he turned to Kakuzu and said. Call for help if you can't hold on anymore, I'll go take a rest first. After speaking, he disappeared instantly. Help, just one 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Kakuzu's eyes on Killer Bee became extremely cold. I heard that your head is worth a lot of money, so your head is mine. Kakuzu snorted coldly. There was a burst of swelling in his back, and 4 masked monsters rushed out of his body and stood on both sides of him. Monster. Seems like me too, monster. Killer Bee said subconsciously when he saw this scene, and then started rapping again. Kakuzu formed a seal quickly, his whole body hardened rapidly, rushed to Killer Bee's body quickly, and punched out. Comparing physical skills with me, you are asking for your own death. Killer Bee gave a thumbs up, parrying Kakuzu's fist with a look that deserved a punch. Boom. Huge power was transmitted to the ground, and the ground exploded instantly. The fist is powerful, but not as sharp as mine. Watch me fly you with one punch. Killer Bee let out a strange cry, and threw Kakuzu's fist away with an upward force. The 2 quickly fought together. Bang bang bang. The sound of collision was endless. Big holes were smashed into the ground. Fire style, wind style, lightning style, all kinds of ninjutsu are constantly exploding. Pick up earth style earth spear. Pick up 1000 points chakra. Pick up Cloud Shinobi knife technique. Chiba leisurely watched the fierce battle between the 2. Kakuzu has used all his strength to temporarily suppress Killer Bee, who has not used the power of the tail beast by virtue of Renyu's strange ability. But that's all. If it weren't for his defense being too strong, he might be completely dead by now. Even so, Kakuzu has already died once. Stabbed through the heart by Killer Bee with a lightning-style chakra attached to it. Suddenly, Chiba's expression became serious. Because Killer Bee suddenly turned into a tail beast, the red chakra wrapped his body, and the 8 tails were swinging in the air. The situation took a turn for the worse. All of Kakuzu's offensive ninjutsu were useless against the tail bee, who was able to stay awake. Especially Killer Bee's fighting style is very single, that is reckless. Rampage. But coupled with his speed and strength, Kakuzu could only be beaten passively for a while. Damn it, why is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki so strong? Kakuzu was hit by Killer Bee again and vomited blood, looking at the more violent Eight Tails with lingering fear. If it weren't for his Earth-style Earth Spear fortified defense, he could have seriously injured him in one shot. Enough, let's use this trick to kill you. Tailed Beast Bomb. Killer Bee became more and more anxious after seeing immune to death Kakuzu again and again. Call out. A large amount of chakra gathered in his mouth, instantly forming a sphere. Killer Bee let out an angry roar, and spewed out the Tailed Beast Bomb from his mouth. Tailed Beast Bomb. Kai. Tailed Beast Bomb is like a laser, rushing out like lightning. Just facing the terrifying coercion, Kakuzu felt chills in his heart. Damn it, this amount of chakra would be dead if hit. Kakuzu's pupils shrank sharply, and he hurriedly dispatched all the masks to perform ninjutsu to fight. Wind-style Harm. Fire-style Head Hard. Lightning-style False Darkness. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. 3 attacks hit the Tailed Beast Bomb successively. Boom boom boom. To Kakuzu's dismay, his attack had no effect on the Tailed Beast Bomb at all. Boom. The Tailed Beast Bomb pierced through the dirt flow wall without hindrance, and then flew past Kakuzu's body. Even so, Kakuzu still felt as if he was knocked down by a mountain, vomiting blood and flying backwards, unable to get up directly. There was a loud bang, and a hill in the distance was blown up. Kakuzu watched this scene in shock, feeling horrified in his heart. One blow shattered a mountain. I heard that Chiba once confronted the Tailed Beast Bomb head-on. Is this guy a monster? Having personally experienced it, he couldn't understand how terrifying this kind of attack is. The next moment, his face changed drastically. On the opposite side, Killer Bee once again condensed the Tailed Beast Bomb. Kakuzu knew that he couldn't escape this time, and hurriedly looked at Chiba in the distance. But I saw him leisurely closing his eyes, as if he was sleeping. Kakuzu's face turned blue and white. Between face and life, he chose life. Then he blushed and shouted, Chiba, help. As an old man who was almost 100 years old, shouting this sentence made him feel extremely ashamed. But the next moment, he felt very lucky. Brush. Chiba appeared beside him, and in a blink of an eye, he found himself on the roof. There was a loud bang. The place where Kakuzu was just now has become ruins, a deep pit. If it hadn't been for Chiba's attack just now, his body would have been blown to pieces, and it would be useless to complain. At the moment, he is a little grateful for the decision he made. 1-8 Tails beats you like this. Chiba looked at him with disdain, which immediately made Kakuzu's face extremely dark. Chapter 38 Beat 8 Tails. Watch how I beat 8 Tails. After Chiba finished speaking calmly, his figure appeared in front of the beast-tailed 8 Tails. BD, if you save someone and don't leave, you are courting death. Killer Bee yelled at him furiously. Be careful, judging from the speed just now, this guy is not easy. The 8 Tails inside him reminded carefully. I know, so this time we speed up the release. Killer Bee let out a low growl, and the terrifying chakra condensed crazily, and soon formed a bigger and more terrifying Tailed Beast Bomb in front of him. Boy, don't hide if you have the ability, eat a Tailed Beast Bomb from my uncle. Boom, the Tailed Beast Bomb shoots out. Along the way, the earth was torn into a deep gully. The terrifying speed turned the air into liquid white, forming a wake visible to the naked eye. Susanoo. Chiba let out a low growl, and a blue skull quickly appeared on his body. It condensed into an armor form almost instantly. No, that's Sharingan, 8 Tails inside Killer Bee exclaimed. At the same time, the Tailed Beast Bomb slammed into Susanoo's body. There was a loud bang. The terrifying explosion formed a huge shock wave, forming a violent hurricane, blasting away all the clouds in the sky. Click click click. The ground on the small island is full of dense and terrifying cracks, which seem to be shattered at any time. However, Killer Bee looked across and was shocked. How can it be? Chiba on the opposite side was unscathed. The terrifying Tailed Beast Bomb, which can destroy a hill, can't break through Chiba's defenses. You can't be wrong. It's Susanoo. This guy is from Uchiha. You have to be careful. 8 Tails roared in Killer Bee's body, the voice was extremely dignified. What happened to Uchiha? Killer Bee asked strangely. Haven't you heard the legend of Uchiha Madara? Mangekyō Sharingan has the ability to control tailed beasts, and I was once controlled by Madara. I will never forget this kind of pupil power. Be careful, maybe we will be in his hands today. 8 Tails roared anxiously. Uchiha Madara. Killer Bee was taken aback, although he didn't know about the Uchiha Genocide because the news was blocked. However, he still knows how terrifying Uchiha Madara is. Let's run away, Killer Bee said hastily. Boom. 8 Tails hit him on the head and said anxiously. Idiot, you are always joking. Hurry up and find a way to inform Cloud Shinobi Village that the two of us are not necessarily his opponents. Don't worry, based on the Tailed Beast Bomb just now, Cloud Shinobi Village should know that something happened to Yunlei Gorge. Killer Bee said carelessly. Dare to be so leisurely in front of me, you really don't take me seriously. Chiba snorted coldly, and Susanoo suddenly swung his sword and slashed out. Kai. A blue chakra's horse roared and slashed at Killer Bee. Not good. Killer Bee's heart skipped a beat, he felt the threat from the blow, and hurriedly dodged. Slash brushed against his body and rushed towards a mountain behind him. Kai. There was a soft sound. Killer Bee was stunned to see that the top of the mountain was cut off and flew up. Gone. Kakuzu. who was constantly mending his own body in the distance, almost popped his eyes when he saw this scene. Are you kidding? A sword cut off a mountain. And the person who made this non-human attack is my partner. Is this still something humans can do? Killer Bee also felt his scalp tingling when he saw Chiba, and gulped his saliva. Just in terms of power, this blow is already comparable to his tailed beast bomb. Actually dodged. Sure enough, the speed is still not fast enough, so what? Chiba frowned. Then Susanoo's arm kept waving and slashing terrifyingly. A series of terrifying blue horses staggered in the air and slashed towards the opposite side. Hiss. Humans can launch such attacks continuously. Killer Bee gasped. Hurry up and turn into a tailed beast. Eight Tails has sensed a sense of crisis. He was beaten so violently by Madara back then, and the impression was really deep. Killer Bee's body suddenly swelled up, instantly turning into the body of Eight Tails with the body of a bull-headed octopus. Tailed Beast Bomb Barrage. Whoosh. A bunch of pitch-black tailed beast bombs condensed in front of it, blasted out quickly, and collided with those slashes. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous terrorist explosions continued to sound. The earth shook wildly, and the endless terrifying shock waves pushed down the sea surface. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring vision. Suddenly, Eight Tails yelled strangely, not good. Kai. A blue horse rushed out of the smoke and dust, very close at hand. Can't dodge. Killer Bee watched in horror as the slash landed on Eight Tails' body. Pooh. Several huge octopus feet were severed. Ah. Eight Tails screamed in pain. But that's not all. More blue slashes came from the opposite side, bombarding Eight Tails' body one after another. Instantly smash Eight Tails. BD, idiot, you completely PD me off. Killer Bee growled in rage. Constant condensation tailed beast bomb crazy bombardment. However, Chiba on the opposite side was still extremely calm. He let the tailed beast bomb blast holes in Susanoo. Because it is automatically patched by Chakra soon. Continue to chop. In the distance, Kakuzu stared blankly at the scene. A human and a tailed beast are bombarding the tailed beast bomb. He felt he must be crazy. It is not that no one in history has been able to defeat the tailed beast. But he never believed that anyone would use the same method as Chiba. Simple, brutal, use defense to resist tailed beast bomb's attack. Break through the tail beast's defense with a powerful attack. Both offensive and defensive ends are fully crushed. The brutal scene in front of him completely shocked him. Who am I partnering with? Eight Tails' body was covered in bruises. There are countless broken feet of Eight Tails floating on the sea. Looks like we're going to die today. B. This guy's strength can definitely be compared with Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara back then. We can't win. Eight Tails is somewhat hopeless. Chiba is really too strong, ridiculously strong, so strong that it scares him. Killer Bee can no longer sing rap, and he also feels deeply powerless in the face of Chiba. He couldn't break Chiba's defense at all, but his defense was easily broken by Chiba, and even seriously injured himself. Pick up a copy of Eight Tails. Chapter 39, Flying Thunder God vs Lightning Style Chakra Mode. Hearing the system beep, Chiba smiled. Just about to continue the attack, he suddenly stopped and looked at the small square in front of the building where Killer Bee rushed out. A dazzling beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. Before the light dissipated, an extremely furious voice sounded. You actually invaded Cloud Shinobi Village and attacked my younger brother. No matter who you are dead. Then a figure rushed out of the beam of light, looked at the battlefield below with fire-breathing eyes, and immediately roared anxiously and asked. Bye, are you okay? Killer Bee was startled by the sudden appearance of Raikage, and then hurriedly yelled. Brother, hurry up, you are no match for this guy. Only then did fourth Raikage see clearly Killer Bee's miserable appearance. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he was extremely shocked. Eight Tails, completely turned into a beast with tails, was covered in bruises and floated powerlessly on the sea. And there are feet of Eight Tails on the sea. Lost. And it was a complete loss. This is Cloud Shinobi Village's top combat power, and it lost. Looking at some of the surrounding hilltops, they either collapsed or disappeared, or there were huge and terrifying cracks. It was like being split open with a giant sword. Raikage was terrified. He looked at Chiba, who had just lifted Susanoo, with a serious expression on his face. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he stared fixedly at the clan pattern on Chiba's clothes. It is the Uchiha family's Uchiha clan crest. It's you, Uchiha Chiba. After seeing Chiba's face clearly, Raikage was shocked and angry. Chiba was looking thoughtfully at the beam of light behind Raikage. This should be Cloud Shinobi Village's space-time ninjutsu Tensen technique. He shook his head. This ninjutsu was too tasteless for him who had the Flying Thunder God technique. Didn't you defect and escape from Konoha? Why did you suddenly attack Bai? Could it be that your defection is false, but in fact everything is a conspiracy by Konoha? Raikage growled and questioned. Chiba's face suddenly turned cold. Are you humiliating me? Now he doesn't want to have anything to do with Konoha. Raikage's words made him feel very uncomfortable. Raikage glared at him not to be outdone. The anger in his heart was no less than his. If not, then why did you attack Cloud Shinobi Village? He thought of a lot in an instant. It would be a huge blow to Cloud Shinobi Village if he and Killer Bee were seriously injured just as the fight was about to get into full swing. In a hurry, Cloud Shinobi Village will inevitably be affected, or even lost. Because someone offered a high price for me to capture your Eight Tails, not some shit Konoha's conspiracy. Chiba said impatiently. A reward. Raikage was taken aback, although he didn't believe it, but he couldn't help being suspicious when he saw Chiba's expression. Could it be that old immortal Onogi? A flash of light flashed in Reikage's mind, and he cursed secretly. Chiba doesn't want to talk about this topic, the only thing he is interested in Reikage is his lightning-style chakra mode. He looked at Reikage with interest and asked, I heard that you are very fast, and you even fought against the 4th Hokage and survived. Reikage took a deep breath, gathered his energy, and looked at Chiba. This is his biggest trouble now. Yes, although I lost that year, if I fight again now, I will never lose. Unfortunately, the 4th Hokage is dead, and no one will use the Flying Thunder God technique anymore. Reikage had a look of regret on his face. He has practiced ninjutsu hard these years, just to be able to compete with 4th Hokage. Unfortunately, he has no opponent to compete with. Shiba looked at him with a smile and said, Reikage needs no regrets, because I have learned the Flying Thunder God technique. What? Reikage, who was sighing, froze, looking at Shiba in disbelief. Clang! Shiba took out a few Flying Thunder God kunai from his hands and threw them out suddenly. Let the two of us compete. Aggressive. Kunai takes root in the ground, everywhere in all directions. Looking at the familiar kunai appearance, Reikage's pupils shrank, and the lightning-style chakra mode was generally inspired instinctively. Boom! His whole body was swollen with thunder, and his hair burst. The surface of the body is covered with a layer of lightning-style chakra. In an instant, his nerve reflexes were raised to the highest level. Brush! The figure of Chiba appeared next to him, and Reikage reacted instantly and turned sideways to avoid Chiba's attack. His eyes rolled quickly, staring at the Flying Thunder God kunai in all directions. Suddenly, he sprinted in one direction, as fast as lightning. There, Chiba's figure suddenly appeared. Die, lariat, Reikage roared, and the muscles in his arms swelled up like a huge machete. He rushed over like lightning in an instant, piercing through Chiba's body in an instant. However, Reikage was not happy. Instead, his heart skipped a beat, with a strong sense of crisis. He didn't have the feeling of hitting the entity just now, but a tingling pain in his back at this moment. Reikiri, Chiba suddenly appeared behind Reikage, lightning-style chakra condensed in his hand and thrust towards Reikage. Brush! Chiba was a little surprised to see that Reikage, who was stabbed by him, turned into a phantom. You must know that he not only knows the Flying Thunder God technique, but his body flicker technique and attack speed are ridiculously fast. But even so Reikage managed to escape. Chiba felt that he might have underestimated the power of lightning-style chakra mode. Swipe! The two began to flash each other continuously. Every time they appear one after the other, but before the two collide, they disappear again, and then appear again. Every hit is just a phantom. In just a few minutes or less, the two had fought hundreds of times. In the eyes of Kakuzu and Killer Bee, only two figures can be seen flashing past occasionally. It disappeared continuously like two blue lightning bolts, and suddenly appeared. Sometimes they even see several Chiba and Reikage on the court at the same time. Even if they know that there are only two bodies, the others are just phantoms. But still couldn't help being shocked. Just watching, they all felt dizzy and had no time to react. If it was entering the battlefield, Kakuzu couldn't imagine how many times he could hold on. First there was Eight Tails Killer Bee and now there is a Reikage. He was hit with a little doubt about life. Could it be that the strength requirements of the current movie stars are already so high? Pick up 1000 lightning-style chakra nature transformation. Pick up 1000 points lightning-style chakra form change. ... Reikage will drop a large amount of lightning-style XP with every encounter. This time, it was all integrated by Chiba calmly. In just 1 minute, Chiba's lightning-style chakra practice skyrocketed at an alarming rate. LV1, LV2, LV3. Pick up lightning-style chakra mode. Chapter 40. Chiba's full blow. Brush. Chiba performed Flying Thunder God technique and came to the distance, feeling extremely pleasantly surprised. He really likes this lightning-style chakra mode. Especially after the battle with Reikage, he felt that it was more suitable for him than Flying Thunder God technique. Whoops, whoops. Reikage was panting heavily, sweat profusely. The moment he stopped, he almost lost his strength and fell down. Just looking at Chiba opposite, he couldn't help but feel powerless. Monster. Reikage's voice was dry and hoarse, startling himself. It was the scariest, most intense battle he had ever experienced. With his terrifying amount of chakra, it feels like he is about to run out. But Chiba on the opposite side was only slightly sweating. Just mentally estimating the amount of Chiba's chakra, Reikage knew he had lost. He has been unable to launch a few more such attacks. On the other hand, Chiba is still full of energy. I didn't lose to the Flying Thunder God technique, but to you. Reikage suddenly roared unwillingly. Just like losing to 4th Hokage back then, he was not reconciled. As a shadow, he lost, so he is not reconciled. As a ninja and a strong man, he would not be reconciled if he lost. That kind of unwillingness burned his heart like poison, making him miserable. Chiba was taken aback, and nodded slightly. Maybe his Flying Thunder God technique is not as fast as the 4th Hokage, but it is the Flying Thunder God technique after all. If Reikage's lightning-style chakra mode can continue to improve, maybe it can become faster. Your strength has earned my respect. Next, I will use the strongest moves. So for the next blow, come up with your strongest attack. Chiba said seriously. Okay, then let me see my own limit too. Ah, Reikage let out a roar. He was squeezing his potential like crazy, squeezing all of his chakra. But the lightning-style chakra mode on his body not only didn't swell, but instead became more fitting to his body. The thickness of lightning-style chakra has changed from more than 20 centimeters at the beginning to less than 10 centimeters. Sharp. Seeing this scene, Chiba couldn't help admiring. With his vision, he can naturally see that the current lightning-style chakra mode is more terrifying than before. You must know that the shape change of lightning style is the most difficult to control. Kakashi's Reikiri is irregularly shaped even in the hand, and can even have erratic arcs. At this moment, Reikage tightly bound the huge chakra to his body surface. The control ability of this lightning-style chakra is simply terrifying. Time. Chiba's expression became serious. Mangekyō Sharingan is on. Predict future. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chiba was taken aback. All futures are only one. That was Reikage rushing toward him along the same trajectory at a speed that shocked him. At that speed, I may not be able to completely avoid it. Chiba took a deep breath, then pulled out a knife. Chakra empowers. The chakra knife brought from Mist Ninja Village instantly turned into an extremely sharp thunder knife. Kill. Reikage yelled loudly, and the whole person disappeared in place in an instant. That kind of speed cannot be captured by the naked eye. He rushed to Chiba almost instantly. Even at this speed, Reikage couldn't control his body. The moment he rushed out, everything was over. But the next moment Reikage's eyes widened in shock. In his somewhat illusory field of vision stretched by the speed, a knife flashing with lightning suddenly appeared in front of him. He didn't feel any pain, he just felt a blur in front of his eyes, and his whole body crashed into a mountain with a bang. The hill was shattered in an instant, and the whole person was buried under it. If you slow down time, you can see a more complete scene. The moment Reikage charged up and exploded, Chiba instantly shifted his body sideways. And put the thunder knife on the trajectory of Reikage's progress, and let go instantly. Reikage rushed over at an extremely fast speed, and the thunder knife pierced his body instantly, and the flesh and blood were pulled out of his body at lightning speed and scattered in the air. Then the whole person took the blood-stained thunder knife and smashed into the hill. In the eyes of Kakuzu and Killer Bee who have been watching the battle nervously, all they saw was that Chiba suddenly turned sideways and threw the thunder knife aside, and then a bolt of lightning galloped and rushed into the Yamanaka. The two stared at Chiba intently. They want to know the outcome of this battle. And Chiba, who had been standing still, looked down at his hand, which was red and swollen because of the abrasion. Then looked towards the hill where Reikage was buried inside. Pity. Even if Reikage can survive, it may be difficult to use this level of speed in the future. And I don't know if I will survive. Call. Seeing Chiba talking, Kakuzu was relieved and felt his body go limp. Kakuzu looked at the relaxed Chiba with a wry smile. What a monster. Just watching this battle makes me feel exhausted, but you act like nothing happened. Brother. Killer Bee cried out in grief, desperately trying to rush over. But he was stunned by Chiba appearing beside him in an instant. Chiba picked up Killer Bee and walked to Kakuzu's side in an instant, sighing a little. This battle is finally over. Kakuzu shook his head silently, not knowing what to say. This mission hit him hard. It didn't take long before Ju appeared. Not only did I get the clean bottle of the lake, but I also got several kinds of ninja tools from Sage of Six Paths. Cloud Shinobi's vanguard has arrived. Have you captured 8 tails? Chiba throws 8 tails to Ju. This is 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Jia. As expected of Chiba, it really succeeded. Black Zetsu praised. Let's go, I'm a little tired. Chiba pinched the center of his brows and eye sockets, although the battle just now seemed easy. But during the fierce battle with Reikage, his spirit was extremely focused, and he felt exhausted when he relaxed at the moment. Seeing this scene, Black Zetsu was secretly happy. He thought it was a side effect of Chiba's Mangekyo. It seems that Obito's plan has succeeded. Just a few more times I'm afraid Mangekyo of Chiba will be completely blind. Jia. Brush. Chiba took Kakuzu to cast Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared in place. It also slowly sank into the ground. Unlay Gorge, once forbidden by Cloud Shinobi, collapsed into ruins with a bang. There are traces of terrifying battles on the surrounding hills, waiting for the arrival of the Cloud Shinobi. Chapter 41 Seal 8 Tails, Fujitachi. In a dark cave somewhere in the country of grass. Brush. Chiba appears here with Kakuzu. On the opposite side, Tiandao Pain's eyes moved, and he looked over with probing eyes. Thank you, Chiba. Kakuzu. Nothing. Chiba nodded calmly, not seeing anything unusual. Kakuzu stood beside him in a depressed mood and did not speak. But he has always been a taciturn character, so Pain didn't think there was anything unusual. It wasn't long before Zetsu showed up with 8 tails and Sage of Six Paths ninja gear. Killer Bee in a coma, plantain fan, 7-star sword, golden rope, red gourd, lake bottle. Tiandao Pain looked at these Sage of Six Paths ninja tools for a while. Just now, Rinnegan actually had a change, and automatically passed on the function and usage of these ninja tools to him. Sage of Six Paths. Tiandao Pain's eyes flickered. Although he has the Rinnegan with fairy eyes, it is obvious from these ninja tools that he still has a big gap with Sage of Six Paths. Although he was puzzled in his heart, Pain didn't show it. Then start sealing. Pain removed the cap from the lake bottle. Wait a minute, the use of this ninja tool seems to have certain conditions. Said in a hurry. No need, I have the fairy eyes and can directly use the sealing ability of the lake bottle. Pain glanced at him lightly and said calmly. Chiba's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but look over. Although it has been a while since he joined the Akatsuki organization, this is the first time he has seen Pain make a move, and it is also paired with the ninja tool of Sage of Six Paths. I saw Nagato gently put his hand on the clean bottle of the lake, looked at Killer Bee, and drank in a low voice. Seal. Call. Terrifying suction suddenly erupted from the lake bottle, instantly sealing the defenseless Killer Bee inside. Chiba couldn't help narrowing his eyes when he saw this scene. The terrifying pulling force generated at that moment just now made him feel threatened. You can dodge it, but if you confront it head-on, even he finds it a bit troublesome. Pick up 1000 pupil power. Chiba's pupils shrank. He didn't expect to receive so much pupil power just by witnessing Pain's shot. It seems that I have to push Nagato to make a move in the future. Chiba rubbed his chin in thought. At this moment, Nagato looked at him and Kakuzu and said. The team formed by Itachi and Kisame found the traces of Four Tails Jinchuriki. Four Tails will be handed over to the two of them, and you can rest for a while. Chiba raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and was about to speak when Kakuzu beside him asked. Boss, can we go and have a look at the scene? Only then did Pain notice Kakuzu's abnormality, and looked at Ju. Ju hastily leaned over in a low voice and told about the situation where Kakuzu was beaten up by Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Pain glanced at Kakuzu in surprise, then directly contacted Kisame and Itachi with the ring and asked after a while before saying. Yes, the two of them have agreed. Chiba hurriedly said, I'll go too. This is the power of a tailed beast, he doesn't want to miss it. Can. Pain thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Chiba happily leaves with the silent Kakuzu. Looking at his back, Pain asked. Madara, are you sure your trick really works? I don't think he's going to be blind. A Uzumaki appeared behind him. Obito stepped out of it, and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, it's working. Obito was a bit puzzled by Chiba's composure though. But he also saw that Chiba's Sharingan is still Mangekyo instead of Eternal Eye. And he also determined through his own perception that there are no first-generation cells in Chiba's body. Mangekyo Sharingan in this state will definitely gradually become blind with use. Hope you're right, Pain said casually, but his eyes were on the ninja tool of Sage of Six Paths. If he still cared about Chiba before, he is completely at ease now that he has these ninja tools. No one can beat themselves. Somewhere in the wilderness within the country of grass. With the flying thunder god kunai brought by Ju, Chiba moves here with Kakuzu space. Not far away are Kisame and Itachi. This is my partner, Kisame, the weirdo from Kurigakure. These two are Uchiha Chiba and Kakuzu. Itachi took the initiative to introduce. Uchiha Chiba, who in Mist Ninja Village doesn't know your name, I really met a great person today. Kisame stared at Chiba showing a mouthful of broken teeth. He had seen the battle between 4th Mizukage and Chiba from a distance, so he was very aware of Chiba's terrifying strength, and his attitude was very low. Chiba nodded at him, then looked at Itachi and said, You are free, the two of us just take a look and will not interfere with your mission. Itachi nodded, looked at Kisame and said, Then I'll leave it to you. Extremely happy, Kisame grinned, excited. His water style counters Four Tails Jinchuriki's lava style, making him a perfect opponent. After finishing speaking, Kisame walked towards the distance with the sword muscle on his shoulders. I'll go and have a look. Kakuzu glanced at Chiba and the two, and left with interest. Chiba and Itachi unhurriedly followed behind them. He thought for a while and asked, Have you received the information about Cloud Shinobi Village? Itachi nodded, hesitated for a moment and asked, Aren't you worried about the side effects of Mangekyo Sharingan? Why should I worry? Chiba looked at him and asked meaningfully. Itachi shuddered and looked at him in shock. Have you solved the Sharingan curse? He couldn't believe it. It's a curse that even Uchiha Madara hasn't solved. It has been solved. Who knows? Chiba didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. The reason why he appeared here was that the power of the tailed beast was just one of the purposes. Another purpose is the ferret. Itachi looked at him hesitantly, but Chiba didn't intend to continue the topic, but said. Did you know that in this war, Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to bow down to Cloud Shinobi Village for peace again? Third Hokage. Itachi was startled when he heard the words, and sighed with a complicated expression. Chiba shook his head, sneered and said, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a qualified Hokage, at least not right now. It is a disgrace to Konoha to deal with the Uchiha clan toughly at home, but cowardly to seek peace with the outside world. If there are no accidents, a war will definitely break out between Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha, and eventually affect the entire ninja world, setting off a new ninja war. A bitter smile appeared on Itachi's face. The reason why he wants to exterminate Uchiha is to avoid this situation. Unfortunately, things backfired. After a long time, Itachi looked at him complicatedly, and said. But now, with 8 Tails missing and Raikage seriously wounded, I'm afraid this war will never happen again. Chiba stopped and looked at him, and said solemnly, So you also know that I am the one who ended this war early. Chapter 42 continued to fool Itachi. Because my strength is strong enough, I can stop this war. Just like the three of you and Madara stopped Konoha and Uchiha's war together. Because we have that strength. Boom. Chiba's words exploded in Itachi's mind like a thunderbolt, and he was stunned for a while. If you were strong enough, you could have suppressed Uchiha and Sarutobi Hiruzen in the first place, making them unwilling to go to war. Let Uchiha not be exterminated. If you are strong enough, Cloud Shinobi Village won't suddenly attack Konoha. It's all because of your lack of strength. Itachi looked at him confused. Is it true? Is it really because of your lack of strength? Seeing Itachi's appearance, Chiba smiled inwardly. What he said sounds reasonable, but it is actually nonsense. If Itachi really had that kind of strength, nothing would have happened. But unfortunately, the fact is that Itachi is not that powerful at all. And the next words are the focus of what Chiba wants to say. Although I stopped this war, do you think there will be no more wars in the future? Konobi is weak, Cloud Shinobi Raikage is seriously injured and lost 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Will Rock Shinobi Village let go of such an opportunity? Will Sand Shinobi Village, which has always been allied with Konoha, abide by the peace agreement? It won't be long before war breaks out again. At that time, if Sarutobi Hiruzen still served as Hokage and Danzo was still alive, what do you think of Konoha? Compromise. Itachi was silent for a while, frowning and sighing. That's right, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely compromise, but will the rest of Konoha agree? Chiba sneered and said directly. At that time, there will definitely be people who don't want to compromise. How will Sarutobi Hiruzen deal with such people? Itachi suddenly changed color, and firmly retorted. You're trying to say that third Hokage will kill those who disobey him, that's impossible. Impossible. Chiba suddenly smiled. Is Konoha's White Fang not dead? Is fourth Hokage not dead? Is Might Dai of 8 Inner Gates formation not dead? And why didn't any of Sannin stay in Konoha? Seeing Itachi wanted to refute, Chiba reached out to stop him, and said coldly. Are you trying to say that it's impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to do such a thing? Maybe, but there must be something of Danzo in these things. Danzo has done so many wrong things, why can he still survive? It is because Sarutobi Hiruzen needs Danzo, a tool man, to help him deal with some dark things. Like Uchiha wiped out the genocide. In the end, Chiba's voice suddenly became louder. Itachi's heart began to waver. He remembered the Uchiha genocide. Every time it was third Hokage who said he was going to figure it out, and then Danzo would come and force him. Thinking about it carefully, the cooperation between the two is a bit too tacit. Itachi had to doubt third Hokage and Danzo in his heart. Seeing his reaction, a look of satisfaction flashed in Chiba's eyes, and all these words finally worked. We have to make persistent efforts. In the end, Chiba unleashed his trump card. Do you think that if Sasuke grows up, with his arrogance, he will accept such things as compromise? Itachi's face suddenly changed. As an older brother, he naturally knows how proud Sasuke is. Even if he is killed, he will not bow his head. Once this happens, Sasuke may be in danger. The point is, the kind of future Chiba is talking about isn't impossible. When Sasuke's safety was involved, Itachi felt uneasy, and subconsciously retorted. When Sasuke grows up, the third Hokage may not be able to be the Hokage, right? Chiba raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Obviously, Itachi's heart is not only Sasuke, but also Konoha. He doesn't want to see conflict between Sasuke and Konoha. However, Chiba was already prepared for this, and sarcastically said. Have you forgotten what happened after fourth Hokage came to power? Most of Anbu is still in the hands of third generation. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen is alive, Konoha cannot escape his control. Plus a shady Danzo, do you think he'd be interested in Sasuke? A cold light flashed in Itachi's eyes. He doesn't trust Danzo at all. Otherwise, he would not go to Konoha to warn Danzo after the future Konoha destruction plan. So for Konoha to be better, for Sasuke to be better, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo must die. Chiba said coldly. Itachi bowed his head in silence for a while and did not refute. Seeing this situation, Chiba knew it was almost over. It's useless for him to say more about the rest, it's better to let Itachi find out by himself. So he whispered, I have already told Kakashi part of the matter, compared to the fact that he is investigating some old matters now. If you are interested, you can join forces with him to investigate. After Chiba finished speaking, he stepped forward, and the sound of Kisame and Four Tails Jinchuriki fighting could be heard ahead. Itachi stood there in a daze, his expression fluctuating. After a long time, Itachi whispered, maybe we really should investigate. By the time Chiba arrived on the battlefield, the battle was almost over. Kisame stands on a huge water column tens of meters high, and the water flows out continuously, gradually forming a small lake. And the Four Tails Jinchuriki is covered in magma and stands on the water. After the water touched the magma, it evaporated into air instantly, and the magma became slightly darker. Obviously Four Tails Jinchuriki was restrained by Kisame. During the fierce battle, Kisame slashed at Four Tails Jinchuriki's body with his sword muscle. Baji baji chewing sound. The tail beast chakra on Four Tails Jinchuriki was instantly swallowed by shark muscles. The whole person fell onto the water with a plop. Pick up a copy of the power of the tail beast Four Tails. Pick up to blood successor boundary lava style. Pick up 10,000 points chakra. Pick up water style explosive water burst. ... Chiba easily received a copy of the power of the tail beast, with lava style's blood succession limit attached, which can be regarded as achieving his goal. Soon, the Four Tails Jinchuriki was carried by Kisame with the sword muscle and walked over. Mission completed. Kisame grinned. The strength is good. Chiba looked at him and praised. In terms of water style alone, Kisame is almost on par with himself. It's an honor to be commended by you. Kisame laughed happily. A group of people walked towards Itachi. Suddenly Chiba heard Kakuzu mutter. If it's Four Tails, I'll do it too. Chiba glanced at the inexplicably confident Kakuzu and wanted to laugh. Chapter 43 The Ninja World is shocked. Third Hokage regrets. In Shao organization, Scorpion has third case cage golem, Deidara has explosion art, Kisame has water style and Sharkia. Itachi and Obito have Mangekyo, Nagato has Rinnegan, and Konan has detonator. Only Kakuzu and Hidan have the worst combat effectiveness, but their abilities are weird. The actual destructive power and combat power cannot be compared with others at all. Chiba is still very satisfied with this elderly partner who talks less and behaves well. Let's hope Kakuzu doesn't actually take a Jinchuriki head-on. Four Tails Jinchuriki was caught, and Itachi and Kisame were going to send them off. Kakuzu is going to replenish the heart. Chiba stayed in the country of grass. He's looking for phosphorus. Shangolin is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and the blood of the Uzumaki clan flows through her body, and she has even awakened. That is the legendary Uzumaki sage body. And that's what Chiba is aiming for. Hope I won't be disappointed. Chiba identified the direction and rushed towards the location of Quanon village. Cloud Shinobi village, Ninja hospital. Bye, how is my brother? Reikage had just woken up from surgery and asked hurriedly. Lord Reikage, we didn't find any trace of Killer Bee in Yunlei Gorge, could it be? Darui looked gravely at Reikage. Reikage shed tears in pain, he wiped them hard and shouted. It must be Uchiha Chiba, this guy must have taken by. BD Uchiha, I must kill you. Even though his body was weak, Reikage still exuded a terrifying and violent aura at this moment. Darui, offer me a reward for Uchiha Chiba with twice the money of Konoha. In addition, anyone who can provide information on Uchiha Chiba will be rewarded with Cloud Shinobi village. Darui was shocked, his face full of disbelief. Killer Bee was actually taken away. That is the top combat power of Cloud Shinobi village. But seeing Reikage's seriously injured body, and that palpitating anger, Darui knew that Reikage was not joking, so his heart sank and he asked. Then what should we do with the war with Konoha? Reikage's face was cloudy and uncertain, and he thought that it was very likely that Chiba would attack Cloud Shinobi village after taking over the task of Tsuchikage. If that's the case, then he has to guard against Rock Shinobi village. But his body may not be able to recover in a short time. After a long time, Reikage growled at him unwillingly. Take back the deployment of Konoha's combat power, and fully defend Rock Shinobi village. Yes, looking at the berserk Reikage, Darui knew it was not the time to be reasonable, so he responded immediately. Soon, the news spread throughout Cloud Shinobi village. Countless Cloud Shinobi shocks. They knew how terrifying Killer Bee's fighting power was, but now he was captured. Even Reikage was seriously injured. And it was Konoha's rebellious ninja Uchiha Chiba who did all of this. A terrifying powerhouse who has activated the Mangekyō Sharingan and learned the Flying Thunder God technique. This terrifying strength shocked the entire Cloud Shinobi village. This kind of heavy news was instantly sent back to their respective ninja villages by spies from other ninja villages. Konoha, Hokage F. Third Hokage's face changed drastically when he saw the news submitted by Anbu. Chiba not only opened the Mangekyō Sharingan but also learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it, Uchiha Chiba should have been killed in the first place. Third Hokage regretted it. Chunin couldn't help imagining what would happen if Chiba was still in Konoha. King's Landing Ninja World, just thinking about it makes him feel like his intestines are turning green. It's a pity that it's too late. He and Chiba have become almost sworn enemies. Master Hokage, will the hunt for Uchiha Chiba continue? Anbu asked with some trepidation. Anyone who knows Chiba's strength is not afraid. In his view, such a task is simply death. Third Hokage naturally saw Anbu's fear and worry, and smiled wryly in his heart. After a long time, he sighed. Forget it, let's stop the pursuit of Uchiha Chiba for now. Yes, Anbu hurriedly replied, heaving a sigh of relief. It didn't take long for Kakashi to know the news, and his expression was extremely complicated. Flying Thunder God technique, this is the signature ninjutsu of his teacher Minato, which he has learned but has not learned. But now in the hands of Chiba to bloom again. However, Kakashi's face became darker when he thought of the information he had recently investigated and Anbu's increasingly nervous supervision of him. If there are no accidents, Master Hokage will probably give up hunting Chiba. For some reason, Kakashi suddenly had such an idea in his mind. It made him feel that Third Hokage was not as powerful as he imagined, and he was no longer worthy of his awe as usual. Rock Shinobi village, Tsuchikage Onogi was also informed. Obviously he sent out the task, but he couldn't be happy when it was completed at the moment. Uchiha, even if the family has been exterminated, has the reputation still not fallen? Send someone to collect all the information on Uchiha Chiba for me. This person is listed as the #1 enemy of Rock Shinobi village. Yes, Onogi thought of the Madara he had met before, with the same terrifying strength and the same strength. So at the first time, he regarded Chiba as the biggest obstacle and enemy of Rock Shinobi village. But even if Uchiha Chiba is not the leader of that organization, what is the purpose of this organization? Thinking of Akatsuki's information, Onogi's heart was extremely heavy. Unfortunately, there is nothing he can do now. Send someone to closely monitor Cloud Shinobi village and Konoha, and report to me in time if there is any movement. Yes. Mist Ninja Village. After Terumi Mei received the news, she was apprehensive and at the same time showed a bright smile. As expected of Uchiha Chiba, I'm really not safe anywhere. Mizukage-sama, what should we do next? Do we want to participate in the war? Ching stood by and asked eagerly. He also knows a little about Chiba. But he only knows that Chiba is related to Terumi Mei's superior position, but he doesn't know the real relationship between the two. Terumi Mei frowned, staring at him and said coldly, "What kind of battle? The most important task of Mist Ninja Village now is to restore vitality." After thinking about it, Terumi Mei said, "Also, haven't I found a few ice-escaped ninjas and people from the Ghost Lamp family recently? How is the communication going?" Ching smiled wryly and sighed. "Those people are unwilling to return to Mist Ninja Village, they don't trust the village anymore." Terumi Mei also sighed. Although one in village has experienced the era of blood fog, there are still many blood successor limit ninjas who escaped and hid among the people of the country of water. It's a pity that the original blood mist policy was too terrifying and brutal. Those who have experienced it are reluctant to come back. Then find a way to bring back a few young people. They should be willing to come back. Now one in village needs them. Finally, Terumi Mei gave a cold snort and gave the order directly. Yes, Chapter 44 Shangulin, Scum. The news that Chiba captured 8 Tails Jinchuriki and seriously injured Raikage shocked the entire ninja world. It was also the first time for other ninja villages to know how terrifying Chiba's strength is. The Shao organization also began to attract attention because of this operation, but not many people paid attention for the time being. Pain also issued an order at this time to let everyone keep a low profile recently. Mission paused, but the intelligence work did not stop. Soon the actions of the major ninja villages were known by everyone in the Akatsuki organization. Konoha stopped chasing Chiba, however, Cloud Shinobi Village released a reward for Chiba, which was twice as much as Konoha. Such a strong contrast has spread to the ninja world. Konoha has become a complete joke. Although it was also said that everything was a conspiracy by Konoha, Uchiha Chiba did not actually defect. But no one would believe it at all. Such a strength still needs a conspiracy. It's funny. Third Hokage has compromised again. Itachi was very disappointed with Third Hokage after hearing the news. It seems Chiba's prophecy is coming true. Thinking of the future Chiba described, Itachi clenched his fists nervously. I must go to Konoha as soon as possible. Chiba has come to Kusanagi village at this moment. Compared with Konoha and Cloud Shinobi village, Kusanagi village is much smaller and has fewer people. Kusanagi village, which doesn't even have cage-level strongmen, seems to have no defense for him. After opening Sharingan and casually hypnosis a few people, Chiba easily learned about the mother and daughter of Shangulin. In front of a simple wooden house, a thin red-haired girl struggled to carry a bucket to a water tank and poured water into it. The whole person staggered and almost fell into the water tank. Cough, Shangulin, cough, are you okay, cough. Shangulin's mother in the wooden house asked anxiously when she heard the movement. It's a pity that her body has already been overdrawn by the people of Sao Ninja Village, and her life is running out, and it is difficult to speak. I'm fine, Mom, don't worry. Shangulin hurriedly got up. With tears rolling in her eyes, she hurriedly wiped her face and replied. At this time, Chiba walked in. Shanglin was taken aback immediately, looked at him tremblingly, stretched out his hand to block the door and cried. Bad guy, don't hurt my mother. Chiba felt a little sad watching this scene, stepped forward to touch Shanglin who closed her eyes in fright, and said softly. I'm not a bad person, I'm here to save you. Ahem, who is outside? Don't hurt my child, Shanglin's mother shouted anxiously, her voice was weak and her breathing was like pulling a bellows. Chiba patted Shanglin, who was still trembling and crying, and walked into the wooden house. After seeing the situation inside, Chiba couldn't help being startled. This is not a house at all, many boards have been broken and fallen, and the sun shines through the gaps in the room. An old-looking, pale-faced woman with gray hair and dry skin was lying on the haystack. There are dense bite marks all over her body, and the traces of teeth marks are clearly visible. Scum. Chiba took a deep breath, his expression extremely cold. Although this is the ninja world, there are not many ninjas who are used as tools. But seeing this scene with his own eyes still made him uncontrollably angry. Shangulin's mother stared at him blankly, tears streaming down her face. She beckoned to Kaorin, who was cautiously looking over at the door, hugged her in her arms, then looked at Chiba and smiled weakly. I can feel you, ahem, you're not a bad person. The Uzumaki are born with extraordinary abilities of perception. Even Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Naruto, 2 Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, can feel the malice emanating from people. And the ability of the woman in front of me must have been acquired through countless tortures. Chiba sighed inwardly, and introduced himself. My name is Uchiha Chiba, and I'm Konoha's rebellious ninja. I accidentally learned that there is a suspected descendant of the Uzumaki clan in Kusanan village, so I came to see it. Shangulin's mother's face changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. After experiencing a life like hell, some of her standards are different from ordinary people. She said sadly, I mentioned you when Kusanagi was chatting, but I didn't expect that the mighty Uchiha would also go to the back of the Uzumaki clan. What a poor child. In the process of speaking, there were several weak coughing sounds. She looked at Chiba not only without fear, but with pity. It's like a mother pampering her child. Perhaps compared to the news she heard, she believed in her abilities more. If you want me to follow you, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. My life is running out. Chiba nodded, even though his senses were not as strong as those of the Uzumaki clan. Just from the surface, he knew that the woman in front of him was exhausted. Now it is only supported by one breath. Shangulin's mother caressed Shangulin's little face lovingly, looked at Chiba with tears streaming down her face, and begged. I hope you can take my child away, Shanghalin's talent is better than mine, he will be useful to you. For her, the experience in Grass Ninja Village these years is probably more terrifying than hell. Could it be worse to give the child to Chiba than it is now? It works. Chiba smiled wryly in his heart. This is the ninja, if the worthless people are destined to be abandoned. That's why Shanghalin's mother said that. Don't worry, I will take her out of here, and her future life will be normal. Chiba sighed and thought about his words. Shanghalin's mother smiled and nodded, a little relieved. Just then, there was a noise outside. This mission is really dangerous. I almost lost my life. Hey, it's enough to come back alive. Anyway, there's that woman here, so just take a bite and everything will be fine. Haha, who's to say no? What kind of medical ninja is far worse than that woman? But I heard that she is dying, it's a pity. It's a pity, she died and her daughter will take over. When her daughter has a child, she will continue to take over. We, Sao Ninja Village, don't have to worry about getting hurt. Listening, Chiba couldn't help the veins popping on his forehead. Anger. Child, take Shanghalin quickly, they dare not do anything to me, cough cough. Shanghalin's mother anxiously pushed Shanghalin, who was pursing her lips tightly, in front of Chiba and urged. Chiba smiled coldly. Sorry, I'm afraid I'll be unhappy if I don't kill these people. Shanghalin's mother cried anxiously in a low voice. Hurry up, they have a lot of people, you are not their opponent. Chapter 45. Is it useful to have more people? Kill. Is it useful to have a lot of people? If everyone from Kusanagi village comes, they will all be killed. Chiba's face was indifferent, his eyes were cold, and the three Tomo Sharingan automatically emerged under the violent emotional fluctuations. The reason why he wants to become stronger is not because he can do whatever he wants. If you don't like this group of people, kill them. At this time, the dilapidated door was violently knocked open with a bang, and several wounded Kusanagi walked in with listless expressions. Just in time to see Chiba staring at them coldly, making no secret of his killing intent. One by one was taken aback. Who? Among them, Kusanagi Jonin was frightened and broke into a cold sweat when he saw Sharingan. Uchiha was sent to the ninja world by the big event of Genocide. Almost everyone knows that there are only two ruthless characters left in the Uchiha clan today. And this Jonin of Kusanagi had seen the portraits of Chiba and Itachi. He recognized Chiba the moment he saw his face. He knew very well that he was definitely not such a ruthless opponent, so he hurriedly took a step back and looked at him vigilantly and asked. Uchiha Chiba, what are you doing here? Hiss. The other grass ninjas gasped when they heard the words, their faces turned pale with fright, and they hurriedly backed up behind Jonin. The leader of Grass Ninja Village once told them that some of those people should not be provoked. Among them is Chiba's name. How could they not be afraid? Chiba had no intention of communicating with them at all. He took a deep breath, and lightly raised the seal with one hand. Water-style water whip. The rushing water flowed in a ball in front of him. Seeing this scene, Kusanagi Jonin shouted in horror. Wait, you can discuss anything, don't do it. But the next moment, he was desperate. A stream of water whips pierced out of the water mass. Fast as lightning. Puff puff puff. It is obviously the softest water, but at this moment it is like the sharpest weapon. Instantly pierced Kusanagi's throat. Even that Kusanagi Jonin instinctively used kunai to block, but kunai was directly broken, piercing through the throat. No doubt a spike. Behind Chiba, Xianglin and her mother stared blankly at this scene. Hopeful brilliance bloomed in their despairing eyes. Maybe this time they were really saved. Chiba is stronger than they imagined. After Xianglin's mother reacted, she hurriedly said, before anyone else comes, take Xianglin and go. After all, this is Grass Ninja Village, and the battle just now may have attracted the attention of others. She was worried that Xianglin would not be able to escape once she was besieged by the people of Kusanagi village. Seeing the fear and awe in Xianglin's eyes, Chiba shook his head inwardly. Xianglin's talent is indeed good, but unfortunately her temperament is too bad. It can only be said that Sao Ninja Village is wasting her talent. Don't worry, it's useless even if everyone from Kusanagi village comes. Chiba finished speaking calmly, and walked outside the wooden house. Swipe swipe, figures appeared around the wooden house and surrounded it. After seeing Chiba's figure, they all gasped. Damn Uchiha Chiba, why is he here? Does he want to take that woman away? What are we going to do? Are we going to fight him? There should be no problem with so many of us. The grass ninjas talked in panic, and turned their attention to their leader. The leader of Kusanagi village is an ordinary-looking middle-aged man named Ueda Shin. He looked at Chiba and felt trembling in his heart, but at the moment he had to bite the bullet and say, Uchiha Chiba, should you give me an explanation for invading our Kusanagi village? Just because you are qualified to ask me for an explanation. Chiba looked at him and smiled mockingly, with a look of disdain on his face. The Kusanagi leader was suddenly flushed with anger. This is in front of many grass ninja elites, so he doesn't give him face. He was also angry, and yelled fiercely, Uchiha Chiba, you are too arrogant, this is Kusanagi village. Do you still want to fight against the entire Kusanagi village? So what? Chiba looked at him coldly, and the water flow in front of him suddenly became much bigger. Too arrogant. Do it, leader. We simply don't pay attention to our Sao Ninja village, let's kill him together. The grass ninjas clamored one after another. The leader of Kusanagi was also furious at his words, and he had already retreated repeatedly, but Chiba still didn't give him face, and he couldn't stand it anymore. Gritting his teeth and staring at Chiba, he roared angrily. Let's do it together. Kill. Boom. Dozens of grass ninjas act instantly, with ninjutsu, kunai shuriken, and detonating charms. Whoosh. There was a creepy piercing sound. Dozens of water whips drilled out of the water mass in front of Chiba like lightning. Like a life-threatening rope, it pierced through the throats of dozens of people in an instant. Puff puff puff. There were continuous piercing sounds and muffled roars. In an instant, dozens of corpses fell to the ground, and the sound of plopping was endless. Only a few people, including the leader of the grass ninja village, escaped by chance. But these people were also shocked by the scene in front of them. Killed dozens of elite ninjas in their grass ninja village with one blow. This strength is completely beyond their imagination. Only now did they understand why Chiba ignored them at all. Because he has overwhelming strength. Gudong. I don't know who swallowed the saliva. Several grasses backed away unanimously. The Kusanagi leader was even more frightened by the scene in front of him, trembling all over. He no longer cares about the loss of Saoren village, and only wants to survive. Don't kill me, I'm the leader of Grass Ninja Village. If I die, you will be hunted down by Grass Ninja Village. If you have the courage, then Yusao Ninja Village will come and hunt me down. Chiba sneered and started ninjutsu again. Kill him directly. All the Kusanagi who came were killed. The Kusanagi who saw this scene in the distance fled in panic. HMPH, you guys are acquainted. After killing the leader of a village, Chiba finally vented his anger and did not chase them down. Turning around, Xiong Lin had already helped his mother to the door, and the two of them stared at him blankly, tears streaming down their faces. They seemed to be saved. The two felt unreal. Okay, let's go. Leave Grass Ninja Village. Chiba looked at the two and said, okay, get out of here. Xionglin's mother excitedly pulled Xiongling forward, her face radiant as if she had regained her youth. Chiba sighed inwardly. He naturally knew that this was a flashback, and it would not be long before Xionglin's mother would die. The three of them moved forward slowly, the grass ninjas on the road panicked and avoided, and the whole Grass Ninja Village became extremely quiet and cold for a while. After leaving the border of Kusanagi village, Xionglin's mother couldn't help but fell to the ground and cried loudly. Xiongling hugged her mother and cried together. Chapter 46 Aroma, White, Kimimaro. Mom. Korin's mother died, and it seems that after entrusting Kaorin to Chiba, leaving Kusanagi village became her only obsession. Now that her obsession is complete, this miserable woman is finally free. Let's go, you will follow me from now on. Chiba stepped forward and stroked Xionglin's hair and said softly. Xiongling looked at him timidly and whispered, Brother Chiba. Chiba smiled and took her to bury her mother, and the two came to Chunin village to settle temporarily. Mist Ninja Village. On a training ground, the two teenagers were competing with each other, their fists and feet were fierce and powerful, and every time they collided, there was a muffled sound. Not far away, Terumi Mei and Chiba are watching this scene. What do you think of them? Terumi Mei looked at Chiba and asked with some complacency. This is the three-person team he managed to put together, and it is also the focus of her future training. Ice Escape and Dead Bone Pulse, it seems that your luck is good. Chiba looked at her with some surprise. Terumi Mei suddenly smiled happily, and it was something she was proud of to be praised by Chiba. She explained enthusiastically. The boy who escaped from Bingdu is Bai, who happened to be met by Anbu from Chunin village when he was chasing and killing him, and was brought back to Chunin village. The boy from Dead Bone Pulse is Kimimaro. The two are the same age, only 11 years old now, and neither has received orthodox guidance. But in just a few days, the combat power of the two has been comparable to that of Chunin, which shows the strength of the two. And beside Terumi Mei there is a somewhat thin boy wearing glasses. Chojuro, although he is only 10 years old, has already been chosen to be the successor of Double Sword's Flounder. Standing beside Chiba was Karen, who was just 8 years old, staring curiously at Kimimaro and Shiro who were fighting. Isn't she from the Uzumaki clan? Terumi Mei glanced at Xiongling and asked in a low voice, her gaze was a little eager. The Uzumaki clan are the most suitable ninjas to become Jinchuriki. Even if they cannot become perfect Jinchuriki, basically there will be no problems. Now the Six Tails Jinchuriki of Mist Ninja Village barely changed to another person, and they can hold on for the time being. But Three Tails is still fleeing, but Mist Ninja Village has been unable to find a suitable Jinchuriki. Don't get her attention, I have no intention of making her a Jinchuriki. Chiba gave her a warning look. Okay, then how do you plan to arrange her? Or let her stay in Chunin village? Terumi Mei curled her lips and said unwillingly. Since I brought her here, I naturally want her to stay here. I can rest assured that you can take care of me. Chiba nodded, looked at Shiro and Kimimaro who had already decided the winner and said. Are you planning to arrange for Chojuro to form a team with the two of them, and add Xiongling as well, as a non-staff member? Terumi Mei looked happy, and agreed happily. However, I hope you have time to point them out. Guiding the three with Chiba's strength will definitely benefit them a lot. Chiba nodded, his strength has been difficult to improve quickly in a short period of time. This time I came to Mist Ninja Village because I had a mind and wanted to spend more time to settle down. He knows too many ninjutsu, which needs to be sorted out. And everyone has a side that is good at being a teacher. Chiba couldn't help but feel a little itchy when he saw the three geniuses. Terumi Mei waved to Kimimaro and Bai, and they hurried over. Mizukage-sama, Master Chiba, the two bowed respectfully, as if carved out of the same mold. Obviously Terumi Mei mentioned it before. However, Chiba still felt very comfortable in his heart. Not even beating Raikage and Eight-Tails Jinchuriki was as happy as he was right now. No wonder Orochimaru likes to collect geniuses, that's how it feels. Chiba muttered to himself, and nodded amiably. You can come to me at any time if you have any questions about your practice in the future. Thank you Chiba-sama. Shiro and Kimimaro bowed again like two pieces of wood. Terumi Mei also had a little headache seeing the two of them. However, she also knew that this was caused by the two people's previous experiences, and they could only improve slowly over time. This is Shangolin, and I will be your companion in the future. She pointed to Shangolin and said. Shangolin was staring curiously at the two little brothers with round eyes. Both Bai and Kimimaro belong to the type with extremely high appearance. Shiro has a softer look, Kimimaro is a bit more masculine. It's just that both of them nodded expressionlessly, a little cold. Shangolin held Chiba's hand a little scared. Be nice to me, you two bastards. Don't be afraid, I will vent your anger on you. Chiba felt a little upset. Although it's only a few days, but I have been taking care of Shangolin, and I feel a little bit sorry for this timid girl. Almost as a younger sister to raise. At this moment, it is natural to be upset to see the cold looks of the two little guys. For a moment, Chiba looked at Shiro and Kimimaro sharply. The two little guys looked at each other in confusion, not understanding why Master Chiba suddenly changed his face. Come, let me give you some pointers. Chiba grinned grimly in his heart, planning to teach the two little guys a lesson. Soon, there were two pitiful screams from the training ground. The printing speed is too slow, all the flowers I've been waiting for have withered. Is this physical technique tickling me? Shangolin beats my back harder than you. The speed is too slow, are you turtles? Defense. It's too weak and I can kill you with one hand. ... Seeing Chiba bullying the two children, Terumi Mei was speechless. Shangolin looked at the two younger brothers who were constantly being beaten and giggled. She knew that Chiba was helping her out, so she was very happy, and she liked the feeling of being taken care of. After Chiba stopped, Shiro and Kimimaro were already lying on the ground with bruised noses and swollen faces. In the battle just now, they didn't even touch Chiba once. Both of them were a little suspicious of life. Chiba lowered his head between the two and said viciously, if you two dare to face Shangolin with a blank face in the future, I guarantee that your fate will be worse than this time. Bai and Kimimaro shuddered suddenly, and then realized that the beating was because of this. The two hurriedly smiled at Shangolin. Bang bang, whoops. The two of them received two more blows on the head, covering their heads in pain and looking at the beating Chiba in confusion. Laughing is uglier than crying, go back and practice hard for me. Chiba was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. It's okay if these two guys don't smile. When they laugh, their stiff smiles are as if they are going to kill people. It would be strange if Shangolin didn't cry when he saw it. Chapter 47 Kakashi was monitored by third generation and joined forces with Itachi. Profound. The two little guys responded with a dejected cry. Chiba looked at Shangolin proudly, the little guy was clapping his hands happily. Terumi Mei couldn't help laughing, she didn't expect Chiba to have such a childish side. But Chojuro next to her was terrified, and hastily and foolishly smiled at Kaorin. Hey, so ugly. Shangolin was startled and screamed. Chiba was furious, you brat, come over and get beaten. Ah, the screams of the training ground sounded again. Shiro and Kimimaro looked at each other, and looked at Chojuro who kept screaming, sighed and shook his head. Good teammates, we share weal and woe. ... As time passed, Chiba also settled down in Kiri Ninja Village, and lived with Kaorin in Terumi Mei's house. But Mist Ninja Village is just his usual daily life. When practicing, he would use Flying Thunder God to go to an uninhabited island near the Land of Water. He knows too many ninjutsu. Fire style, water style, lightning style, it's almost over the top. He needs to develop moves that can play to his strengths. Thunder Spear. Chiba let out a low growl, thunder flashed in his hand, and a long spear condensed from lightning-style chakra appeared. This is a ninjutsu he developed based on Ulquiorra's Thunder Lance in Shinigami. It doesn't need to rely on Susanoo to cast it like the flame gun. Call out. Chiba fixed his eyes on a small uninhabited island in the distance, and threw it violently. Kaila. A flash of lightning flashed in the air, and it landed on the island in an instant. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire island exploded. The violent shock wave set off huge waves on the sea surface, surging continuously. Not bad, it's finally done. Chiba smiled satisfied seeing this scene. Thunder Spear can give full play to the advantages of his pupil power, chakra volume and lightning style. For him, it's even better than the tailed beast bomb. ... While Chiba was practicing, Itachi was also ready to act. Recently, the Shao organization has suspended operations and only undertakes some inconspicuous small tasks, so everyone's time is very loose. Itachi found a reason to practice and left Akatsuki temporarily, and quietly returned to Konoha village. As the former Konoha Anbu, he is now a double agent. He is familiar with many enchantment institutions in Konoha village, so he easily entered Konoha village without being discovered by anyone. In the evening, Itachi stood on the tower looking at the ninja school. Jonin couldn't help but smile when he saw Sasuke coming out. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because he found that Sasuke has changed a lot more silent than before, and a lot more lonely. Although he was very sad, he knew that now was not the time to meet Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke, Itachi's heart became more and more heavy. Itachi took a deep breath, took a deep look at his brother, and turned to look for Kakashi. This is Anbu surveillance. No, this is not Anbu, it's someone from the root organization. When he came near Kakashi's house, Itachi realized that something was wrong. Kakashi, as Anbu's captain, is being watched by Anbu's people at the moment. As a former member of the root organization, he is naturally very clear about the methods and tactics of the root organization. That's why he felt even more wrong. Now that Danzo is under house arrest, the root organization has become a force for third Hokage. That means Kakashi has been targeted by third Hokage. Itachi took a deep breath, feeling a little unbelievable. In his opinion, Kakashi, who had high hopes and admiration for third Hokage, was actually being watched. Chiba said that he once said those things to Kakashi. Is it because Kakashi is investigating those things? Although it was just a guess, Itachi already had a judgment in his mind. This made his sense of third Hokage drop a lot again. He didn't contact Kakashi rashly, but followed him secretly for a few days. The more you follow him, the more frightened you become. Kakashi, who was once expected to become minister of Anbu, was suspended from his position as the captain of Anbu division. Moreover, they were closely monitored by Anbu's people. Every person Kakashi has contacted will be followed by Anbu's people to investigate. People from the root organization even searched Kakashi's home. It was no longer a matter of trust, but Kakashi was already suspected. Itachi sighed inwardly. He had judged that Kakashi could join forces. That night, after Anbu's search, he sneaked into Kakashi's house and hid. Click. The door opened, and Kakashi walked into the house with a tired face. Looking at the situation at home, Kakashi frowned. This is not the first time he has found his home searched. He was about to tidy up with an ugly face when a voice suddenly sounded in the room. Senior Kakashi, long time no see. Kakashi suddenly turned his head, looking at Itachi, who came out of the bathroom in shock. Itachi, didn't you defect? Why did you appear here? His pupils shrank sharply, and his whole body was on guard. Itachi didn't move. He didn't want to start a fight, so he said calmly. Because Chiba told me what he told you some time ago, I think I need to come back and investigate. Do you think I'll believe that? You're the ninja defector who wiped out the Uchiha clan. Kakashi stared at him coldly, unmoved. Itachi's face froze. Bitter in his heart, he smiled wryly and said. Could it be that Senior Kakashi still can't figure it out? Do you think that third Hokage and Danzo are not involved? Kakashi looked at him dully, swallowed with some difficulty and asked. What are you talking about? Itachi looked at Shen Sheng seriously and said. Uchiha Genocide. Actually, I was just the executor. The one who really planned this operation was Danzo. Even third Hokage may have been involved. I hope Senior Kakashi can help me keep this matter a secret for the time being. In fact, this matter. Itachi told Kakashi the ins and outs of the genocide. Kakashi was dumbfounded. Although he guessed something, he didn't expect that there would be so many people and so many intricate relationships behind it. He also didn't expect Itachi to destroy his family in order to protect Sasuke and Konoha. Third Hokage is so cruel. Kakashi felt some sympathy for him. He looked at Itachi with a complicated expression. Since you are a spy of the third generation, why don't you go to meet him instead of me? Itachi sighed, smiled bitterly and said. Do you think I can still trust third Hokage after hearing Chiba's analysis? What's more, the purpose of my return this time is to investigate third Hokage. Chapter 48 Chiba is here, the truth about White Fang's death. Kakashi also nodded with a wry smile. I want to protect Sasuke and Konoha, not third Hokage. Kakashi-senpai, do you understand? Itachi knew he had a good time, so he cut to the chase. Kakashi nodded. At this time, swipe, a figure suddenly appeared beside Itachi. Yo, you two actually met, but didn't fight. Itachi and Kakashi were about to make a move when they heard Chiba's voice and smiled wryly. How did you come? The two looked at Chiba and frowned. Because the two of them knew very well that Chiba's attitude towards Konoha was different from theirs. It's not a good idea to involve him. I have a chance to get revenge on two old guys, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. How can I pass up this opportunity? Don't worry, I won't shoot anyone else, for now. Chiba smiled when he saw the nervous two. Itachi and Kakashi turned into horns to defend themselves. These two guys who were supposed to be enemies actually joined forces because of themselves. Itachi looked at him and suddenly asked. You wrote the Flying Thunder God spell on me, right? Chiba smiled and pointed to the ninja bag on his body. That was the imprint he left on one of the kunai when the two of them communicated last time. Not only that, but Kakashi also has a few kunjutsu imprinted on his body. Itachi opened the ninja tool bag and looked, and soon found the kunai, and his heart shuddered. Although his mood fluctuated greatly at the time, he did not relax his guard. But Chiba didn't notice what he was doing. It seems that the gap in strength between the two is getting bigger and bigger. Itachi snapped off the kunai with a livid face. Chiba didn't care, but looked at Kakashi and asked casually. It seems that you are already investigating the things I said. What's the result? This is the incident I sorted out that needs to be investigated. Take a look. Kakashi opens a scroll. Itachi glanced at it. His face changed slightly. There were too many incidents above. Naoki's death, Konoha's White Fang's death, Might Day's death, Tsunade's departure, Nine Tails Rebellion, Orochimaru defection, Hinata incident, Shisui's death, Uchiha Genocide. There are actually 9 incidents that need to be investigated. Chiba smiled and applauded lightly. Nice job. Kakashi, who was praised, looked a little ugly, and said in a deep voice. These are just a few major incidents that I sorted out based on your reminders. Whether there is a problem or not remains to be verified. Chiba pouted, looked at Itachi and asked, "Can you tell me about the circumstances of Shisui's death?" Itachi glanced at the two of them, hesitant. After all, he promised Shisui back then. Do you think it is necessary to keep it secret in the current form? Chiba looked at him with a sneer and asked. Itachi smiled bitterly and said, "I know about Shisui's death. It was Danzo who attacked him suddenly." He briefly told what happened the night Shisui died. Kakashi was a little surprised, and his face was a little ugly. It's the BD Danzo again, what a pity for Shisui. But it seems that Danzo is behind the Uchiha Genocide. Chiba also listened carefully. After all, he only read the plot and didn't have so many details. I think if we're supposed to start with Danzo, he must be hiding a lot of secrets. At the same time, he was also a little scared. He had suspected his father's death and Danzo wanted to find Danzo before. But he didn't know that Danzo had Shisui's Mangekyo on him. If you go, maybe you will be recruited, Kakashi said a little unwillingly. It's a pity that the root organization has been subdued by third Hokage, and those materials have probably been destroyed. Chiba glanced outside. He had already noticed the people watching outside, and said coldly. Isn't there a ready-made source of information outside? Kakashi's expression changed slightly. He didn't want to confront third Hokage just yet, or it might be dangerous. Chiba stared at him and asked, "Don't you want to know the truth about your father's death?" Kakashi's face turned cold instantly. Then try them. Not long after, Kakashi left the house and headed to remote places. Monitoring his root tissue immediately revealed an anomaly. Where is this guy going so late? Catch up. A four-man team stealthily crashed behind Kakashi. Gradually they realized something was wrong. The place was too remote, and this was the most remote forest in Konoha. Although they are vigilant enough, their strength has no resistance in front of the Chiba trio. It was easily taken down. Among the forest, Itachi tried to use Sharingan to inflict information on the leader of a root organization with illusion torture. But these people were determined, and there was a blockade in their bodies, which made him fail. Itachi was about to activate Mangekyo when Chiba patted him on the shoulder. "Let me do it, it's better to save your pupil power." Itachi didn't refute, but took a step back. Chiba stepped forward to open the Mangekyō Sharingan hypnosis, which root organization's captain, and asked. You know what Danzo did in the Konoha's White Fang incident? The captain of the root organization had dull eyes, and after a long silence, he stumbled and said. Danzo-sama once secretly threatened Hitachi's teammates to stand up and accuse him. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi stayed in place as if struck by lightning. He did not expect that the information he had always wanted to obtain would be so easy to obtain. I didn't expect the truth to be so simple. Danzo is the murderer. Say, I want to hear the specific process. Kakashi grabbed the root leader's collar suddenly, and growled with a ferocious face. The icy killing intent lowered the temperature of the air a bit. Calm. Chiba turned and Mangekyō Sharingan took a look at Kakashi. Golden illusion binding technique. Buzz buzz. Huge rusty iron nails more than half a meter long pinned him in place, unable to move. Ah, Danzo, I'm going to kill you. Kakashi struggled desperately, roaring with veins popping on his forehead. Itachi looked at him and sighed. Chiba waited for him to vent before continuing to torture him. The truth of the year emerged in front of the three of them. Back then, the mission that Hitachi Tsukumo gave up was indeed very important. However, the consequences of the failure of this mission are not serious enough to cause Konoha and Fire Nation to suffer major losses. After returning to Konoha, Hitachi felt guilty and was seized by Danzo. First, he secretly spread the fishing boat to Konoha, and then threatened the teammates rescued by Hitachi Tsukumo to accuse him. Instantly hit Hitachi Tsukumo's reputation to the bottom. It's just that Hitachi Tsukumo's suicide was also unexpected by Danzo. So after White Fang committed suicide, Danzo realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly extinguished the fishing boat to eliminate the influence. Chiba looked at the murderous Kakashi and raised his eyebrows and said. It seems that I really guessed it. Chapter 49. Konoha 2 Mobs. Clash of Kakashi and Third Generation. Kakashi's face was extremely gloomy, and he said coldly. Let's go kill Danzo now. Chiba shook his head hastily. If it was just to kill Danzo, it would be too cheap for him. I would have done it already. I'm going to separate him from Third Hokage. This is the fate of offending him. No, you can't do it now. Even if you want to kill him, you have to kill him openly. You can't involve yourself. And just killing him like this is too cheap for him. Maybe he will become Konoha's hero. Itachi also stopped beside him. Kakashi was silent for a while before nodding hard. Chiba continued to torture. Is there anything behind the incident of Orochimaru's defection? Master Hokage had a chance to kill Orochimaru, but he let him go. Kakashi smiled coldly, seemingly not surprised at all. Master Danzo once secretly cooperated with Orochimaru to carry out forbidden experiments. They once wanted to overthrow. Listen to the intelligence revealed by the root organization. Chiba sneered. Itachi and Kakashi turned pale. They didn't expect Orochimaru's forbidden experiments in Konoha to be secretly supported by Danzo. After Third Hokage stopped the first generation cell experiments, Orochimaru and Danzo are still working on it, and it's even crazier. The experimental subjects used in the experiment were all children of Konoha. But Third Hokage let Orochimaru go without knowing this. For the two who have already begun to feel dissatisfied with Third Hokage. Although I can understand third Hokage's choice, I can't accept it. Third Hokage has forgotten his duty as a Hokage. Kakashi laughed to himself. Back then, he had obeyed orders to hunt down Orochimaru, and now he thought it was a pitiful fool. Thinking of Konoha Anbu who died in the hands of Orochimaru these years, he became more and more dissatisfied with third Hokage. But as the torture progressed, Chiba was shocked even if he knew some of the plot. Not to mention Kakashi and Itachi. Hyuga Hizashi's death can be said to be contributed by third Hokage, and even Danzo expressed his opposition. Shisui's death was an accident, but Danzo had already set his sights on his Mangekyō Sharingan. Night of Nine Tails fourth Hokage dies. It was also Danzo who ordered the Uchiha clan not to fight, and later manipulated the fishing boat, which caused the villagers of Konoha to suddenly intensify their dissatisfaction with the Uchiha clan. Listening to the words of the root organization, Kakashi and Itachi were a little skeptical about life. Are these still the two pillars of Konoha? Chiba chuckled. They are the two big boars of Konoha. Worms. Kakashi and Itachi nodded with complicated expressions. Isn't it just a moth that harms Konoha so much? What should we do next? Kakashi frowned. You should know that this is Hokage and Hokage Auxiliary. After decades of working in Konoha, the forces spread all over Konoha, and the connections are even more terrifying. The two of them have done so many things overtly or secretly but have not been backlashed. One can imagine the terror of their power. It's like covering the sky with one hand. Itachi calmly said, you can't kill them directly, otherwise Konoha will be in danger. Kakashi nodded upon hearing that. Now the situation in the ninja world is delicate, and the confrontation between Cloud Shinobi Village and Rock Shinobi Village is still going on. There is still the possibility of a ninja war breaking out, and Konoha has successively experienced the Uchiha Genocide and the Danzo incident. If there is another Hokage incident that has a greater impact, I am afraid that Konoha's hearts will be scattered. Kakashi thought for a while and said, we need evidence, and we can't do it now. We have to unite more people to ensure that Konoha can make a smooth transition while solving this matter. The two looked at Chiba, who shrugged indifferently. As long as you can take down Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, I don't care about the rest. And as for the evidence, I have a part here, you can take a look. Chiba said and took out a scroll, which he took out from Danzo's vault. Part of the evidence was given to the major families, and photos were also left. Most of them were preserved by him. It's a pity that he wasn't interested in those records back then, otherwise he wouldn't have to bother now. Kakashi and Itachi hurriedly took the scroll and opened it for a look. Although the two have long known how terrifying the experiment performed by Danzo is. But seeing the detailed information at this moment, I can't help but feel chills in my heart. For the sake of the experiment, Danzo didn't take human life seriously. The number of Konoha children who died in his hands has exceeded 200 people just according to the records. Danzo must die. Itachi's eyes were cold, and he said decisively. That's right, the same goes for Kakashi. It's hard to tolerate Danzo's immortality. After a long time, Kakashi let out a breath, frowned and said. The evidence is enough to discredit Danzo, but the evidence for third generation's purpose is not enough. Chiba smiled and said, thinking to confront third Hokage head-on with the strength of the two of you is a dream, you need to unite more people. Like, Hyuga Hiyashi. Seeing the two people looking over, Chiba smiled and said, some time ago, Danzo found the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan. I'm afraid Hyuga Hiyashi will not be satisfied with this result, not to mention the kidnapping of Cloud Shinobi that year was also a thorn. Kakashi thought for a moment, looked at Itachi and nodded. I'll get in touch with you. Then he looked at the fallen root tissue and frowned. What should these people do? Chiba smiled coldly, looked at him and said, just go straight to the showdown with Sarutobi Hiruzen. With your strength plus the reputation and contacts in Konoha, he will never dare to touch you easily. Quote, Kakashi frowned, he didn't want to be exposed so early. Chiba kindly reminded, don't forget your teacher, the son of the fourth Hokage. The current Naruto suffered isolation and exclusion during Konoha's most difficult time. Kakashi's face changed slightly, he took a deep breath and said, I'll take care of it here, you guys go first, third Hokage is about to find this place. Chiba nodded, and left quietly with Itachi. Not long after, third Hokage brought Anbu to Kakashi's house in person. He stared at Kakashi with a sinking face and said angrily, what the hell are you trying to do? How dare you knock out Anbu who is watching you? Do you know that I can have you arrested just because of this? Kakashi looked at third Hokage calmly, and asked, I was just about to ask Master Hokage, why are you spying on me? Chapter 50 The Third Generation Compromises, Hyuga Hiyashi joins the Third Alliance. Third Hokage's complexion froze, and then he said calmly, because I feel you are influenced by Uchiha Chiba, I don't want you to go down the wrong path. Wrong path, Kakashi sneered in his heart, and said expressionlessly, Master Hokage, please don't worry, I will not mess around, after all, even if I kill Danzo, my father will not be resurrected. Hearing the first half of the sentence, third Hokage was relieved. But when he heard the back, his face suddenly changed, and he stared at Kakashi with a murderous look. What do you want to say in the end? Kakashi let out a breath, suppressing the killing intent in his heart and said, no matter how much you do now, the past can't be changed, so I want to do something that will benefit the future. For example, Naruto. Third Hokage's expression changed for a while, and finally he calmed down and said, tell me about your conditions. A sneer flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Sure enough, in the eyes of the third Hokage today, everything is a matter of interest and can be discussed. This kind of person is not worthy of being a Hokage. Kakashi felt a little angry in Chunin's heart. I want the custody of Naruto, Kakashi said firmly. He also paid attention to Naruto before, but was ordered by third generation not to get too close. But the intelligence he got from the root organization changed his mind. Whether for the sake of Mr. Minato or for the future of Konoha, Naruto must grow up healthily. He believes that Mr. Minato's child has that potential. This is impossible. Third Hokage flatly refused. Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, too important to Konoha. It is impossible for him to hand Naruto to Kakashi, who has already had a rift in his relationship. Kakashi was not surprised. He was planning to ask for a lot of money, so he took a step back and said, "Then please Master Hokage, allow me to approach Naruto and guide him in his practice." Third Hokage frowned. He knew that this was Kakashi's real condition. After some hesitation, he finally agreed. As Chiba said, Third Hokage dare not touch Kakashi without the slightest reason. Yes, but all processes must be monitored by Anbu. Also, you must not tell Naruto about his background. Kakashi's complexion changed slightly. Looking at Third Hokage's firm eyes, he finally agreed with difficulty. The negotiation is over, and there is no other topic to talk between the two people who were once close. Third Hokage took a deep look at him, then turned and left. Kakashi stared at his back, extremely indifferent. Anbu, who was watching him, has been removed, and Kakashi knows now is the perfect opportunity. So he went out immediately after tidying up, and quietly went to the Hyuga clan. After finding a friend of the Hyuga clan who secretly delivered the letter, Kakashi secretly met Hyuga Heihachi without disturbing others. Kakashi, why did you meet me in secret? Hyuga Heihachi looked at Kakashi seriously. The recent changes in the relationship between him and Third Hokage have all been noticed by Konoha's major families. Although they don't know what happened, they can be sure that there is absolutely no problem between Kakashi and Third Hokage. Do you think Third Hokage is still suitable as Hokage? Kakashi's straightforward words made Hyuga Heihachi's face change, and he looked at him in surprise. What do you mean by that? Hyuga Heihachi felt a storm in his heart. He didn't expect that the first shot against Third Hokage would be Kakashi, which completely exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his face changed slightly. Do you want to be a fifth generation? He stared at Kakashi's expression. But to his disappointment, Kakashi shook his head calmly and said, "No, I just think that the third generation project is no longer suitable for continuing to serve as Hokage." Hyuga Heihachi frowned upon hearing this. He couldn't understand that Kakashi, who had the closest relationship with Third Hokage, would suddenly attack Third Hokage. He looked serious, staring at Kakashi, and said in a deep voice, "I want to know why." Kakashi exhaled slowly, and whispered some of the information he and Itachi had investigated. Hyuga Heihachi listened carefully, his face gradually darkened. In fact, he already knew some information, but it was far less terrifying and horrifying than what Kakashi said tonight. Can you guarantee that what you say is true? Hyuga Heihachi's face was uncertain. If what Kakashi said is true, then things are really going up. Even if his Hyuga family is strong, he dare not hand over the family to such two rulers. Otherwise, I don't know if it was sold. He also understood why Kakashi suddenly fell out with Third Hokage. This is just the information I investigated from a certain squad leader of the root organization, so I need the help of Senior Heihachi to collect evidence. Kakashi didn't lie, he told the truth. Root organization. Hyuga Heihachi's heart sank. This has given the intelligence enough credibility. But he still couldn't make up his mind. Kakashi looked at the hesitant Hyuga Heihachi and remembered what Chiba said, and said in a deep voice, "Don't Senior Heihachi want to avenge your brother?" Hyuga Heihachi's expression changed. The death of his younger brother can be said to be an eternal pain in his heart. Have you ever thought about it, if the incident of the year happened again? Will the third generation project compromise again? Has the senior forgotten the white eyes that were found in Danzo's hand? Enough. Hyuga Heihachi suddenly stood up and stared at him. What Kakashi said is a disgrace to the Hyuga clan. For Hyuga Heihachi, who is extremely proud in his heart, it is even more humiliating. He stared at Kakashi coldly and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to do?" Kakashi stood up and bowed, and said with a serious face, "Senior, too many bloody tragedies have occurred at the hands of third generation and Danzo. Maybe they used to be the pillars of Konoha, but now they have become moths of Konoha and must be removed. The third generation project is no longer suitable for continuing to serve as Hokage, so I need to collect evidence to convince more people to join forces to promote this matter. Please help me." Hyuga Heihachi looked at the lowered Kakashi with a wry smile. But thinking of the bloody cases that might happen to third Hokage and Danzo, he couldn't help but feel angry. "Okay, I promise you to help you collect evidence. And if these things are confirmed to be true, then I can help you unite more people." Kakashi was overjoyed when he heard that. Although his connections are not bad, he is really not good at power. It would have been nice to have Hyuga Heihachi in the shot. However, he also knows that the real reason for Hyuga Heihachi to help him is the benefit and the disgrace of the Snow family. Chapter 51. The Future is Mine. Future Bet. Early the next morning, Kakashi came to a tower near the ninja school. Itachi stood in the shadows behind him. The two silently watched the two figures on the training ground of the ninja school. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. I went to Naruto's place to check today, and he was eating expired food. Kakashi whispered with a gloomy face. Itachi sighed when he heard the words, and didn't know what to say for a while. Naruto is the son of Konoha's hero, 4th Hokage. To be treated like this in Konoha is outrageous. Talking about protecting Naruto's identity is nonsense in the eyes of both of them. Randomly arranging two Anbu to pretend to be husband and wife to adopt Naruto is enough to make Naruto's life better. For Anbu, it was just a normal task. But 3rd Hokage is what makes Naruto live alone and exposes his Jinchuriki identity. There was no response. Kakashi didn't care, but looked at another lonely boy and asked in a low voice. Did you bet your future on Sasuke? That's right, I believe Sasuke's future will be stronger and brighter than mine. Itachi said firmly, looking fondly at Sasuke in the distance. Call. Kakashi let out a breath, looked at the immature Naruto and smiled. Then I bet my future on Naruto. I believe that Mr. Minato has his reasons for making him Jinchuriki. Chiba suddenly said, then you are doomed, because the future is destined to be mine. Chiba looked at Naruto and Sasuke and grinned. The future of these two little guys can only be his harvesting tools. Ah, snort. Kakashi and Itachi curled their lips, although they were a bit puzzled by Chiba's thoughts. But it can also be noticed that he doesn't seem to have any malice towards Konoha. So it's not against him. Of course, Chiba knew it was because neither of them could beat him. By the way, I went to see Hyuga Heihachi yesterday, and he already agreed. Kakashi suddenly whispered. Itachi's expression froze. I also know the bases of several root organizations, and I will ask you to search them then. Kakashi nodded. Don't worry, with the help of the Hyuga clan, the speed should be much faster. Chiba smiled and said, I really hope that you will collect more evidence, and then I can watch a good show. Kakashi said a little displeased. Watching a play. Chiba, don't forget that you used to be Konoha's ninja. This is not a good thing for Konoha. Chiba stretched and said casually. So what, you also said that it was once, and now my only interest is to watch the excitement. He said indifferently. By the way, I'm living in Chunin village now, and I've discovered 3 geniuses who can be seen. Although they are not my disciples, they have also received my guidance after all. I hope that Naruto Sasuke you are looking forward to will not lose to them. Kakashi and Itachi frowned. They didn't expect Chiba to go to Mist Ninja Village, which is not a good thing. But thinking of Chiba's strength, they are helpless. The two ignored the first half of Chiba's words and focused on the second half. Kakashi suddenly said, how about a bet between the 3 of us? Chiba looked at him with great interest. What bet? Kakashi looked at Naruto who was playing with Shikamaru and others and said with a smile. Just bet on our disciples to see who is stronger. I don't have any disciples. Itachi said a little speechlessly. But you have a brother. Chiba looked at him teasingly. Sasuke. Itachi looked at the lonely Sasuke on the training ground in a daze, then smiled. Okay, I bet. I choose Naruto. Kakashi said with a smile. Then I'll choose Sasuke. Itachi pursed his lips. The two glanced at Chiba. Chiba thought for a while and said. I won't bully you anymore, just choose Karen who is the same age as Naruto Sasuke. However, thinking that the future Naruto Sasuke will be a bit fierce, and Shangulin will not be an opponent, so I added. The bet is limited to 4 years later, which happens to be the year Naruto Sasuke graduated. Can. No problem. Then it's time to bet. Kakashi's face became serious. He looked at Chiba from the corner of his eyes and said in a deep voice. The bet is that the failed ladyboy helps the other two to accomplish one thing. This condition may seem simple, but it is also the most difficult. Itachi said quietly. This condition needs some restrictions, and it must not violate the wishes of the person. Chiba nodded, then looked at Kakashi speechless. You guys don't want me to go back to Konoha, do you? Don't even think about it. Kakashi looked at him provocatively, and asked. What, you dare not? Chiba thought for a while, shook his head and said. It's not necessary at all. If you really win, how about I send 2 pieces of information? He looked at the two mysteriously and said. Don't worry, it will definitely surprise you with sleepless super intelligence. Kakashi and Itachi's expressions changed slightly. The intelligence that would allow Chiba to say that must be very important. The two looked at each other and nodded. Okay, we bet. After finishing speaking, Kakashi smiled and said. Then you wait here, I'll go see my disciple first. The matter of collecting evidence cannot be rushed, and cannot be discovered by 3rd Hokage and Danzo. So they need to be quiet for a while before acting. Chiba looked at Itachi and asked, why, aren't you going to visit your brother? Itachi lowered his head and said nothing. He really wanted to see Sasuke, but he was afraid that after seeing Sasuke, it would be better not to see him. Chiba thought about it, and with his own spoiler, the future plot is very likely to speed up. If Sasuke's strength cannot be improved, he may lose his value as a tool man. He pondered for a while, and seriously suggested Itachi. Actually, I think you should tell Sasuke the truth when the time is right. Since you are optimistic about his future, you should trust him. I guess that kid still wants to kill you even if he knows the truth. Perhaps the truth stimulates him far more than the lies you spun. Itachi's face changed slightly. He knew that Chiba had figured out his thoughts, so he didn't refute. Instead, carefully savor what Chiba said. After a long time, Itachi sighed and whispered in pain. Perhaps you are right. The truth is often crueler than lies. He thought of himself, blinded by the truth and made a wrong decision. He doesn't want Sasuke to follow his old path. Chiba glanced at him and said, leave it to me, I will find a suitable time to tell him the truth. Itachi exhaled and said seriously, "Thank you." He didn't know how to tell his younger brother about the stupid things he did. Maybe someone else would be more appropriate. Chapter 52. The plot begins. Mist Ninja sets out. Chiba didn't stay in Konoha for too long. His main task now is still precipitation and practice. After leaving Konoha, Chiba began to travel around the ninja world, exploring various dangerous places and some important places. The former site of Uchiha village, the former site of Uchiha, the former site of the Senju clan, the Valley of the End. Occasionally, he would return to Mist Ninja village to rest for a period of time to guide Shangolin and others in their practice. Or go to the deserted island of the Country of Water to practice and develop new ninjutsu and then continue to travel. In the Kingdom of Water, he picked up the hydration secrets of the Ice Escape Blood Successor Limit and the Ghost Lamp clan. In a remote mountain village, part of the sealing technique inheritance of the Uzumaki clan was obtained. Talked to a hidden samurai in the Land of Iron about the art of the sword. The Shao organization would occasionally give him tasks for him to perform, but they were easily resolved by him. Time passed little by little. Chiba's strength is becoming more and more terrifying, but his momentum is gradually restrained, as if he has returned to ordinary. Until this day, Chiba received a letter from Terumi Mei. Konoha invites Mist Ninja Village to participate in the joint Chunin assessment. He once told Terumi Mei about this, so Terumi Mei reminded him specially. 4 years have passed, and the plot has already begun. Chiba looked a little dazed. But feeling his own state, Chiba is extremely satisfied. He has gained a lot in the past 4 years. The key is that the change in mentality has made him more calm and confident. After feeling a lot of emotion, Chiba directly cast Flying Thunder God technique and returned to Chunin Village. Mist Ninja Village. On a training ground, the sound of heavy collisions continued. Ice Escape Ice Dragon. Roar. An ice dragon more than 10 meters long stood upright and swooped down. Bai stood on the dragon's head with an awe-inspiring expression. Dead Bone Pulse Bone Fist. On the opposite side, Kimamaro's hands were covered by a layer of gray bone, and he rushed to the ice dragon and punched it. Boom. The violent force shattered the ice dragon in an instant, forming a shock wave visible to the naked eye, and rushed towards Bai with the shattered ice fragments unabated. Ice Escape Icicle. Click click click. A huge block of ice tens of meters high encloses Kimamaro. But the next moment, it was broken by the bone spur piercing out of Kimamaro's body. The two of you come and I fight non-stop. In the distance, Terumi Mei was watching this scene with a smile on her face. This is the elite she has carefully cultivated, and the future of Mist Ninja Village is bright. Brush. Chiba suddenly appeared beside her. Terumi Mei has long been used to his elusive presence, with a smile on her face, her gentle beautiful eyes staring at him. You're back. Well, I'm going to personally lead the team to Konoha's Chunin assessment. Chiba looked at the two fighting in the distance, and felt satisfied in his heart. If an ordinary Jonin met the two, they would definitely not be their opponents. Their strength has surpassed the original work by a lot. The key is to have a solid foundation, more comprehensive skills, and fewer shortcomings. Is something else going to happen? Terumi Mei's complexion changed slightly. Naturally, she knew that if Chiba wanted to go in person, something terrible would happen, so she couldn't help feeling a little worried. Wu Ninja Village has just regained its vitality, but it can't stand the toss. Seeing her expression, Chiba naturally knew what she was thinking, waved his hand and said, "You don't have to worry, these are things inside Konoha. I'm going to settle the accounts with those two old guys thoroughly this time. And this time there are other people who also have thoughts about Konoha, so they happen to watch a scene by the way." Terumi Mei breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it doesn't involve Mist Ninja Village. As for Chiba, she wasn't worried, but felt a little sympathetic to Third Hokage. She knew very well that since Chiba was going to make a move, the result was already doomed. Soon, the battle between Kimamaro and Shiro was over. Winner, Kimamaro. Chiba was not surprised. Ice Escape's power is in the late game, and Kimamaro may not be a match for Shiro over time. But the current white still needs to grow. The two came over and were a little surprised after seeing Chiba, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. But thinking of the fear of being mentored in the past few years, I was a little scared, and hurried forward to say hello. Chiba-sama, Mizukage-sama. Terumi Mei nodded happily, and was about to praise the two of them. A figure jumped up from behind the two of them and rushed towards Chiba. "Brother Chiba, long time no see, I miss you." Phosphorus hangs on Chiba like a kangaroo. The veins on Terumi Mei's forehead were throbbing violently, and she stepped forward and forcibly pulled her down. "You are no longer a child, don't be so frizzy." Shangolin pouted and glared at her unhappily. Terumi Mei waited for her not to be outdone, as if facing a big enemy. Chiba has a headache. As Shangolin grew up, Terumi Mei and Shangolin, who had a good relationship with each other, had more and more fights. He naturally knew what was going on. But the key is that Shangolin is still the same kid in his eyes, and he doesn't have that kind of thought at all. Chiba hastily changed the topic and said, "Okay, I'm coming back this time to take the three of you to Konoha to participate in the joint Chunin assessment." While speaking, he also looked at Kimamaro, Shiro and Kaorin. Changjuro had already been arranged by him to practice swordsmanship a year in advance, so he was not here. "Let us go to the Chunin assessment. Brother Chiba, you look down on us too much, don't you?" Shangolin said with some displeasure. Although she is the weakest of the trio, her strength has already reached the Chunin level. Naturally, they looked down on the so-called Chunin assessment. Although Bai and Kimamaro didn't speak, they were obviously not very interested. Chiba glared at Shangolin, who was getting smaller and smaller, and said helplessly. Do you still remember the bet I told you? This time I will fulfill the bet. And something big might happen to Konoha this time, so let's join in the fun by the way. Bet, brother Chiba, don't worry, I will definitely win. Shangolin excitedly waved her small fist, vowing. Chiba glanced at her, but didn't hit her. Naruto Sasuke's two protagonists are too uncertain, and even he doesn't have much confidence in Shangolin. At noon, Chiba and Terumi Mei had a meal together and chatted for a while. By the way, give Kimimaro and Shiro 2 days off. On the third day, Chiba set off for Konoha with the three of them. At the village entrance of One Village, Terumi Mei brings people to send people off in person. As for the other high-level Mist Ninja, they did not appear. Chiba's identity is no secret at the top of Mist Ninja. After being taught a few times by Chiba, they didn't dare to make a sound and became cowards. Even if Chiba lived in Mizukage Terumi Mei's house openly, they could only swallow their anger. All that needs to be said has been said. Chiba waved to Terumi Mei, and left with the three little ones. They are going to land in the land of waves, and then go to Konoha by land. Chapter 53 Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi. The three of Chiba walked on the road. After leaving the country of water, Shangolin was obviously much quieter. Kimimaro and Shiro would occasionally go out to do missions, but at the moment they also wanted to perform well in front of Chiba. So the two have been vigilant about their surroundings, protecting Shangolin in the middle. When they came to a river, Shangolin suddenly said, "There is a battle ahead, it should be someone of Jonin level fighting." Hearing that it was a Jonin level battle, Kimimaro and Shiro didn't pay much attention. Instead, Chiba thought for a moment and led them over. Jingle, clatter, the sound of fierce fighting came. Chiba couldn't help laughing after seeing the situation on the battlefield. He didn't deliberately create chance encounters. But he didn't expect that he would run into the 7th class. God, Kakashi is fighting Zabuken who wields a beheading sword. Naruto Sasuke was fighting fiercely with a figure covered in thunder and lightning, and he still fought well. It's R1's rebel ninja Zabuza and Leiya. Master Chiba, are we going to take action? Kimimaro asked aloud. Chiba waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, wait until they finish fighting." He looked at Kaorin, pointed at Naruto Sasuke and said, "See, these two people are the targets you want to defeat. Are they the other two people in the bet?" Shangolin immediately looked over and observed carefully, with full perception. Chiba is also observing these two pre-ordered tools. Suddenly, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. During the battle between Kakashi and Zabujan, he actually started using swordsmanship. That kind of knife technique is extremely fast, and every attack is full of sharpness, and a layer of light blue lightning-style chakra is attached to the knife body. It's the hallmark of White Fang's swordplay that Chiba knows. Chiba was a little surprised. He didn't expect Kakashi to pick up the White Fang sword technique that he had discarded once again. It seems that it is true that hatred makes people progress. He felt a little emotional. The previous Kakashi was so salty, its strength had not increased for 10 years, and it even declined. But after having an enemy, in just 4 years, Kakashi has practiced White Fang swordsmanship to an extremely terrifying level. Kakashi's current strength is much stronger than it was 4 years ago. What is a genius? This is the true nature of genius. Kakashi's hands can only defend clumsily, obviously at a disadvantage, and even Kakashi is releasing water. On the other side, Naruto Sasuke's performance surprised him even more. On the battlefield, Naruto holds Rasengan and Sasuke holds Reikiri. They actually mastered their future signature skills before the mission of the Kingdom of Waves. And in terms of strength, they have basically reached the Chunin level. Especially Naruto's physical skills, it can be seen that it is very good. But even so, the two could only persevere under Leiya's hand. Interesting, really interesting. Chiba stared at the two of them closely. Maybe these two people could really bring him a little surprise. On the battlefield, Kakashi observes Naruto and Sasuke while fighting. The reason why he didn't immediately defeat Zabuzai was to allow Naruto Sasuke to take advantage of this opportunity to practice. For 4 years, Kakashi often went to give Naruto a small stove to guide his practice. Although Naruto's ninjutsu is temporarily difficult to make great progress because of the relationship with Nine Tails. But his physical strength is improving by leaps and bounds. Even once, Guy wanted to snatch Naruto as his disciple, but he stopped him. However, Naruto also got the guidance of Guy, and his physical strength can be said to be the top in the previous sessions. And Sasuke's strength is not growing slowly. He guesses that Itachi may be helping him secretly. During the ninja school, Naruto Sasuke has been competing with each other, and the fetters are much deeper than in the original plot. Up to now, the strength of the two is already at the actual Chunin level, and the cooperation can be regarded as a tacit understanding. But their actual combat experience is too little, and they must go through life and death battles. Bang bang bang, Naruto and Sasuke fight Thunder Fang insanely. It's a pity that Leiya's attack power is not as simple as shown in the anime. The two who were beaten ran away with their heads in their arms, and they had no chance to fight back. Thunder, click, boom, a thunderbolt descended from the sky, splashing out in all directions. Kaila, Naruto, who was rushing towards Thunder Fang like a fool, was scratched by a bolt of lightning. After dodging, he hurriedly wiped his cold sweat and retreated quickly. Idiot, don't approach him. Sasuke cursed angrily. Stupid Sasuke, how can you attack him without coming close to me? Naruto yelled while dodging the attack. I must win. Naruto looked at Lei Fang firmly, then glanced at Sasuke who cast Reikiri, gritted his teeth and said. Sasuke, you are ready, I will create opportunities. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. Hundreds of Naruto appeared, quickly gathered Rasengan and rushed forward. Damn it, don't mess around. Sasuke was taken aback, and hurriedly rushed behind Naruto. Rumbling thunder continued, but Naruto lined up with a Rasengan this time, blocking the lightning strike. From a distance, Naruto is like a wall, blocking all lightning-style attacks and gradually shrinking the defensive circle. The shadow clones that were hit disappeared one by one, but they were getting closer and closer to Thunder Fang. Do not come near me. Thunder Fang's ferocious roar increased Chakra's output. Thunder suddenly became more violent. The rumbling thunder almost instantly defeated all of Naruto's clones. Only Naruto's body remained, roaring stubbornly, holding the Rasengan and sprinting. He finally arrived in front of Lei Fang covered in bruises, and Rasengan had almost disappeared. He used his body to break away the last lightning style, and his whole body was instantly paralyzed and staggered down. Sasuke, who was blocked by Naruto, looked at him with tears in his eyes were red. Naruto yelled at him firmly. It's now, Sasuke, give me death. Sasuke roared, burst out at an unimaginable speed, rushed out from behind Naruto in an instant, and appeared in front of Leia. Reikiri, Kaila, with all his strength, Sasuke stabbed Reikiri towards Thunder Fang fiercely, breaking through his lightning-style defense in an instant and hitting the abdomen. Blood was splashing, and Leia stared blankly at the wound on his abdomen. I was injured, are you kidding, but the two brats want to beat me too. Bury me, he watched Sasuke growl angrily. Chapter 54, Falling Otsutsuki Bloodline. Rumble, a thick pillar of thunder fell from the sky, and it landed on Leia himself. Damn it, Sasuke's pupils shrank, and he was struck by lightning in an instant. There was a bang, a terrifying thunderbolt pierced through the sky and the earth, and the pale light made people unable to open their eyes. The huge thunder was deafening, and it seemed that there was only one sound left in the world. Sasuke, Naruto roared anxiously, his face full of panic. Damn it, not far away, Kakashi's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene, he knew he was overplaying. White Fang, with a low growl, Kakashi's speed suddenly soared, and he disappeared in front of the same distracted Zabujan in an instant. A bloodstain emerged from Zabu's neck, and then the blood mist sprayed out. So fast, no more murmuring, and fell down. On the other side, Raiden's light dissipated, revealing the figures of Sasuke and Thunder Fang. Ha ha ha, I see you are not dead, brat. Lei Fang laughed wildly, and Sasuke's body was falling down slowly. Sasuke, Naruto watched this scene in horror, he wanted to step forward but was blown away by Lei Fang's lightning style. Give me back Sasuke, Naruto roared angrily, and the red chakra escaped from his body. Wrap him up instantly. Naruto didn't notice this, he got up and rushed forward again. The red nine-tails chakra protects his body from Thunder Fang's lightning style. He rushed in front of Leia angrily, and then punched out. There was another hole in Leia's heart. Damn it, Leia glanced down, and fell backward unwillingly. Naruto hurriedly looked at Sasuke's condition. Pick up 100 pupil power. Pick up 10,000 points chakra. Pick up Reikiri. Pick up a fragment of the bloodline of the Otsutsuki family. Pick up a fragment of the bloodline of the Otsutsuki family. A fragment of the Otsutsuki family's bloodline. And 2 copies. Otsutsuki bloodline. 2/10. Chiba's pupils shrank. He didn't expect these two little guys to give him such a big surprise when they met for the first time. It just satisfies him so much. And Kimimaro and others seemed to be moved by Naruto's stubbornness. Do you still think you can win now? Chiba looked at Kaorin with a shocked face and asked. Abel, Shongalin clenched her fists, feeling a little lost in her heart. You were waiting for me here, I will recover the 2 rebellious nin corpses and the mist ninja sword. Chiba nodded, didn't say much, and disappeared in place in an instant. On the battlefield, Sasuke has come to his senses and is arguing with Naruto again. Idiot, I told you not to mess around. Stupid Sasuke, we wouldn't have won without me, even if my Reikiri hit him to win. Kakashi with lingering fear looked at the two with a headache. Fortunately, the result was good, otherwise if Sasuke had an accident, he would really not know how to explain to Itachi. Brush. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Leia's body. Kakashi suddenly turned around, looked over vigilantly and his face changed suddenly. Naruto and Sasuke, who were arguing, also hurriedly put on guard. It won't be the enemy again, we don't have the power to fight anymore. Sasuke muttered with an ugly face. It's okay, I'll protect you later. Naruto said bravely. Sasuke rolled his eyes and ignored him. Little Sakura brought Dasna closer to the two, and then carefully took out kunai. Kakashi watched Chiba's complexion change. The two hadn't met in 4 years, so he couldn't be sure what Chiba was there for. Is it for Sasuke, or Naruto? Or me? Chiba looked at Kakashi with a smile and extended his hand in greeting. Yo Kakashi, long time no see. Kakashi took a deep breath, looked at Sasuke worriedly, and asked in a deep voice. What are you doing here? Chiba waved his hand and said, it's just a coincidence, don't worry. But how could Kakashi believe it? Chiba was a little helpless, pointing to the 2 corpses and said. You also know their identities. I'm here to recover their bodies and weapons. Kakashi frowned, he didn't want to believe that Chiba would really help Mist Ninja Village. The strength of your disciples is not bad. Chiba looked at Naruto and Sasuke. The two of them looked uncomfortable by him. Hey, who are you? Their weapons are our trophies, you can't take them away. Naruto yelled angrily, with air coming from both nostrils. Haha, interesting. Aren't you going to introduce my identity? Chiba was amused by Naruto and laughed, then looked to Kakashi and asked. Kakashi's expression changed slightly. Naruto may not know Chiba's name, but Sasuke may already know it. To speak out now is to ask for trouble. He hurriedly stood in front of Naruto Sasuke and said, "Don't mess around. The things we planned at the beginning are about to start, don't make extra troubles." Ms. Kakashi. Naruto looked at Kakashi puzzled. Kakashi hastily whispered, "Don't mess around, even if we join forces, we are far from his opponent. He is not an enemy we can defeat." Kakashi thinks he is much stronger, but not so cocky that he thinks he can beat Chiba. What? Naruto Sasuke looked at Kakashi in shock. They had never seen Kakashi like this. Especially Naruto, who practiced with Kakashi since childhood. He even thinks that Kakashi is stronger than third Hokage. But now Kakashi told him that he was far from the young man in front of him. How can it be? Naruto didn't believe it at all. So is Sasuke. Chiba looked at Sasuke and said, "I promised Itachi back then that I would find a chance to tell Sasuke the truth about that incident. I think it's good now." Ferret. Hearing this name made him unforgettable. Sasuke's pupils narrowed sharply. He stared at Chiba with a murderous look, and asked in a hurried tone. "You know Itachi. Who are you? Don't say it," Kakashi yelled. Chiba glanced at him, then looked at Sasuke and said, "I'm Uchiha Chiba, you must have heard of this name." Kakashi's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly reached out to grab Sasuke who was about to rush out. "Don't be impulsive, you will commit suicide if you fight with him." Sasuke struggled desperately, stared at Chiba with a ferocious face and yelled. "Let go of me, Kakashi. I'm going to kill him. I swore it. Kill him and Itachi." Naruto was a little confused, but he hurriedly grabbed Sasuke. At the same time, he also recalled that Sasuke once said that there were two men he must kill. Could it be that the guy in front of him is the one Sasuke wants to kill? Naruto stared at Chiba angrily. "Kill me, kid, do you know that the gap in strength between you and me is bigger than the gap between an ordinary person and Kakashi?" Chiba said calmly. It's no surprise that Sasuke knows his name. After all, Konoha once wanted him back then, and it showed that he was one of the murderers of the Uchiha Genocide. Even so, I will kill you. Sasuke stared at Chiba with hatred on his face. Nice look. Chiba is very satisfied, so that in the future Sasuke can send him to the door to beat him up several times. "Chiba, what the hell are you trying to do?" Kakashi looked at him with a wry smile and asked in confusion. Chiba ignored him, but looked at Sasuke calmly and said, "I just said that I want to tell you the truth about that night, do you want to know?" Sasuke was shocked, stared at him bitterly, gritted his teeth and said, "Say it." Chapter 55 The Cruel Truth. Sasuke wants to learn from Chiba. About 4 years ago, Sasuke happened to meet a mysterious person who taught him his spiritual practice. That person always wears a mask, and what shocks him is that the person has a Sharingan. The mysterious person once told him that there was still an inside story hidden in the Uchiha Genocide. Let him know when his strength reaches a certain level. Over the years, Sasuke has crazily improved his strength just to know the truth. Now that the opportunity is in front of him, how could he give up? Well, get ready, kid, the world ahead will be hell. Chiba looked at Sasuke with pity, and directly opened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Mangekyō Sharingan. Sasuke looked into Chiba's eyes in shock. He remembered very clearly what Itachi had said that night. If you open Mangekyo by yourself, you will have 4 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan including Itachi. But he didn't expect to see a pair of them with his own eyes so soon. Mangekyo rolled slightly in Chiba's eyes. Mangekyo illusion. Brush. Sasuke's vision suddenly changed. He found that he had appeared on the street, and he couldn't help being stunned when he saw his surroundings clearly. Is this where the Uchiha tribe used to be? Sasuke was horrified. He planted the enemy's illusion without even realizing it. The strength of Mangekyō Sharingan made him fearful. 92-7. Chiba's voice sounded from the air, but he didn't show up. Although Uchiha's genocide was just a one-night event, the source appeared several years ago. Chiba used illusions to show Sasuke images from the Nine Tails Rebellion. Although Sasuke was very young, he gradually understood the meaning of Chiba's origin after watching those pictures. He already had a bad premonition in his heart. It seems that the extermination of Uchiha was not as simple as I imagined. When he saw that the Uchiha clan was about to start a rebellion, he kept shaking his head and shouting. This is impossible. If the Uchiha clan rebels, Konoha will definitely not let me go. Why am I still alive? It's a pity that Chiba didn't answer him, and the picture continued to be displayed. Itachi joins Anbu and becomes a double agent between Konoha Higher and the Uchiha clan. Traitor. When he saw that Shisui was poached by Danzo after Mangekyō Sharingan. Danzo, I'm going to kill him. When he saw that Shisui entrusted everything to Itachi, he jumped off the cliff to become a saint. Sasuke was a little taken aback. He couldn't understand what Shisui was thinking, but also understand that Shisui seems to want to keep the village and Uchiha at the same time. When he saw Itachi monitoring the Uchiha clan again and again, and trying to ease the conflict in front of third Hokage. Itachi's contradictions and inner torment were displayed in front of him. Sasuke fell silent. When he saw Itachi made a choice under the pressure of Danzo and chose to protect himself in the village. His emotions were completely out of control. Itachi once wanted to kill me, how could he protect me? It's fake. It's all fake. You're lying to me. The roar spread throughout the illusion space. Sasuke burst into tears. He didn't want to believe all this. Chiba still didn't speak, and after letting him vent, the illusion space continued. Obito in the mask appears, and so does he himself. Then came the night of genocide. The dialogue between Chiba, Itachi, and Fugaku also appeared. Itachi chooses to believe in the future Sasuke. Fugaku also believes in Itachi who makes choices. I do not believe. Sasuke completely collapsed. All this was far from the truth as he knew it. How could that cruel man Itachi just want to protect himself? He watched the final scene with tears in his eyes. Itachi killed the parents with his own hands, and warned Danzo after the last conversation with him. Sasuke stood there numbly with his head down, like a puppet without a soul. Chiba said aloud, in order for you to grow up quickly, Itachi will not hesitate to make you hate him, and eventually surpass him. But no matter what unforgivable things he has done, you can't deny that he loves you. Sasuke, what's your choice? Sasuke didn't answer right away. Chiba is not in a hurry. Anyway, this is Tsukuyomi's illusion space, so there is plenty of time. After a long time, Sasuke raised his head again, without any expression on his face. I will find Itachi and ask him face to face. Maybe he was a good brother, but he killed our parents, that's unforgivable. Sasuke looked complicated, and then said fiercely, and Danzo, I will kill him with my own hands to wash away the shame of the Uchiha clan. And the man with the mask, I will kill him with my own hands to restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. After the voice fell, Sasuke's Sharingan automatically emerged. It has reached the level of double-eyed jade. At this moment, there is another Tomo in his eyes. 3 Tomo Sharingan, pick up 300 points of pupil power. Chiba showed his figure and appeared not far from Sasuke, watching him with interest. Sure enough, it was the same as what I thought. With the complicated relationship between Sasuke and Itachi, that split of love and hate can definitely stimulate the evolution of Sharingan. This is 3 Tomo Sharingan, what a powerful pupil. Feeling the power in his eyes, Sasuke was a little shocked. This kind of pupil power is not at the same level as that of Schwangoyu. How terrifying the pupil power of Mangekyo must be. For the first time, Sasuke felt how far the gap between himself and Itachi was. He looked at Chiba and asked with a complicated expression, in the picture you showed me just now, you didn't hurt Uchiha's people on the night of genocide. Then why didn't you stop Itachi and that masked man? Masked man, brother 2 doesn't even deserve a name here at Urzuzi. Chiba wanted to laugh a little. Still said, because I didn't have the strength to fight Itachi, Konoha, and that masked man back then. At the time, I just wanted to survive. Sasuke looked at him and frowned. Just now Chiba showed him the picture of defeating Itachi. So Sasuke is well aware of how terrifying the man in front of him is. He didn't believe Chiba's reasoning. I'm afraid that using the stimulus of genocide to open Mangekyō Sharingan is the real purpose of this man. Sasuke had some guesses in his mind, thinking that Chiba can ignore the lives of thousands of people in order to open Mangekyo. Sasuke couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart. This attitude of indifference to life made him feel more frightening than the genocide Itachi. Sasuke took a deep breath, looked nervously and said, I want to be your disciple. He knew very well that the strength gap between himself and Itachi was very big, and it might be bigger than he imagined. And this man in front of him is his chance to gain the same power as Itachi. Chiba was stunned upon hearing this. He didn't expect Sasuke to have such an idea. Do you know that I am Konoha's traitorous ninja? To become my disciple is to betray Konoha. Chiba's words made Sasuke's heart tremble. But thinking of Itachi's terrifying strength that suffocated him, he gritted his teeth and said, as long as I can worship you as my teacher, it doesn't matter even if I betray ye. Through the illusion just now, he knew very well that Uchiha's extinction had a great relationship with Konoha. So at this moment, his attitude towards Konoha has changed. All he pursues now is strength, and he doesn't care about the rest. Chiba looked at him in surprise. Plot Commander went through a series of inner journeys before he defected. The current Sasuke has just left the ninja school not long ago, but unexpectedly, the resistance of the will of fire is full. Sasuke looked at Chiba expectantly. But the next moment, he trembled all over, and a huge disappointment welled up in his heart, making him feel empty. Chiba shook his head. It's not that easy to be my disciple. Sasuke, who was disappointed just now, was pleasantly surprised when he heard the words. I can accept any test and any condition. Chiba watched him lost in thought. After Sasuke proposed the idea of apprenticeship, Chiba was indeed moved. Although Sasuke is a teacher, there is a great possibility of betraying him in the future, but he doesn't care. What he cares about is that Sasuke has great potential and a promising future. You can even manipulate it yourself to make Sasuke stronger than in the original book. In this way, how terrifying will the dropped attributes be? Just thinking about it made Chiba's heart skip a beat. But he didn't rush to agree, because what is easy to get will not be cherished. After thinking about it, Chiba said, next, Konoha will hold a joint Chunin assessment. There will be many young and strong people among them. I will see your performance. In addition, I will give you a technique to see if you can learn it. It is a test. Sasuke nodded in surprise. Turn around. It's just a test. He believes in his own strength, especially when he has activated the 3 Tomo Sharingan. And he can even learn a ninjutsu. This wave is definitely not a loss. Itachi, Just wait, sooner or later I will stand in front of you with my strength. Sasuke clenched his fists and swore in his heart. Chiba's eyes shone brightly. Sasuke's thoughts also gave him new inspiration. 4.0. Since the dropped attributes are not enough, you can still make up by yourself. If the enemy is not strong enough, help the enemy become stronger. It would be great to have 10 or 8 6 paths levels in the future. Brush. Chiba dispelled the illusion, and the vision of the two returned to normal. Sasuke staggered, and 3 tomo slowly appeared in his eyes. 3 tomo Sharingan. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. He understood that at that moment Sasuke probably already knew everything that happened that night. Immediately became tense. Sasuke, a-hole, what did you do to Sasuke? Naruto hurriedly supported Sasuke, then glared at Chiba. Stop it, Naruto. Sasuke hastily grabbed him, looking at Naruto and feeling a little moved. Although this guy is an idiot, he is indeed a friend. Looking at Naruto's worried eyes, the haze in Sasuke's heart finally dissipated a lot, and he squeezed out a stiff smile and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine, I just know a lot of truth." Naruto looked at Sasuke seriously, and made sure he was not injured, so he breathed a sigh of relief and muttered. You better stop laughing, it's ugly when you laugh. This idiot. The veins on Sasuke's forehead popped violently. He felt that Itachi could sit back and beat Naruto up. Chapter 56 Goodbye Itachi, Naruto's Oath. Seeing that Sasuke looked normal, Kakashi was also temporarily relieved. At least the worst didn't happen. What's going on, Sasuke? Kakashi walked up to Chiba and asked. If you want to know, ask yourself. Chiba pouted, then grabbed the bodies of Zabujan and Leia, sealed the 2 big knives with a scroll and said. Wait me a moment. After speaking, Chiba disappeared instantly. He didn't return to the 3 of Shangolin, but came to the other side of the forest. A figure came out from behind a big tree. It is Uchiha Itachi. Chiba was a little surprised, but felt it was reasonable. After all, it is Sasuke's first time to go out on a mission, and Itachi will definitely follow him secretly if he has time. Shangolin had discovered Itachi before, but he didn't know his identity. The two stopped facing each other at a distance. Looking at Itachi, Tianyi also felt a little strange. He seemed to be more deserted, and his nasolabial folds became clearer. Itachi looked at Chiba nervously. You already told Sasuke. Chiba nodded. What about Sasuke's reaction? Itachi looked startled, and frowned a little puzzled. 24 Chiba laughed and said. Do you think Sasuke's reaction is different from what you imagined? Itachi nodded, looking a bit complicated. Chiba didn't hold back, and directly said what Sasuke said. The expression on Itachi's face is very complicated. Sometimes he is smiling, and sometimes his face is full of bitterness. After a long time, he sighed. Sasuke is more mature than I thought. Chiba nodded upon hearing that, but he felt that maybe Sasuke hadn't fully believed in himself. He is not very interested in Sasuke for the time being, and asks. Your plan with Kakashi is complete. Itachi took a deep breath and said. The evidence has basically been collected. Although it is not complete evidence, it is enough. We have united the Hyuga clan, the Aburame clan, the Inuzuka clan, the Moonlight clan, the Mitarashi clan, the Azuki clan. Recently we are contacting the Ino-Shikacho 3 families. No matter what the final result is, we will start the plan as soon as possible. Chiba was a little surprised, pleasantly surprised. According to Itachi, more than half of Konoha's family has already stood opposite 3rd Hokage. This is the inverted triple alliance. Only the last and most hardcore Ino-Shikacho are left. 3rd Hokage and Danzo are almost deserted. Thinking of the expressions of 3rd Hokage and Danzo during the showdown, Chiba couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect 3rd Hokage and Danzo to be so unpopular. Itachi said with a livid face. The evidence we have investigated is not only the big things you said, but also a lot of horrific small things. No one will believe the two of them after reading the evidence. Chiba nodded, not surprised. What time? During the Chunin assessment period, the daimyo from the Land of Fire will come, and the new Hokage can be selected as soon as possible. Coincide. Chiba raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. The time was actually on the same day as Orochimaru's Konoha destruction plan. But he understood the reason. He didn't ask who he chose for the 5th Hokage. It's nothing more than a choice between Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi. After chatting for a few more words, Chiba basically knew a lot about Kakashi's plan. Before parting, Tien said to Itachi. By the way, disciple, what do you think? Itachi's face changed slightly. Seeing that he was staring at him, he took a deep breath and said. Up to you. Chiba nodded and left. Itachi stared at his back and frowned, with a solemn expression. His purpose is not Sasuke from the beginning, is it? Itachi probably didn't expect that Chiba's eye on Sasuke was far earlier than he thought. If he knew, he might not be so calm. Chiba cast Flying Thunder God directly and returned to the side of Shangolin and others. Next, you follow my clone to Konoha, I still have something to do. Shangolin was a little curious, but after seeing Chiba's staring eyes, he hurriedly put on a cute look. Kimimaro, bye, you two are optimistic about Shangolin, don't let her mess around. Kimimaro looked at each other and nodded with a wry smile. The two who are familiar with Shangolin's character understand how difficult this matter is. Be honest with me. Chiba looked at Shangolin with a headache. I seem to be too used to her, and my character has almost jumped to the level of the middle and late stages of the original work. Shangolin hastily pretended to be cute, making Chiba have nothing to do with her. After leaving a clone and flying thunder god kunai in place, Chiba's body left. As soon as he returned to Kakashi and others, Chiba heard Kakashi and others talking about him. Mr. Kakashi, you said the guy named Chiba just now is very strong, how strong is he? Naruto asked curiously. Sasuke and little Sakura, and even Tatsumi looked over eagerly, obviously wondering too. Kakashi said with a serious face. I'll tell you a few things and you'll understand how terrifying his strength is. 4 years ago, Chiba once defeated 4th Mizuka Jigura in Mist Ninja Village. Chiba once attacked Cloud Shinobi Village and seriously injured 4th Raikage. He once shot at Grass Ninja Village and severely damaged the top combat power of Grass Ninja Village, causing Grass Ninja Village to continue to weaken over the years. Hiss. The three of Naruto looked at each other with horror on their faces. Defeated Mizukage, Raikage, even Naruto knew that this was a powerhouse at the same level as Hokage. In other words, Chiba is a stronger person than Hokage. This is simply beyond their cognition. Fear, shock. It turns out Hokage isn't the strongest ninja in the world. Naruto muttered in a low voice, looking a little disappointed. So strong. Too strong. As expected of the one who defeated Itachi. Sasuke's heart was full of shock, and at the same time, he was grateful for his previous act of worshipping the 630 teacher. So hot. Little Sakura's eyes are red, and her focus is completely different. Only Daz muttered with a look of horror on his face. The villain, isn't this a big villain? I'm going to die. Kakashi smiled wryly at the reaction of several people. Just then, Chiba appeared. Naruto hastily rushed forward and looked at him with his head held high and asked nervously. Have you really defeated Mizukage, Raikage? Chiba nodded calmly. Quote. Naruto clenched his fists, looking depressed and didn't know what to say. Kakashi, Sasuke and others were just about to comfort him, when Naruto raised his head and said loudly. When I become Hokage, I will definitely defeat you. I will prove that Ying is the best. Kakashi and others almost fainted. Sasuke hastily stepped forward to hold him, and bowed while pressing his head. I'm sorry Master Chiba, Naruto is an idiot, don't take it to heart. Naruto was still struggling desperately. A-hole Sasuke, let me go, I'm serious. Shut up, idiot. Sasuke was going crazy with anger. Do you know that the opposite of you is a super strong man who disregards life? One bad thing is to lose your life. It's just looking for death. Never mind. Chiba looked at Naruto and the nervous Sasuke and others waved their hands a little speechlessly. It's not worth getting angry with such an idiot. Chapter 57 Naruto and 8 Inner Gates, did Kakashi scold third generation? Chiba's body followed Kakashi and others to Dazna's house. By the way, guide Sasuke's practice and cultivate a brand new leak. Only then did he know that the bridge in the Land of Waves was almost completed. The time when Zaibujin and others attacked them was much later than the original book. On the bridge, Dazna directs the workers to work in full swing. On the river bank not far away, Sasuke looked at Chito expectantly. Next, I'm going to teach you a ninjutsu, which is also a test for you. After Chiba finished speaking, he slowly closed his seal, and then opened his mouth to spit out. Fire style extinguish fire. Bear. The fierce flame with a diameter of more than 30 meters rushed towards the river like a jet. In an instant, the water vapor transpired, and a huge deep pit appeared on the surface of the river. The scorching heat made Sasuke and others hastily stretch out their hands to cover their faces. So strong. Feeling the power of ninjutsu, Sasuke Naruto was shocked. Kakashi couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Compared to Sasuke Naruto who only saw the power of ninjutsu, he saw Chiba's terrifying accomplishments in fire style. Because of this, his heart was even more shocked. Even with fire style ninjutsu, I'm afraid I'm no match for him. This gap in basic ability made him even more disappointed. Chiba looked at Sasuke and said in a deep voice. This is one of the advanced fire style ninjutsu passed down by the Uchiha family. I want you to master it within a month. Can you do it? Sasuke took a deep breath, nodded solemnly and said. I will definitely do it. What a strong ninjutsu. Naruto looked at Sasuke enviously, then hurriedly said to Kakashi with a serious face. Mr. Kakashi, I want to learn ninjutsu too. Kakashi looked at him speechlessly and said. Didn't we try it before? You have trouble controlling your chakra, learning ninjutsu is half the effort. I don't care, I just want to learn. Naruto glanced at the complacent Sasuke and said with his head held up stubbornly. Kakashi was helpless, but soon he had an idea, walked up to Naruto and whispered. Do you remember that move that guy mentioned? Naruto looked at him in bewilderment and scratched his head. The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched, and he stopped guessing riddles and said directly. Biao Lianhua. Naruto's eyes widened suddenly, looking at him excitedly. Ms. Kakashi, are you going to teach me? He once practiced with Agai for a period of time. Even saw Might Guy cast Biao Lianhua and 8 Inner Gates. The terrifying power made him yearn for it. Unfortunately, in the test that he went through with Neji Shaoli every day, he just barely passed the test. Agai asked him to practice for a period of time before handing over 8 Inner Gates to him. He didn't expect Kakashi to teach him now, how could he not be excited? That's right, Kakashi glanced at Chiba and nodded. On the one hand, it is because Naruto's growth rate has exceeded his and Guy's expectations and has reached the requirements. On the other hand, Chiba's strength brings him pressure, and he needs Naruto to become stronger. Sasuke's future has Mangekyo, and Naruto's future also has its own unique skills. Let Naruto learn 8 Inner Gates. Chiba looked at Kakashi in surprise, a little surprised. But if you think about it carefully, this is indeed a very promising decision. Naruto has the blood of Uzumaki and is also a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, with extraordinary physique and strong physical talent. If you can learn the 8 inner gates, the future will indeed be extremely terrifying. You also know the 8 inner gates. Naruto looked at him in amazement, his face full of surprise. Kakashi gave him a puzzled speechless. Chiba didn't care, but said with nostalgia, "Of course I know 8 inner gates. Among the people I feared in Konoha back then were Might Guy and his 8 inner gates. That's a terrifying forbidden technique that kills 3rd Hokage with one kick. Kicking 3rd Hokage to death. This must be too scary." Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Even Sasuke couldn't help swallowing, his eyes lit up. "So strong, I really want to learn." Kakashi's mouth twitched. "Although what you said is true, why'd I think you were insulting 3rd Hokage openly? And he said he used to be afraid of Guy's 8 inner gates, so don't you need to be afraid now?" Kakashi felt a little puzzled and solemn. "Ms. Kakashi, is what he said true?" Naruto asked impatiently. Kakashi nodded, and said solemnly, "The stronger the forbidden technique 8 inner gates get, the more expensive it is to pay. If you want to gain the strength to kill 3rd Hokage with one kick, you may have to pay the price of your life." Chiba glanced at him, he suspected that Kakashi was scolding 3rd Hokage just now. Kakashi's face remained unchanged, as if he didn't notice. Naruto and Sasuke didn't focus on that at all, they just exclaimed, "Mr. Kakashi, I want to learn, I want to learn." Naruto hurriedly stretched out his hand and rushed up and down in front of Kakashi. "Kakashi, I want to learn too." Sasuke was extremely eager to become stronger, so he rarely became active. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and shook his head. "The learning threshold for this forbidden technique is very high, and you still can't meet the requirements. The practice of 8 inner gates requires a lot of time and energy, which will waste your talent in ninjutsu and Sharingan." Sasuke frowned, and looked at Chiba unwillingly. Chiba nodded. 8 inner gates is indeed very strong, but the conditions are too harsh. And for Sasuke, who is enough to open Gyū Rinnegan in the future, if he can't open 8 inner gates formation, it will be a tasteless one. If you turn on 8 inner gates formation, you are committing suicide. He is not Naruto, who has mastered the Yongjuxi of 6 paths. So there is absolutely no need for him to study. All right, Sasuke was not reconciled, especially when he saw Naruto making faces at him. Chiba calmly said, "Sasuke, don't underestimate Sharingan, the future of Sharingan is stronger and more terrifying than 8 inner gates." Sasuke only thought Chiba was comforting him. Although in his heart Sharingan is the strongest. But he also doesn't think he's strong enough to kill Hokage in one hit. The same is true for Naruto, still full of embarrassment. "Sasuke, I have learned how to do it, you just wait money digging Jiao and lose to me." Only Kakashi looked puzzled. He believed that Chiba would not talk nonsense. But according to the information he knew, even if he reached the level of Mangekyo, he still couldn't resist the power of 8 inner gates. Can Sharingan continue to evolve above Mangekyo? It seems that Madara's pupil power is stronger than Mangekyo. Has Chiba reached the level of Madara? This thought flashed through his mind, and he looked at Chiba in surprise. Chiba didn't care about the inadvertently disclosed information, but looked at Sasuke and said, "Okay, it's time to start practicing." "Yes or?" Sasuke glanced at Naruto, then walked to the river to prepare for practice. Practicing. I'm going to defeat Sasuke soon, I want to practice Kakashi-sensei." Naruto shouted excitedly and followed Kakashi out of here. Little Sakura was alone, standing there speechless and messed up in the wind. "Mr. Kakashi, did you forget something?" "And me." Chapter 58 Kurenai Yuhi's Intuition, You Are Mine. Kakashi didn't forget little Sakura. After arranging Naruto's practice, he came back immediately to guide little Sakura's medical ninjutsu and genjutsu practice. Chiba was also surprised to see this scene. Compared with the salty fish attitude of the original Kakashi, the current Kakashi is simply too positive. He has a precise insight into the talents of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura Jr., and his positioning is extremely clear. Naruto inherits the 4th Hokage wind style, and Rasengan also practices 8 inner gates. Sasuke inherits Reikiri and Uchiha's fire style, Sharingan. Little Sakura learns genjutsu and medical ninjutsu. And he also took the initiative to guide the 3 of them to learn new ninjutsu or taijutsu. Compared with the original book, there are simply 2 people. It can only be said that it is indeed Kakashi, and it is really terrible when it is serious. 3 days later, the bridge of the Country of Waves was built, and the mission of the Country of Waves was completed. The practice of the 3 of Naruto did not produce results so quickly, so they practiced while rushing to Konoha. Just as they were on their way back, on the other side, Chiba's avatar led Shangulin and the 3 of them to stop and go all the way and finally arrived at Konoha village. Standing at the entrance of the village for the first time in 4 years, looking at the familiar gate, Chiba couldn't help being in a daze. At this time, Chiba's appearance has completely changed. Pretending technique. After absorbing other people's chakra, change the same chakra and appearance as it is. This is the ninjutsu that Chiba got once after killing a few white zetsu with a random excuse. Although he didn't get the wood style he wanted most, but this transformation technique also made him very satisfied. After all, this is a super transformation technique that can't even be seen through. His current appearance is that of a water-style master in One in Village, One in John and Uurata K. Chiba and others followed the reception staff arranged by Konoha to the designated residence for a temporary stay. Chiba, Captain, can we go play for a while? As soon as Konoha's people left, Shangolin couldn't wait to go out and play, looking at him expectantly. Although Kimimaro and Bai had no expressions on their faces, but the constantly fluttering eyes also explained the thoughts of the two. Go together, I have other things to do. Chiba waved his hand and said casually. Go, go, go. Shangolin ran out excitedly, Kimimaro and the two quickly bowed and followed. Chiba followed suit, but not with them. As he strolled in Konoha's commercial street, he looked a little emotional. Then he came to the ninja hospital, the place where he rose. Like nostalgia, he picked up a wave of drops that seemed like tasteless to him now. Chiba was about to leave when a voice stopped him suddenly. Wait a moment. Chiba turned around and looked at the person who called him, and immediately frowned. It turned out to be Sunset Red. Hi, I'm Konoha CECC Jonin Yuhihong. Kurenai Yuhi said, her eyes fixed on Chiba's face. Mist Ninja Jonin Uratake. Chiba narrowed his eyes, wondering why the woman stopped him. Have we met somewhere? Kurenai Yuhi stared at Chiba and asked in doubt. When she saw Chiba's back before, she felt heart palpitations, so she couldn't help calling him back. But after seeing Chiba's face clearly, she realized that she didn't know him at all. But her intuition told her again that she knew this man, and had seen him. As a genjutsu ninja, and a jonin with excellent perception, Kurenai Yuhi trusts her intuition very much. Uehara Takashi, is it a fake name? Kurenai Yuhi stared at Chiba carefully observing his every micro-expression, trying to find something. Unfortunately, Chiba is too natural. He looked at Yuhihong in surprise and smiled. Beauty, if you want to strike up a conversation, it's a bit too old-fashioned. Yuhihong blushed slightly, his attitude just now seemed to be a bit too unreserved. But thinking of the throbbing in her heart, she hurriedly suppressed the distracting thoughts in her heart. She looked at Chiba seriously, frowned and said in a deep voice. I must have seen you, that's what my intuition told me, and my intuition is never wrong. A woman's intuition? Chiba frowned, a little surprised. He didn't expect this to be the reason. Suddenly, Yuhihong's face changed slightly, and she remembered the source of that throbbing feeling. That was the feeling she felt when she first met Chiba years ago. Fear. Can't help but be a little curious. Yuhihong's body was trembling slightly. After seeing her abnormality, Chiba's pupils narrowed slightly, staring at her and asked in a deep voice. You recognize me? He felt a little ridiculous. White Zetsu's impersonation technique is a super transformation technique that cannot be discerned even with a supercilious glance. What's more, I have also merged several times, and the degree of completion is still higher than that of White Zetsu. But now it was discovered by a woman with metaphysical things like intuition. Kurenai Yuhi shuddered all over, and hastily lowered her head, not daring to look into Chiba's eyes. This time she regretted her impulsiveness immensely. Hee. Chiba was a little speechless, shaking his head self-deprecatingly. It was really recognized. Interesting, so what are you going to do next? Go report to your Hokage-sama. By the way, do you still believe in third Hokage? Chiba remained calm, staring at her with great interest and asked. Yuhihong raised her head, her expression a bit complicated. Sharingan illusion. Chiba's eyes flashed Mangekyo, directly hypnosis. He took Shihahong to a remote corner to torture her, and he also knew her experience. Since that mission failed and returned, the fate of Yuhihong and others who survived has changed. Although it is not as bad as Chiba said, it has indeed become difficult. Kurenai Yuhi, who was supposed to be promoted to Jonin, was delayed for a year before becoming Jonin. Kuroyuki wouldn't even be able to become Hinata's teacher if it wasn't for Hyuga Hiyashi's strong request. And these years she is also secretly investigating the third Hokage. He was even almost discovered by Konoha's Anbu at one point. If Kakashi hadn't appeared suddenly to help her out, she might have been caught by Anbu's people. Now, Yuhihong's family has also joined Kakashi's alliance to bring down the third generation under her initiative. Yuhihong, who was supposed to be third Hokage's daughter-in-law, is now going to bring him down. Chiba wanted to laugh a little. If third Hokage finds out, I'm afraid he will be PD off. You cast an illusion on me. Yuhihong woke up with a start, and looked at him in horror. She didn't expect that Jonin, who was specialized in illusion, would be controlled by illusion. There is no resistance. The man in front of me is too scary. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will disclose the information about you falling into the third generation alliance? Chiba watched her reaction with interest. Don't want. Yuhihong turned pale with fright and hurriedly shook her head. She asked a little anxiously. Uchiha Chiba, why did you go back to Konoha? Chiba looked at her and said calmly. Because your so-called third generation alliance is basically promoted by me. Now the big show is about to start, don't you think I shouldn't see it with my own eyes? What? Kakashi's alliance has something to do with him. Is this the man behind a series of plans to bring down third Hokage? Yuhihong looked at him in horror, her heart beating wildly. In other words, you are mine, so don't be afraid. Chiba said lightly. Yuhihong was taken aback when she heard the words, and looked at Chiba's lips trembling, but couldn't speak. At this moment, she wanted to scold someone. Obviously meeting Chiba is an extremely frightening thing. But when he said that, it suddenly became weird. I'm his man, so shouldn't be afraid, shouldn't I be happy? Chapter 59. Kurenai Yuhi's Surveillance, Third Generation Alliance Meeting. You and the Konoha people should be grateful to me, otherwise how would you see the true face of third Hokage? Chiba said. Yuhi Hong was stunned, and there was a wry smile on his face. Although this is true, she can't be happy. Forcing a shadow to abdicate, this has never happened in the entire history of the ninja world. Once it happens, it will be a scandal in black history that Konoha will never erase. And her intuition told her that the appearance of Jikai was very likely to bring huge troubles. But she dared not disclose Chiba's identity, which would bring even greater confusion. Okay, you guys continue with your plans, I will continue to watch my play, don't pay too much attention to me. Chiba waved his hand and turned around, ready to leave. But after walking a few steps, Chiba stopped again, and he turned his head to look at Kurenai Yuhi, who was following him with some doubts. Why are you following me? You don't want to spy on me, do you? Uchiha Hong bit her lip and took a step back nervously. She really wanted to follow Chiba, spy on him. Only in this way can she feel at ease. Although she knew it might not work. Chiba shook his head amusedly, then ignored her and continued to wander around. Yuhi Hong breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly patted her chest, and then quickly followed. Walk on the commercial street. Chiba wanted to try all the delicious food, but he bought too much and couldn't get it soon. He unceremoniously threw the things to Uchiha Hong, completely treating her as a bag carrier. Yuhi Hong followed behind him with a face full of resentment, all the way back to the residence arranged by Konoha. There are people from Konoha who are guarding outside, and they are a little surprised when they see Yuhi Hong. Yuhi Hong Jonin, who is this? At this moment, Yuhi Hong was holding packages one by one with both hands, and followed Chiba with a resentful face, like a little BCH. She was also a little embarrassed looking at herself. Chiba looked at her and smiled. Beauty, do you still want to follow me? Yuhi Hong blushed slightly, hurriedly put down the package and ran away. At this moment, Shangolin and others came back. Captain, who was that woman just now? Shangolin looked curiously at Yuhi Hong, who left in a panic, and asked. Maybe they want to chase me. Chiba said calmly, looked at the astonished Shangolin with a smile and turned to leave. But wait until the next night. Yuhi Hong just separated from Chiba, and was immediately called to the Hokage building secretly. I heard that you got very close to that Jonin from Mist Ninja Village recently. Third Hokage said with some displeasure. Sunset frowned. Master Hokage, this is my private matter, please do not interfere. Third Hokage's complexion changed slightly, and the craftsman said. Don't forget your identity, you are Konoha's ninja. Uchiha Hong kept silent, feeling a little angry in her heart. She felt that Third Hokage was too broad. Go down. Third Hokage waved his hand sullenly. He looked at Uchiha Hong's back with a gloomy expression. When he sees Kurenai Yuhi, he thinks of his dead son Asuma. Especially thinking about the relationship between Asuma and Kurenai Yuhi. Originally he didn't care about Yuhi Hong's private affairs, but Yuhi Hong's attitude made him very angry. Especially reminding him of that mission again. Asuma died, but Raihong survived. How could his father have no resentment? Especially recently he received a report from Anbu that several experimental bases of Danzo and Konoha's database in the past have traces of being browsed. But Anbu couldn't find any clue. He suspected that Chiba was going to do something to him. Very disturbed. At this juncture, what happened to Uchiha Hong immediately made him sensitive. He said sullenly, come on, let me investigate the Jonin of Mist Ninja Village. Yes, Kurenai Yuhi approached Chiba again the next day. The two were wandering in the street. Chiba noticed that Anbu was following him, and asked casually. Anbu from Konoha is following us, does Third Hokage want to spy on me? Yuhi Hong's face changed slightly. She thought of the conversation with Third Hokage yesterday, and her heart became more and more angry. Yuhi Hong hastily explained, their target is not you, but me. You. Chiba smiled without explaining, his senses will be fine. Those Anbu were indeed spying on themselves. Yuhi Hong hurriedly told what happened yesterday. Chiba suddenly shook his head and laughed. Third Hokage, this is messed up. He doesn't think that a person like Third Hokage who has experienced ups and downs will restrict Kurenai Yuhi because of Asuma's relationship. I'm afraid Sarutobi Hiruzen has sensed that something is wrong. No matter how stealthy the actions of Kakashi and others will leave traces, they will definitely be noticed. But he probably never thought that Third Hokage was suspicious of him. Then what are you going to do? Chiba looked at Kurenai Yuhi and asked. Leave him alone. Uchiha Hong snorted coldly, not only did not restrain herself, but her actions became bolder. Chiba looked at her speechless. Beauty, don't you really like me? What's the matter with you? You are young and handsome, powerful, and of extraordinary blood. Which woman wouldn't be tempted? Yuhi Hong blushed slightly, and said jokingly. Chiba touched his nose. Apart from Terumi Mei, this is the first time anyone has praised him so much. Why, aren't you afraid? Yuhi Hong also went all out and said provocatively. I am afraid. Chiba looked at her and smiled. People have come to the door on their own initiative, and I am not Lu Shahui, can I still refuse? Go. In the days that followed, Chiba and Yuhi Hong had more frequent and close contacts. The two went hand in hand, shopping, eating, and playing. Even Konoha gradually spread rumors. Yuhi Hong didn't care at all. But since the impulsiveness of that day, Yuhi Hong has indeed begun to take the initiative. Being chased by a big beauty all day long, Chiba is naturally in a good mood. Only Shangolin doesn't look good every time he sees Yuhi Hong. Fortunately, she was restrained enough not to make a fuss. Time passed slowly. The 7th squad led by Kakashi returned to Konoha. Chiba's main body returns and remains the same, eating, drinking and having fun with Kurenai Yuhi every day. And as the time approached the Chunin assessment, teams from other ninja villages also arrived in Konoha one after another. Wu Ninja Village, Sand Shinobi Village, Rain Shinobi Village, Long Ninja Village, Grass Ninja Village, Yin Ninja Village. The day before the Chunin assessment, several heavyweights finally arrived at Konoha. The name of the Land of Fire. 4th Kazekage Luo Sand in Sand Shinobi Village. In a snack bar, Tianyi was eating with Shiha Hong. 4th Kazekage Luo Sha and his escort passed by outside. Chiba glanced at Luo Sha and a strange color flashed in his eyes. What's wrong? Yuhi Hong asked. Nothing, just found something interesting. Chiba shook his head, quietly opened the Mangekyō Sharingan and looked over again. Sure enough, something was wrong with Luo Sha. His chakra flow is completely different from normal people. The breath is also very wrong. Because this Luo Sha is basically a dead person. Much like the body of the Impure World reincarnation he fought against. Did Impure World reincarnation control Luosha again after that? Orochimaru is playing Impure World reincarnation well. Chiba couldn't help applauding Orochimaru in his heart. Put it on Yakushi Kabuto, this ninjutsu is a ninjutsu that increases combat power. When I arrived at Orochimaru, I played Infernal Affairs. And looking at Luo Sha's expression, it is obvious that he has his own will. This is a free Impure World reincarnation man. Kill Luo Sha, revive him with Impure World reincarnation, and persuade him to attack Konoha together. Thinking about Orochimaru's operation in his heart, Chiba couldn't help but secretly thought that it was wonderful. This Konoha really came to the right. He believes Orochimaru will definitely take himself into consideration. I can't help but start to look forward to the surprise Orochimaru brings to me. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Kakashi. He went straight to the opposite side of Chiba, glanced at Kurenai Yuhi and said in a low voice. Chiba, I didn't expect you to be the one who has made a lot of noise with Hongchuan these days. Just now Kakashi saw Chiba's Mangekyo to confirm his identity. And Chiba naturally saw him, but didn't care. Yuha Hong was taken aback by his sudden appearance. Fortunately, she quickly remembered the relationship between Kakashi and Chiba. Can't help but observe curiously. Tomorrow is the Chunin assessment, aren't you ready to start? Chiba asked. Tonight we are going to have a showdown with those 3 companies, and we will start to act immediately. Kakashi said with a serious face. For the upcoming turmoil and unknown crisis, he also felt heavy pressure. Then I'll tell you another bad news, there are other people entering the arena this time besides us. Asking for flowers, Chiba said calmly. Who is it? Kakashi's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly asked. He is already on the verge of firing, so the appearance of any enemy is worthy of his attention. That's up to you to investigate, Chiba said. Kakashi frowned, suddenly thought of Chiba's action just now, and asked tentatively. You were observing Fungying just now, could it be related to him? Chiba didn't speak, but Kakashi's heart sank, confirming his guess. It's troublesome, it actually involved Kazekage and Sand Shinobi Village, but fortunately, I let Itachi stay. Thinking of Itachi, Kakashi took a sigh of relief. Never the worst. However, he is also worried about whether Sand Shinobi Village will attack Konoha. Thinking of this, he was in no mood to chat. Kakashi hurriedly got up. Before leaving, he glanced at Kurenai Yuhi, and said in a low voice. Hong is a good woman, don't mess around. Looking at Kakashi leaving, Chiba burst into laughter. On the side, Yuhi Hong's face was a little red. Kakashi is real, haha, eat. Chiba hastily made a haha and said. The two fell into silence again, but there was a different atmosphere. The night before the Chunin assessment, a hidden meeting place somewhere in Konoha. Kakashi, Hyuga clan, Aburame clan, Inazuka clan, Moonlight clan, Mitarashi clan, Azuki clan. For the first time, the major families of the third generation alliance gathered together. The one standing at the front is Kakashi, and opposite him stood 3 people who were alone. Nara Shikahisa, Yamanaka Haichi, Akamiki Choza. Kakashi has a showdown with Inoshika Cho on behalf of the other clans. Nara looked at Kakashi and the others in shock, feeling a chill in his heart. He never expected that Konoha's major families would secretly form an alliance. Not only to overthrow 3rd Hokage and Danzo, but to put them on trial. The point is that 3rd Hokage hasn't discovered the power that Konoha is secretly hiding. Simply scary. Kakashi took out some evidence and handed it to Nara. Lujiu said in a deep voice. Lujiu, you can take a look at the evidence. Nara Shirju looked at the information in a daze. First generation cell experiment, Sharingan experiment, White Eyes experiment, the Aburame family's occult experiment, White Fang fact check, Nine Tails rebellion survey analysis, Uchiha Shisui death truth investigation, Uchiha Genocide truth investigation, a piece of evidence that is extremely detailed. A tragic event. Behind everything, 2 people can be seen. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Cover the sky with one hand. This thought flashed through Nara Shirjo's mind for a moment. He's smart enough to know that 3rd Hokage and Danzo wouldn't be clean in that position. But he didn't expect the 2 of them to be so dirty. Our goal is not only 3rd Hokage and Danzo, but also their forces are within our strike range. There is no future for Konoha led by such a person. Kakashi said forcefully. Things have come to this point, and the 3 Inoshika Cho families are no longer able to stop them. This is the general trend, unstoppable. He believes that the clever Lujiu will also make the right choice. Nara Lujiu and the 3 looked at each other, and they saw it clearly. If they don't join this alliance, their family will be liquidated together with third Hokage. This is not possible, but absolutely. So the three of them chose to join without any hesitation. Third Hokage is destined to become history. They are not going to be buried with them. Ha ha ha. Good. Hyuga Hiyashi and others burst out laughing. The addition of the three Inoshika-cho families means that third Hokage has completely lost its supporters. I also lost Konoha's hearts. Then they began to discuss how to implement the plan. They are very clear that this rally is extremely risky. It won't be long before third Hokage is sure to notice. So they have to solve everything in the shortest possible time. The Fire Country Daimyo has arrived. Jiraiya has returned to Konoha. Everything is ready. Chapter 60. Chunin Examination, Naruto vs Kourin, Orochimaru Intrusion. The day of the Chunin assessment. Before the Mist Ninja Village team set off, Chiba looked at the calm Kimimaro and Shiro and the excited Karen and said, "Although it's just a Chunin assessment this time, there are a few big fish hidden, so don't be careless." The faces of the three changed slightly, and their expressions became serious. Seeing this, Chiba nodded. As long as they are more vigilant, even if they encounter Orochimaru, they can retreat unscathed. He looked at Shanglin and said, "Shanglin, don't forget the bet. The bet is considered to have started after the assessment begins. Don't worry, I will definitely win." Shanglin waved his small fist and made a serious promise. "Okay, let's go." Chiba took the three of them to the venue for the Chunin assessment. There are many changes in the Chunin assessment this time, so the rules are also different from the original book. On the morning of the first day, the first written test was assessed. From the afternoon of the first day to the afternoon of the third day, the second round of the Death Forest Scroll Competition assessment. On the morning of the fourth day, the third final law exhibition will be held. When Chiba and others came to the venue, there were already many Konoha and other people from Ninja Village. "Look, it's from Mist Ninja Village. I didn't expect that the closed village would be involved in such a thing. It's really surprising. It must be that the one who came is not a weak person, so please pay attention to me." The genin were in a commotion, frequently looking at the three of Kimimaro. The three Kimimaro are also observing other people, looking for the big fish among them. In the distance, Kakashi came with the three of Naruto. After seeing Chiba, Kakashi stopped and turned to look at the three of them. "Naruto, Sasuke, remember that bet I told you earlier?" Sasuke's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. Kakashi had talked to him about the bet alone before. Chiba, Kakashi, and Itachi each choose one person to decide the outcome. And he is the one chosen by Itachi. After returning to Konoha from 5:30, in the Country of Waves, he went to look for the person who had been guiding him, but he couldn't find it. He already understood that that person was Itachi. These things made his feelings for Itachi more complicated. "I remember, Shanglin right. I will definitely beat her." Naruto shouted excitedly. Sasuke took a deep breath, trying not to think about things related to Itachi, and said confidently, "She should be regarded as Uchiha Chiba's disciple. I will not lose to her." Kakashi nodded, looking at the two with relief. "Then go, I trust you." Kakashi patted the shoulders of both of them with a smile and congratulations. He still has a lot of things to do next, and I'm afraid he won't be able to take care of them. The little Sakura next to her felt a little redundant. The first written examination has begun. Chiba and other guides Jonin did not enter the venue, but waited outside. Half a day passed, and the first assessment was over. The genins came out, happy to pass, but frustrated to fail. Shanglin excitedly rushed to Chiba. "Captain, I passed. Congratulations." Chiba nodded with a calm expression on his face. Shanglin didn't take it seriously, and started chatting about the situation in the examination room. The situation today is similar to the original. Naruto is a blockbuster. It left a deep impression on many people. The four of them went to have lunch while talking, and then went to the examination room for the second assessment. Dead Forest. The rule is still to grab the earth coiling axis, gather a pair and the whole team reaches the central tower of the Death Forest. As time went by, after a little episode passed, the time came. The second assessment, start. Following the order of the Invigilator Konoha Shinobi. At each entrance of the Death Forest, ninjas from different ninja villages rushed in instantly. One into the Dead Forest. Shanglin immediately activated sensory ninjutsu. Kagura Heart Eyes. She once secretly recorded Naruto Sasuke's chakra fluctuations. So the two were quickly found. Found it. Naruto Sasuke is there, let's go. Shanglin excitedly rushed in one direction. Slow down, don't worry about the time. Kimimaro and the two looked at each other, but they had no choice but to catch up. "Hey, the captain said that there are several big fish here. I don't want to bet that they died before the contract started." Shanglin sensed two exceptionally powerful chakra in the Dead Forest. She was afraid that Naruto and Sasuke would meet these two people in advance, so she was so anxious. But they are far away from Naruto Sasuke. By the time they arrived, Naruto Sasuke had already been through a battle. Brush, brush, brush. The three of Shanglin stood on the huge branch and looked down at the three of Naruto. Not far from them, a seriously injured rain shinobi fell to the ground unconscious. The three of Naruto watched them warily. Sasuke asked in a deep voice, "Who is it? Tell me your name." Scented Phosphorus, Kimimaro, White. Shanglin and the three said one after another, then jumped down and landed on the grass. "You are Shangfo's." Naruto and Sasuke's eyes widened all of a sudden, and their gazes were fixed on her. Xiang Lin looked at the two and said seriously, I came to you for a bet. You can find us accurately from the Death Forest. Sasuke's heart was awe-inspiring. Naruto hurriedly said, I am Uzumaki Naruto, I will fight with you. The Uzumaki clan, Xianglin, who has no lack of common sense, was taken aback when she heard the words. This was the first time she heard Naruto's full name. Unexpectedly, he and himself are descendants of the Uzumaki clan. Idiot, it should be me, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke snorted coldly and took a step forward, staring at Xianglin. He wanted to see what was so special about the red-haired girl in front of him that he could be spotted by the formidable Chiba. Xianglin looked at the two and hesitated for a while, but finally chose Naruto. You come first. Naruto suddenly shouted excitedly, ha ha ha, don't worry Sasuke, wait until I beat her and beat you, I will be the final winner. Let's talk about it when you win. Sasuke snorted coldly and retreated back, his face a bit ugly. Soon, Xianglin and Naruto stood opposite each other. Start. The two spoke at the same time, and then rushed towards each other quickly. Xianglin raised his fist, chakra condensed, and then punched out. Naruto instinctively sensed something was wrong, and hastily dodged. Boom. The earth shattered, like an earthquake, and dense cracks on the ground spread to the distance. Hiss. Naruto, who dodged the blow, contorted his face in fright. This kind of power will hurt even if it is rubbed. The corner of Sasuke's mouth in the distance also twitched, a little glad that he didn't make a move just now. Such power is simply unheard of. If you have the guts, don't hide. Xianglin shot down Kong and shouted angrily. This is a strange power that Chiba developed over 4 years, and it is similar to Tsunade's strange power. After Xianglin learned it, she also became a violent woman. A fool would not hide. Naruto gritted his teeth angrily. Seeing Xianglin rushing up again, Naruto was frightened and hurriedly dodged. The fierce battle began again. Naruto used multiple shadow clone techniques, but was blown away by Xianglin with a single punch. When the pain of being hit by a punch was transmitted to his body, he became more careful. Rasengan. Soon, Naruto was fighting back again. His speed is indeed faster than Xianglin, but unfortunately, Xianglin's perception ability is better, so he was dodged. Boom boom boom. Xianglin's fist and Naruto's Rasengan missed again and again, bombarding the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. Soon a meadow becomes potholed. Numerous cracks and open plots on the ground. Kaoru stared at Naruto panting. The attack power of the strange power is indeed terrifying, but the consumption of chakra and physical strength is also terrifying. In particular, a high burst is required, and this consumption is even more astonishing. If it weren't for her amazing amount of chakra, she might not be able to withstand such continuous attacks. Kaoru and Naruto looked at each other, both of them were tired. They know that such an attack can't do anything to the opponent at all, and they need to change their attack method. I can only use the lotus flower. Naruto thought. He has not fully learned this move, and the side effects are not small, so it is not suitable for use in the exam. But he didn't want to lose to Xianglin. We can only use blood to continue to limit the boundary. Xianglin also made a decision. Shueiji boundary is her whole card, she doesn't want to show it so early. But she doesn't want to lose either. The two looked at each other, and both saw the determination in the other's eyes. Li Lianhua. Naruto let out a low growl, and instantly lifted the restriction on opening the door. Adamantine sealing chains. 4 golden chains rushed out of Xianglin's back in an instant, rattling in the air. Adamantine sealing chains are more than just sealing. These chains can also be used in combat. This is the strongest move Chiba taught her. Conceal, can attack. The idiot Naruto took the risk to open the door. And those chains. What kind of move is this? Sasuke's pupils shrank sharply, and Sharingan turned on and stared at Kafo's and Naruto. He knew the real battle was about to begin. Brush, brush, brush. This is my strongest move, accept it. Xianglin was a little excited. This time she used this trick in front of people. The 4 chains pierced the sky and stabbed Naruto. Instigate. Naruto forcefully opened the door of the 8 inner gates, and was immediately grinned by the intense pain. Hash, but what a strong force. He could feel the power surging up from his body, which made him full of confidence. I won. Seeing the lightning-fast chain, Naruto not only did not retreat but rushed forward suddenly. Swipe swipe. His speed is extremely fast, but he has maintained his flexibility. Not only dodged the chain attack, but also jumped onto a chain, rushing to Xianglin in an instant. He rushed in front of Xianglin and kicked it out. But the next moment, Naruto was horrified to see a golden chain suddenly appearing in front of him. His attack was blocked. How could it be so fast? Obviously the chain is still behind me. He retreated hastily while looking behind Kaorin. I saw that the originally tens of meters long chain was shortened to 1 or 2 meters at this moment, and the 2 chains intersected in front of Xianglin's body to block his feet. Want to run? Xiangfo snorted, and the 2 chains instantly trapped Naruto. With a plop, Naruto fell to the ground. I won. Shinobi's eyes sparkle. The glow of excitement. I haven't lost yet. Naruto roared unwillingly, struggling desperately, and the chains that bound him rattled. But this is the chain of adamantine sealing chains, the top sealing technique. Although Xianglin's strength is not strong enough, it is not something that Naruto can break free. You obviously lost. Kaoru looked at Naruto angrily. Naruto yelled stubbornly, he was not reconciled. At this time, Nine Tails inside Naruto was watching the battle outside. Damn it, adamantine sealing chains, is Mito and Kushina's tribe. Boy, Save her and get rid of her. Ninetales growled angrily. Outside world. A red chakra suddenly appeared on Naruto's body. What is this? Chakra. In the distance, Sasuke watched this scene in shock. His Sharingan couldn't even look at Chen. Kimimaro and Shiro exchanged glances. They didn't expect Shongolen's opponent to be Jinchuriki. The boring eyes suddenly became curious, and the two whispered, I don't know if Shongolen can suppress him. It shouldn't be a problem. It's not like you haven't tried the power of Shongolen's sealing technique. Naruto also felt the change in his body. He froze for a moment and then understood. This is the power from last time. No, it's stronger than that. I will never lose. He growled unwillingly. Chakra of Ninetales wrapped his body and protected him, and the chains that bound him were gradually being stretched. On the opposite side, Shongolen was also taken aback when he saw Naruto's change. I didn't expect you to be Jinchuriki. Shongolen was a little surprised, and then she laughed. Chiba raised her as a Jinchuriki nemesis. What is Jinchuriki? You mean the demon fox? Naruto asked suspiciously. As a Jinchuriki, you don't even know what a Jinchuriki is. I really don't know what you Konoha people think. Shongolen was surprised to see that Naruto didn't seem to be lying. However, you don't need to know what Jinchuriki is, you just need to know that I am the nemesis of Jinchuriki. Shongolen smiled excitedly. This is her first fight against Jinchuriki. Too excited. Nemesis. Naruto looked at Kaphos with a bad feeling. The next moment, he felt the chains on his body that were about to be broken suddenly tightened. Adamantine sealing chains. Shongolen's voice sounded. Unlike just attacking with chains just now, this time she will use the sealing technique. Swipe swipe. Naruto was horrified to see the chains on his body constantly getting longer and tangled around him. 5.2. That red chakra is gradually fading. What's going on? Where's my power? Naruto was dumbfounded, and he yelled uncomfortably. Of course I sealed it. Shongfos proudly said. Seal. Naruto could only watch helplessly as he was completely tied up. He had a dejected look on his face. Naruto lost. Inside his body, the tail is jumping wildly. Damn it, there is too little power to penetrate. Naruto, you idiot, you still can't come to see me, damn it. Sasuke frowned after seeing the result. In his opinion, Naruto in that state just now is obviously stronger than Kaphos. Even he is not sure of victory. But the result was beyond his expectation. Nemesis. Sasuke murmured in a low voice, somewhat understanding what Shongolen meant. In his opinion, Shongfos is not that strong. But that power of Naruto was completely restrained. Thinking of this, he couldn't help looking at Naruto with some sympathy. Then he looked at Shongolen, confidently saying, It's my turn next, but you won't be my opponent. Shongolen snorted coldly and was about to speak, but his face suddenly changed. She sensed that a terrifying chakra comparable to Terumi Mei was rapidly approaching. Kimimaro, Shiro, a strong enemy is coming. Brush. As soon as the words fell, Kimimaro and Bai immediately appeared on both sides of her. On the opposite side, the expressions of Naruto, Sasuke and others who were let go changed drastically. What direction? There. Shongolen stretched out his finger, and Kimimaro and Bai immediately looked there with solemn expressions, ready to attack at any time. Concealing his identity and strength, he appeared in the Chunin assessment. This kind of person's purpose is definitely not pure. And in that direction, Orochimaru, who was galloping towards him, was already in a hurry. Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 61 The Horror of Metamorphosis Orochimaru, Sharingan and Wood Style. Shongolen, get ready to evacuate. Kimimaro said solemnly. Shongolen knew the seriousness of the situation and nodded. Things are not good. Naruto, can you still fight? Naruto was a little worried when Sasuke lifted him up. Although Biao Lianhua is only the first gate to open the 8 inner gates, the side effects are still not small. Now it is obvious that a powerful enemy is attacking, and the little Sakura is a burden. If Naruto loses his combat power, it will be miserable. Naruto moved his body and scratched his head in doubt. The side effect of opening the door has disappeared. He even felt that his condition was better than before. No problem. Looking at the worried Sasuke, Naruto grinned. Sasuke was about to speak. The wind roars from the depths of the forest. And getting bigger and bigger. Shoot. Water style water chaos. Kimimaro reminded while sealing seal. Ice escape ice wall. Bai made a move immediately, making hand seals. Clatter. Kacha kacha. Just as the water flow appeared, it was instantly frozen by the ice escape. In front of the three of them, it condensed into a thick ice wall more than 10 meters high. Is this the limit of blood succession? The three of Sasuke were taken aback. They didn't expect Shongolen's teammates to have such a master. The ice wall also protected the three of Sasuke. All 6 were unharmed, but their expressions did not relax, but became vigilant. Judging from the power of ninjutsu just now, the enemy is definitely a strong man. Brush. A figure appeared on the ice wall. Orochimaru glanced down at the 6 of them. 3 Tomo Sharingan was turned on, as expected of Itachi's younger brother. He glanced at Sasuke for the first time, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. As for Naruto little Sakura, he didn't care. But when he saw the 3 of them, a cold light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Mist Ninja. He will never forget the experience of dying in Mist Ninja Village 4 years ago. If it wasn't for his own arrangements in advance, he would be resurrected from the cursed seal. I'm afraid he really died that time. Later he again Impure World Reincarnation 3rd Kazekage understood the horror of that battle this time. 24 Just listening to what 3rd Kazekage said, he felt terrified in his heart. Chiba's powerful strength shocked him and fascinated him even more. For 4 years, he never thought about beating Chiba. Revenge came second, the kind of power he craved for Chiba. So he rediscovered the information and materials of first Hokage cells and Sharingan that he had studied. 4 years of continuous experimentation in a more brutal and bloody way. First generation cells, former experimental subjects Yamato cells, Danzo cells, Chongwu cells. After countless failures, Orochimaru succeeded. He finally transplanted first generation cells and Sharingan into an experimental body. And occupied the body of the strongest experimental body born in his hands. Strength goes one step further. More importantly, the conclusions and information he obtained in the experiment made him tremble even more. Even thinking about it now, Orochimaru couldn't help being a little excited. Senju and Uchiha, the legendary sage body and Sharingan can be perfectly combined. It's a pity that the Senju clan has completely declined. So he targeted Sasuke, Uchiha's weakest member. As long as I get Sasuke's body, I can go further. Orochimaru's eyes couldn't help being a little fiery. That greedy gaze was like substance, making Sasuke feel cold all over. Who are you? Sasuke shouted angrily. Orochimaru's eyes made him very uncomfortable. In no time you'll know who I am. Orochimaru stared at him sullenly, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Sasuke's pupils shrank sharply. In his field of vision, Orochimaru could be seen rushing towards him with terrifying speed. Even if he turned on 3 Tomo Sharingan, he could only see an afterimage. Careful, Sasuke's face changed in surprise, and he kicked out, sending Naruto and little Sakura flying. He himself also used the reaction force to quickly back up, and his hands began to form seals. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. He locked eyes on Orochimaru's direction and spewed flames. The other side. It doesn't seem to be coming for us, let's go. Kimimaro said in a deep voice. As soon as Orochimaru made a move just now, he knew that this was a strong enemy. Retiring is the best option. Brush. Orochimaru moved quickly and stopped after dodging Sasuke's fire style. He turned his head to look at Sharingan and the other 3, his expression was extremely cold. Want to leave? Stay and be my experimental subject. He has not forgotten that there's also an ice escape ninja here. As soon as the words fell, Orochimaru rushed directly to the 3 of Sharingan. But Sharingan and the other 3 were already on guard against him. The 3 looked at each other and instantly transformed into a battle formation. Kimimaro and Shiro stood in front, and Karen stood behind them. Kimimaro's hands quickly formed seals and closed abruptly. Water-style explosive water shockwave. Crash la la la. Kimimaro lowered his head and opened his mouth to spit out. A huge water column instantly formed into the sky, bringing the 3 of them high into the sky. A large amount of water flowed out continuously, forming a huge lake in a blink of an eye. When Chiba was instructing the 3 of them back then, he once mentioned that if you don't want to be restrained, you need to learn some other methods. So the 3 of them basically learned some other abilities. And in order to cooperate with Bai's ice escape, both Kimimaro and Sharingan have specially learned the water style that can create a large amount of water system environment. In this water system environment, the power of the ice escape increases dramatically. Ice escape Great Magic Mirror. With Bai's shot, all the water flow was frozen. A huge ice area with a diameter of tens of meters and a height of 3 to 4 meters appeared in the huge forest, covering the ground. The world changes in the blink of an eye. Naruto, Sasuke and the 2 looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. So strong. Shoot together. The 2 nodded at the same time, rushed onto the ice with little Sakura, and stood together with Kimimaro and others. The 3 of Kimimaro took a look and didn't drive them away. The strength of the enemy is unknown, joining forces now is the best choice. Good ice escape, very valuable to collect. Orochimaru appeared on the ice, he licked the corner of his mouth, and said excitedly. Ice escape Ice Thorn. Bai gave a low drink. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sharp icicles rushed out of the ice around Orochimaru's feet. Siege Orochimaru from all directions. Orochimaru stomped his feet and jumped into the sky instantly. But countless ice thorns are still chasing after him, piercing upwards from below. Orochimaru twirled and twisted in the air, stepped on the ice thorns to move his body from time to time, and he was not injured even once. Let's go. On the opposite side, Kimimaro and Naruto Sasuke looked at each other and rushed forward. Rasengan, Chidori, Dead Bone Pulse. The 3 of them each took out their own methods and rushed up while Orochimaru was being chased by the ice thorns. Brush, brush, brush. A series of icicles appeared under the feet of the 3 of them and rushed out. In an instant, the 3 of them came to Orochimaru's side in the air, and they launched their own attacks fiercely. Naruto's Rasengan attacks Orochimaru's upper body. Kimimaro's bone knife pierced Orochimaru's lower body. Sasuke attacks from behind. Buzz buzz. Chakra spun rapidly. With the chirping sound of piercing the air, the bone knife waved in an instant and turned into a phantom, piercing like a piece of bone knife. Chirp chirp chirp. 1,000 birds sing wildly. There is also the attack launched by Bai's ice escape from below. Orochimaru has nowhere to rely, this is an attack with no dead ends. Naruto et al. Are confident. Nice attack. Orochimaru sighed in admiration. Although apart from Kimimaro, Naruto and Sasuke's attacks are still a bit naive. But it has also been able to make him aware of the sense of crisis. But facing a crisis, Yin Snake immediately put on a cold smile. Then let me show you my new toy. Sharingan. Directly opposite Orochimaru, Kimimaro and Naruto were shocked to see that Orochimaru's eyes turned into Sharingan. For an instant, Orochimaru's insight surged. Boom! He kicked out, unexpectedly dodging Kimimaro's bone knife at a terrifying attack speed, hit him in the chest, and kicked him away. Steady and ruthless. At the same time, Orochimaru avoided Naruto's attack with a slight twist of his body. Snapped. He grabbed Naruto's wrist holding Rasengan, driving his body down. Sasuke's Chidori brushed past his shoulder. Orochimaru yanked out his other hand and grabbed Sasuke's arm as fast as lightning. In just an instant, he deciphered the attacks of the three of them. And also captured Naruto and Sasuke. Sharingan. Shiro on the opposite side caught Kimimaro who flew backwards, and the two looked at Orochimaru in shock. Those who have been mentored by Zishi are naturally very familiar with the riding wheel. They even learned from Terumi Mei that there should be only 4 pairs of Sharingan in the world today. That's why they were shocked. Why do you have a Sharingan? Sasuke looked at him in shock and questioned loudly. He knows everyone who owns Sharingan, and there is absolutely no such person in front of him. Seeing Sasuke's shocked look, Orochimaru couldn't help feeling a little proud. At the same time, he was feeling in his heart that Sharingan is really easy to use. The sharp increase in insight at that moment can allow him to exert his strength to the greatest extent. Whether it is attacking or dodging, it has become much easier. Now is not the time to tell you. Orochimaru sneered, threw Naruto out casually, and held on to Sasuke. The prey has arrived. Sasuke felt a chill in his heart. He could feel that this person had absolutely no good intentions for him. It must not fall into his hands. Hey, who the hell are you and why do you have Sharingan like Brother Chiba? Kaoru stared at Orochimaru curiously and asked. Brother Chiba, what is your relationship with Uchiha Chiba? Orochimaru's face suddenly turned cold, a look of fear flashed in his eyes, and he turned to look at Sharingan and asked. Sasuke sensed his emotional change, and suddenly sneered. The 3 of them are considered Master Chiba's disciples, even me. If you're scared, let me go. A cold murderous intent erupted from Orochimaru's body. He stared at him and said hoarsely. Afraid, I wish I could kill him. But although Chiba can't be killed, the disciple who killed him must feel bad for that guy. Orochimaru had a killing intent on his body. Sasuke's complexion changed, and he secretly felt bad. It turned out to be Chiba's brother's enemy, then you should die. Kaorin pursed her lips, and gave Orochimaru a fierce look. I saw her lightly pressing the ice with both hands, drinking in a low voice. Sealing technique hyphenation point sealing. Immediately, numerous spells appeared under Orochimaru's feet. Buzz buzz. The terrifying restraint instantly held Orochimaru firmly in place. Sasuke felt a release from Orochimaru's hand and was happy in his heart. He kicked on Orochimaru's body, and his body bounced off, rolling in the air and landing. Whoosh. In a blink of an eye, Kimimaro rushed forward with a bone knife in his hand. He cooperated tacitly with Sharingan and Bai. It had already started before Sharingan started. And Sasuke also sensed that 860 had an opportunity, and almost just landed on the ground. He kicked hard, rushed out in the opposite direction, and followed Kimimaro closely. It turned out to be a sealing technique. Damn it. Orochimaru's face was a little ugly. He knew he was careless. But he had never seen this kind of sealing technique. Ice escaped frozen. Click click click. Orochimaru felt that his feet were being frozen, and the speed of this freezing was still spreading upwards. On the opposite side are Kimimaro rushing towards him in a violent posture and Sasuke with a fierce face. If the body is frozen and crushed, the body will be useless. A ruthless look flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. A low, inhuman growl sounded from his throat. Wood-style tree root burial. Orochimaru's arm protruded violently, and a huge branch rushed out in an instant, stabbing out at an extremely fast speed. Careful, Sasuke yelled in horror. Kimimaro's pupils shrank sharply, and he was too fast to dodge. Dead bone pulse. Kimimaro growled in his heart, and instantly formed a bone shield in front of him. Boom. With a dull bang, Kimimaro was instantly thrown backwards by the impact, and hit Sasuke, and the two slid and pushed away on the ice together. Kimimaro didn't care about the injuries on his body. He looked at Orochimaru in horror, with an extremely serious expression on his face. Wood style. Troublesome. Even wood style has come out. Sharingan and Bai were also taken aback. They once heard Chiba comment on the blood succession limit of ninja world. Sharingan and wood style tied for first place. Not to mention the legend of Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, who doesn't know the horrors of wood style. You mean it's the wood style secret from first Hokage? Sasuke was taken aback, his eyelids twitched wildly. Who the hell is he being targeted by? Run now. The 3 of Sharingan also had the same idea. Enemies of this level are definitely not something they can fight against. On the opposite side, Orochimaru's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that even wood style was exposed. Kill to silence or wait for the next opportunity. Orochimaru hesitated in his heart. The few people on the opposite side, especially Bai and Kimimaro, are not weak. If they keep defending blindly, I'm afraid he won't be able to take it down for a while. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a large amount of chakra fluctuations. Both ninjutsu and chakra have a lot of strength. Konoha's people are here, it seems that we can only give up this time. Orochimaru sighed inwardly. Now he is not ready to launch the Konoha destruction plan, so he can only evacuate temporarily. His body sank slowly, eyes fixed on Sasuke. Sasuke, just wait, we will meet soon. Sasuke and others looked at Orochimaru, who left suddenly in astonishment, a little inexplicably. Why did he leave suddenly? Chapter 62 Kakashi's Anger, Found Clues. Not long ago, outside the Death Forest, Mitarashi Anko found traces of Orochimaru and hurriedly reported it. Kakashi has been on guard ever since he heard Chiba's warning, so after getting the information, he immediately led people to the depths of the Death Forest. What a strong fluctuation. Feeling the aftermath of the battle in the distance, Kakashi's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly speeded up. Brush, brush, brush. Several figures appeared around the battlefield where Orochimaru had just left. Kakashi and others looked at the huge ice cube, and their expressions changed suddenly. Sasuke, what happened here just now? Konoha's people surrounded the huge ice block, watching by and the others vigilantly. Sasuke hurriedly said, Kakashi, someone came to attack us just now. He hurriedly said the matter again. Kakashi's face suddenly changed, and his heart turned into a storm. That guy is definitely Orochimaru. I didn't expect him to successfully transplant first Hokage's cells and Sharingan. Something big is going to happen. The others were equally taken aback. Wood style. A wood style ninja appeared. Who the hell is that person? The Jonins who rushed over suddenly became agitated. Wood style is the secret technique of first Hokage and one of the symbols of Konoha. But now it seems to be in the hands of hostile ninjas. Everyone's face suddenly felt incomparably ashamed. Come on, go and report this to Lord Hokage. Also send someone to search for the identity of the intruder. Kakashi's voice was a little low with a cold face. My heart was already full of anger. Third generation, look at what you've done. There was already a problematic cage, and now there's an even more troublesome Orochimaru. If there is no connection between these two people, who would believe it? If third Hokage hadn't let Orochimaru go, there wouldn't be such a big trouble now. Kakashi, what to do with those fog ninjas? A Konoha Jonin came over and asked with a headache. Isn't it a joke that even an ice escape of this scale can be displayed, and he still participates in the Chunin assessment? Kakashi smiled wryly upon hearing this. Their leader is Chiba, what can he do? After thinking about it, he still stepped forward to discuss it. Kimimaro and others also realized that the big drama Chiba said may be about to begin. Not wanting to take any chances, they promised to go directly to the central tower next. As for collecting the earth coiling shaft, they don't need to worry about it at all. I'm waiting for you at the end. Karen waved to Sasuke, then left with Kimimaro and Shiro. Mr. Kakashi, I lost. Naruto felt a little down after seeing Kakashi. Sasuke's face was not very good looking either. In the battle just now, Kimimaro, by an even Shongolan showed too much strength. Especially when he was almost caught by Orochimaru, which made him extremely unwilling. Too weak. I need to get stronger. Sasuke has a sense of urgency in his heart. He knows that he must improve his strength before the big one strikes again. Fine. Kakashi comforted Naruto helplessly. It is not too surprising that he lost. It's just that losing to Chiba again made him a little bit disappointed. Kakashi, who was the one who attacked me just now? Sasuke asked. Kakashi looked at Sasuke with a cold face, thought for a while and said in a low voice. Don't tell anyone else about this. According to my guess, that person is most likely Orochimaru. He is Konoha's rebel, third Hokage's disciple. You should have already cleared Orochimaru's strength. Next time you encounter him, you must notify me or others as soon as possible. Sasuke frowned upon hearing this. Hokage's disciple has become a traitor. Kakashi sighed and didn't explain. After exhorting the three of them, Kakashi left immediately. He needs to tell the people in the league about this as soon as possible. Soon Kakashi left the Death Forest and arrived at the central tower. Hyuga Heihachi stayed here today in order to communicate with Kakashi as soon as possible. The two entered a secret room. Something's wrong. We found Orochimaru's trail just now, and Kakashi hurriedly shared the information with Hyuga Heihachi. Orochimaru mastered Sharingan in wood style. Hyuga Heihachi paled in horror. Then he roared angrily. That's the secret technique of first Hokage. If Orochimaru messes around in Konoha, who can stop it? Kakashi also looked worried. Like Hyuga Heihachi said, no one understands the horror of wood style better than Konoha. That is a terrifying force that can sweep a village by itself. Third Hokage, unforgivable. Hyuga Heihachi was a little annoyed. Everything else is fine, it's all over. But the release of Orochimaru is causing a crisis. Just thinking about the situation of wood style appearing in Konoha, Hyuga Heihachi couldn't help shivering. Kakashi smiled wryly. I can't help it. I heard another news yesterday that Fugaku may also have some problems. Hyuga Heihachi was taken aback and frowned. After a long time, Hyuga Heihachi took a deep breath and said. In that case, let me confirm the situation of Kazekage. Don't mess around. Kakashi hastily stopped. Whether it is Bion or other perception ninjutsu, as long as it is performed, there is a possibility of being noticed. Performing perceptual ninjutsu on a shadow from another ninja village will undoubtedly cause conflicts. I don't care about that much now. If third Hokage asks me, I'm looking for Orochimaru. Hyuga Heihachi was determined and opened his eyes regardless of the obstruction. Brush. A wide field of vision flooded Hyuga Heihachi's mind, and soon he locked onto Kazekage's location. He didn't dare to stay longer. He could only concentrate all his pupil power on Fugaku for a moment and then retracted it immediately. Seeing Hyuga Heihachi's complexion changed, Kakashi hurriedly asked, how is it? There's something wrong with Kazekage's situation. Although he concealed it very well, even my white eyes were almost deceived, but I still detected an aura that does not belong to a living person in him. It's like a living corpse. Hyuga Heihachi said with a dignified expression while thinking. As soon as the words fell, he and Kakashi took a breath at the same time. Hiss. Reanimation jutsu. It's Orochimaru. Not only is Kage's state similar, but they also know that Orochimaru has studied this forbidden technique. Damn it. Orochimaru actually attacked Kage. Kakashi looked shocked by Orochimaru's handwriting. If that's the case, then Sand Shinobi Village may be in for action too. Hyuga Heihachi exclaimed suddenly. The two looked at each other, both worried. Things are getting more and more out of control, but they have no turning back and can only continue to plan. At that moment, Hyuga Heihachi left the central tower in a hurry and went to Lugiu to discuss countermeasures. Kakashi also hurried to find Itachi. I am afraid Itachi will have to make a move tomorrow. On the other side, third Hokage also got the news. Thinking about the information reported by Anko again, he immediately thought of Orochiwa. Orochimaru, is Sasuke your only target? Third Hokage's face was serious. He felt like Kakashi that Orochimaru's purpose would not be so simple. Can't help but regret letting him go at the beginning, but now it has become a serious problem. After a long time, third Hokage felt ruthless. Uchiha Chiba, Orochimaru, let's get rid of you together this time. The Jonin of Chiba and other ninja villages are waiting for the arrival of the genin in the central tower of the Death Forest. He also noticed the outbreak of the battle, but didn't pay much attention to it. Not long after, the first team to arrive at the central tower appeared. It is the three of Shangfos. At this time, it was less than an hour before the start of the assessment. This time broke Konoha's record. The Jonins were in an uproar. Brother Chiba, we are under attack. After Shangulin and the others saw Chiba, they couldn't wait to run over and said. Kimimaro and Bai stood beside respectfully, and Shangulin crackled and said, letting Chiba know what happened. Successfully transplanted Sharingan in first-generation cells, worthy of Orochimaru. After listening, Chiba's eyes lit up, and he said in admiration. Both first-generation cell and Sharingan transplants have risks and side effects. Not to mention transplanting together, it is considered a success if the dog can be used after transplanting alone. But Orochimaru did it. The great scientist in Hokage lives up to his name. Chiba couldn't help but look forward to Orochimaru's arrival. It would be great if you could activate Mangekyo. Hearing that Chiba praised Orochimaru, Gualin was not happy. Chiba patted her head and said helplessly. You are also very good, especially Shangulin. Your sealing technique and Bai's ice escape are getting better and better. Shangulin immediately smiled when he heard this. Brother Chiba, is the show you want to watch related to this Orochimaru? Shangulin asked curiously. Chiba shook his head without explaining, but looked at Kimimaro and Beidou. The next few days may be dangerous, take care of Shangulin. Yes, Kimimaro and Bai responded with awe in their hearts. Sand Shinobi Village's team arrived, also breaking previous records. This year's genin is too strong. I'm looking forward to the third assessment battle. Just then, there was a commotion from the crowd. Gaara and others walked into the central tower, just in time to see the three Shangulin not far away. Someone arrived early. Tamari was a little surprised. It's Mist Ninja's team, it seems they have also sent elites. Kankuro said solemnly. Interesting. Quote. Gaara stared at the three of Shangulin, feeling an urge to kill. Then their guide, Jonin Baki, came over to block his view, and gave a solemn warning. The news just came that the three members of the Mist Ninja may all be blood successor limit ninjas, and one of them is the top even among the Jonin. Don't provoke them, our mission is the most important. Tamari and Kankuro changed their faces and nodded hastily. Gaara looked at Baki and turned away with a cold snort. The three of Baki looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Gaara was finally stabilized. As time went on, more and more teams reached the central tower. Yuhirin class, Gai class, Shikamaru class, 7th class. Until 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the third day, the second assessment was officially finished. Everyone gathered in the hall of the central tower. Chiba glanced casually at the passing team, slightly surprised. The Yinin team that was supposed to pass did not show up, and was replaced by the team from One in Village. A total of 7 teams, 21 people passed the second assessment. Next third Hokage spoke, but I don't know if the pressure from Chiba and Orochimaru is too much. Third Hokage didn't talk too much, and soon handed over the scene to the sick male examiner Moonlight Gale. After Moonlight Gale said about the qualifiers, there was an uproar, but it quickly subsided. Immediately afterwards he asked if anyone wanted to quit. Under everyone's surprised eyes, Yakushi Kabuto, Kimimaro, and Bai chose to quit. For those who knew the strength of Kimimaro and Haku, they quickly accepted the withdrawal of the two. Even psychologically relieved, and Yakushi Kabuto didn't cause too much commotion because he didn't come back from class 7 and wasn't familiar with Naruto and others. In the end, a total of 18 people participated in the third qualifier of the Chunin assessment. 1 person from One in Village, 3 people from Sand Shinobi Village, and 4 people from Kuntian. In the first match, Sasuke played against the red copper armor, and Sasuke won with a clean hand. In the second match, Shikamaru was talking about trouble with little Sakura, but Shikamaru won in the end. In the third match, Kankuro leads Kuro vs. Ken Masumi, Kankuro wins with a puppet. In the fourth match, Shangulin vs. Choji, Shangulin used a strange punch to embed Choji into the wall and won. In the fifth game, Neji played against Hinata, Neji won, but Hinata was not seriously injured. Chiba thought about this scene. It should be that Hyuga Heihachi has reconciled with Neji. In the 6th game, Inuzuka and Naruto won with hard power. In the 7th game, Temari and Tiantian, Temari won. In the 8th game, Aburame Shino and Ino saw Shino's worm backfield directly abstained. In the 9th game, Gaara played against Xiaoli. This was the most tragic battle, and it was also the only one that made Chiba a little bit interested. Xiaoli opened the 5th gate of 8 inner gates to fight Gaara. Unfortunately, it failed in the end. Pick up Forbidden Technique 8 inner gates from the 1st gate to the 5th gate. Seeing the system prompt, Chiba couldn't bear Xiaoli's comminuted fracture, so he reminded Guy. The child has lost consciousness. Seeing Xiaoli who was about to be swallowed by the sand, Guy woke up with a start and rushed to block him. Let Xiaoli avoid a catastrophe. Gaara was victorious, but he stared at Chiba with some resentment. It made Chiba feel a little funny, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It seems that the chakra of one tail has not been collected yet, so let's take it this time. Gaara felt chills when Chiba saw it, but this aroused his bloodthirsty even more, and he kept repeating in his heart. Anyone who dares to stop me will die. The game is over. Next, draw the order of the 3rd game tomorrow morning. Game 1, Gaara vs Naruto. In the 2nd round, Sasuke Paracophos. In the 3rd game, the country versus the pill. In the 4th match, the winner of Konkuro vs. Shino will face Neji again. So far, the 3rd qualifier of the Chunin assessment has officially ended. Chapter 63 The plan begins, the trial of 3rd Hokage. That night, Kakashi and others gathered again for a meeting. The presence of Orochimaru forced them to make some changes to their plans. 3rd Hokage sat alone in the Hokage building all night. Early the next morning, Chiba took Shongolan and others to the venue for the 3rd assessment. The 3 of them also knew that something big would happen today, so they behaved very quietly. When they arrived, there were already many spectators in the venue, and there was a lot of noise. Then the daimyo of the country of fire arrived. Kazekage and Hokage also came to the venue. Shongolan bid farewell to Chiba, and appeared on the training field in the middle of the venue with 8 other contestants. After a speech by 3rd Hokage, I announce that the competition has officially begun. In the venue, the examiner Shiranui Schwanma announced loudly. Match 1, Gaara vs. Naruto. Game start. Kaoru returned to the stands and sat next to Chiba, and the 4 of them watched the battle between Naruto and Gaara. Captain, who do you think will win between the two? Xiong Lin asked curiously. It should be Naruto. Chiba is a little unsure whether the current Naruto has learned the summoning technique. If you don't learn it, it is almost impossible to defeat Gaara, who can transform into a tailed beast. Watch as Naruto in the field casts multiple shadow clone techniques and rushes towards Gaara holding Rasengan. Gaara's side has automatic sand protection and starts colliding with Rasengan. Every collision is basically a lose-lose, with the sand scattered and the Rasengan depleted. Gaara's absolute defense was broken. Konkuro watched this scene in shock. Shongolan twitched her lips and was speechless. Do you dare to say that this level of defense is absolute defense? Konkuro glared at her when he heard that. Although he looked down on Gaara, he believed in Gaara's strength in his heart. Not only was Shongolan not afraid when he saw it, but 060 looked at him provocatively and snorted coldly. I can break this defense with one punch. Chiba looked at her speechlessly. You must know that Tsunade's strange power is enough to break Madara's Susanoo's defense with one punch. Although it is not perfect, it is also extremely terrifying. Although Shongolan is not as good as Tsunade, Gaara's defense is far behind Madara. Comparing the strange power with Gaara's defense, isn't this bullying people? In the venue, Naruto and Gaara consumed each other. Gaara began to take the initiative to direct the sand attack, but Naruto, who has almost the same speed as Xiaoli, can easily dodge. Over time, Gaara gradually began to become unstable. Suddenly, he pulled back all the sand and formed a sphere to protect himself inside. Chiba was immediately refreshed. It's time to start. In the venue, Naruto was a bit useless against Gaara's defense, and even his Rasengan was useless. For a while, the two were deadlocked. A strange atmosphere began to spread. The chakra belonging to one-tail Shuhei gradually overflowed, and the ninja with keen perception instantly noticed the abnormality. In the stands, Kakashi sat together with Hyuga Heihachi, Nara Shikahisa and others. It's not right, according to the information I gathered, that Gaara is one-tail Jinchuriki of Sand Shinobi Village. Kakashi said with a serious face. Hyuga Heihachi hastily rolled his eyes to observe Gaara's movements, and his expression changed immediately. No, Gaara is going to be a tailed beast here. What? The faces of Kakashi and others changed wildly. They can vividly remember the harm caused by the Nine Tails rebellion. Even if one tail is not as good as Nine Tails, it will still cause heavy casualties to Konoha if it appears. They couldn't sit still. No, we have to make a move, Kakashi said, standing up. Be careful, someone secretly started to cast illusion. Hyuga Heihachi rolled his eyes, and suddenly found that there was something wrong with Anbu in a corner of the stand, and he was actually performing a large illusion. Clatter, snow-white feathers fell from the sky. The audience in the stands began to fall into a deep sleep. Untie. Kakashi and others lifted the illusion, but saw that most of the people in the stands fell into a deep sleep. Even Naruto, who was in the center of the venue, was also tricked. At this moment, there was an explosion sound from where Hokage and Kazekage were. Since he suddenly changed his color and looked up, immediately, I saw Kazekage hijacking 3rd Hokage and rushing to the roof. It was Orochimaru who did it. A cold light flashed in Kakashi's eyes. The moment they were about to act, figures sprang out from the stands. They carry Otonin or Sand Shinobi's forehead protector. Damn it, so many enemies have been infiltrated. The continuous surprise changes annoyed Kakashi and others. But they discovered that Orochimaru's time was too late, and it was too late to collect too much information and make too much preparation. I'm going to reduce the number of enemies. Kakashi took a deep breath and pulled out the short sword on his body. Kyla, a flash of thunder flashed, and Kakashi suddenly disappeared in place, flashing non-stop in the stands like a bolt of lightning. Brush. Kakashi reappeared in place, but those Yin-Ren who appeared in the dozens of figures in Sand Shinobi fell down in an instant. Nara Shikahisa whispered, "No, there are too many enemies here, leave it to Anbu who I arranged to deal with, the most important thing now is Master Hokage." Kakashi nodded, he also knew the priorities. He looked at Might Guy and said solemnly, "Guy, I leave this place to you, I'll go to Hokage Inran's side." "Okay, leave it to me without worry." Guy gave a thumbs up excitedly, screamed and rushed towards the enemy, opening a passage. Kakashi opened the way ahead, leading Hyuga Hiashi and others to the battlefield of Cage and Hokage in an instant. At this time, this place has been surrounded by enchantment. There are 3 people in the barrier, Cage, one of Cage's guards, and the hijacked Master Hokage. Gia, 3rd Hokage, you are getting old. Cage Luasha said in a hoarse CEG voice. Cage, are you sure you want to do this? If you continue, it will trigger a war between Konoha and Sand Shinobi village. 3rd Hokage looked ugly and tried to persuade him. Luo Shaw's entire face was covered, only a pair of eyes were exposed, full of resentment. If Uchiha Chiba hadn't suddenly attacked Cloud Shinobi village, the war would have already begun. Konoha was at the weakest period in history. It's a pity that Sand Shinobi village failed to seize the opportunity. At that time, we had tentatively reached an agreement with Rock Shinobi village to invade Konoha together, but it was a pity that our success fell short. 3rd Hokage's heart sank when he heard this. He didn't expect the situation back then to hide such a crisis. Luo Shaw laughed mockingly. So, Hokage-sama should thank you Konoha for your rebellion, Uchiha Chiba. Grateful, I can't wait to kill him. 3rd Hokage looked annoyed. At this moment, a thunderous sound sounded. Cage is reasonable, but our Hokage-sama doesn't seem to appreciate it. Chiba appears. He appeared in front of the ending interface with his true face. Chiba looked at the hijacked 3rd Hokage and sneered. It's been a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you've really come back from life, you were hijacked as a Hokage. This is really the darkest day in Konoha's history. Uchiha Chiba, why are you here? 3rd Hokage looked at Chiba who suddenly appeared in shock, and asked subconsciously. Chiba looked at him coldly and said, to liquidate you and Danzo, of course. 3rd Hokage's pupils shrank sharply, although it has long been ready to face Chiba, but he found that he was a little scared at the moment, which made him feel extremely ashamed. Feng Ying felt the trembling of his body at that moment, and couldn't help laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, your Lord Hokage seems to be trembling with fear from a traitor, how ridiculous. You're talking nonsense. 3rd Hokage retorted loudly with a flushed face. He stared at Chiba with fire-breathing eyes, and said loudly. Kakashi, what are you still doing? Get rid of Uchiha, the traitor. However, Kakashi and others outside did not do it. They stood behind Chiba, staring calmly at 3rd Hokage. Calm makes him extremely uneasy. 3rd Hokage looked at Kakashi coldly and asked. Kakashi, what are you geese doing? Kakashi sighed, looking at him with a mix of pity and disgust. Master Hokage, don't you understand? Today our target is not Chiba, but Hokage-sama, you and Danzo. Boom. Kakashi's words exploded in 3rd Hokage's ears like thunder. He stared at Kakashi dumbfounded, feeling a little unbelievable. Konoha's ninja is targeting Hokage. He snarls in disbelief. A-hole, are you crazy? He looked at Hyuga Hiashi. Hiashi, are you going crazy with Kakashi too? Hyuga Hiashi looked at him calmly, and said in a deep voice. I just have a lot of questions and I need Master Hokage's help, please forgive me if I offend you. 3rd Hokage felt cold, even the calmest Hyuga Hiashi stood opposite him. He hurriedly looked at Nara Lujiu, with a look of anticipation on the old man's face. Lujiu, quickly persuade them, now that foreign enemies are invading, they cannot fight among themselves. Hearing this, Lujiu sighed, lowered his head and said. Master Hokage, please rest assured that the enemy's invasion has been arranged in advance. Arranged in advance, hiding this Hokage from me. 3rd Hokage suddenly became furious. How sad, Sarutobi-sensei. The guard behind Cage revealed his true colors, it was Orochimaru. He looked at his teacher with some sympathy, feeling sad for him. Orochimaru. 3rd Hokage stared at him through gritted teeth. That sympathetic look pierced his heart and drove him crazy. Chapter 64 I have another guess, 3rd Hokage wants to commit suicide. Orochimaru was his disciple. Moreover, he was also a disciple who survived after being let go by him. Now look at him with a sympathetic expression. 3rd Hokage feels an unprecedented humiliation, embarrassment, and anger. That feeling made, he wanted to die. Feng Ying, let the mausoleum master go. Orochimaru waved his hand lightly. Luo Sha let go of 3rd Hokage unwillingly. Rosa was worried that Sand Shinobi village's attack would be blocked, but Orochimaru didn't care about it at all. His gaze has been veiled towards Chiba, this is what worries him the most. After being released, Third Hokage stared angrily at Kakashi and others outside the barrier, and said sharply. Do you know what you're doing? Master Hokage, don't worry, we will protect Konoha. The venue at this moment has completely turned into a battlefield. The maracas that Gaara was on had become a meat grinder. Sand shinobi and sound ninjas protect Gaara, who is about to turn into a tailed beast. The Konoha shinobi fighters attacked frantically to stop it. Every moment there are countless figures falling down, corpses and blood everywhere. Outside Konoha village, Otonin and Sand shinobi who saw the signal also began to invade Konoha village. The huge summoning snake broke through the barrier of Konoha's wall and rushed into Konoha's territory. But the next moment, a huge summoning beast, Toad, also appeared in Konoha village. Konoha seems to have been prepared for a long time. The non-combat civilians evacuated in an orderly manner, while Konoha's ninjas began to fight back forcefully. The flames of war spread all over Konoha. This has become a battlefield. In the Chunin assessment venue, the 4 purple flames enveloped the roof, and the atmosphere was solemn. Orochimaru and Kazekage stood beside them, looking like they were watching. Third Hokage stared at Kakashi and the others with an angry and puzzled look on his face. Kakashi asked, Master Hokage, do you remember when I asked you about my father's suicide 4 years ago? You said that there was no one behind the incident. But why is my survey result completely different? Kakashi stared at him angrily and growled. The anger on Third Hokage's face froze. After reaching an agreement with Kakashi that year, he has not let down his vigilance against Kakashi. Because he knows that once Kakashi knows the truth of the year, it is likely to cause turmoil. So he has not relaxed his surveillance on Kakashi. Although Anbu also noticed some clues, it didn't seem to affect the overall situation, so he didn't care. But at this moment he knew he was wrong. Look at the angry eyes of Kakashi, and the anger in the eyes of Hyuga Hiyashi and others beside him. He already understood that it wasn't Kakashi who gave up. Instead, Kakashi teamed up with others to investigate. I have been betrayed by former supporters. My dad's teammates died in various ways not long after they came forward and blamed my dad. You want to kill people, but you didn't expect someone to leave evidence. Kakashi said coldly with killing intent on his face. Mr. Kurakawa left a note out of guilt, which recorded the whole incident in detail. It was Danzo who forced them to come forward and blame my father. Kurakawa is the same Jonin who once performed missions with Hitaki Tsukumo. Hearing Kakashi's words, Third Hokage turned pale. Quote. I don't want to hear your explanation, it doesn't make any sense anymore. Kakashi interrupted him with a wave of his hand. He looked around and said coldly. Danzo, come out, I know you must be there. Brush. A figure appeared, it was Danzo with a gloomy face. Looking at Third Hokage's pale face, Danzo was already furious in his heart, and he growled lowly. Kakashi, I did what happened back then, it has nothing to do with Hiruzen. He couldn't bear his friend to be implicated because of him. It doesn't matter. If it wasn't for the third generation project to indulge you, would you have such power to do these things? Kakashi sneered disdainfully. He stared intently at Danzo's murderous face. Since you're here, I also have something to ask you. Did you act on the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion? Danzo flew into a rage, squinting and roaring. BD, no matter what I do, I won't plot against the 4th generation. Everything I do is for Konoha. Kakashi and the others looked at each other and frowned. There was too little information on the Nine Tails Rebellion that night, and they didn't find much useful things. At this time, Chiba suddenly spoke. He looked at Danzo and Third Hokage and said coldly, Nine Tails breaking the seal has nothing to do with you two. But you're doing a lot, right? Aren't you the ones who spread the conspiracy theory that the Nine Tails are controlled by the Uchiha clan? Isn't the reason why the Uchiha clan wanted to rebel because of your pressing step by step? Danzo sneered, and took it for granted. The Uchiha family is ambitious and too evil. Everything later has proved that my original judgment was not wrong. Chiba suddenly laughed angrily, reversing cause and effect, justified. If it weren't for Konoha's series of actions, even if Uchiha was at odds, he wouldn't be on the verge of rebellion. He stared at Danzo coldly. I will kill you with my own hands later. Now we need to keep him to continue the trial. He looked at Third Hokage who was staring at him angrily, curled his lips and said. Third Hokage, you don't have to pretend to be a good person. The sealing technique that Namikaze Minato used to seal Nine Tails back then cost his life. And only you and Minato can use this sealing technique in Konoha. But you haven't done anything for a long time. You just forced Nine Tails out of Konoha and you were proud and boastful. When sacrifices were really needed, you hid and let the young 4th generation die. Kakashi and others looked suspiciously at Third Hokage. His face changed drastically, he stared at Chiba angrily and roared. Uchiha Chiba, you don't want to put all the shit on us. Back then, I just wanted to stall for time and wait for the 4th generation to come back and seal it together. Chiba immediately sneered when he heard the words, and said disdainfully. Based on Konoha's existing fighting strength and means, the only thing that can reseal Nine Tails is the sealing technique. As Hokage, don't you understand? You're just afraid of death, it's not shameful. He doesn't care what the truth is, he must nail Third Hokage to the pillar of shame today. Puff. Third Hokage looked at the disdainful eyes of Kakashi and others, and spurted out a mouthful of blood angrily. That is, from that time on, you are no longer worthy of being a Hokage. Chiba made it up with a smile. Puff. Third Hokage couldn't help but spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes were red and he stared at Kiantu with a man-eating gaze. I really regret that I didn't kill you at the beginning. Chiba shrugged indifferently, but smiled disdainfully in his heart. If you made a move against me, you would have been a corpse long ago. Chiba's words caused a commotion. Even the battles in the venue became rare. Even the people in the battle began to secretly pay attention to the conversation here. In the venue, Naruto, who was under the illusion, was undone by Sasuke and small Sakura, and came to the edge of the venue, facing the enchantment position on the roof. The three of them looked at each other in blank dismay at this moment, not knowing what to say. Especially Naruto felt a bit dazed. He feels that the third Hokage mentioned by Chiba and others seems to be completely different from the Grandpa Hokage he knows. Above, Hyuga Heihachi couldn't bear it anymore. He stepped forward and looked at third Hokage and said in a deep voice. Although I also know that Hisashi's death was the fault of the Hyuga family. But I think if it's the fourth generation or the young third generation, they would rather go to war than compromise. Third generation, your performance after resuming the position is no longer worthy of the name of Hokage. Hyuga Heihashi's last knife made Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turn blue and purple, like opening a dying workshop. Kakashi followed up, and Orochimaru defected back then. If the third generation hadn't softened and let him go, Konoha wouldn't be caught in the flames of war today. Orochimaru grinned strangely and looked at his teacher sympathetically. Third Hokage already regretted letting him go back then, but it was too late. And Danzo, the Mangekyo who captured Shisui and caused Shisui to commit suicide, even pushed the Uchiha clan step by step to the point of rebellion, causing Itachi and Chiba to leave Konoha. Kakashi said sadly, all three are Mangekyo eye-openers. If they were alive, it would be more beneficial than harmful to Konoha's overall interests. But it is a threat to third Hokage and Danzo who are in power. Because Uchiha is too strong. It's ridiculous to think about him. Chiba looked at the two and sneered. Konoha's White Fang, fourth Hokage, Hyuga Hisashi, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha clan. Asking for flowers. I didn't expect that Konoha's masters and geniuses were not lost in the foreign war, but died in the hands of their own people. Why does Konoha become weaker and weaker? Don't you really understand? You two, do you still dare to say that you are the pillar of Konoha? Danzo, do you still dare to say that you are for Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you still think you deserve to be Hokage? Third Hokage was speechless, pale and speechless. Because these are basically facts, he can't refute them at all. Danzo's face darkened into the water. His philosophy is unified rights, and Uchiha has become his enemy if he doesn't obey Konoha. So he will not regret everything he has done. But seeing the appearance of third Hokage, Danzo couldn't help sighing in his heart, and said with awe-inspiring eyes. Uchiha Chiba, don't splash dirty water. The things you said were done by me and have nothing to do with Hiruzen, I admit it. Chiba looked at him mockingly and smiled. Danzo frowned and stared at him aggrievedly. What are you laughing at? Chiba casually said, I just have a guess that you can listen to. Third Hokage knows that his character is not hot enough, and he also knows that he needs to maintain Hokage's bright image, so he needs someone to do the dirty work for him. Obviously, he chose you, Danzo, to make you the darkness of Shinobi, his instrumental man. Look at Third Hokage and Danzo who have changed color. 0. Chiba hastily added, don't take it seriously, I'm just guessing. Conspiracy theory, back then. Isn't that how Kura separates Uchiha and Konoha? Now, he's using it on Danzo and Third Hokage. Sure enough, the next moment Danzo, who was still thinking about taking the blame for Third Hokage, became vigilant. Guess, do not take it seriously. The eyes of Third Hokage went dark, and he almost fainted from anger. He hastily explained to Danzo, Uchiha Chiba, don't talk nonsense. Danzo, is our decades of friendship not as good as his few words? Danzo smiled sullenly, and said hoarsely, of course I believe you. But looking at his vigilant eyes, Third Hokage was so angry that he wanted to eat Chiba raw. Chiba suddenly spoke again, by the way, I have another guess. Shut up. Third Hokage roared and roared with a ferocious expression on his face. Guess you are paralyzed. If he guessed any further, he was afraid that he would be PD off. Don't worry, the speculation is in your favor this time. Chiba gave him a comforting look. Angry Third Hokage flushed. Kakashi and others also looked at Chiba speechlessly. As if Chiba didn't see their eyes, he asked in a deep voice. Have you ever wondered why Third Hokage wants to save Danzo? Kakashi and others frowned for a while, and said one after another. Friendship, benefit, secret, cooperate. Everyone gives a different answer. But it's clear that everyone can accept Third Hokage's death protection of Danzo. The connection between Third Hokage and Danzo also seems to have eased due to this issue. Think of the tremendous amount of pressure that Third Hokage has done for himself. Danzo couldn't help but sigh too. For him, Third Hokage did pay too much. Third Hokage was relieved to see Danzo's apologetic eyes. Finally, I still have an old friend, so I won't be alone. But the next moment, after hearing Chiba's words, his expression changed. The reasons you mentioned are all reasonable, but I think there is another possibility. That's Danzo taking control of Third Hokage with Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods. Boom. Chiba's words were like a thunderbolt, scaring all the staff. This is impossible. Kakashi stared at Chiba with a horrified look on his face. Others are not much better. Especially Third Hokage, the whole face changed. The gratified expression on his face froze directly and turned into suspicion. He looked at Danzo suspiciously. Did I really hit the distinguished heavenly gods? Danzo, Shisui's eyes are in your hand. Danzo's complexion changed drastically, and he roared in horror and anger. Although I have a Mangekyo from Shisui, I haven't used it at all. This is blood spitting. Uchiha Chiba, what are you talking about? Corpse. Chapter 65 Danzo's Distinguished Heavenly Gods, take it. What? Shisui's Mangekyo is in Danzo's hands. Except for Kakashi, which is known in advance. The faces of Hyuga Heihachi and others, Orochimaru and others suddenly changed. The eyes they looked at Danzo became extremely wary, and they didn't even dare to meet his eyes. Seeing this scene, Danzo's mentality collapsed, and he knew that no matter how he explained it, it was useless. Hiruzen, you have to trust me, I never used Distinguished Heavenly Gods on you. Danzo looked at his only old friend and hurriedly explained. Third Hokage lowered his eyelids and did not meet his gaze, and said in a gloomy voice. Of course I believe you. Then you should look at me. Danzo grunted, bleeding viscerally from anger. He stared at Chiba and gritted his teeth, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Chiba, you are a demon. Chiba touched his nose. Is this a compliment to me? I have another guess. Shut up. X2. Third Hokage and Danzo's expressions changed drastically, and they glared at him angrily. Still guessing. Guess any more and we'll kill ourselves. Chiba shrugged. He was just joking. Uchiha Chiba, you're damned. Danzo gritted his teeth. In his heart, he wished to kill Chiba immediately, and his eyes wandered on Chiba, Orochimaru, Kakashi and others. Use the Distinguished Heavenly Gods to control Chiba. Although there is a certain risk of failure, if it succeeds, the rewards will be far greater than other options. But once it fails, the Distinguished Heavenly Gods cannot be used in a short time. Or control Orochimaru. Orochimaru is definitely prepared for impure world reincarnation, and has a certain winning rate. His eyes flickered, hesitating in his heart. Suddenly, Danzo's, 953, gaze became sharp. He jerked open his gauze-wrapped right eye, revealing Shisui's Mangekyo. Watch out, Danzo is about to use Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Hyuga Heihashi's complexion changed in surprise, and he hurriedly gave a loud reminder, and at the same time quickly exited Danzo's field of vision. Kakashi et al. Had the same reaction as him. Third Hokage in the barrier immediately casts Earth style and hides behind the Earth flow wall. Orochimaru also blocked his body with third cage. Only Chiba stood there calmly, and even looked at Danzo curiously. Chiba, are you not afraid that I will control you with Distinguished Heavenly Gods? Danzo said. Chiba stood where he was, expressionless, and said in an indifferent voice. The strongest illusion, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, to be honest, I really want to try to see if it lives up to its name. Don't let me down. The faces of Kakashi and others changed greatly, and they shouted anxiously. Chiba, don't take any chances. Get out of the way. Especially Kakashi, he understands how terrifying Chiba's strength is. Once it is controlled by Danzo, it may really be completely overturned by Danzo. Madness. Danzo looked at Chiba with surprise and joy. To his surprise, Chiba didn't dodge at all, which made him feel humiliated. The good news is that Chiba will soon be recruited. Guardian Konoha, Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Danzo suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and after performing a ninjutsu in secret, he couldn't wait to cast Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Mangekyo's pupil power plummeted, and a tyrannical will rushed into Chiba's mind. Chiba stood there motionless. He could feel a force wanting to change himself. This force is indeed very tyrannical, but it is a pity that it cannot shake him at all. Chiba was somewhat disappointed. He thought Distinguished Heavenly Gods would be a surprise. But think about it carefully. Distinguished Heavenly Gods is just a Mangekyo-level illusion in the final analysis. No matter how strong it is, there is an upper limit. According to his estimation, the Distinguished Heavenly Gods may not even be able to permanently control the Eternal Eye. Let alone him. The difference in pupil power is too big. What's more, he appeared as a shadow clone in front of Danzo. How could such a cautious person as Chiba use his body to try to confront the Distinguished Heavenly Gods head-on? He looked at Danzo with a twitch of his mouth. Distinguished Heavenly Gods, but that's it. Failed. Danzo's pupils shrank sharply, and his heart beat wildly. Kakashi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it's my turn. Chiba drew out a knife and walked towards Danzo step by step with a blank expression. His speed is not fast, but everyone can feel his firmness and confidence. It seemed like Danzo was doomed to die at his hands. Underestimate me, you are courting death. Danzo roared inwardly. Ninjas are squishy classes, even a cage level 1 can be killed by an ordinary Jonin. So he didn't despair. Instead, he charged towards Chiba. Clang. With nothing in hand, Danzo Wolf stabs out. Chiba dodged slightly. Mangekyō Sharingan's unparalleled insight had already predicted his trajectory. He stabbed the long knife forward. Pooh! The long knife pierced Danzo's heart. Danzo glared at him, his eyes seemed to be full of unwillingness. But the next moment, Danzo suddenly disappeared in place and appeared behind Chiba. While appearing, he was fast closing the seal. Resurrected. Kakashi and others watched this scene in shock, feeling a burst of horror. But Chiba already knew, so it wasn't surprising. He turned around and said in a cold voice, Izanagi. Danzo looked at him blankly, and quickly untied the bandage on his hand. The seal on it had already been untied. It seemed like he was ready for a deathmatch. Rustle. The bandage fell to the ground, revealing the true face of the arm. 11 Sharingan on the pale arms are constantly blinking and turning, creepy. Seeing this arm with his own eyes, even Chiba couldn't help feeling angry. Dare to play with Sharingan, Danzo, you are courting death. Kill me if you can. Danzo's face was full of confidence, and his heart was full of murderous intent. Izanagi can convert all unfavorable factors, including death, into dreams. At the same time, all events that are beneficial to the caster, such as attacks, are transformed into real spells. And the price is huge, the eyes will lose their light forever after the operation. He now has 11 Sharingans in his hand and has already used one. In other words, he still has 10 chances. The maximum time per opportunity is 1 minute. For the next 10 minutes, he was invincible. Kill Chiba in 10 minutes. This is his only chance of survival. You really think that having the Sharingan is enough to fight me? Chiba sneered disdainfully. Pupil surgery unfolds. Destiny. The future unfolds. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the limit is 10 seconds. Everything in the future is doomed. Chiba groaned, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. So fast. Horror flashed in Danzo's eyes, and he turned his head to attack without thinking. Injury for injury, he wants to make the most of the advantage that he can be resurrected. However, he was shocked to find that his attack landed exactly between Chiba's arm and waist. But Chiba's long knife pierced his heart again. Poof. Danzo looked at Chiba in horror. He has realized that Chiba is performing the kind of pupil technique that can predict the future. It depends on which of us has more pupil power. He stared at Chiba with resentment and growled. The voice fell. Danzo disappeared in place, and appeared in the distance again. Resurrected again. Danzo quickly formed seals with his hands, trying to cast Izanagi. However, the next moment, pooh, a cold light flashed. Danzo was horrified to see a Sharingan arm fly out. My arm. He turned around in horror. Chiba was standing beside him, watching him coldly. Too slow. Izanagi is indeed a terrifying forbidden technique, but it also depends on who performs it. You cannot pick up blood successor boundary inferior wood style. Inferior wood style. You can perform low-level wood style ninjutsu, improve self-healing ability and chakra, reduce the side effects of Mangekyō Sharingan, and speed up the recovery of pupil power. Chiba just glanced at the system prompt and didn't care. Uchiha Chiba, if you dare to kill me, you are making an enemy of the whole Konoha. Danzo yelled fiercely. He stared at him in horror and anger, terrified in his heart. The biggest hole card's distinguished heavenly gods and the Sharingan arm have completely failed. He was no match for Chiba at all. But he didn't want to die yet. I'm Konoha rebellious ninja. Chiba's eyes were cold, and he stretched out his hand as fast as lightning. There was a snort. Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan in Danzo's right eye was poached by Chiba. People like you are not qualified to master Kamizu's Mangekyo. Picked up to Mangekyo pupil technique distinguished heavenly gods. Distinguished heavenly gods can directly invade the opponent's brain without being noticed, and permanently and completely modify the opponent's will. A look of joy flashed in Chiba's eyes. The distinguished heavenly gods are here. Ah, hateful. Danzo screamed terribly. After losing the Sharingan arm, he lost the Mangekyo of Kamizu. The first-generation cells in his body could no longer be suppressed and began to run amok. Danzo's right shoulder began to swell, and the terrifying life energy in First Hokage's chakra directly formed a big tree and was firmly connected to Danzo. And Danzo's chakra also began to become disordered, and the whole person was like a deformed monster. Chiba frowned, disgusted. A deformed monster like you wants to control Konoha. What a wishful thinking. Danzo was completely desperate. He knew he couldn't survive. But he was not reconciled. He stared at Chiba with madness in his eyes. Then you will die with me. Li Sixiong seal. Danzo roared and activated the spell on his body instantly. You haven't finished your story yet. Want to die now? You think beautifully. Tsukuyomi, distinguished heavenly gods. Chiba directly used two major illusions. Tsukuyomi broke Danzo's spirit instantly. Instead of using his full distinguished heavenly gods, he uses it to bless illusions to control Danzo. In an instant, Danzo's body froze, and the sealing technique was directly interrupted. He fought on the spot expressionless, but deep down he was terrified. Danzo could feel himself being controlled by Chiba. He couldn't even commit suicide. Danzo roared in grief and indignation. Uchiha Chiba, you devil. At this time, Kakashi and others came back to their senses. They looked at Chiba and Danzo in amazement, feeling Chiba's terrifying strength for the first time, and felt a sense of suffocation in their hearts. Horrible. Danzo is one of Konoha's top combat powers, and also has Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods and Sharingan arms. But it only survived for a dozen seconds in Chiba's hands. Not even suicide. Kakashi and the others looked at Chiba with fear. This person must not be provoked. Kakashi and Hyuga Heihachi looked at each other, a little apprehensive but also a little hot. The Uchiha clan is extinct. And Chiba's character is obviously the kind of person who doesn't like trouble. If he can return to Konoha, then Konoha will be completely stable. Within the enchantment, Orochimaru and Third Hokage were equally shocked. Danzo loses now. Third Hokage looked at Chiba who was calm as if nothing had happened, feeling powerless in his heart. His current combat power is about the same as Danzo's. In other words, he could only survive for more than 10 seconds in Chiba's hands. Foresee the future. Why is there such a pupil technique that shouldn't exist in the world? Third Hokage was unwilling and jealous. Orochimaru took a deep breath, and turned to Chiba with increasingly fiery eyes. Something's wrong. Chiba's Sharingan is not a normal Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise he wouldn't be so safe and sound after casting the pupil technique. Sure enough, the Mangekyo riding wheel with 1.4 eyes can still evolve. Like the legendary Madara, he's much stronger than a normal Mangekyo eye opener. I must know this secret. Fengyin Luosha was very happy in his heart. Fortunately, he has left Konoha, otherwise the other ninja villages would be in danger. This guy is just another Uchiha Madara. Chiba didn't pay attention to their stares. He looked at the Mangekyo of Shisui in his hand and frowned. This thing is useless to him, and he doesn't want to leave it to others. Just destroy it. A ruthless look flashed in Chiba's eyes. Amaterasu, bear. The black flame instantly burned Shisui's Mangekyo to ashes. Don't want. Stop. At this moment, Kakashi, third Hokage and others, who were originally afraid of distinguished heavenly gods, hurriedly opened their mouths to stop. That's the distinguished heavenly gods. Anyone with a bit of ambition would not want it. They watched the blood of Sharingan, who was reduced to ashes. It's a disaster to keep this kind of thing. Seeing their regretful faces, Chiba snorted coldly and secretly smiled inwardly. Anyway, he already got the distinguished heavenly gods, there is no need for others to have them. And the eye of Shisui in Itachi's hand must also be destroyed. After finishing these, Chiba looked at Danzo. He kept Danzo alive because there was another thing to do. Naruto's identity, although Naruto at this time is much stronger than in the original book. But relative to Sasuke, he was still pulled down. He needs to stimulate this tool man he likes. Otherwise, this leak will become tasteless. Chapter 66 Naruto's identity exposed, kill Danzo. Jiraiya arrives. Naruto, Sasuke, come up. Chiba looked down at the venue, where Naruto, Sasuke, and small Sakura were staying there. Sasuke takes Naruto and little Sakura to the roof. He stared at Danzo with hatred on his face. Naruto was a little confused looking at the crowd. Little Sakura stood nervously behind them and dared not speak. But the faces of third Hokage and Kakashi suddenly changed. They already knew what Chiba was going to do when they saw Naruto. Chiba, don't get Naruto involved. Third Hokage roared sharply, trembling in his heart. Kakashi's face was also a little cloudy. The reason why he has not told Naruto his true identity is that he is worried that Naruto will completely lose control after knowing. Even now he doesn't know whether he should tell the truth. But at this moment, he was inexplicably relieved. Chiba ignored him, looked at Naruto and said, "The next thing to say is related to your life experience, so it is necessary for you to be present." My life experience. Naruto's voice trembled, fearful and anticipating. He had imagined what kind of people his parents were like countless times, but he never had an answer. Today, it seems that the wish will come true. Naruto, don't believe him, he's a liar, a conspirator. Don't believe him. Third Hokage yelled at Naruto with an eager look on his face. Naruto retorted loudly, "No, I want to know my own life experience. Since you don't want to tell me, Grandpa Hokage, then I'll listen to others." Naruto's naive look almost made third Hokage vomit blood in anger. Chiba wanted to laugh. He looked at Danzo and asked, "Danzo, tell me about Naruto's identity." Then he solemnly introduced Naruto. "This is the former Hokage assistant, Konoha's senior management. He knows your life experience like the back of his hand." Naruto nodded hastily, then looked at Danzo anxiously. Danzo shouted loudly, "Naruto's father is 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and his mother is the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki." Boom 24. This sentence is like a bomb falling on the entire venue, constantly echoing. The whole world seemed to quiet down in an instant. Afterwards, the whole meeting place was fried, and there was an uproar. Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage. I used to call him a demon fox, I really deserve to die. He is the son of a hero, why did 3rd Hokage hide his identity and let him suffer such a painful childhood? Naruto is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Master Hokage probably wants to protect him. Fart, so many people in Konoha have no other way to protect Naruto. Some people yelled, some regretted and cried bitterly, and some apologized for 3rd Hokage. But no matter who it is, the emotions at the moment are extremely excited. Back then Namikaze Minato had a huge reputation before becoming Hokage, not to mention saving Konoha after becoming Hokage. The son of such a person was treated unfairly in Konoha. They all feel incredible as Konoha shinobi. On the roof, Naruto. Sasuke looked at Naruto also felt a little weird. He didn't expect Naruto to have such an identity. But thinking about Naruto's suffering from childhood to adulthood, Sasuke immediately felt sympathy for Naruto. At the same time, he looked at 3rd Hokage with growing disgust. Little Sakura even covered her mouth, almost exclaiming. Naruto stared blankly at Danzo, trembling all over. My father is the 4th Hokage. There was no surprise or joy on his face, but a little puzzled. Naruto looked at 3rd Hokage and asked excitedly, Grandpa Hokage, why didn't you tell me that I am Hokage's son? Made me suffer so much. Why, although Naruto doesn't have much experience. But he also knows that if he is Hokage's son, even if he is Nine-Tails, his childhood will not be so sad and lonely. 3rd Hokage didn't dare to look directly into Naruto's eyes, and said in a low voice. I do it for your own good, your father has many enemies. Shut up. Kakashi, who had been trying to hold back his silence, couldn't take it anymore. Looking at Naruto's painful expression, he was already furious in his heart. He stared at 3rd Hokage angrily and said angrily, is it troublesome to solve Naruto's problem? Finding a team of Anbu ninjas pretending to be husband and wife to adopt him is enough for Naruto to live a normal life. 3rd Hokage's complexion changed slightly, and he retorted, Kakashi, your thinking is too simple. You must let the people in other villages know that you still have the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Otherwise other villages may take advantage of it. Kakashi laughed angrily at him. Come in, can't Konoha use Anbu to make a fake Jinchuriki to temporarily replace Naruto? And Jinchuriki is more dangerous than Minato-sensei's enemy. You're just making excuses for yourself. Third Hokage was speechless, unable to speak. At this moment, Danzo mechanically said, the reason why Naruto's background is hidden is naturally to control him better. My idea is to train Naruto to be the strongest weapon in the ninja world. But in this way, Naruto will be under my control, so Nissen is naturally unwilling. But I know he has his own way. Brainwashing. When the whole world hates Naruto, if he cares about Naruto, he will naturally be trusted by Naruto, even depended on. At that time, the things, people, and information that Naruto can touch will be controlled by Hiruzen. Unknowingly, he can easily brainwash Naruto and become the strongest combat force under his control. That's why he is reluctant to tell Naruto's life experience. Because if everyone knows that Naruto's father is 4th Hokage, although some people will reject Naruto because of the Nine Tails incident. But there will be other advocates, and Naruto won't just rely on him. After Danzo finished speaking, Japanese movies were in an uproar. Even Chiba was amazed after hearing it. I didn't expect Danzo to see this matter in this way, and it was quite reasonable. Kakashi and the others even changed their expressions. They hadn't thought about this issue deeply before, but now they all understood it after Danzo said it. And they might understand what 3rd Hokage is doing. But it will never show at this moment. On the contrary, the eyes that looked at 3rd Hokage suddenly became extremely disgusted. Before, they were more or less scruples about 3rd Hokage's face, but now they all started to curse one after another. 3rd generation, are you worthy of the 4th Hokage's entrustment? You don't deserve to be Hokage. Rubbish, you should have died in the battle to seal the Nine Tails back then, so that the 4th generation can survive. 3rd Hokage looked at a group of sanctimonious guys scolding him, and immediately vomited blood angrily. A-hole. 3rd Hokage stared at Chiba resentfully. He knows he's done. He has committed public outrage, and the evidence is overwhelming. Even if he can survive today, he will never be able to continue to serve as Hokage. To control me, brainwashing. Naruto's head exploded suddenly. Once 3rd Hokage had a kind smile and gentle concern. Thinking of it now, there is only hideousness and terror left. Infinite anger surged into Naruto's heart, and his expression gradually became ferocious. Ah! Naruto roared to the sky, and the Nine Tails chakra on his body began to overflow crazily. Almost instantly, a layer of demon fox clothes formed on Naruto's body surface. A red tail swayed gently behind him. Seeing this scene, a smile flashed in Chiba's eyes. He can clearly see with the Mangekyō Sharingan that the seal in Naruto's body has begun to loosen at this moment. Then, he looked at Danzo, with a cold-killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since the matter has been finished, then you are useless. Chiba swung his sword across. Ku, a huge human head soared into the sky. Plop, a headless corpse fell to the sky. Danzo is dead. Danzo. 3rd Hokage roared in shock and anger. Orochimaru licked the dry corner of his mouth and stared straight at Chiba. Although Kakashi and others were taken aback, they couldn't care less about it now. According to their plan, both Danzo and 3rd Hokage would die today. So they don't care about Danzo's life or death. The most important thing now is to stop Naruto's rampage. Naruto, calm down. Kakashi hurriedly stepped forward and said in a deep voice. Calm down. How do you want me to calm down? Evidently I am the son of the 4th Hokage, but I have to experience such a childhood. It's all your fault. Naruto roared. More and more chakra overflowed from his body. The second tail appears. The violent and evil aura emanating from his body shocked Kakashi and others. Powerful. Scary. The seal cannot be lifted any longer. Kakashi, Hyuga Heihachi and others exchanged glances. At this moment, the battle below the venue started again. Even because of Danzo's words just now, many Konoha shinobi participants were distracted, causing many people to be injured. They had to send their hands to the rescue. At this time, brush, a figure came down. It was Jiraiya with white hair exuding violent anger all over his body. His own disciple came, but 3rd Hokage was not happy. Because he found that Jiraiya had headsets on her ears, and her face was ugly. Jiraiya snorted at 3rd Hokage. Teacher, you are so disappointing. 3rd Hokage's heart suddenly turned cold. He knew that Jiraiya knew about the conversation just now. Jiraiya looked at Cassie and others and shouted. What are you still doing here? You have already got what you want and received the result. This is the end of this matter. Kakashi and Luigi stay, and the others go to other battlefields to support. Hyuga Heihachi and others knew Jiraiya's character, so they quickly went to Konoha's guest battlefield. Then Jiraiya looked at Naruto who ran away with a solemn expression. It's a little bad, except for Shikai. If the seal is not restricted, I'm afraid more and more chakra will be released, and eventually Naruto will completely become Nine Tails. But Jiraiya isn't worried. He can still stop this level of rampage now. As long as you don't stop him. Jiraiya looked at Chiba with an unprecedented solemn expression. The ability to predict the future, even if I enter the immortal. The mode is probably useless, not to mention his speed is extremely fast. This guy is a big trouble. Quickly thinking about countermeasures in his mind, he took a deep breath and looked at Chiba and said in a deep voice. Uchiha Chiba, I hope you don't interfere with what's going on. In exchange, Konoha will 897 revoke your and Itachi's renegade identities. You are so calculating, you still want me to go back to Konoha. Chiba laughed. If you don't want to go back to Konoha, you and Rong can become free ninjas. Jiraiya's expression remained unchanged, and she said seriously, on behalf of Konoha, I can promise you to disclose some of the truth about the extermination of the Uchiha clan after this battle. Chiba was taken aback when he heard that. He didn't expect Jiraiya's determination to be so great. This will have a huge negative impact on the reputation of Konoha, third Hokage and Danzo. No Jiraiya, you'll ruin Konoha by doing this. Third Hokage hastily yelled to dissuade him. Jiraiya ignored him and stared straight at Chiba. He is very clear that the current Konoha has encountered an unprecedented crisis. If it is not handled properly, it may be in danger of overturning. Compared with the life and death of Konoha, a little face is not important at all. Chiba looked at the impatient third Hokage and smiled. As long as you don't come to provoke me, I won't interfere with other things. In fact, the main reason is that he knows that it is difficult for him to benefit from Jiraiya. He has learned Sage Mode in 4 years, and it is more perfect than Jiraiya. As for the rest, he didn't care at all. Good. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and turned to Kakashi and Shikaku. Lugiu seals Naruto's action, Kakashi and I seal Naruto together. As he said that, he handed Kakashi a piece of paper with seal art drawn on it. Allah, it seems that the drama you have prepared has come to an end. At this time, Orochimaru, who had been hiding behind fourth cage, stood up and stopped Jiraiya and others. Long time no see, Jiraiya. Jiraiya growled angrily, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to do such a stupid thing as attacking Konoha. Since you're here, let's finish it off today. Orochimaru's face froze, then he sneered. As always, I will only talk big. If you have the ability, come and stop me. Before he finished speaking, Orochimaru snapped his hands together. Reanimation jutsu. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 2 coffins floated up from the surface of the roof. It is engraved with first generation, third generation. Not good. Third Hokage's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly closed his seal. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Ha. Produce. Several shurikens fell on the coffin, trying to press the coffin down. But the 2 coffins still floated up. It's so sad. Sarutobi-sensei, you're getting old. Orochimaru sympathized. Chapter 67 First Hokage, The Horror of True Several Thousand Hands. Some height data in this chapter refers to the calculation data of netizens, which is quite outrageous. If you are interested, you can search for the height of true several thousand hands. Damn it, Orochimaru, you have fallen completely. Today I will kill you here. Jiraiya growled furiously at the sight. Reanimation jutsu is a forbidden technique that not only plays with the souls of the dead, but also sacrifices the lives of the living. This is a very evil forbidden technique. Even second Hokage once gave up research. Now seeing Orochimaru cast it, Jiraiya is completely angry. He knew that this former friend had completely given up the bottom line for the sake of strength. You won't have that chance. A stern look flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Then the 2 coffins were fully opened. First Hokage, third Raikage. Chiba frowned when he saw it. There is no second Hokage, or the second Hokage has been summoned in advance. Chiba's pupils suddenly constricted. There is something wrong with this first Hokage, the breath is very strong. Very strong. Orochimaru laughed in satisfaction when he saw the change in Chiba's expression. Uchiha Chiba, this is the body of first Hokage that I specially made for you. I believe you will be satisfied with the strength of first Hokage. Third Hokage's color changed, and he was a little surprised when he felt the aura of first Hokage. It feels like first Hokage has come back to life. Senju Hashirama also has a consciousness of his own. He looked down at his body and sighed. Reanimation jutsu, is at war again. Monkey, you are getting old too. Looking at third Hokage's appearance, Senju Hashirama knew that a long time had passed. Didn't expect us to meet in this way, Lord First Hokage. Third Hokage looked dignified and somewhat sad. Hiss. First Hokage. Kakashi and others looked at First Hokage with disbelief. They know they're in big trouble. Orochimaru, sure enough, Impure World Reincarnation First Hokage, became the biggest trouble. In Kakashi's view, if anyone here could be a match for First Hokage, it's Chiba. Thinking of this, he couldn't help turning his head to look at Chiba, his face a little stunned. So calm, does Chiba have the confidence to defeat First Hokage? Senju Hashirama turned his head to look at Konoha village, and there were wars everywhere. Seeing this scene, Senju Hashirama realized that what he did was wrong back then, and he couldn't help sighing. At this moment, it seemed to be affected by the breath of Senju Hashirama. Roar. There was a deafening roar. A behemoth appeared in the venue below. A raccoon dog with cursed prints all over its body, exuding a powerful aura. One tail. Isn't it supposed to be in San Shinobi Village? Senju Hashirama was a little astonished, and looked at third Hokage suspiciously. Now Konoha is facing the invasion of San Shinobi Village. Third Hokage said bitterly. Senju Hashirama looked at him and frowned. Konoha seems to be much weaker than he imagined, and just now he let go of his perception to cover the whole Konoha, and a lot of doubts arose in his heart. What about the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha clan has been wiped out. Orochimaru smiled coldly, then pointed to Chiba outside the barrier and said in a deep voice. The reason why I need to summon you, First Hokage, is to deal with him. Uchiha Chiba, he could be another Uchiha Madara. Uchiha was exterminated. Another Madara appeared. Senju Hashirama was silent for a while, then looked to third Hokage and asked. Is this the Konoha you govern? Monkey. Third Hokage was speechless and lowered his head in shame. Okay, let's put aside the sentiments of the elderly, now you need to take action. Orochimaru stepped forward to interrupt the conversation between the two. He looked nervous at first Hokage. This time in order to allow first Hokage to reach its peak strength as much as possible. He summoned a test subject with first Hokage cells as a sacrifice. Although this experimental body was just a failure, it did survive after merging with first-generation cells by luck, but it was unable to move and had a short lifespan. Orochimaru is very clear that the current first Hokage is very likely to have the ability to break free from the shackles of reanimation jutsu. So he has been very cautious. Senju Hashirama took a deep breath and looked at Chiba outside the barrier. Young man, it looks like we're going to fight. Chiba grinned when he heard that. I can't ask for more. He is very excited at the moment, the long-lost fighting spirit is boiling. This is an opportunity to fight against first Hokage, even if it doesn't fall, this is a rare powerhouse in the history of the entire ninja world. Worth fighting for. Chiba was full of fighting spirit and his eyes were shining brightly. Senju Hashirama's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Chiba with serious and confused eyes. This Mangekyo pattern is indeed not the eternal eye, but it gives me the same feeling as Madara back then. No, this boy's Sharingan might be stronger. Senju Hashirama feels weird. It is simply a fantasy that someone's Sharingan can be stronger than Madara. But the facts were in front of him, and he had to admit it. Since this is a long-lost battle, let me start it. Wood-style birth of the tree world. Senju Hashirama put his hands together. Boom. The terrifying chakra erupted, and everyone who could feel it felt a thrill. Click. Tender green shoots emerged from the roof one by one, and then began to skyrocket at a terrifying speed. Rumble rumble. The green shoots are soaring rapidly, and the naked eye will feel that the speed of the skyrocketing in use is incredible. Almost instantly, the entire enchantment was filled with green giant trees. Then, there was a muffled bang, accompanied by the screams of the four people maintaining the barrier. The barrier is broken. Kakashi and others looked dumbfounded. The enchantment they had almost no way to do was broken so easily. Even more outrageous is yet to come. The growth of those giant trees did not stop, but accelerated. Chiba, Kakashi, Jiraiya, third Hokage, Orochimaru, and even One Tail who turned into a beast, and Naruto who ran away. Thick branches appeared in front of their feet. Sweep, rumble, the extremely heavy and huge One Tail was pushed out horizontally by the branches. Straight out of Konoha's range. Chiba and others were also sent Konoha while standing on the branches. The emerald green color is spreading wildly. Numerous branches with a diameter of several meters swept out like soft vines, covering the entire Konoha in a blink of an eye. All of a sudden the whole Konoha turned into a forest. But those buildings were all dodged, almost unscathed. The trees in the forest are too tall and scary. At a height of more than 10 meters or even tens of meters, it is completely above the entire Konoha village. Hiss. Everyone who witnessed this scene gasped. Shock. Unparalleled shock. That kind of visual impact makes people feel powerless. This is first Hokage. This is the god of ninja. Konoha is invincible. Konoha's ninjas cheered excitedly. They don't know about Impure World reincarnation, they just know it's first Hokage coming up again. In contrast, San Shinobi and Otonin looked ashen, unable to raise any emotions of resistance. Not only, they were horrified to find that those branches seemed to have their own consciousness, entangled and tied up the enemies who were hostile to Ninja Village at an extremely fast speed. Just one move. Orochimaru's well-planned Konoha destruction plan has completely failed. This is Senju Hashirama, god of ninjas. At this moment, even Kakashi, Jiraiya, third Hokage, and even Orochimaru. The eyes that looked at Senju Hashirama became extremely frenzied. One Tail Shuhei, who was originally extremely violent, is now as quiet as a kitten. Naruto who ran away was also shocked and lost his mind. Sasuke is shocked. The ferret in the dark was also shocked. They thought that first Hokage would be very strong, but they didn't expect it to be this strong. It's almost like changing the world in one thought. This can no longer be called ninjutsu. Even Chiba was shocked when he saw this scene. His strongest strike may be able to achieve such a large area of destructive power. But the consequence is that not a single blade of grass grows here, and it is absolutely impossible to control it so perfectly that it is even possible to distinguish between friend and foe. The battlefield transfer is complete, the warm-up is over. Senju Hashirama didn't seem to realize how much shock his ninjutsu brought to others. He watched Chiba look excited. Come on, boy, this is the highest level of pretense. Looking at everyone's reaction, and seeing Senju Hashirama's sloppy look, Yishin sighed secretly. Let's get started. Susanoo. Chiba took a deep breath, full of fighting spirit. The blue Susanoo appears, covered with lines, with shrouds. Click. Full body Susanoo appears, that exaggerated and almost invisible terrifying height above his head, at least 200 meters. Just looking at the natural terrifying power, everyone except Senju Hashirama felt a burst of despair. Hiss. Perfect Susanoo. Besides Madara, this is the second one I've seen. Senju Hashirama took a deep breath, eyes filled with shock. Seeing this scene, he can already be sure that the boy in front of him has reached the height of Madara back then. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Boom. A branch instantly expanded to form a huge wooden golem only slightly shorter than Susanoo. P.S. The height of wooden golem is also close to 200 meters. A wooden dragon several tens of meters long coiled around wooden golem's body. Chiba stood among the huge Susanoo, Senju Hashirama stood on top of the wooden golem, and the two looked at each other. War, Chiba growled. Susanoo slashed out. When Wood Style raised his hands together, clamping Chiba's slash. Whoosh. The tens of meters long wooden dragon was so fast that it wrapped around Susanoo's long knife in a blink of an eye. Then how about this? A stern look flashed in Chiba's eyes. Kyla. A thunder flashed from Susanoo's long knife. Buzz buzz. The long knife trembled wildly, and the sound of high-frequency oscillation made people's ears hurt. Drink. Press hard with Susanoo. With a chirp, the long knife split. Wooden golem hastily retreated to avoid being cut in half. But the wooden dragon did not escape and was cut off directly. Boom. The wooden dragon fell to the ground and made a big hole in the ground, causing a violent shock. Unlike Madara, are you good at lightning style? Senju Hashirama looked solemnly at the slash that almost split wooden golem. I'm not Madara, I'm stronger than him. Thunder gun. Chiba shouted angrily. Chirp chirp chirp. Amidst the terrifying explosions that were more crazily dense than Chidori's, a huge thunder gun nearly half a meter thick and tens of meters long was held in Susanoo's hand. This kind of power is stronger than Tailed Beast Bomb. Seeing the attack blessed with lightning-style chakra nature transformation, Senju Hashirama was shocked. Wooden golem can't handle ninjutsu of this power. Looks like it's real. Sage Art Wood Style True several thousand hands. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together and let out a low cry. Just in the process of releasing chakra is visible to the naked eye. One can imagine how terrifying the amount of chakra consumed by this trick is. Boom. A huge Guanyin statue with countless giant arms rises from the ground. This is a real behemoth. Really no end in sight. In the eyes of everyone in Konoha village, this is simply a huge mountain. Thousands of meters high, the shadow covers almost half of Konoha village. This is a terrifying power that makes people despair when they see it. It makes people feel that the tall and terrifying full-body Susanoo is not as good as a child in front of true several thousand hands. The height difference between the two is nearly 10 times. This is not a fight we can engage in, Joudas. Kakashi said bitterly. It was also the first time Orochimaru saw this move, and he was completely dumbfounded. Is this really a power that humans can have? Is this what I summoned? I'm so brave. At this time, Orochimaru had no intention of manipulating first Hokage. He was afraid of being beaten to death. It was also the first time seeing third Hokage, and he said in disbelief. It is rumored that Uchiha Madara and Shodai have almost the same combat power. How on earth did he fight this monster? Thinking about the decision I made just now, it was really correct. If Chiba can really fight against this kind of ninjutsu, he feels that even if the whole Konoha is used together, it will be for nothing. One blow is probably enough to destroy Konoha. Suddenly Jiraiya's face changed wildly, and he shouted with all his might. Run. Once a battle happens, even the aftermath may seriously injure us. Let everyone in Konoha seek cover and hide. In the previous battle, they and Konoha's ninja were protected by Wood Style. But he didn't think that ordinary Wood Style would be able to protect him in the next battle. The faces of third generation and others changed wildly, and they turned and ran away one by one. Shouting while running, let Konoha's people hide. A figure suddenly appeared beside Orochimaru. It is second Hokage Senju Tobirama Cold. It's just that at this time he was expressionless, and his will was wiped out by Orochimaru. Orochimaru stared intently at Senju Hashirama's power, eyes full of obsession. This kind of power, I must get it. Although he has first-generation cells, he can only display low-level Wood Style. Not to mention true several thousand hands, even if it is the birth of the tree realm, his power will be greatly reduced. He turned to look at Chiba with burning eyes. Show me Uchiha's power, spit. Chapter 68 Naruto meets his parents, the difficulty of Polytails vs true several thousand hands. On the battlefield, even Chiba couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth when he saw the body of true several thousand hands. It's too exaggerated, thousands of meters or even higher. This kind of height, hiss. Chiba looked up at true several thousand hands and felt a toothache. The thunder spear was thrown out by him. Bang bang bang, huge wooden fists blasted out from true several thousand hands. Instantly defeated the thunder spear. There was a booming explosion, countless wooden fists were shattered, and sawdust flew. But every piece of sawdust fell to the ground, and a loud bang could be heard, showing how big the sawdust was. But this level of damage is almost useless for true several thousand hands. Sure enough, it's useless. Chiba grinned. Instead of being depressed, he became excited. Susanoo jerked back, pulling away from true several thousand hands. Compared with Susanoo's flexible movements, true several thousand hands is extremely heavy and moves slowly. Every time you move, there will be a rumbling sound of the earth. Like an earthquake. In the blink of an eye, Chiba retreated several thousand meters. After confirming that he would not be approached by true several thousand hands for the time being, he started a new action. Kyla. Another thunder spear appeared, but this time he didn't aim at first Hokage, but at One Tail, who was trembling with Yuanjang. Pooh. A flash of lightning. One Tail was pierced by the thunder gun before he could react. Ah, damn it. Who attacked me? One Tail was a little dazed and screamed in pain. With the life force of the tailed beast, especially Shuhei's unique life form, this blow naturally couldn't kill him. But it was enough to seriously injure him. Because this is a chakra weapon, not a physical weapon. Pick up a copy of the power of the tailed beast 1 tail. Pick up to blood successor limit magnet style fusion degree +1/1. After hearing the system's prompt, Chiba immediately nodded in satisfaction. No more beating 1 tail. Shadow clone technique. Boom. A doppelganger appeared beside him, instantly disappearing. Flying Thunder God technique. Senju Hashirama on the opposite side felt this scene and frowned. Naturally, he could recognize the ninjutsu developed by his younger brother, so he couldn't help but feel a little troublesome at this time. That guy Tobirama can develop such an escape technique, it's really troublesome. Brush. Shadow clone came back with a person, and sat cross-legged beside him. Uzumaki Naruto. He looked at Chiba in a daze. Why did I come here? Chiba shook his head speechlessly. This nerve is really big enough. Boy, borrow the 9 tails in your body. Naruto froze for a moment, looking at him with question marks all over his head. Inside Naruto, 9 tails was trembling. This BD is definitely going to ask me to help him fight the damn pervert Senju Hashirama. I don't want to go. Thinking of being controlled by Madara and fighting Senju Hashirama back then, 9 tails wanted to cry. It actually pitted him against a giant that could grab him with one hand. So bullying. In the distance, Senju Hashirama felt a slight change in the face of 9 tails chakra. This feeling, Jinchuriki from 9 tails, is not good. He hastily separated a wood clone and galloped over. In no time he was near Susanoo. Uchiha Chiba, don't hurt that child. 490 inches. You should understand that if you pull out the tail beast, he will definitely die. Senju Hashirama raised his head and shouted. Chiba glanced at him, immediately understood that it was wood clone, and also shouted. Don't worry, I'll stuff it back and seal it again when I'm done using it up, it's fine. Senju Hashirama froze for a moment, then scratched his head. That's right, it seems to be okay. He turned and went back. In the sealed space of 9 tails. 9 tails, who heard the conversation between the two, wanted to cry. Stuff it back, I am also 9 tails anyway, am I shameless? Brush. Chiba's figure suddenly appeared in this sealed space. Even Naruto was pulled in. He looked at 9 tails in shock and exclaimed. This is 9 tails Demon Fox. What do you want to do? But 9 tails ignored him, watching Chiba nervously, full of uneasiness in his heart. He can feel Chiba's pupil power, which is more terrifying than Madara. I can't escape his control. Come out and fight with me, Chiba said. At the same time, he began to look at the seal carefully. 4-elephant seal, 8-sign seal. Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. He had also learned from the inheritance of the Uzumaki clan he lived, and he could untie it. He then fired Shikai to break the seal, despite the resistance of the 9 tails. Click click click. With the loosening of the seal, Naruto's body also began to change, rolling on the ground in pain, howling. At the moment when the spiral seal is about to be completely released. 4th Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina appeared beside Naruto. Uchiha Chiba, please don't break the seal. Namikaze Minato looked at Chiba solemnly and said in a deep voice. Don't hurt my child. Kushina hugged Naruto distressedly, looked at Chiba pleadingly and said. They can see everything happening outside in Naruto's body, so they are no strangers to Yi. They also know that they will not be Chiba's opponent, nor can they prevent Chiba from breaking the seal. Dad, Mom, are you my parents? Naruto couldn't help asking even though he was emotionally confused and aching all over his body. I'm sorry, Naruto. Mom didn't take good care of you. Kushina cried bitterly holding Naruto. Naruto, who was originally angry, suddenly died down. Having never felt a mother's love, he panicked and kept wiping Kushina's tears. Don't cry, Naruto said stupidly. Minato next to him felt a little sad when he saw this scene. Chiba sighed. The appearance of the two had long been expected. Although he sympathizes with the family of 3, Senju Hashirama won't wait for him, he needs to hurry. Don't worry, I won't hurt your son for the time being. I'll put the 9 tails back when I run out. I will also reinforce and reseal your chakra. The corner of Namikaze Minato's mouth twitched. Although I know that Chiba should not lie. But he felt extremely harsh when he heard it. Plug it back in when you're done. Can you be so willful if you have the strength? Minato sighed, knowing that Ha's decision could not be changed. He looked at Naruto and said in a deep voice. Naruto, although I have a lot to say to you, but time is precious, you must remember what I will say next. Naruto was hugged by Kushina and nodded excitedly. He didn't listen to Minato's words at all. Boom. Naruto, listen carefully. Kushina gave him a brainstorm angrily. Naruto pouted and looked at Minato. At this time, he was still immersed in the happiness of seeing his parents suddenly, and he was not fully awake yet, otherwise he would have to give his father a punch. Naruto, next Chiba will completely lift the seal on 9 tails, you must feel it well. This is your chance to harness the power of 9 tails. Master the power of the 9 tails. Naruto glanced at 9 tails, feeling a little scared and conflicted in his heart. The reason why I sealed 9 tails in your body was to hope that one day you could master the power of 9 tails. Naruto must cherish this opportunity. Minato said anxiously. Enough, time is up. Chiba said in a deep voice. He already felt Senju Hashirama's approach. The 9 tails must be freed ASAP. After speaking, he ignored the opposition of Minato and the other two, and directly sealed them up. Sharingan, roar. Ninetales is forcibly controlled by Chiba with pupil power. Although he doesn't have Madara's special ninjutsu, he can forcefully control any tailed beast in a short time with his pupil power. Brush. Chiba leaves the sealed space. The Ninetales chakra on Naruto's body began to vent wildly, drowning him in an instant, turning him into 5 tails. 03L. The real Ninetales stood next to Susanoo and roared. Prestige Susanoo. Chiba leapt to the top of Ninetales, and directly put Susanoo on his body as an armor. Click click click. A set of blue super armor tightly wraps Ninetales. After doing this, Chiba took a deep breath. Next, give me all the power of the tailed beast. Boom boom boom. The terrifying chakra overflowed from Shiba's body. 1 tail, 3 tails, 6 tails, 8 tails. Chakra of the 4 tailed beasts was firmly locked inside Susanoo by him. Susanoo's altitude began to soar wildly. 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters. Although it still can't compare with true several thousand hands, at this moment, the difficulty of beasts basically has a part of it in the world. At this time, true several thousand hands is not far away. Senju Village 1, here I come. Chiba let out a low growl, riding forward under the predicament of the beast. Boom, boom, boom. Every step of the 2 behemoths is a loud noise. Just when the 2 were more than 200 meters apart, the 2 launched an attack at the same time. Lightning-style spiral shuriken, turning Buddha on the top. Chi chi chi. Huge spiral shurikens blasted forward with terrifying thunder. Like countless tailed beast bombs. Countless fists blasted out from the Guanyin statue opposite, as fast as lightning, and collided with the spiral shuriken. Instantly triggered a violent explosion of lightning-style chakra. Bang 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 bang. Violent impacts and explosions sounded one after another. The scattered lightning-style chakra still raging violently on true several thousand hands, crushing several arms. The air was exploded, and the violent sound caused the air to vibrate, and a terrifying shock wave erupted in all directions. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A few seconds passed. Chiba and Senju Hashirama are still battling each other. Every second, dozens or even more tailed beast bomb-level spiral shurikens are blasted out. The endless violent power was continuously compressed by the attacks of the 2. The shock wave was continuously condensed and recondensed. Finally, the power of this compression reached its limit. The superimposed explosive power, the ability to compress and rebound the explosion instantly. Boom. An earth-shattering loud noise sounded in the explosion. A bright mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The earth trembled violently, sinking deeply and forming a huge crater of hundreds of meters. Raging lightning-style chakra scatter in. In the air, flashes of dazzling thunder roared from time to time. The explosion set off a violent hurricane, violently impacting everything around. The wood style that was a little closer was directly torn and shredded, and all the trees shot up into the sky and shattered in the air. The few figures who didn't have time to escape were only affected by the shock wave, and were instantly hit and seriously injured, and their bodies were even torn apart. The smell of blood and smoke filled the air. In the howling hurricane, Kakashi Jiraiya and others quickly used earth-style ninjutsu to resist the shock wave that could blow the land away. Even so, they were still extremely embarrassed. The aftermath dissipated. Kakashi and others looked at the direction of the battlefield from afar with numbness on their faces. That huge pit, the energy emanating from there, that kind of terrifying lethality. They all told them that the strength of those 2 people was not at the same level as theirs. Too strong, so strong that they can't think of any way to resist. If it's just Senju Hashirama, it's fine. After all, he is the god of ninjas, and they can accept it no matter how strong they are. But when one of them is Chiba, who is of the same age as them, even a younger generation. They looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what to say. This is the era of Uchiha Chiba. After a long time, Fungyin Luasha sighed quietly. Next to him is the strongest Raikage, who was once famous in Cloud Shinobi Village, but at the moment he can only be reduced to a soy sauce roll. Why? In the distance, the entire Konoha has fallen into dead silence. Everyone was watching the battle quietly, their expressions shocked. Hachi, Hachi. Both Chiba and Senju Hashirama were out of breath. Both of them produced the most terrifying output in a very short period of time. Those chakra amounts even surpassed the chakra on a tailed beast. At this point Susanoo is slightly broken, but almost intact. But true several thousand hands was already covered in bruises, and even the wooden stakes connecting countless arms were smashed in half. Chiba has the upper hand. The power of this guy's disaster of the beast is still higher than that of Madara. It's strange that I can feel the chakra of several tail beasts. Senju Hashirama feels weird. He couldn't figure out how Chiba could fuse the chakra of the concentrated tailed beast. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but said, "You are right, your strength is indeed stronger than Madara." Chiba smiled and said nothing. If it's just Susanoo, he's only slightly better than Madara. Nothing to brag about. Suddenly, the shadow clone next to him spoke. Senjutsu chakra has absorbed enough. Chiba's eyes flashed. Pass it to me. Boom. The shadow clone disappeared, and the magic chakra immediately passed to Chiba. Fairy eyeshadow appears. Chiba enters sage mode. The momentum is even more terrifying. He looked at Senju Hashirama and shouted, again. Buzz buzz. The difficulty of the beast exploded wildly and condensed chakra to form spiral shurikens one by one. Sage art lightning style spiral shuriken. Dozens of single target attacks that are more terrifying than the tailed beast bombs shot out simultaneously at the same time. Whoosh, the ear-piercing sound of piercing the air makes even cage-level powerhouses feel ear-piercing. Opposite, Senju Hashirama looked unprecedentedly dignified. Not only did Sharingan surpass Madara, but he also mastered the art of immortality. What a terrible enemy, ha! Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together and once again erupted into a terrifying chakra. With his current state of impure world reincarnation, Chakra's power is even more terrifying than before. He could only cast true several thousand hands once for a short period of time while alive. But now, it can be used for the second, third, or even more times. Sage Art would style true several thousand hands. Boom boom boom. The fist struck hard, colliding with Chiba's attack. The violent confrontation appeared again. This time more violent, more intensive. This is the collision of two fairies. It seemed that all the attacks broke out in an instant. Boom. The terrifying bang seemed to shake the entire planet. Boom boom boom. Chiba steered Susanoo forward against the berserk attack. The same goes for Senju Hashirama. The two knew that the current attack was almost their strongest method. This blow will decide the outcome. Wood-style laughing Buddha Jutsu. Senju Hashirama was full of fighting spirit, and a wood clone came out of him while advancing, and quickly performed ninjutsu. Bang bang bang. The sound of the ground breaking was drowned out by the continuous explosion, but it was still picked up by Chiba. With a movement of his eyes, Sharingan sensed the movement underground. Huge wood-style palms grabbed at Susanoo's feet from all directions, trying to overturn him. Chiba did not see any movement, and several thunder lights suddenly lit up. Susanoo had two more arms, each holding a thunder spear, and threw it fiercely towards the ground. Boom 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 boom. Large holes appeared in the ground, and wood-style was defeated. But these actions did not affect Susanoo's offense in the slightest. Senju Hashirama, whose attack failed, didn't take a second look either. Kill, kill. Chiba and Senju Hashirama roared at the same time, and the two of them came to the most dangerous distance. Whether it is close combat or medium and short-range attacks, it is the most powerful time. It is also the most dangerous time. Chiba took a deep breath. He was going to launch the last move, but there was a slight pause because of it. There was a gleam in Senju Hashirama's eyes, and he seized the opportunity without hesitation. A Buddha on the top. Hundreds of thousands of wooden fists from true several thousand hands attack at the same time, trying to defeat Chiba's attack and defense in one fell swoop. The connection of countless spiral shurikens was disconnected for an instant. The gap at that moment was caught by Wa Buddha on the top, and all the attacks were completely scattered. But Chiba's attack is also ready. A flash of lightning flashed in his eyes, and the majestic Susanoo opened his mouth to spit out a beam of bright lightning several meters in diameter. Sage Art Lightning Style Fiery Lightning Howl. Kai. The most intense lightning style chakra output like a life, forming a lightning style ray, straight to the sky. The amount of chakra consumed every second is equivalent to a dozen-tailed beast bombs. Near the mouth of Nine Tails is only a few meters thick, but when it reaches true several thousand hands, the diameter reaches more than 10 meters. Even for the huge body of true several thousand hands, this is a very threatening thunder knife. Instantly crushed all the wooden fists, and opened a channel, slamming on the Guanyin statue. Hiss. Seeing this attack, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but gasp. He could feel that this kind of attack was almost at the same level as his top Buddha. But the difference is that his attacks spread out, while Chiba concentrated all his attacks. The results speak for themselves. Puff. Fiery lightning howl directly blasted the Avalokitesvara statue out of a huge hole. Nine Tails shook his head fiercely, and fiery lightning howl followed suit. It was like an irresistible peerless sword, instantly cutting true several thousand hands in half. Click. Half of true several thousand hands, waist was torn off, and he fell down directly. Not good. Senju Hashirama's face changed drastically, and he was about to leave in an instant. With a loud bang, Susanoo jumped up and landed on the head of true several thousand hands. Nine Tails pointed at first Hokage and Wooden Golem and opened their mouths ferociously. Fiery lightning howl. Kai. Wood style was completely punctured and fell to the ground, burning the rocks into magma gurgling and rolling. Senju Hashirama is hit. The fiery lightning howl tapers off and eventually dissipates completely. Chiba panted heavily, staring down. There, first Hokage's body had been smashed into confetti. Pick up 100,000 chakra points. Pick up Blood Successor Limit Wood Style. Pick up the Wood Style Secret Art Birth of the Tree World. Pick up the Wood Style Secret Art Birth of Flower and Tree Realm. Pick up to Sage Mode. Pick up Sage Art Wood Style True Several Thousand Hands. Pick up Ninjutsu True Several Thousand Hands. Chapter 69 The Third Hokage Who Wants Death, Black Zetsu's Anxiety. Harvest. Chiba has only this feeling in his heart at the moment. Chiba's breath is soaring, especially after incorporating wood style, the whole person becomes more and more terrifying. Sharingan emerged involuntarily, seeming to be nourished and evolving. The value of the pupil power attribute on the personal panel is constantly increasing. It's just that this speed is too slow. Chiba sighed inwardly. Rinnegan's eye-opening condition is the fusion of Indra and Ashura's chakra, or directly get the chakra of Sage of Six Paths. It was almost the peak period when Madara and first Hokage got Ashura chakra in the death battle. But when it evolves to Rinnegan, Madara is already gray-haired, and needs to consider resurrection to rearrange the layout. The length of evolution is simply hopeless. Fortunately, he didn't put Rinnegan's hopes on this, so he wasn't disappointed. Chiba shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Because Senju Hashirama is alive again. Chiba looked down at him, although he was tired, but he was really happy, and laughed. Senju Hashirama, you are defeated. Senju Hashirama, who had just been revived, was stunned for a moment, looking at Chiba with an extremely complicated expression. In countless battles with Madara, he was basically the winner. But now he lost to Madara's descendants. Yeah, I lost, you are stronger than Madara and me. There was some shock in Senju Hashirama's eyes. Many things Chiba showed in this battle made him feel unbelievable. Those fused tail beast powers, as well as the terrifying pupil power stronger than Madara, simply exceeded his imagination. Although he still has ninjutsu that has not been used, he also knows that there is little hope of victory. Senju Hashirama looked at him solemnly and said, although I lost, don't forget that I am now the body of impure world reincarnation. You can beat me once or twice, can you beat me all the time? Chiba frowned upon hearing this. He knew Senju Hashirama was telling the truth. And more importantly, he does not have the sealing technique that can seal Senju Hashirama in his hands. For powerhouses like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, ordinary sealing techniques are useless. Only things like Mingjinman, Ghoul Seal, Ten-Fist Sword, Planetary Devastation, etc. will do. With my current spare strength, I can probably defeat him 3 or 4 times. If I use the pupil technique, the number of times may be more, but it can't solve the fundamental problem. Chiba thought in his heart, but the surface remained calm. Then you can try it, don't forget that I have never used my pupil technique. After speaking, Chiba's eyes lit up. It would be fun to absorb Senju Hashirama into Obito's different space with Kamui. He also doesn't know if his different space is connected to Obito, at least the two haven't met in the different space yet. Even if you don't meet Obito, locking Senju Hashirama in a different dimension is enough. Pupil surgery. Senju Hashirama frowned, feeling a little troubled. He naturally knew that some of Mangekyo's pupil techniques would be very troublesome. Especially seeing Chiba's full confidence, I'm afraid this kind of pupil technique will pose a threat to him. Senju Hashirama couldn't be sure, so he dared not do it. Chiba stared at him and kept thinking about the feasibility of using Kamui. The two fell silent for a while. In the distance, above the giant wood-style trees outside Konoha village. Third Hokage, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Orochimaru, Kazekage, and Raikage are watching from afar. First Hokage has broken free from reanimation jutsu's grip. Orochimaru said hoarsely. After seeing the terrifying combat power of First Hokage, he was not surprised at all. Uchiha Chiba is very likely to have mastered Senjutsu. Jiraiya said bitterly. The corners of Kakashi and the others twitched. They were already numb from the shock of Chiba's strength, and couldn't make any other reactions. What is Chiba's attitude towards Konoha? Jiraiya looked at Kakashi and asked. Facing Chiba, who has the ability to destroy Konoha with one blow, he must understand the opponent's attitude. It's just that Jiraiya can't help but feel a little sad when he thinks that the dignified 5 great ninja villages have to consider a person's attitude. Kakashi glanced at the silent third Hokage. He knew that what he said next would determine Konoha's attitude. After pondering for a long time, Kakashi was a little uncertain. Chiba's attitude towards Konoha is not very good, and he should be regarded as a member of Mist Ninja Village now. Mist Ninja Village. Jiraiya's heart sank, and according to the information provided by Itachi, the goal of Chiba and his Akatsuki organization is the 5 great ninja villages. Kakashi added, making Jiraiya's face change. Beside Orochimaru mournfully, the Akatsuki organization wants to collect all the tail beasts and make them into a weapon to deter the entire ninja world, including the 5 great ninja villages. Presumably that weapon is at least more powerful than the attack just now. Hiss. Jiraiya, Kakashi and others gasped. Doesn't that mean that the Akatsuki organization can destroy the 5 ninja villages at any time? This is a force destined to be hostile to them. Seeing their expressions, Orochimaru sneered inwardly. He didn't want the plan organized by Akatsuki to be completed, otherwise he would be in danger. And he also wants to get Chiba's body. You still think about what to do with Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Now Nine Tails is in Chiba's hands. The faces of Jiraiya and others changed completely. Third Hokage, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Let me go, I have a jutsu that can take on Chiba. Orochimaru was shocked. He didn't expect Konoha to have such a whole card. No, Jiraiya subconsciously retorted that he knew the ghoul sealing techniques that Third Hokage said. But looking at Third Hokage's determined eyes, he couldn't continue. He knew very well that after what happened today, even if Third Hokage wasn't killed by Chiba, he wouldn't be able to live in the world without face. It was Minato back then, so it's my turn this time. I'm Hokage after all. If I die in the hands of Chiba, it will be considered as letting him vent his anger, and it can ease the relationship with Konoha. If he dies, everything will be fine. Third Hokage said in a low voice. After speaking, he looked at Orochimaru, who was on guard, and said, Orochimaru, you want to kill Chiba too? Certainly. Then I need you to help me perform a ninjutsu. Together we have a certain chance to kill him. Orochimaru looked at him in surprise, but didn't speak. He couldn't believe that Third Hokage was dying. Third Hokage said blankly, Don't worry, you just need to ask Master Second Hokage to send me to Chiba's side, and then use sealing or other abilities to imprison him for a few seconds. Orochimaru looked at him and finally nodded. Jia, there are not many chances to kill Chiba, so I agreed. Kakashi hesitated to speak, but finally did not stop them. The second Hokage from Impure World Reincarnation was wiped out of consciousness by Orochimaru from the beginning and completely under his control. Second Hokage came to third Hokage like a puppet and put his on Orochimaru's shoulders. Brush. The three disappeared in place. Hopefully nothing will happen, Kakashi murmured in a low voice, and Jiraiya patted his shoulder hard, looking expectantly into the distance. Farther afield, Ju and Obito are also watching the battle. After seeing the result, both of them were shocked. Especially Obito. One can imagine the shock in his heart when he saw the true several thousand hands who was taller and more terrifying than Geto statue. He thought that even if his strength was not as good as Madara's, he wouldn't be too far behind. But at this moment he realized that he was thinking too much. Perhaps his pupil technique is amazing, but his attack power and destructive power are far from being comparable to the two. And Chiba not only did it, but he won. Chiba's strength far exceeded their estimates. It was the perfect Susanoo just now. It seems that it can only be displayed after fusing the Eternal Eye in the first generation cells. Black Zetsu said hoarsely. Obito looked extremely solemn, with some worry in his eyes. Eternal Eye is impossible, so Uchiha Chiba definitely incorporates first Hokage cells. No wonder he never worried about his pupil power. In other words, what he is showing now is not his full strength. Obito let out a mouthful of turbid air, feeling irritated for a while. This was completely unplanned, and Chiba also learned the Flying Thunder God technique, which made him unable to do sneak attacks. After thinking for a while, Obito realized in horror that he had nothing to do with Chiba. No, I must get my eyes back this time, otherwise the disadvantage will be too great. Obito gritted his teeth. After making the decision last time, he has not made a move for a long time, and this time he does not intend to give up. Black Zetsu didn't speak, and his heart was in a mess. That kind of pupil power is definitely not Mangekyō Sharingan, even surpassed the former Madara. Could it be that there is another pair of Rinnegans in the world? But the conditions are wrong, it should be impossible. Whether he evolves Rinnegan or not, the progress of Project Tsuki no Mi must be accelerated. Asking for flowers. The strength shown by Chiba made him anxious. Black Zetsu said, if Chiba is still willing to help the Akatsuki organization carry out the mission, then we must catch all the tail beasts as soon as possible to carry out Project Tsuki no Mi. Otherwise, I worry that continuing to grow will thwart our plans. The plan must be completed before he becomes stronger, revive Madara. Obito nodded grimly. That's right, as long as Madara is resurrected, Chiba will definitely not be his opponent. Although Chiba's strength shocked him, he still believed that Madara was stronger. After all, that is the person who has reached the realm of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. On the battlefield, Chiba felt that there was nothing missing, and was about to do it. Brush. There were three more figures besides Senju Hashirama. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Tobirama, monkey. Senju Hashirama looked at the two of them, and then frowned. He noticed that his brother's state was not right, and turned to look at Orochimaru and said in a deep voice. Young man, can you untie Tobirama? That can't be done. Second Hokage is not as easy to talk to as Shodai. Orochimaru hastily shook his head in denial. The two had conflicts when he was in Impure World Reincarnation second Hokage before. He was worried that if he let go of the control, second Hokage would attack himself first. A flash of anger flashed in Senju Hashirama's eyes, and he was stopped by third Hokage just as he was about to make a move. 0. Shodai, please help me seal Uchiha Chiba. Senju Hashirama stared at him, seal. Then his pupils shrank, and he already understood what ninjutsu third Hokage planned to use. It was unbearable to see his old and haggard appearance. There is also some lack of confidence. Even for me, it is almost impossible to catch him, and it is impossible to seal him. Third Hokage shook his head firmly, and said in a deep voice. Uchiha Chiba was my mistake, this matter has to be fixed by me, please Shodai let me try. Seeing his determined eyes, Senju Hashirama sighed and nodded in agreement. He turned to Orochimaru and whispered, let Tobirama leave the Flying Thunder God mark on my wood style, and I will send the Flying Thunder God spell to Chiba's side, and then you can act again. Good. Orochimaru's eyes flashed, and he felt the possibility of winning. Seeing third Hokage, Chiba's eyes suddenly turned cold. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you dare to appear in front of me. Third Hokage said with a sullen face. Uchiha Chiba, no matter what happened in the past, today I will settle with you. Only you, Chiba sneered. And I, wood-style birth of Flower Tree Realm. Senju Hashirama let out a loud cry, clasping his hands together. Rumbling, the earth trembled, and countless towering giant trees rose from the ground, blooming in the air with huge flower buds, releasing poisonous pollen. At the same time, those huge branches kept sweeping and whipping. Chiba was under siege from all sides. Chiba watched this scene calmly, and was also a little curious about third Hokage's plan. 03L. Ninetales roared and formed a terrifying hurricane, blowing all the pollen away in an instant. He kept jumping and dodging, but his body was too huge, and he was directly hit by the branches of several giant trees. With a bang, Five Tails staggered. Chiba's complexion remained unchanged, but he was a little annoyed, and said in a low voice. Fiery lightning howl, Kai. A dazzling thunder shot out, sweeping across like a long knife. All the giant trees, including the trunks of hundreds of meters scattered, were cut off in an instant, and fell down creakingly. Careful, summoning technique fivefold Rashomon. Senju Hashirama was already prepared and pressed his hands on the ground. Rumble. 5 extremely tall and heavy iron gates rose from the ground. There is a statue of an evil spirit on the door frame, and a bell is hung on it, clanging and clanging. Boom. Fiery lightning howl blasted on the 5-fold Rashomon that had just appeared, and disappeared in an instant. Orochimaru's heart was beating wildly watching the fleeting 5-fold Rashomon. Too crazy. This kind of combat power is too terrifying. With his strength, he can only summon the triple Rashomon. But even the 5-fold Rashomon only persisted for a moment. The disparity is simply hopeless. But instead of despair, Orochimaru looked at Chiba with more fiery eyes, earnestly and positively. Chapter 70 Kamui. Slay the third Hokage. Drink. Suddenly, Senju Hashirama growled. Whoosh. A few thick branches rumbled through the ground, suddenly appeared under Nine-Tails' body, and then slammed down towards Nine-Tails on Nine-Tails' head. At the same time, the countless fists behind the old true several thousand hands slammed fiercely. Turning Buddha on the top. Sage Art Lightning-style Spiral Shuriken. Chiba's face was cold, and he fought back without showing any weakness, and he was more determined than last time. Boom 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 boom. Amidst the violent roar, several branches frantically whipped. Susanoo was also slashing down with the thunder spear. Senju Hashirama let out a low cry. Sage Art Maiyanman. Several red torii gates fell from the sky and landed directly on the body of Weizhuang Susanoo. The limbs and the head were all pressed hard to the ground. 03L. Nine-Tails roared on the ground. Pick up a copy of the power of the tailed beast Nine-Tails. A look of joy flashed in Chiba's eyes when he heard the voice in his head. In fact, for him, although controlling Susanoo can increase his destructive power, it cannot bring out his strongest power. His strengths have always been pupil technique and speed. The reason for doing this all the time is the power of Nine-Tails. Now that you have it, there's no need to keep using Susanoo. He jumped straight out of Susanoo's protection. Failed. Senju Hashirama watched this scene with seriousness in his eyes. Chiba's speed is too fast, there's no way to catch him. In this case, we can only use a large-scale sealing technique. A gleam flashed in Senju Hashirama's eyes. Brush. A thick branch was knocked over. 450. Chiba jumped lightly, not only was not hit, but landed firmly on the branch. He stood on the tumbling branches and scanned his surroundings. Countless tree branches are whipping over in all directions, and the true several thousand hands in front are also attacking here. Suddenly, Chiba was taken aback. He saw an extra spell on the branch under his feet. Is this a sealing technique? The sealing technique that wants to work on him must be extremely powerful, and it is absolutely impossible not to be noticed by him. This method doesn't make much sense for their level of fighting. Chiba didn't care at first, but after seeing more and more sealing techniques around him, his face gradually became serious. This is to surround him with a sealing technique. There was a flash of thunder in Chiba's hand, and he threw it violently. Thunder gun. With a loud bang, a large piece of wood style was blown to pieces, and the spell was completely destroyed. In the distance, third Hokage and second Hokage, Orochimaru, stand together. Go ahead, monkey, Senju Hashirama in front shouted suddenly. Shadow clone technique. Third Hokage nodded, and separated into 2 clones, which surprised Orochimaru for a while, and then opened the distance vigilantly. But third Hokage ignored him and continued to seal. The ghouls are sealed. Soon, Shinigami was summoned and began a series of preparations. Watching third Hokage's actions, Orochimaru felt more and more uneasy. After thinking about it, he also asked second Hokage to cast Shadow Clone technique. I'm ready, Shodai. Third Hokage glanced at him, and growled while enduring the severe pain. Tobirama, do it, Senju Hashirama said hastily. Flying Thunder God technique. Second Hokage's clone rested on third Hokage's body. Chiba is constantly dodging. He didn't dare to get close to the attack area of true several thousand hands, and only waited for the attack of third Hokage and others in the distance. Brush. 2 figures suddenly appeared beside Chiba. Flying Thunder God technique. A cold light flashed in Chiba's eyes. He didn't discover the spell of Flying Thunder God just now, it must have been hidden by Senju Hashirama. Die, Uchiha Chiba. Third Hokage rushed forward with a ferocious look on his face. Chiba narrowed his eyes looking at his state. Couldn't this be the ghoul seal? Want to use this trick to die with me? Boring, Chiba sneered. It's just that third Hokage's old arms and legs are still trying to grab himself. But just to be cautious, Chiba still used the pupil technique. All kinds of futures suddenly emerged. The next moment, Chiba's pupils locked tightly, and he suddenly looked up at the sky. Senju Hashirama's grand voice resounded through the sky. Sage Art Maiyanman. Boom boom boom. A giant red torii falls from the sky aiming at Chiba. This time, the Mingxian gate covered a huge area and was extremely terrifying. And I don't know if there are too many torii gates at Maiyanman gate, causing Chiba to feel a heavy pressure. In this range, he could feel that if the Mingxian gate really falls, then he is very likely to be sealed. Although he could still break free, that momentary gap was what Senju Hashirama wanted. Thoughts in Chiba's mind turned sharply, and he sneered as he watched third Hokage rushing madly. Kamui. Chiba's body suddenly hollow, only the next right hand is still solid. Seeing that Chiba didn't dodge, seemed to be sealed, a flash of ecstasy flashed in third Hokage's eyes. You are dead, Uchiha Chiba. He grabbed it forward with both hands. But in the next second, third Hokage was stunned for a moment, and he missed it. Turning to look at Chiba, he was obviously standing there, but he missed it. Facing Chiba's cold eyes, third Hokage felt a chill in his heart. Die. Chiba punched out, hitting third Hokage hard on the back. Boom. Third Hokage's complexion was extremely painful, and Shadow Clone dissipated instantly. Whoosh. Second Hokage also launched an attack. He threw a few kunai that flashed in the air and turned into kunai rain. Then he suddenly appeared behind the bitter rain. Flying Thunder God Slash. A short sword cut to Chiba's neck. Brush. Cut empty. Orochimaru's mind froze in shock. A cold light flashed in Chiba's eyes. As Orochimaru ready to die again. As soon as the words fell, he suddenly stepped forward and punched out. Boom. The air was hit with white ripples, and the shadow clone of second Hokage was also instantly exploded. In the distance, behind Senju Hashirama, third Hokage and Orochimaru exchanged glances. Just now, I clearly hit him, but it seemed like I was flashed past. Me too. The two felt a chill, and their hearts were full of anxiety. Another ninjutsu that they had never heard of. The third generation, which was still somewhat confident, is now a little desperate. If you can't even catch Chiba, then it's useless to seal the ghouls. On the other side, even though he wasn't sealed, Chiba's expression was a bit serious. Myayaman's sealing power is too strong. If it cooperates with the sealing technique on the ground, it is not impossible to affect me. It can't be delayed any longer. A stern look flashed in Chiba's eyes. Pupil Art Destiny Kamui, Lightning Style Chakra Mode, Kaila. Chiba's body was surrounded by thunder, just like a god of thunder. His whole body speed soared suddenly, and he rushed directly to the position of true several thousand hands. He actually rushed over directly. On the opposite side, Senju Hashirama was startled, and his brows were tightly frowned. He was thinking about the picture of Chiba evading the attacks of third Hokage and second Hokage just now. In the state of sage mode, his perception is far beyond ordinary people. Is it time-space ninjutsu? Or pupil jutsu? He took a deep breath, his face extremely dignified. Then let me see how strong your move is. A Buddha on the top. Boom boom boom. Countless fists slammed in front of Chiba frantically. With that kind of terrifying power, even if Chiba and Madara were hit head-on with their bodies, they would still be seriously injured or even die directly. Senju Hashirama stared at Chiba tightly, not daring to relax for a moment. But Chiba was too calm. He didn't seem to see those attacks. The speed not only didn't drop but accelerated, like lightning. Boom. The fist finally landed on Chiba's body. Senju Hashirama's pupils shrank sharply, his face full of shock. It really has no effect, it's not an illusion. This time he saw it clearly. Those fists went through Chiba's body, as if that Chiba was just a phantom. Didn't hit. No, already hit, but he dodged it with some kind of space-time ninjutsu. No matter what method he uses, it means that Chiba at this moment cannot be attacked. Big trouble. Senju Hashirama's heart couldn't stop sinking. He didn't expect Chiba's pupil technique to be the most troublesome space-time ninjutsu. Although he knew that this kind of ninjutsu must be limited, but for people of their level, victory or defeat is only an instant. If the two sides are fighting, I am afraid that they will fail before the ninjutsu reveals its flaws. Kaila. In just a split second, a bright bolt of lightning passed straight through the towering giant forest within a few kilometers. Through the terrifying body of true several thousand hands. Appeared directly on top of true several thousand hands, in front of Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama looked at Chiba, who was close at hand, his pupils shrank sharply. Stop him for me. He didn't know where the flaw in Chiba's pupil technique was, but he knew that the next step was to attack himself. Wooden Golem attacked forward, but his own body was retreating rapidly. That kind of speed far exceeds that of ordinary cage-level powerhouses. But in Chiba's eyes at this time, his speed was too slow. Senju Hashirama, Chiba shouted loudly, holding the thunder spear in his hand and stabbing forward. Don't think about it. Senju Hashirama's eyes flashed fiercely, and he punched out directly. Fairy attack. With a flash of Chiba's eyes, he didn't cancel hollow immediately, but rushed directly to Senju Hashirama's body. Not good. Senju Hashirama was startled. Behind him were third Hokage and Orochimaru, who were in danger. Stepping over Senju Hashirama's block, Chiba saw the two, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Die to me. Chiba let out a low growl, and directly lifted the hollow state. Crazy shock. Not good. Orochimaru felt the air in front of him become heavy and sticky, and his pupils shrank sharply. But at this distance, even the Flying Thunder God technique is too late to activate. Horrified in Orochimaru's heart, he could only watch helplessly as he was hit again. I can't die here. Body replacement technique. Orochimaru's chakra is flowing wildly, and he wants to cast Orochimaru flow body replacement technique to escape. However, he has only just moved. Ku. The thunder spear severed his body. Behind him, third Hokage looked at Chiba in lightning style with a flicker of madness in his eyes. The ghouls are sealed. Instead of dodging, he stretched his arms towards Chiba. Behind Shinigami's arm has drilled out of his stomach is looking for the enemy outside. Catching him for a moment is enough. It's worth tearing off a piece of his soul. Third Hokage roared in his heart, with a hideous look on his face. Chiba sneered inwardly at his crazy look. Although he thought he could survive the ghoul sealing technique, he would not be stupid enough to really try with his life. Chiba stomped hard. There was a loud bang, and he stepped on the ground to create a big hole. At extreme speed, Chiba's course deviated slightly. Rubbing third Hokage's body rushed over. Poof. The thunder spear swept across, instantly cutting third Hokage in half. Half of third Hokage flew in the air, his face full of unwillingness, his red eyes fixed on Chiba and let out an angry roar. With a plop, third Hokage fell to the ground, spitting blood and roaring angrily. Uchiha Chiba, why do people like you exist in the world? Without you I wouldn't be in this situation 4.0. You ruined my reputation, ruined my life, ruined me, anomaly, you shouldn't exist in this world at all. Chiba stopped and turned to look at him with a cold look in his eyes. Maybe you could indeed die in Hokage's name if it weren't for me. But those things you did will be revealed one day. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have been unworthy of being Hokage since the day Naruto was born 12 years ago. Now you are just an old man who is attached to power. A person who was betrayed by the entire Konoha. No, the sinful person who betrayed Konoha. Puff. Third Hokage's face was flushed, his head seemed to be congested with blood, his eyes were red and he stared at him, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and he was completely out of breath. Pick up to 10,000 chakra points. Lost to Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Pick up and seal the ghouls. Pick up 5,000 points Fire Style Chakra Nature Transformation. A series of system prompts sounded. Chiba stared at third Hokage's body in a daze. From crossing over to beheading third Hokage and Danzo, Chiba suddenly realized that he had changed a lot. But he was not sentimental, on the contrary, he liked this change very much. After a little emotion, Tianyi's thoughts changed sharply. The matter of Konoha can basically come to an end. Next, it's time to deal with the affairs of the Akatsuki organization. Nagato and Obito will have the fourth ninja war. Third Hokage and Danzo are dead, and Konoha doesn't have much bond with herself anymore. Next, it's time for him to plan for himself to improve his strength. Senju Hashirama needs to be taken into custody until then. Chapter 71 Obito's Jealousy, Ignorance First Generation. In the distance, Obito and Ju, who were watching the battle, were stunned. This is Kamui, how is this possible? Obito watched in horror the way Chiba dodged through several thousand hands. Absolutely equally shocked, Black Zetsu White Zetsu began to discuss one by one. What exactly is going on? That feeling and phenomenon is absolutely unmistakable, it is Kamui. But isn't that Obito's pupil technique? I don't understand, but have you noticed a strange phenomenon? What's wrong? Chiba's pupil technique seems to be more than two kinds. Black Zetsu said with some shock. Obito was shocked, and suddenly woke up, trembling. One is the ability to see the future, and Amaterasu and Kamui that he just cast. That means Chiba has 3 pupil skills. Gudong. After speaking, Obito couldn't help swallowing his saliva. But the next moment Black Zetsu denied this claim. Impossible, a pair of Mangekyo can have at most 2 kinds of pupil skills, this is absolute. The moment Mangekyo opens his eyes, one kind of pupil technique will be born in each of the 2 eyes, and there can be no third kind. So, hiss. After Black Zetsu ruled out impossible options, he only thought of one answer. But this answer scares him even more, even fear. Obito's eyes were full of shock, and he even said with jealousy. Sharingan has 3 basic abilities, insight, copy, illusion. Although Mangekyo is more complex, it can also be seen as the evolution of these 3 basic abilities. Just like Chiba's predictive ability, it is the evolution of insight. So his other Mangekyo's pupil technique is most likely also an evolution of the basic ability. Copy. Obito gritted his teeth and spit out 2 words, feeling a little unbelievable. And looking at Chiba's situation, it is obvious that it can copy other Mangekyo pupil techniques, as if it is superior to Mangekyo. Obito couldn't help being a little jealous. Hey, if this is the case, then Chiba's pupil technique is too foul. White Zetsu bluffed and exclaimed. Black Zetsu sighed, and said in a heavy voice. Perhaps this pupil technique does have limitations in terms of pupil power, but we knew it too late. He has transplanted cells from first Hokage, and pupil power is no longer Chiba's shortcoming. In fact, he wants to say that Chiba may have broken Mangekyo's curse, and possessed Mangekyo who is also blind like Indra. Obito shuddered suddenly, and growled in horror. If it is a copy, then there must be a prerequisite that he has seen it with his own eyes. He saw me cast Kamui, so he copied Kamui. But he's also seen Itachi cast Amaterasu, and even fought Tsukuyomi once. He also saw Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods just now. Precognition, duplication, Kamui, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, distinguished heavenly gods. Hiss. Chiba probably already has 6 pupil techniques now. After speaking, Obito himself was taken aback. He and Absolute glanced at each other, feeling a little dizzy. Now the two can be sure that Obito is definitely not Chiba's opponent. And because of the particularity of Kamui, maybe Nagato can't do anything about Chiba. Not even Madara. Obito, who was confident in Madara before, is also a little uncertain at the moment. The two looked at each other, and in the end it was Black Zetsu who said in a deep voice. In short, the most important thing now is to complete the plan. Obito nodded, looking around 14 weeks. He felt he couldn't wait any longer and had to get his Sharingan back now. He feels a bit insecure with Kakashi. On the battlefield, a look of surprise suddenly flashed in Chiba's eyes. He turned his head to look at the corpse of Orochimaru who had just been cut in half, and a figure was crawling out of the corpse's mouth. It is Orochimaru. To his surprise, he still sensed the aura of Sharingan and first Hokage cells from this Orochimaru's body. Although I used to get Orochimaru flow body replacement technique, Chiba didn't use it. But looking at it now, he seems to have underestimated this ninjutsu. The body of the dead Orochimaru had genuine Sharingan and first Hokage cells on it. But Chiba clearly remembered that he had completely killed the corpse at that time. It's just slowly dissolving and dissipating at the moment. It seemed like everything had been transferred to the new body. Immune to death to some extent. Chiba was a little shocked. Not just amazed with this ninjutsu, but even more amazed by Orochimaru's talent. Orochimaru flow body replacement technique is just one of them. Also first Hokage cell research and Sharingan fusion. All of them are new achievements that shock the ninja world. This fellow Orochimaru really can't be overestimated. Talent. Chiba stared at Orochimaru with fiery eyes. Orochimaru, who had just woken up, met his eyes and his scalp went numb. He is too familiar with Chiba's eyes, because he often looks at those geniuses with this kind of eyes. Gone. Orochimaru didn't expect that he would be targeted by others one day. What do you want to do? Orochimaru looked at him vigilantly. He knew how exaggerated Chiba's speed was, so he didn't dare to move. There is something I want you to help me research, and you can follow me in the future. Chiba stared at him and said seriously. Orochimaru looked at him blankly, the corners of his eyes twitching. He wanted to say no, but he really didn't want to die again. His current body is too precious, and he has no confidence in making another one in a short time. Good. Under Chiba's gaze, Orochimaru finally agreed with aggrieved. Chiba grinned. Don't worry, no one will dare to bully you if you follow me. After finishing speaking, Chiba turned his head and looked in the direction behind him. Their Senju Hashirama was exuding a terrifying murderous look, staring at third Hokage's body. Uchiha Chiba, you killed a Hokage. It's just a personal grudge. Chiba said calmly. But he's Konoha's Hokage. Uchiha was exterminated during his reign. Chiba said calmly. Senju Hashirama took a deep breath, knowing it was useless to talk. Anyway, monkeys are all Hokage, and they are also my descendants. I have reason to avenge him. Chiba nodded, raised his finger to him with a cold expression. Then it's your turn next. The two looked at each other, then moved at the same time. Senju Hashirama suddenly retreated and jumped off the heads of true several thousand hands. In the air, he clasped his hands together and drank in a low voice. True several thousand hands. Rumble. Another huge true several thousand hands appeared, slightly smaller in size, but undoubtedly more intact. And Chiba and Orochimaru were on top of the giant head of another broken true several thousand hands at this time. Stay away. Chiba glanced at Orochimaru, then stomped frantically towards another true several thousand hands. Mandate of Heaven Kamui Hollow. Turning Buddha on top, Senju Hashirama let out a yell. Thousands of fists blasted out at the same time, landing on where Chiba was. The space has been distorted. But Chiba was unscathed. He didn't have any fancy moves, just jumped from one true several thousand hands to another true several thousand hands so brightly. Then he hurls a few flying thunder god kunai. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Swipe, swipe, swipe. In an instant, the kunai in the air formed a shuriken rainstorm, covering first Hokage overwhelmingly. Tuck tuck tuck. A row of wood style forms a high wall to block Chiba's attack. Brush. Chiba directly the flying thunder god appears above the wooden wall, overlooking Senju Hashirama. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and Mangekyo spun rapidly. Pupil surgery time. The future emerges. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chiba's eyes are fixed, and it feels a little tricky. First Hokage in Sage mode is too strong. Whether it is strength, speed, instinct, perception or reaction ability, he can almost keep up with him who has predicted the future. Chiba took a deep breath, and continued strengthening if that wasn't enough. Sage mode. Chiba clasped his hands together, Massive horrors of celestial chakra flocked towards him. In an instant, Chiba entered Sage mode, and the fairy eye shadow emerged. How could he enter Sage mode so quickly? Senju Hashirama felt something was wrong watching this scene. Why does it feel so much like me? Could this kid be learning from me? War. Chiba let out a low growl, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Before the original phantom disappeared completely, Chiba had already appeared beside Senju Hashirama. Almost at the same time, Senju Hashirama punched Chiba at the lethal part of the neck. But the next moment his pupils shrank. A bolt of lightning spewed out from Chiba's mouth the moment it appeared. Fiery lightning howl. Boom. Senju Hashirama punched fiery lightning howl, and his entire arm was blown away in an instant. If this is his body, there may be a possibility of resistance. But Impure World Reincarnation's body simply couldn't adapt to this level of fighting. Chiba's eyes flashed, and he took 2 steps forward suddenly. Tread. Senju Hashirama started to fall back the moment he was injured, but Chiba was faster and had more distance. Reikiri. Kaila. Chiba stretches out his palm straight to the heart of Hashirama. The moment the palm was stretched out, lightning instantly shrouded it, forming a thin and sharp long and thin knife. Ku. The long knife pierced Senju Hashirama's heart without fail. Senju Hashirama stared blankly at this scene, his eyes filled with unwillingness and doubt. Chiba's attack is too steady and ruthless. In short, there is nothing wrong with it. This precision reached the point where he was shocked. Rustle. Confetti started flying. Senju Hashirama's body froze. Let's play again later, he said a little unwillingly. There will be no next time. Chiba put a hand on his shoulder. Senju Hashirama was almost completely immobile at the moment, and he looked at Chiba with a bad feeling. Kamui. Call out. An Uzumaki appeared in Chiba's eyes, and a terrifying suction force tore Senju Hashirama madly. Not good. 947. He's about to be exiled to a different space. Senju Hashirama was terrified, but unfortunately he is still recovering at the moment. Brush. Senju Hashirama stared intently, but could only watch helplessly as he was sucked into Uzumaki and disappeared into the ninja world. Where is this place? Senju Hashirama stood in the simple and uninhabited space with a dignified expression on his face. There are many different spaces he knows, and it doesn't seem like there are people here. After glancing around, Senju Hashirama relaxed. But the next moment, he looked at his fingers in a daze. At this time the thumb on his right hand was gone. Senju Hashirama suddenly remembered, just now his right fist was shattered by Chiba, and the confetti seemed to be partly not sucked in. He couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching, and roared in grief and indignation. Uchiha Chiba, you give me back my thumb. Outside Chiba is grabbing Senju Hashirama's finger and sealing it seriously. How could he refuse something that was in his favor, leaving an opening for Senju Hashirama? After doing this, Chiba finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a big battle, he was also very tired. At this moment, there are towering giant trees all around, and 2,000-meter level monsters, true several thousand hands. There's also a nine-tails that growls constantly. Wood style, what a terrifying ability. Chiba looked at the verdant forests and said with emotion, if Senju Hashirama hadn't done something, these trees might have survived alone. Let's deal with the battlefield first. Wood style birth of the tree world. Chiba clasped his hands together, watching with some excitement that the thick branches entangled the two true several thousand hands under his control, frantically absorbing the chakra in Senju Hashirama wood style. Bang bang, two true several thousand hands disappeared. Chiba pouted and continued to deal with other places. The terrain changed by the two was re-modified by Chiba, and greenery was added. It's just that the wood style of Senju Hashirama was swallowed by the wood style of dry leaves, and turned into dead wood and eventually dissipated. Only Chiba's wood style is left to form a green forest here. The earth kept rolling, filling up the potholes on the ground, and completely erasing the traces of the battle. It seems that this place was originally a forest. Except for the lack of animals, it is almost the same as a normal forest. As for the wood style around Konoha, Chiba didn't take care of it and let them handle it by themselves. Chiba turned and walked towards Nine-Tails. He said that if Nine-Tails were to be shoveled back, he would shove it back. Never break your word. Chapter 72 Nine-Tails Anxiety, time is running out. The Mingxian gate was shattered, and Nine-Tails had regained her freedom, but was still lying on the ground quietly under the control of Tonli. Chiba walked up to Nine-Tails. He didn't release the pupil power control, but prepared to use the sealing technique to reseal Nine-Tails. The original seal in Naruto's body is the 8-sign seal composed of two 4-image seals. And this 4-element seal is Minato made some changes on the original basis, which is more conducive to Naruto's use of Nine-Tails chakra in the future. Chiba recalled the sealing technique in his mind, then began to describe the formula. A gigantic spell appeared under Nine-Tails' huge body, and it began to shine. The moment the sealing technique was activated, Nine-Tails began to shrink in size. Nine-Tails' terrifying amount of chakra was flowing back into Naruto's body frantically. The body gradually condensed from a height of nearly 100 meters to a size of about 2 meters. The shape of Nine-Tails has completely disappeared, and Naruto with a red-tailed animal suit appears. Eventually, even the red chakra faded completely. A new 8-sign seal appeared on Naruto's belly. Seal complete. It's just that Naruto looks a bit miserable at the moment. The skin on the surface of the body has been completely burned by Nine-Tails chakra, revealing the blood-red muscle texture underneath. It's like a patient with severe burns all over his body. Chiba frowned seeing this scene. It's a bit miserable. Chiba sighed, moved his eyes, and entered the sealed space in Naruto's body again. The appearance of the sealed space is the same as before, with a dim sewer, the sound of sparse running water, and a red sealed door. At this moment, Naruto was lying on the ground of the sealed space, rolling and screaming in pain. In the sealed gate, Nine-Tails was staring at Chiba with fierce eyes, roaring angrily. BD, control me with Sharingan again. I'm going to kill you. The wind howled, blowing Chiba's hair wantonly. He looked at Nine-Tails quietly, and Mangekyo slowly turned in his eyes. The invisible pressure fell on Nine-Tails, chilling his heart, and the growling sound gradually decreased and finally disappeared. But Chiba still stared at him. Nine-Tails' scalp tingled from watching. Mad, can't you let me vent by using me? Nine-Tails cursed inwardly, and was also a little scared. He really didn't want to try the taste of being controlled by others. A smile flickered in Chiba's eyes. As long as the strength is strong enough, even a tailed beast will be afraid. He turned his head and waved to Naruto, who stopped screaming. Come over. Naruto glanced at him with lingering fear, and approached carefully. After the seal was broken just now, he felt like he was going to die. Now I am scared when I see Chiba. Chiba pointed at him and said to Nine-Tails, since you are already in Naruto's body, then get along well and don't always think about making trouble. A look of anger flashed in Nine-Tails' eyes. He knows what Chiba means, and let him cooperate with Naruto so that Naruto can exert his power. However, Nine-Tails glanced at Naruto. You put me in a team with this coward who can't even look me in the face. Chiba was not surprised. After all, the current Naruto is far from growing up, and has experienced too little suffering and experience. But he doesn't think Naruto still has so much time to grow up. Just as he was about to speak, Naruto glared at Nine-Tails angrily and said, A-hole, I'm not a coward. Chiba gave him a slightly surprised look. Although Naruto was obviously a little nervous, he still stared at each other with Nine Tails not to be outdone. This courage is indeed not small. He looked at Nine Tails and sneered. Did you know that Rinnegan has appeared? What? Nine Tails was startled, and looked at him in doubt. He knew all too well what Rinnegan's presence meant. My heart suddenly became tense. And even Geto statue was summoned, and the master of Rinnegan wants to send all the tail beasts back to Geto statue's body. Chiba doesn't mind a little more information. Only then will Nine Tails cooperate obediently. What he needs is Ashura Chakra and Indra Chakra inside Naruto and Sasuke. Who knows how long it would have taken Naruto to grow up without the help of Nine Tails. So there has to be a little pressure on Nine Tails. Geto statue, Nine Tails exclaimed, and the tail behind him shook restlessly. Geto statue is the body of 10 tails, and their tail beast is Chakra of 10 tails. Reseal all tailed beasts into Geto statue, and Tianwei can be revived. Nine Tails naturally knows this very well, so they are even more shocked and terrified. No one knows the horrors of the 10 tails better than these tail beasts. What you said is true. Nine Tails couldn't help asking, he was a little panicked. Chiba watched him with a smile in his eyes. Of course, I don't have to lie to you. Neither Naruto nor Nine Tails alone can be Rinnegan's opponent, you should be very clear about this. Only with the two of you working together, can there be a chance of survival. Nine Tails looked at the confused Naruto, feeling a little annoyed. Give this kid another 100 years and he won't be able to fight Rinnegan. As for whether Rinnegan's appearance is real or not, Nine Tails can't believe it. Still, make him believe Naruto he can't. So Nine Tails looked at Chiba expectantly and said, otherwise, let's join forces, so even if it's Rinnegan, we're not powerless. Chiba glanced at him, a little speechless. You were thinking about farting. Looking at his contemptuous eyes, Nine Tails felt annoyed. Bring shame on yourself. But he didn't dare to blow his hair yet. Want to die or live, you decide for yourself, I'm leaving. After speaking, Chiba's figure disappeared directly into the sealed space. Nine Tails could only look at the bewildered Naruto and growled even more angrily. Boy, do you know that you are dying? You're dying, stupid fox. Naruto glared at him angrily. You brat, how dare you scold me? Nine Tails looked at Naruto in disbelief. Doesn't this kid want to live? Slightly, Naruto grimaced and despised him. Although Naruto still doesn't know what happened, but he also knows now that Nine Tails can't do anything to him. Immediately full of confidence. Idiot, it's not that I want to kill you, but someone outside wants to kill you. Nine Tails scolded irritably. He is well aware of Naruto's character, and he would not give up in normal times, but the current situation does not allow it. He doesn't want to go back to 10 Tails, he'd be dead for good. Who's going to kill me? Naruto looked at him in bewilderment. Nine Tails growled sharply. Boy, listen to me, someone wants to pull me out of your body. Once you do this, you will die as a Jinchuriki. Do you still remember the feeling that my seal was lifted just now? Naruto shuddered immediately when he heard that. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. That feeling is indeed the same as dying. Seeing his appearance, Nine Tails hurriedly said, if you don't want to go through it again, then practice hard for me. He had no choice but to pin his hopes on Naruto. Gudong. Naruto swallowed in horror, and nodded hastily. Chiba looked expectantly at Naruto who was in a coma. Becoming the perfect Nine Tails Jinchuriki was an important step in Naruto's growth process. And this step he can't help at all, so it's better to let Naruto, the guy who was the first in unexpectedness, handle it by himself. Then Chiba cast Flying Thunder God technique to Orochimaru. Orochimaru had already restrained Third Hokage's corpse, and was standing by the side looking at the corpse in a daze, with some sad expressions on his face. The relationship between master and apprentice is really complicated. Chiba was filled with emotion, and casually threw a Flying Thunder God kunai over, and said, Konoha's matter is over, and you should leave too. Take my Flying Thunder God kunai, and I'll come to you after I finish dealing with other things. Don't think about running away, or I will kill you at the ends of the earth. Orochimaru took over kunai, feeling a little complicated. He licked the corner of his mouth and asked with some expectation. Uchiha Chiba, can you tell me how far your Sharingan has evolved? The problem is very stupid. Chiba frowned and looked at him with a half smile, which made his scalp tingle. This needs to be studied by yourself. After speaking, he disappeared in place. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes were a little excited. He already knew the answer he wanted. Sure enough, Mangekyō Sharingan can evolve further, I must figure it out. Chiba first went to various battlefields and wandered around, and Haruo fell. After all, no matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. Then he returned to Konoha village, Kimimaro Three People's side. Brother Chiba, you are so amazing. As soon as he appeared, Shangolin rushed over excitedly. Chiba hastily reached out to block her. He is very clear that sometimes this guy's emotions are a bit scary when he goes crazy. Master Chiba, Kimimaro and Bai looked at him reverently, with fanaticism in their eyes. It made Chiba feel secretly refreshed. Even if Senju Hashirama praised him with his strength, he didn't feel much. But those close to me are different. Especially Kimimaro and Bai are considered young geniuses, and they are also his disciples. At this moment, Konoha village has changed back to the original. The wood style of the first generation has completely disappeared, and the traces of those buildings and wars are revealed again. Those Sand Shinobi and Otonin who were bound by wood style were freed. But the war did not start again. Chiba was too shocked. Let them Jonin Genin fight like little kids fighting. Even Konoha Shinobi is the same, without the slightest fighting spirit. Sand Shinobi and Otonin gathered together automatically, confronting Konoha's people. And Jiraiya and Kakashi are back too. Jiraiya was very strong, and Konoha Shinobi, who had the upper hand in numbers and fighting power, surrounded the two ninja villages. The fact that 4th Hokage is the body of Impure World reincarnation has been known by Sand Shinobi. Moreover, one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara was also seriously injured and could no longer transform into a tailed beast. Sand Shinobi village suddenly lost the idea of fighting. There are 2 or 3 big and small cats in Yinan village, and Jiraiya and others don't pay attention to them at all. After hurriedly arranging someone to deal with the finishing work after the war, Jiraiya came to him. Chiba, can I help you? Chiba looked at Jiraiya and frowned. He was too tired even after a big battle. He just wanted to have a good rest and didn't want to waste time and energy. Jiraiya looked at him with a complicated expression. Seeing Chiba, he knew that 3rd Hokage was dead, but knowing how terrifying Chiba's strength is, he couldn't afford revenge at all. Although I know you may refuse, I still want to ask once, are you still willing to go back to Konoha? Jiraiya asked expectantly. I don't want to, Chiba said coldly directly. After finally leaving Uzumaki, Konoha, how could he jump back? Even though she had already guessed the result, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. Rather than wanting Uchiha to return to Konoha, you might as well think about how to train Naruto. There is not much time left for Jinchuriki. Chiba Jiao's said lightly. With Itachi as a double agent, the information of Akatsuki's organization has been leaked to Konoha. Trust Jiraiya to understand what she means. Sure enough, Jiraiya's face changed drastically. But before he asked, Chiba had already taken Kimimaro and others away. For him, there is no place worthy of his nostalgia for the time being. It's just that he was a little curious, because Itachi didn't show up. Just after leaving Konoha's range, a figure suddenly appeared on the road ahead of Chiba. Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, why didn't you make a move in Konoha just now? Chiba asked. With you here, I don't need to take action. I need your help with something, Itachi said in a deep voice. Chiba glanced at Kimimaro and the 3 of them, and the 3 consciously distanced themselves from each other. What's up? About Sasuke, Itachi sighed. Have you paid attention to the situation in Shao organization recently? Chiba frowned. You mean the tailed beast? There hasn't been much movement in the Akatsuki organization recently, but the intelligence collected by Ju has begun to concentrate on the tailed beasts. That's why he felt that time was running out for Naruto and Sasuke. It is very likely that because of his own interference, the Akatsuki organization will launch the plan in advance. The point is that he himself doesn't want to stop this kind of accident from happening. Itachi nodded solemnly, expressing his concerns. Once the Shao organization collects all the tail beasts, it will undoubtedly threaten the safety of the entire ninja world. And Pain once mentioned that he wanted to frighten the entire ninja world with one shot. He fears for Sasuke's safety during the unrest. So I want to help Sasuke open Mangekyō Sharingan in advance. How do you want to do it? Chiba is interested. This is an opportunity to harvest the Mangekyō pupil technique. 3 Chapter 73 Itachi's plan, Red's decision, Obito's actions. Create a fight between me and Sasuke, then use my death to fuel Sasuke. Itachi said calmly. It seems that this plan has been in his mind for a long time. Hearing that the plot was still the same as he knew, Chiba was a little surprised. Do you think you can control the Mangekyō Sharingan after experiencing your death with the current Sasuke's mind? There is no doubt that both Naruto and Sasuke will be strong in the future. After all, they are all future 6 paths level powerhouses. But now the 2 are only 12 years old, they have just left the ninja school, and it has only been a few months since they performed the mission. Especially Sasuke, the hostility in his heart has always been very heavy. If he has experienced the pain of killing Itachi himself, Chiba thinks that Sasuke is very likely to become black. So I need your help. I hope you will keep my Sharingan temporarily after I die. It's Sasuke. Itachi said, keeping your Sharingan, you don't need to test me, I know the relationship between Mangekyō Sharingan and Eternal Eye very well. Chiba fixed his eyes and said calmly. Itachi's complexion changed slightly, and he fell silent. He only realized it after watching the fight between Chiba and Senju Hashirama. I'm afraid Chiba's Sharingan has evolved to Eternal Eye. Although he didn't know how Chiba did it, that pupil power in Susanoo wouldn't lie. Seeing Itachi didn't speak, Chiba asked coldly. You really want me to keep your Sharingan, guide Sasuke? You must know that the 2 are not friends, they can only be regarded as a cooperative relationship, and there is no trust at all. So he was very surprised. Itachi's eyes flickered slightly, looked at him and said seriously. I believe you want Sasuke to be strong. Itachi once analyzed Chiba carefully, and he found that Chiba had no desire for destruction or ambition. But the paradox is that Chiba always appears in various big events. Seems like he's only interested in the fights of the strong. You trust me, I don't even trust myself. Chiba sneered. He didn't believe Itachi would really believe in himself and hand Sasuke over to him. Itachi fell silent for a moment. His real plan is naturally more than that, but he dare not tell Chiba. Seeing his tangled look, Yi stretched his waist and said casually. Forget it, let me tell you a piece of information for free, and treat it as if I lost the bet between us. Itachi stared at him intently. Transplantation of cells from first Hokage can solve the curse of Mangekyō Sharingan's blindness. Chiba said calmly. 513 Itachi's pupils constricted, showing a startled expression. Although he had speculated about these things before, he still couldn't help being shocked when he actually heard Chiba's words. Memories of the past flashed across Itachi's mind. He took a deep breath and asked. So you transplanted cells from first Hokage? Chiba was noncommittal, changed the subject and said with a smile. Although transplanting first-generation cells has certain risks, I think you can try it. It's up to you how you decide. Itachi showed hesitation. He already had a will to die in his heart, especially after he found out that everything he had done was useless. It's just that he is still worried about Sasuke. All that needs to be said has been said, and Tianyi does not intend to continue the chat. By the way, tell Sasuke for me that if he wants to come to me, he will come to Mist Ninja Village. Itachi's expression changed slightly, but he didn't speak. Just when Chiba was about to leave, someone who surprised him appeared. Sunset Red. Her face was reddish, and she hurried to catch up. I go first. After seeing Kurenai Yuhi, Itachi immediately disappeared in place. Chiba looked at Kurenai Yuhi and didn't speak for a while and didn't know what to say. Yuhi Hong stood in front of him with her head bowed. You are leaving. Chiba sighed inwardly, and said softly. That's right, I'm going to Mist Ninja Village next. Yuhi Hong raised her head, her eyes were slightly red. Chiba can't bear it, but he will be very busy next time, and it's not suitable for Yuhi Hong to follow him. If you want, then wait for me in Konoha, I will come to you. Yuhi Hong nodded hastily, eyes full of surprise. I am waiting for you. Chiba looked at her and smiled. He accepted this intention. The appearance of Yuhi Hong made Chiba feel a little more sad. After the two parted, Chiba lost the mood to look at the scenery, and directly took the three of Kimimaro back to Onin Village with Flying Thunder God. Konoha Village. After Orochimaru appeared, he left with the four of them, completely putting an end to the war. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the two major advisors Udatane Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, and the patriarchs of the major families are meeting. There is still a lot of work to be done to end a war. Negotiations with Sand Shinobi, the decision on Otoshi, the reconstruction of Konoha, the revocation of Chiba and Itachi's bounty, and the announcement of the truth about Uchiha's genocide. A series of problems are waiting to be solved. But before that, they have to decide on 5th Hokage. Jiraiya did not directly refuse this time, but agreed to replace Hokage. Now Konoha desperately needs someone to stand up, and he will naturally not back down. But he also explained that people should find Tsunade, and after Tsunade returns, let Tsunade become a 5th-generation item. The major families began to divide their interests. Kakashi didn't like the occasion and quit the meeting. He came to the ninja hospital, but saw Itachi hiding outside, and Kakashi came to a ward after they communicated. Naruto was wrapped and lying on the hospital bed like a mummy, still in a coma. Sasuke was also standing beside him with injuries on his body, lost in thought. Too many things have happened recently, making this young man a little confused for a while. Kakashi, why are you here? Sasuke woke up and looked at him in surprise. Come and see you in Naruto, how is your injury? Kakashi asked. Sasuke shook his head, and said in a low voice. I was only slightly injured, but Naruto's injury was so severe that the doctor said he needed to recuperate for a few months. He had seen Naruto's injured appearance, and that miserable appearance made him tremble with fear. He thinks Naruto is lucky to be alive. Kakashi frowned, then thought of Naruto's self-healing ability, patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, Naruto has a special constitution and will recover soon. Looking at Naruto he also sighed. He also saw Nine Tails during that battle, but he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. What he didn't know was that at this time, Nine Tails in Naruto's body was explaining to him how to use his own calendar area. Sasuke nodded, his expression relaxed a lot. Kakashi looked at him hesitantly. What's wrong? Sasuke frowned. He was extra sensitive during this time, and immediately noticed something was wrong with Kakashi. Chiba told me to tell you, if you want to find him, go to Mist Ninja Village. After hesitating for a while, Kakashi still said what Itachi had conveyed. As Sasuke's teacher, Kakashi had a hard time saying that. But he already knew from Itachi that a big battle was about to sweep the entire ninja world. He didn't want to delay Sasuke. Master Chiba. Sasuke was taken aback, took a deep breath and didn't speak. Turning to look at Naruto, Sasuke's eyes flashed a look of unwillingness. Now he knows the identity of Naruto, son of 4th Hokage, Nine Tails Jinchuriki. And he has seen the power of Nine Tails in previous battles. Powerful, scary, that is definitely a strength that he cannot match now. Seeing that Naruto opened up a huge gap in strength, Sasuke was full of resentment and even a little jealous. He wants to be stronger. Sasuke clenched his fists unwillingly. Kakashi didn't know what to say when he saw this scene. It was only when he thought of Itachi's conditions that he didn't regret conveying this sentence. As long as it can keep Itachi in Konoha, even if it's just hidden in the dark, it's worth Sasuke going check to find Chiba. Kakashi bids farewell to Sasuke who is hesitant and complicated. Walking on the streets of Konoha, it is always a busy scene. People are busy dealing with the ruins and traces of the war and preparing for reconstruction work in some places. Kakashi is physically and mentally exhausted, and now he just wants to go back and have a good sleep. It's just that he didn't realize that there was an eye staring at him at this moment. In the distance, Obito hides in a different dimension and follows Kakashi. Black Zetsu is also in the different space at the moment, and asked with some anxiety. Obito, are you sure that 1st Hokage is not in your space? Both of them were taken aback when they saw the scene where Chiba sucked Senju Hashirama into a different dimension. Obito hurriedly searched in his different space, but finally found nothing. I am sure, although Chiba copied Kamui, it didn't use my eyes, so it is naturally not in the same different space. Obito said very positively. That's good, otherwise if the two of you are connected in different dimensions, your identity may not be safe. Black Zetsu said with a sigh of relief. Obito nodded. Chiba put too much pressure on him, so he couldn't wait to get his Mangekyo back. He looked at Kakashi's back, feeling emotionally turbulent. Wanting to kill him, but also missing the time when the two of them were together, is very contradictory. He followed Kakashi all the way back to the house, and he didn't move until Kakashi fell asleep. Obito is like a ghost, slowly approaching Kakashi. His palm was fixed above Kakashi's left eye, his expression changing. After an unknown amount of time, Obito finally made up his mind. Kamui. Obito's palm instantly materialized, and he snapped it off. Almost at the same time, Kakashi opened his eyes and looked at him in horror. Sharingan was taken by him. Ah! Kakashi screamed miserably, and moved quickly to distance himself from him. Who are you? Kakashi looked at Obito in shock, feeling cold in his heart. He didn't expect that someone would sneak attack him, and what's even more frightening was that he didn't notice it at all. Almost instantly he understood that the strength of this enemy was absolutely extraordinary. Just an Avenger. Obito closed his eyes and said hoarsely. Give me back the eyes, that's what my friend left me. Kakashi said in a deep voice, and at the same time he rang out the short sword. Friend. Chu sneered for a while, his eyes suddenly became cold. Kindness. Kakashi froze, for some reason he looked at Obito's eyes and felt anxiety, even guilt. This sudden emotion gave him goosebumps. A figure flashed in his mind, and he asked with a trembling voice. Who are you? You don't deserve to know. Obito scolded in a cold voice. He looked at Kakashi coldly, finally resisted the urge to kill him, turned around and left. He was afraid that if he took another look at that familiar yet unfamiliar face, he would not be able to help but make a move. Stop! Kakashi shouted in a hurry, rushed up and slashed out with a knife. Brush. Kakashi's pupils shrank sharply. He clearly hit the enemy, but it seemed like he missed. What's going on here? Is it an illusion, or is his speed too fast? Shisui's body flicker technique. Kakashi hurriedly distanced himself in horror. The abilities of the enemies are too weird. I'm afraid not the opponent. Remember, Hitaki Kakashi, you killed me today. Obito gritted his teeth and growled. Then Kakashi walked away with a startled gaze. He didn't attack me. Kakashi hastily followed out, but there was no one around at the moment. He froze in the yard, his thoughts a little confused. This person is exactly the same as the other person Itachi mentioned on the night of the genocide. But he never thought of killing me, otherwise I would have died. His target is Obito's Sharingan. And his last words, is he really Obito? Kakashi took a deep breath, a little afraid to think about it. This kind of speculation is too unbelievable, and there is no evidence at all. Impossible. If he is Obito, he cannot attack Sensei Minato. Obito. Kakashi's mind was in turmoil. Brush, brush, brush. Several figures of Anbu appeared around Kakashi, and the leader was Yamato. Kakashi, your eyes. Yamato looked at him in horror and exclaimed. Be careful, I've been raided. Sharingan has been poached. Kakashi restrained his thoughts and hurriedly reminded. What? Those who dare to attack Konoha shinobi in Konoha are courting death. Quickly report to Lord Jiraiya, there are powerful enemies lurking in the village. Yamato and the others looked at each other, holy. They rushed to escort Kakashi to the ninja hospital. Today's Kakashi is one of Konoha's important combat forces, and there must be no mistakes. At this time, in a different space, Obito gently pressed the Sharingan back from Kakashi into his eye socket. Grunt. The Sharingan turned oddly and then returned to its normal position. The two eyes automatically emerged with the pattern of Mangekyo. Obito took a deep breath. Finally got his Sharingan together. Chapter 74 Kakashi retransplants Sharingan. Tsunade's decision. Pupil power has increased, and Kamui's casting speed and power have also increased. And there is a new pupil technique. Time and space ninjutsu for long-distance attacks. Obito carefully comprehended the changes in Mangekyo, looking excited. The appearance of another Kamui can be regarded as making up for his lack of long-range attack. Glancing at the puzzled eyes, Obito didn't mention his other pupil technique. He is always vigilant in his heart. Now that he finally had a whole card, he naturally didn't want to reveal it. What are you going to do next? Just take one tail and 9 tails Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu took the initiative to speak, breaking the silence between the two. No rush, 9 tails is for Nagato to deal with, we need to see his strength, and I can grab them anytime I want. Obito said in a low voice. As for the tailed beast, even if he didn't get the Sharingan back, he is confident that he can clean it up easily. But there was always some haze in his heart. What will happen to Madara if he comes back to life? Because of this, Obito did not actively promote Project Tsuki no Mi at the very beginning. Obito looked back in the direction of Konoha, and the light was complicated. He knew that Kakashi might have guessed his identity, but he didn't care about his identity being revealed. When Project Tsuki no Mi is completed, it's time to settle between us. Konoha village. Kakashi was escorted by Anbu's people to the ninja hospital. At this moment, the ninja hospital is overcrowded and extremely noisy. Countless ninjas were injured in the war, and they were all treated here, not to mention the wards, and there were many wounded outside the hospital building. However, because of Kakashi's importance, he was sent to the operating room immediately. Medical ninjas rushed to Kakashi's injuries. Should I give you a new pair of eyes? Today, many comrades who died in battle donated their eyes. Now, you should be able to find matching eyes soon, asked the medical ninja as he cleaned the wound on Kakashi's eye. Kakashi hesitated and said, clean up the wound for me first, the eyes don't need to be transplanted for the time being. Soon, the wound on the eye was cleaned up, and the left eye was tied with a white bandage. Kakashi was pushed out of the operating room and sent to the ward. Not long after, Jiraiya hurried over. At the same time, Itachi dressed as Anbu came over. Kakashi, are you okay? Jiraiya's face was full of anger. In his opinion, shooting Kakashi is a provocation to Konoha as a whole. First Orochimaru, then Chiba, and now a mysterious enemy. One by one treats Konoha like nothing, how can it not annoy Jiraiya? I'm fine for now. Kakashi's voice was a little low, still guessing Obito's identity. Do you have an idea who the enemy is? Jiraiya asked. The intelligence of the strong in the ninja world is no secret to the senior management of the major ninja villages. And this mysterious enemy, who not only attacked Kakashi but also has not been discovered by Konoha's barrier, is definitely a strong one. That's why Jiraiya asked. Kakashi glanced at Itachi and said in a low voice. That person's appearance and abilities are exactly the same as the guy Itachi said in the night of the genocide who called himself Madara. It's him. Itachi was startled, then frowned, looking confused. Why did he attack you? If it's for Sharingan, he should have gotten a lot the night of the genocide, so there's absolutely no need to attack you. Itachi looked at Kakashi, who was depressed and even in a trance, and said. Unless this eye on your body has special meaning to him. Hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes flashed, and she looked at Kakashi and said in a deep voice. Kakashi, if you know anything, please let us know, it's no small matter. Kakashi took a deep breath when he heard the words, looked at the two and whispered bitterly. I don't know if I'm paranoid, but I suspect that person is Obito. Fort. Itachi had a look of astonishment on his face. In recent years, he has dealt with Kakashi more, so he has investigated Kakashi's past. Naturally, Obito is Kakashi's former teammate, and Kakashi's Sharingan was originally Obito's. But, that Dayu is already a dead person. Jiraiya looked puzzled, but soon he widened his eyes and looked at Kakashi in disbelief. You mean that guy is your dead teammate? Minato's disciple. Kakashi frowned and laughed at himself. Maybe I'm overthinking, Obito is already dead. Jiraiya frowned and looked at Itachi and asked. Tell me your judgment. Although he didn't spend much time with Itachi, he basically recognized Itachi's ability and believed in him for the time being. Itachi pondered for a moment and then said. His pupil technique should be a special space-time ninjutsu system, which is difficult to deal with, and his technique is very rich. If that person is really Obito, it shouldn't be possible for him to have such a comprehensive sleepiness. Jiraiya sneered when she heard the words, looked at the two and said. Don't forget one more thing, the Nine Tails Rebellion 12 years ago. Regarding the information about the Nine Tails Rebellion, all they got was a bit of content that Chiba had shown Sasuke the truth about Uchiha's genocide. I also knew that the real culprit that night was also a man wearing a mask, but the identity of the other party was not confirmed. And according to Itachi's previous investigation, it has been determined that the person who controlled Nine Tails that night was definitely not on the list of the Uchiha clan. That person is either a bloodline left behind by Uchiha, or it was suspended animation. Now Obito fits the bill. Impossible. If he is Obito, why did he attack Minato-sensei and Kushina? Kakashi shouted excitedly. Jiraiya angrily said, the ninja world's temperament has changed drastically, and there are few things like blackening and twisting. Orochimaru used to be Konoha's Sannin back then, but now he doesn't want to kill his teacher and destroy his village. Kakashi was taken aback, and collapsed powerlessly. Although it was only a short contact and confrontation, he basically confirmed the identity of Obito in his heart. That kind of complicated look definitely doesn't appear in other people's eyes. Obito, are you blaming me for not protecting Lin well? Kakashi closed his eyes in pain, feeling sad in his heart. Jiraiya took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. According to our current information, we can temporarily assume that the masked man who claims to be Madara is Obito. Although I don't know what Obito went through, what is certain is that he is hostile to Konoha. Obito has a special ninjutsu of time and space. You must be more vigilant when you go in and out of Konoha like nothing. Jiraiya called Anbu's people and gave several orders in succession. He looked at Kakashi, who looked depressed and had no fighting spirit, and said coldly. Kakashi, I don't care what you think, but now you have to know where you stand. You are Konoha's indispensable combat force, I don't want you to sink like this. Kakashi, who has learned the White Fang sword technique, is one of Konoha's top combat powers. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Might Guy, these are Konoha's current three major powers. Add at most one ferret with unstable time. But now Kakashi is missing one eye, the impact is too great and must be resolved as soon as possible. What do you think about your eyes? Jiraiya asked in a slow tone. Kakashi also knew about Konoha's situation, so he couldn't allow himself to think about other things. But he also hesitated about the eyes. Although Sharingan is a bit of a drag on him, it is very useful at critical moments. More importantly, Sharingan has almost integrated into his entire combat system and habits. If he suddenly changed to ordinary eyes, it would make him uncomfortable. Jiraiya naturally knew this too, so she asked this question. However, both Jiraiya and Kakashi have to consider the attitude now. Itachi said calmly, if Kakashi-senpai wants to replace with a new Sharingan, I have no problem. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. But, Itachi's words paused, Jiraiya's complexion changed slightly, and his eyes flickered. I think if Kakashi-senpai is willing to take the risk, maybe he can go one step further. Itachi said very carefully, do you have any idea? Jiraiya frowned and asked. Kakashi also looked over. Itachi said in a deep voice, Chiba told me before that Sharingan and first-generation cells. He talked about the relationship between Sharingan and first-generation cells, Orochimaru's experiment, and Danzo's arm. Jiraiya and Kakashi immediately understood what he meant. You mean to let Kakashi transplant Sharingan cells at the same time as first Hokage? Jiraiya was a little shocked. He didn't expect that there was such a relationship between Sharingan and first-generation cells. I didn't expect Itachi to come up with such a bold idea. Itachi said solemnly, you all know the plan of the Shao organization, time is running out. If Kakashi-senpai can succeed, then Sharingan will not only not become his burden, but will become his help. Also Kakashi's chakra quantity has always been a problem, with the first Hokage cells it can be solved. You can even use wood style. Once successful, Senior Kakashi's combat power will definitely be greatly improved. It's just that the process has a lot of risk. Jiraiya struggled a little upon hearing this. The benefits were so great that he couldn't help but be moved. But he also knew that this experiment was too dangerous. Konoha had experimented with first Hokage cells in the past, and those test subjects who died tragically are the best proof. With his own life at stake, Kakashi had no choice but to hesitate. But once successful, the benefits are too many. Would I be Obito's opponent if I just ported Sharingan? Subconsciously, such a question flashed through his mind. Kakashi's eyes suddenly changed, and his attitude was extremely firm. Just do it. Transplant first Hokage's cells and Sharingan at the same time. He's going to defeat Obito, which is almost impossible without first Hokage cells. At this moment, an angry woman's voice sounded. Transplant my grandfather's cells. Kakashi, did you ask me for my opinion? Boom. With a loud bang, the door of the ward suddenly became broken. Pata. Tsunade walked into the ward, exuding a powerful aura, and glared at Kakashi unhappily. Master Tsunade. Kakashi was a little surprised, then startled by the look in her eyes. Tsunade, why are you here? Jiraiya looked at her happily and asked. It's nothing, I encountered some troubles on the road and delayed it for a while. Tsunade curled his lips unnaturally. Kakashi had contacted her a few years ago, hoping that she would return to Konoha to preside over the overall situation. But Tsunade at that time was not willing to go back to Konoha at all. Even Kakashi illustrates the seriousness of the matter. Even the contact method established by the two later was unilaterally interrupted by Tsunade. Until recently, Kakashi managed to contact Shizune and told Tsunade about their upcoming action. He notifies Tsunade of every change of plan. But he didn't expect that Tsunade still missed the time. In fact, Tsunade was holding back until today's event ended just in time to reach Konoha. Tsunade was naturally dissatisfied with third generation after knowing what Kakashi and others investigated. In addition, her brother's death has always been resentful. Tsunade didn't want to embarrass himself, so he did it. But she didn't expect that she actually saw a wonderful and unusual battle. Jiraiya looked at her and sighed inwardly, already guessing what Tsunade was thinking. But he didn't say much. Third Hokage did too many mistakes. He couldn't accuse Tsunade of anything either. He changed the subject and asked, did what you just said disagree with Kakashi's transplantation of first-generation cells? Tsunade looked a little complicated. Just today she re-witnessed Senju Hashirama. I just returned to Konoha and heard someone say that they want to transplant first Hokage's cells. She could understand Konoha's difficulties, but this approach made her a little hard to accept. If Master Tsunade disagrees, then just transplant the Sharingan, Kakashi said with a downcast look. Jiraiya hurriedly pulled Tsunade out to talk in a low voice. There was some bickering between the two, but in the end Tsunade was persuaded. Because Jiraiya mentioned Rinnegan, mentioned the plan of Shao organization and the crisis of the whole ninja world. Improving Konoha's combat effectiveness is the most important thing now. She sees this as a legacy. After a while, the two returned to the ward. Tsunade looked at Kakashi and said, I agreed to the transplant, but I have to do the whole operation myself. If the risk cannot be avoided, I will stop it. Thank you Tsunade-sama, Kakashi said gratefully. The safety index of doing it by Tsunade himself is not at the same level as other medical ninjas. Tsunade, your hemophobia. Jiraiya frowned at her and whispered. I have not spent these years in vain, don't underestimate me Jiraiya. Tsunade glanced at him and snorted. Chuan has gradually overcome her phobia over the course of a few years. Chapter 75 Fifth Hokage, Nagato's Wrath, Sasuke's Defection. After talking about Kakashi, Tsunade and Jiraiya left. The two came to the Hokage building, and after silently reminiscing about third Hokage, Jiraiya told Tsunade about a series of recent events. After finishing speaking, Jiraiya said, since you are back, the position of Hokage is given to you. Tsunade shook his head and refused. Forget it, you should do the Hokage. No kidding, I'm not Hokage material at all. Jiraiya laughed. I'm not kidding, I really don't want to be Hokage anymore, I want to study Grandpa's cells and chakra, wood style. Since Orochimaru can successfully research, there is no reason why I, a professional medical ninja, are not as good as him. Tsunade's expression was very serious, which made Jiraiya hold back her smile. Since you also said that the situation in the ninja world is very dangerous, then you can't leave Konoha even more. And you have to guide Naruto, let Naruto grow up quickly, so staying is the best choice. Tsunade was so sure that he didn't want to be Hokage that Jiraiya frowned. But he also knew that what Tsunade said was true, and thinking of the turmoil that would follow, becoming a Hokage would be an extremely dangerous thing. Jiraiya has always been a decisive person, and made a decision quickly after understanding the stakes. Okay then, I'll be the 5th Hokage. Tsunade heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and felt a little lost in his heart, but he still said on the surface. Congratulations. Ha 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 ha. Let's drink some wine to celebrate. Jiraiya scratched her head in embarrassment, and hurriedly took out a bottle of wine and put it on the table. The two had a drink in Hokage's 673 office. Early the next morning, Jiraiya summoned 2 consultants to explain the situation, and went to meet with the Fire Nation daimyo together. After a brief chat, Jiraiya became Konoha's 5th Hokage, and Tsunade also successfully took over Kakashi's operation. The first thing is to be the first to transplant a Sharingan for Kakashi. She took out the Sharingan preserved by Konoha. After experimenting with the ratio, she selected one and transplanted it into Kakashi's eye. Only then did she start working on first Hokage cells in preparation for the transplant. At the same time, Naruto's treatment started. Mist Ninja Village, Chiba and the 3 of Kimimaro appeared outside Terumi Mei's house. Hearing the movement, Terumi Mei ran out with a happy face. Tell me quickly, what happened to Konoha? Chiba glanced at Shangolin. Let her tell you, I'm going back to rest. Terumi Mei took Shangolin back home. Kimimaro and Bai innocently looked at each other and left. The 2 women chatted at home for a long time. Shangolin talked and gestured, causing Terumi Mei to let out an exclamation from time to time. That big Buddha statue is as high as 1,000 meters. Chiba is amazing. By the time Chiba woke up after a nap, it was already the next morning. When he was eating, he found that Terumi Mei looked at him a little bit wrong. His eyes were shining brightly, and his heart was agitated when he saw it. After eating, Chiba went to the island near the country of water to test the power of wood style. Wood style birth of the tree world. Wood style flower tree world is born. Wood style wooden dragon. The roar of the rumbling earth continued to sound. The barren island became lush and full of vitality in a blink of an eye. Feeling the power of wood style, Chiba is also very satisfied. The power of wood style he displayed is not much different from that of Senju Hashirama, and he has already stood at the top of the ninja world. For the next week, Chiba practiced, incorporating wood style into his own combat system. Then he said goodbye to Terumi Mei and set off again. This time his target is Rain Shinobi Village, Nagato. At this time, the information about Konoha's first battle has spread to the entire ninja world. Countless people were shocked by it. The resurrection of first Hokage Senju Hashirama is a big event that shocked the ninja world. But was killed by Uchiha Chiba. The god of ninja has been defeated. It makes the whole ninja world horrified. Countless people are exclaiming, Uchiha Chiba has surpassed Uchiha Madara. The strongest ninja, living legend. Nobody thinks Senju Hashirama is weak. The true several thousand hands that appeared in the battle at that time made everyone understand how terrible Senju Hashirama is. Up to 1,000 meters of horror wood style, no ninja village can withstand such an attack. But Chiba not only followed, he beat him. This strength is shocking. Even quite a few of the old ones trembled, remembering the days when they were dominated by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Is there another wanton Uchiha in the world? Tsuchikage Onogi said worriedly. He had seen the existence of 2 legends before, and he understood how terrifying Chiba's strength was. That is a terrifying existence that can decide the fate of the entire ninja world by one person. Give up the bounty on Uchiha Chiba. 4th Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village gave the order through tears after struggling. He was afraid that he would implicate the entire Cloud Shinobi Village and had to issue such an order. Sand Shinobi Village experienced that battle firsthand, and felt Chiba's strength even more. The reclusive Chiyo mother-in-law and Ebizo were alarmed out of the mountain, and went to Konoha to negotiate in person, and the picture was extremely extreme. Just because Chiba used to be Konoha's ninja, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Chiba are no longer Konoha Rinin. Konoha's first order after taking office was to announce this matter, and at the same time disclose part of the truth about the Uchiha genocide. 3rd Hokage and Danzo suddenly became the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. With such a strong person being let go, it's no wonder Konoha is getting weaker and weaker. Haha, there are indeed many strong people in Konoha, but it's a pity that they can't keep them at all. If only Sarutobi Hiruzen was still alive, we would never have to worry about Konoha rising. Thanks Danzo for helping us weaken Konoha. I would call you Konoha's shadow. When this news reached the Akatsuki organization, it caused even more sensation. Deidara. As expected of Uchiha Chiba. Scorpion. The current juniors are really scary. Kisame. As expected of Mr. Chiba. Kakuzu. Rain Shinobi Village, among the tallest towers. The skinny Nagato, covered in tubes, looked terribly frightening. Conan stood beside him, and the two of them fell into silence after listening to Ju's information. Uchiha Chiba, it seems that I underestimated him before. Nagato said blankly, not seeming worried. Konan looked at him worriedly. Obito stood beside him and said hoarsely, "According to my speculation, Chiba may have mastered 6 pupil techniques. Precognition, Copy, Kamui, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, plus he has Flying Thunder God technique, Wood Style, Susanoo." Just saying it, Obito felt heavy in his heart. Nagato also frowned, and his face became serious. Just a Flying Thunder God plus Kamui's 2 space-time ninjutsu made Chiba invincible. Even if he made the shot himself, he was not sure of victory. He looked at Obito and asked, "What do you think?" Obito snapped, "We can't give Chiba time to grow any longer. We have only 2 options, speed up the plan or kill Uchiha Chiba." Nagato nodded, and after a while of silence, he said, "Although I don't think I will lose, I really can't defeat him, so let's speed up the plan." Although Nagato is very brave, he is not a fool. Naturally, it is not easy to take risks. But at this moment, Ju suddenly exclaimed, "According to the latest information, Uchiha Chiba has left Onin village, and he is heading towards Rain Shinobi village." What? Obito and Nagato Konan's heart skipped a beat, and their faces showed surprise. Did Chiba know that the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization is here? Konan asked nervously. At this moment, Obito has a feeling of panic, as if something bad is about to happen. He squinted his eyes and looked at Nagato and said, "The existence of the Akatsuki organization is not a secret. Danzo has a lot of information. It is not surprising that Chiba would know about me. It's just that I can't figure out why he came to Rain Shinobi village. Unless his target is you." Nagato's face was a little ugly. He considers himself a god, the strongest person in the ninja world, and does not allow any provocation. Although he is unwilling to conflict with Chiba, if Chiba really provokes him, he will not be polite. If Chiba shows up in Rain Shinobi village, I'll take it. An angry look flashed in Nagato's eyes. Although Konan next to him was worried, he didn't say anything. Instead, Obito's eyes flickered. Nagato will not be Chiba's opponent. Once he fails, then my chance to capture Rinnegan will come. He has been coveting Rinnegan, but he is also afraid of the dead Madara and Ju, so he has not made a move. But if Nagato dies, Obito's heart was hot, but his face was serious. "I will help you if necessary." Nagato nodded, looking at the pattering rain outside the door. A gloomy look flashed in his eyes. Konan watched with worry written all over his face. Konoha village. Some time has passed since the war. Although Konoha is still under reconstruction, order has basically been restored. On this day, Naruto has recovered after recuperation, and has initially reached a cooperative relationship with Nine Tails. "I feel like I'm stronger than before, Sasuke, I'm going to challenge you," Naruto said excitedly. Sasuke's face sank, and he nodded in agreement. Naruto didn't notice his abnormality, and the two came to the rooftop of the hospital to confront each other. Rasengan, Chidori, chirp chirp chirp. Amidst the frantic screams, the two collided together. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the two flew out backwards. Evenly matched. Sasuke is not satisfied with this result, and neither is Naruto. "Don't use this kind of tentative move, it doesn't make any sense, just use the strongest move," Team Sasuke said. He wants to see the gap between himself and Naruto. Looking at Sasuke's firm eyes, Naruto hesitated. "What, do you think you can kill me?" Sasuke growled angrily. "Good." Naruto nodded, but he also sensed something was wrong with Sasuke. 88. The red chakra enveloped Naruto's body, and two tails swayed behind him. Nine Tails Chakra. Now, Sasuke is no novice anymore, he naturally knows what Naruto's state means. Sasuke's jealous heart trembled, and he clenched his fist unwillingly. Sharingan. The three hook jades slowly emerged. Chidori, Rasengan. The two crashed into each other. Boom. With a loud noise, Sasuke was sent flying by Naruto, smashed on the iron can, and directly dented the iron can. Boom. Sasuke punched the ground resentfully, his face full of unwillingness. Although he had expected the result a long time ago, he was really unwilling to fail like this. "I win, Sasuke." Naruto won, but he couldn't be happy looking at the gloomy Sasuke. Sasuke looked up at him. Friendship, sympathy, complex emotions flowed in his heart. But none of this can stop him from chasing power. He won't allow himself to lose to Naruto, even though Naruto is Hokage's son. Kakashi and the others said that time is running out. "I must grow up as soon as possible, otherwise let alone revenge, I am afraid it will be difficult to survive." 0.2 inches. Ninja games like Konoha are no longer helpful to my growth, only Chiba can help me. Sasuke's heart was full of dissatisfaction and anger towards himself. Especially recently, he has been performing various low-level tasks, which in his opinion are a complete waste of time. It doesn't help his strength. Sasuke had already made a decision in his mind. "I want to get out of here and find Chiba to get stronger." He took a deep look at Naruto, turned and left. Looking at his back, Naruto stretched out his hand and shouted anxiously, "Sasuke." But Sasuke ignored him and disappeared from his sight in an instant. Back home, Sasuke started packing his luggage. He didn't say goodbye to anyone, and when night fell, he left Konoha alone. It's just that he didn't see that there were two figures looking at him in the darkness. "Aren't you going to stop him?" Jiraiya frowned. Itachi shook his head, eyes flickering. "No, Konoha really can't give Sasuke a chance to grow up now. Sooner or later Sasuke will come back, here is his bond." He looked at Jiraiya and said in a deep voice, "I need to leave Konoha for a while." Jiraiya looked at him and sighed. He knew it had something to do with Sasuke without thinking about it. Come back early, and be careful not to be discovered by Shao organization. Itachi nodded, looking at Jiraiya with a sigh in his heart. He also occasionally thinks that if Jiraiya was Hokage, Uchiha would not be exterminated. But now, he was busy carrying out his plan. Chapter 76 Naruto of Sasuke, the Itachi project begins. It was late at night when Sasuke left. Back home, Naruto thought more and more that there was something wrong with Sasuke, and he couldn't sleep because of tossing and turning. What the hell is Sasuke thinking? Naruto muttered irritably, and arrived at the door of Sasuke's house by a strange coincidence. Bang bang bang, Sasuke. After hesitating for a while, Naruto stepped forward and knocked on the door. No response. Naruto continued to knock, but there was still no response. No, that guy Sasuke isn't home. Naruto has a bad premonition. He knows Sasuke's temper very well. It is impossible for him to knock on the door like this. Sasuke. After shouting a few times, Naruto broke in directly. He looked at the clean room, and his face suddenly changed. Though Sasuke's usual clothes, and commemorative family photos, the photos of the 7th class are all gone. Naruto turned his head and ran all the way to the brightly lit Hokage building. Boom. He violently pushed open the door of Hokage's office and asked anxiously. Uncle Hokage, Sasuke is gone. Teacher Kakashi, are you here too? In the room, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Tsunade are discussing about Sasuke's departure. But because of Chiba, they didn't intend to characterize Sasuke as a traitor. Then he was taken aback by Naruto, who suddenly appeared. Mr. Kakashi, Sasuke is gone. I went to his house and cleaned it up. Naruto hurriedly said after seeing Kakashi. Kakashi frowned, and Jiraiya nodded at him. Kakashi said to Naruto, who was about to lose his temper. Sasuke has left Konoha. Why? Why did Sasuke leave? Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then asked loudly, turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute, Naruto. Kakashi hastily stopped him. Don't stop me, Mr. Kakashi, I'm going to ask him why he left Konoha. Naruto said anxiously. Kakashi sighed and said in a deep voice. 24 inches Naruto. Sasuke left to improve his strength. He went to find Uchiha Chiba. You should understand the strength of that person. Sasuke went to do more good than harm. Naruto stared at him blankly, and asked. Then Sasuke is still Konoha's ninja. Kakashi said helplessly. Of course he's still Konoha's ninja, but nobody knows if he'll come back. With Chiba's intimidation, Konoha dare not really do anything to Sasuke, but let him go free. Naruto's face changed for a while, and he suddenly said loudly. He just left our 7th class and left. No, I must ask in front of Sasuke. Stop. Jiraiya shouted angrily, looked at Naruto and said in a deep voice. Naruto, people from the Akatsuki organization may be looking for you right now. Do you know how dangerous you are now? While Naruto was recuperating, Jiraiya had already told Naruto about the Akatsuki organization. Time is urgent. He doesn't care whether Naruto can accept it. Naruto must become stronger as soon as possible. I know, but I just want to ask him face to face. Naruto lowered his head and clenched his fists, and said unwillingly. His bond with Sasuke is deeper and longer than in the original book. They are two lonely people who supported each other to come to today. Naruto couldn't let go of Sasuke's departure. Jiraiya looked at him and sighed. This scene was very similar to when he chased Orochimaru. But there is something different. Sasuke's situation is not as serious as Orochimaru's. As for Naruto's danger, he wasn't too worried. Because Itachi had told him that the capture of tail beasts came in order, and it was still early for 9 tails. He just wanted to see Naruto's decision. You can go, but you can't leave the land of fire, and you have to return to Konoha before tomorrow night, and you have to accept my training when you come back. Also, Kakashi is going with you too. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto nodded hastily. Uncle Hokage, don't worry, I will definitely bring Sasuke back. Jiraiya looked at Kakashi and said, Kakashi, take Yamato's team Anbu and make sure Naruto is safe no matter what. As for Sasuke's matter, you don't have to interfere. Kakashi nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Naruto's safety comes first. The sky is getting brighter. In the forest, Naruto, Kakashi and others went all out. Even the 9 tails chakra on Naruto started to overflow. Kakashi looked at Naruto, who was in an unstable state, and came to him and asked in a low voice. Naruto, do you know how to open the eyes of Mangekyō Sharingan? Naruto shook his head. Kakashi was silent for a while before saying, if you want to open Mangekyō Sharingan, there is only one condition, kill your loved ones. When saying this, Kakashi also looked a little sad. He thought of Obito who opened Mangekyō. I also thought of Lin's death. Perhaps it was Lin's death that caused Obito to open Mangekyō, and his temperament changed drastically. Kakashi felt a little melancholy. Naruto was stunned when he heard that. He looked at Kakashi in disbelief. Killing loved ones and friends. This is too cruel. Naruto is somewhat unacceptable. Kakashi calmed down and said in a deep voice. For Sasuke, the only real friend is you. Enabling Mangekyō Sharingan is the fastest way for Sasuke to increase his strength, which is to kill you. But Sasuke didn't do that. Kakashi didn't know why he suddenly said this. Maybe he just didn't want to leave regrets. Naruto was silent for a while. His eye sockets gradually turned red, and his eyes became more determined. Sasuke. Boom. Naruto suddenly accelerated his speed, and broke a branch with one foot, and his speed soared. At this time, Sasuke is getting closer and closer to the border of the Fire Nation. Itachi has never shown up behind him, waiting for Sasuke to enter the land of water. Suddenly, Itachi's complexion changed slightly, and he looked at Chi-Fang. He sensed several strands of chakra, and some of them he was very familiar with. Kakashi, Yamato, Naruto, how did they catch up? Itachi hid, changed a route and chased after him. 3 waves of people chase each other and race. Valley of the End. Sasuke was standing on top of Uchiha Madara's head when he suddenly heard a roar. Sasuke. Seeing Naruto with 9 tails chakra wrapped around him, Sasuke was shocked and moved at the same time. The idiot. Sasuke, why did you leave Konoha? Naruto chased up alone, jumped on top of Senju Hashirama's head and questioned loudly. Kakashi and others stopped in the distance. Of course it's for strength. Staying in Konoha is a waste of my time, only Chiba can turn me into an a-hole fast. Sasuke's eyes became hot as he spoke. He is too eager to have the terrifying strength of Chiba. Staying in Konoha is the same. There are Teacher Kakashi, Uncle Hokage, and Granny Tsunade. They can all help you. Naruto persuaded loudly. Can they match Chiba? Do they have Sharingan? Naruto, don't stop me. Sasuke stared at Naruto and said seriously. Is strength so important? Naruto asked angrily. Of course it's important. How can I take revenge without strength? How did I kill that masked man? How can I bear the title of Uchiha? How can I beat you? Finally Sasuke growled unwillingly in his heart. Since you want strength so much, why don't you kill me, then you can activate Mangekyō Sharingan. Naruto asked angrily, staring at Sasuke. Sasuke's face changed slightly, and he sank. He said angrily. I'm not going to do what Itachi said, I'm going to activate Mangekyō Sharingan like Chiba. He knew Chiba had activated Mangekyo, but hadn't killed anyone. The way to open Mangekyo is what he really wants from Chiba. I can take revenge with you, but I won't let you go anyway. There are more and more 9 tails chakra on Naruto, showing signs of going berserk. Although he made a deal with 9 tails, it was too dangerous for Naruto to control 9 tails chakra. At this moment, inside Naruto, 9 tails looked at Naruto who was drowned by chakra and sneered. Little ghost, using my power is not free, let me teach you a lesson this time. Boom, more 9 tails chakra wraps Naruto. 688. On Naruto's body surface, there are so many chakra at the end of the calendar that they form a tailed beast suit. There are tails swaying behind. 1, 2, 3. Roar. Naruto let out a non-human roar, his eyes were red. Oops. On the opposite side, Sasuke's expression suddenly changed when he saw this scene. Kakashi once warned him and little Sakura that once Naruto has more than 2 tails, he needs to be vigilant. Because that means Naruto has started to go berserk. In the distance, Kakashi and others also saw this scene, and everyone looked at Kakashi. Kakashi didn't do anything, but whispered, Yamato, be ready to do it anytime. I see. Yamato took a deep breath and began to prepare. Sasuke. With a roar, Naruto leapt high from the top of the stone statue of Senju Hashirama and rushed to the opposite side. Damn. Feeling the pressure from Naruto and the wind pressure formed by the terrifying speed. An angry look flashed across Sasuke's face. He retreated after his death, touched the stone statue, and fell towards the surface of the water. Kai. Naruto stretched out his hand in the air. 9 tails chakra immediately formed the hand of chakra and grabbed Sasuke. Fire-style great fireball technique. Sasuke hurriedly formed seals on the way of falling, and opened his mouth to spit. Whoosh. The reaction force of ninjutsu accelerated his speed, causing him to slam into the water. In the air, the flame hit Chakra's hand like a small flame, which was only blocked for a moment, and Chakra's hand continued to go down. Puff. Sasuke burst out of the water and turned on 3 Tomo Sharingan staring at Naruto and Chakra's hands. The hand of Chakra enveloped him as if covering the sky, and at the same time Naruto rushed towards him. Bang bang bang. With the help of Sharingan, Sasuke barely fought against Naruto, who had grown in strength. But Naruto's speed and strength have improved too much, and it is becoming more and more difficult for him to catch. Boom. Sasuke gets punched by Naruto. In the abdomen, suddenly spit out a mouthful of acid water in pain. Bang bang bang. Amidst the dull sound, Naruto's fists hit Commander one after another, causing him to fly into the air. Chidori. Sasuke was completely angry at 150. He is being beaten by Naruto, which is unacceptable to him. Chirp chirp chirp. The chirping of birds was mixed with the sound of thunder. Sasuke flew to the highest point and then began to fall. He aimed Chidori at the bottom of his body and aimed at Naruto. Rasengan. Naruto splits out to cast a Rasengan, then leaps into the air, slamming Sasuke hard. Boom. With a loud noise, Sasuke was blown out, spinning in the air and falling into the distant water. Naruto was also pushed down by the force of the explosion. In the distance, facing Kakashi and the others, Itachi was watching the battle between the two with a rare expression of hesitation. The appearance of Naruto broke his plan, but also let him find a better opportunity. Originally, he planned to defect and use the Akatsuki organization to hunt down and kill him, so as to create a chance encounter with Sasuke. Now, there seems to be a better chance. Itachi's expression became firm. He summoned a crow and handed him a scroll to bring to Kakashi. And he himself rushed towards the battlefield below. Below, the water's edge. At this moment, Sasuke has been firmly pressed by the hand of Naruto's chakra on the rocks on the shore. Come back with me, Sasuke. Naruto roared at him, causing ripples in the air. I will not be going back. Sasuke roared angrily. The more he lost to Naruto, the more unwilling he was, the more persistent he is about strength. Then I plan to take you back with your legs. With a roar, Naruto rushed in front of Sasuke and was about to hit Commander's assistant with a punch. At this moment, his tail suddenly swept to the side. Boom! There was a loud bang. A figure was swept away. Naruto stopped his movements and turned his head to look. He was stunned for a moment, and his mind became much clearer. Is that you, Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's older brother? Itachi, why are you here? Sasuke looked at Itachi in shock, then turned pale. He actually saw wounds on Itachi's body, and the corners of his mouth were still bloodshot. His face was pale, and he looked weak. You are hurt. Who hurt you? Sasuke felt a little unbelievable. In his perception, Itachi was almost invincible. Apart from Chiba and another masked man, he doesn't think Itachi has any opponents. But such a weasel was injured. For some reason, he felt extremely angry at this moment. Itachi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood on the water not far away and looked at Sasuke with a smile, and a fleeting look of pampering flashed in his eyes. Sasuke, I finally see you. Sasuke's expression suddenly became complicated when he heard this, and he didn't know how to face Itachi for a while. Chapter 77 Naruto, Sasuke and Itachi, Open Mangekyo. Sasuke had both love and hate in his heart, seeing Itachi's embarrassment while being angry and happy at the same time. I didn't expect you to have such a messy day. Sasuke laughed mockingly. When Itachi heard this, a well-placed wry smile flashed across his face, and he sighed. I'm being hunted down by the Akatsuki organization. Maybe this is the last time I'll see you, Sasuke. Sasuke's face changed suddenly, and then he looked at him suspiciously and asked. Are there any strong people in Akatsuki's organization? He was cheated miserably by Itachi, and he couldn't believe it anymore. Itachi said solemnly, that person is stronger than Chiba in some ways. Sasuke was shocked. Is there anyone stronger than Chiba in this world? If this is the case, it is only natural that it can seriously injure Itachi. Itachi looked at him with a nostalgic smile on his face and said. I'm really happy to see you before I die. However, I'm afraid your wish to kill me will not come true. He was prodding Sasuke gradually. Mangekyo's eye-opening condition is more about mental stimulation than just killing best friends in the physical sense. It's like he just witnessed Shisui's death and started the Mangekyō Sharingan. Sasuke felt a little annoyed. He obviously wanted to kill Itachi, but at this moment he unconsciously began to worry about Itachi's safety. But he is not the kind of person who is good at expressing, so he can only look at him with a frown. At this moment, a burst of cold killing intent enveloped the two of them. Sasuke turned his head to look, and suddenly saw Naruto staring at Itachi viciously and growled. Sasuke, I told you I want to avenge you, and your brother is the first. Stop. Sasuke hastily yelled to stop him. But how could Naruto listen to him at this moment? Brush. Naruto withdrew Chakra's hand that was pressing on Sasuke, and pushed towards Itachi hard. Susanoo. Itachi let out a low growl, and the orange-red Susanoo immediately wrapped his body. Boom. The huge Chakra hand pushed Susanoo and hit the rocks on the river bank with a loud crash. Wow. Itachi suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and sat on the ground. But soon Itachi stood up and flicked Chakra's hand away with Susanoo's arm. Damn. Stop it, Naruto. Sasuke saw that the somewhat unstable Susanoo's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Itachi to be injured so badly that he couldn't even stop Naruto's attack. Kill you. With a low growl, Naruto jumped up like a cannonball and stomped on Itachi fiercely. Bang bang bang. The three tails behind Naruto kept shaking, and his mouth let out a roar like a beast. He is like a wounded beast, constantly bombarded with heavy and violent body skills. The violent attack landed on Itachi's Susanoo with a dull sound. After a while, Susanoo was shaky. Chidori. Sasuke struggled, finally gritted his teeth and rushed forward with Chidori in hand. At this moment, he only thinks about saving Itachi. But just as he rushed to the side of Susanoo, one of Naruto's tails swept over, immediately swept him away, and smashed him into the water. In Susanoo, Itachi looked at Sasuke, who was thrown into the air with complicated emotions. There is a touch of being protected by Sasuke, but also guilt towards him. Sasuke, I'm sorry, I'm going to lie to you again this time. Seeing that Sasuke had rushed out of the water, Itachi's eyes became serious. Because at this time Naruto has grown a fourth tail. Evidently, he was an ordinary child before, but now he is able to maintain part of his sanity in the state of four tails. Did Chiba do something wrong? However, it will not be good for Naruto if he continues to run amok. Itachi's thoughts turned sharply in his mind, but his movements were not slow at all. He suddenly opened the Mangekyō Sharingan and aimed it at Naruto. Blood and tears flowed down slowly. Sharingan illusion. In the illusion space, Naruto was tied to a cross and struggling wildly. His eyes were red, and his eyes were extremely violent. Let me go, what is this place? But Itachi didn't appear here, he appeared in Naruto's sealed space. Roar. Uchiha again. Looking at Itachi, Ninetales was terrified and furious, and roared angrily. Itachi let out a muffled snort, resisting the burden of pain that Mangekyo brought to his body, and cast the pupil art again to control Ninetales. Buzz buzz. There are signs of Sharingan in Ninetales' eyes. Itachi could feel the struggle of Ninetales, and might break free from his control at any time, so he hurriedly asked. Nine Tails, the night 4th Hokage died, who controlled you with Sharingan, did he use time-space ninjutsu? Nine Tails roared angrily. Hao Tuan yelled out a word. Yes. As soon as the words fell, Nine Tails regained his senses instantly, staring at Itachi with tyrannical eyes and roaring. BD, I'm going to kill you. Roar. The violent air wave instantly dispersed Itachi's body and returned to his sleepy body. Almost at the same time, the berserk chakra of Nine Tails rushed into Naruto's body instantly, dispelling the illusion in an instant. Itachi snorted, looking at Naruto in shock. They actually forcibly broke free from Mangekyo's control. Is this Nine Tails? At the peak, Naruto can perfectly control Nine Tails, and at least it is beyond cage level. Although the two of them have not yet reached that level, there are already some special places. Naruto, who broke free from the control of the illusion, became even crazier and more tyrannical. Little devil, let me deal with him. Nine Tails angrily poured chakra into Naruto's body continuously, temporarily overwhelming Naruto's consciousness. In an instant, the breath on Naruto's body changed. Thick, evil, brutal, creepy. Although there are still 4 tails, the whole person is completely different. Buzz buzz. A-hole, try my power. Tailed Beast Bomb. Nine Tails stared at Itachi and directly opened his mouth to gather chakra's roar. An extremely dangerous feeling instantly hit Itachi's heart. Itachi, run. Naruto, hurry up and stop. Seeing this scene, Sasuke's face changed wildly, and he rushed towards Itachi while shouting anxiously. Do not come. Seeing Sasuke's actions, Itachi shouted in fright. With Susanoo here, he has the confidence to take on this not too strong tailed beast bomb. But once Sasuke gets hit, he's dead. Go to hell. Naruto's body began to lean back, Nine Tails' tailed beast bomb began to charge, and the violent energy made people feel terrified. But at this time, Sasuke had rushed to Itachi's Susanoo, but still within the attack range of tailed beast bomb. Even just being affected, this level of attack is too dangerous for Sasuke. Not good. Itachi's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly moved Susanoo's arm to protect Sasuke. At the same time, the consciousness of Naruto who was suppressed by Nine Tails in Naruto also woke up. Sasuke, Nine Tails, if you hurt Sasuke, I will never let you go. Naruto yelled anxiously. Cut. Nine Tails snorted coldly, adjusted his direction slightly, and vomited daily. Kai. The tailed beast bomb shot out like a bullet, and landed on Susanoo's body almost instantly. Boom. With a loud noise, Susanoo was knocked out and smashed hard on a rock wall tens of meters away. Rumble. The violent energy was continuously vented, forming a terrifying shock wave, which set off huge waves in the water that crashed and churned. The steam was dense, and was dispersed by the shock wave, sweeping out in all directions. The ground keeps shaking. Itachi. Sasuke looked at Susanoo who was knocked into the air and chased after him in horror, rolling and crawling. The boulder kept falling from the rock wall. Sasuke buried his head and rushed in, and finally found Itachi on the rock wall. Susanoo is broken. Itachi's complexion was as pale as paper, and he lay powerlessly on the rock wall. Wow. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which soaked his shirt, and there were quite a few bloodlines on the nearby rock wall. Sasuke panicked when he saw the miserable Itachi. He hurried forward to hug him. Itachi, how are you? He had never seen such a weak Itachi before, and couldn't help being a little panicked. Itachi smiled weakly and said, Sasuke, now is the last chance if you want to kill me. Sasuke looked at him with a complicated expression. For him who has already learned the truth, his feelings for Itachi are more complicated than before. He hated Itachi for killing his parents. But I have to admit Itachi's love for him. Looking at his appearance, Itachi said weakly. Don't blame Naruto, I should have died long ago. Then, he raised his finger to his forehead. Sorry, Sasuke, this is the last time. This is the last time to lie to you, Itachi said silently in his heart. Then he closed his eyes. Sasuke stared blankly at Itachi and howled. In the distance, Naruto has regained his sanity, and Nine Tails' chakra is slowly fading away. This is the benefit after he reached an agreement with Nine Tails, he can take back Nine Tails' chakra at any time. He stood a little panicked in the distance. Although he is not very clear about Sasuke's attitude towards Itachi, but at this moment he also knows that what he did is not what Sasuke wanted. Naruto walked slowly to Sasuke's side, looking a little frightened at Sasuke exuding a cold aura all over his body. Sasuke, do not touch me. Sasuke opened Naruto and slapped his hand with a hideous look on his face. Brother Jing killed his parents and killed his clansmen, but it was to protect him. He swore revenge. Mustache pays the price. But now his best friend killed his brother. Sasuke's mind was in chaos, and there was only darkness. He seemed abandoned by the whole world. Everything in the past kept flashing back in his mind like a slideshow. Itachi takes care of him and loves him. The ferocity and viciousness of the night of genocide. The pain, the torment in the truth. And his heartache, grief after death. All kinds of emotions filled his brain, making him feel like his head was about to explode. A mysterious wave began to radiate from his head. Tears of blood slowly overflowed and flowed down Sasuke's eyes. In the distance, Kakashi and others are running towards this side. He received information from Itachi before, so he didn't show up immediately after Itachi appeared. However, the development of things exceeded his expectations. What is Itachi doing? Want to stab me with my own death? Would you please open Sasuke's eyes? Kakashi guessed in his heart and smiled wryly. He really didn't know how to evaluate Itachi's attitude towards Sasuke. At this time, on the rock wall by the water bank, Naruto stood there at a loss, feeling cold all over. I seem to be doing it wrong. He saw that the Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes changed, and the three tomo quickly rotated into a rice-shaped pattern. Mangekyō Sharingan. Naruto was shocked. Thinking of Mangekyo's eye-opening training, he immediately understood why Sasuke wouldn't let him kill Itachi. Because Itachi is his favorite brother. Damn, what the hell did I do? Naruto held his head in pain with an annoyed look on his face. Sasuke dazedly touched the blood and tears on his face, felt the surging pupil power in his eyes but was not at all happy. So this is the Mangekyō Sharingan, is this the cursed Uchiha? He felt a little sad. How cruel to start Mangekyō Sharingan this way. At this moment, Kakashi appeared with people, galloping towards Itachi, his face was full of shock. Sasuke turned on the Mangekyō Sharingan. Itachi succeeded, how Jiao. But feeling the icy chill on Sasuke's body, Kakashi didn't know how to evaluate Itachi's actions. If he doesn't handle the next thing well, I'm afraid Sasuke will change his personality just like Obito. Thinking of this, Kakashi hastily quickened his pace. Stop. Sasuke looked at him coldly. The blood-stained Mangekyō Sharingan was so bleak and cold. Sasuke, don't worry. Itachi might not be dead yet. Kakashi stopped helplessly and said hastily. Not dead. Sasuke was taken aback, and hurried to check Itachi's body. Kakashi also took the opportunity to step forward. There's still a weak heartbeat. Master Tsunade should be able to save Itachi. Kakashi hurriedly said after checking. While he was relieved, Sasuke also had some doubts in his heart, looked at Kakashi and asked. Could this be another script arranged by Itachi? Kakashi froze, then picked Itachi up as if nothing had happened, without answering his question. Sasuke stood there in a daze, with mixed feelings in his heart. Although he knew Itachi was doing it for his own good, but he felt aggrieved in his heart. Angry. It seems that my life has been arranged. This is not what he wants. Sasuke took a deep look at Itachi who was being held by Kakashi, turned and left. Sasuke, whoa, Naruto yelled, and Kakashi stopped him with his hand. Let him go, he needs a while to calm down, and you can't stop him. Sasuke has activated Mangekyō Sharingan, and his strength on paper has reached the same level as him. With Naruto's delirious tail beast transformation, Sasuke who wanted to leave couldn't be stopped at all. It can't stop Sasuke's determination. Sure enough, the next moment Sasuke speeded up and quickly left their field of vision. At this time, Chiba finally arrived in the Land of Rain. Chapter 78 Chiba vs Nagato, Rinnegan's True Power. There is still a constant distance from the border to Rain Shinobi Village, and there is a deserted area in the middle. This used to be one of the battlefields of several major ninja villages in the Second and Third Ninja World Wars. When Chiba got here, Pain and Konan showed up. Now it has become a wasteland, exuding a slight stench of decay. Suddenly, Chiba stopped and looked ahead. Tiandao Pain and Konan appeared. Wearing the uniforms of the Akatsuki organization, the two faced Chiba. Chiba was no surprise to be found. To his surprise, the only pen that appeared was Tiandao Pen, not Pen Six Paths. Chiba, what are you doing here? Konan was expressionless and his voice was hoarse and indifferent. Facing the questioning, Chiba said calmly. It's nothing, I just want to test how strong the legendary Rinnegan is. Konan's pupils trembled slightly upon hearing this. Her worst fears still happened. Nagato took a step forward, looked at him and said in a deep voice. It's exactly what I want, and I also want to know how strong you, who are called the strongest in the ninja world, are. Konan, stand back, get out of our sight. Konan gave him a worried look, then quickly backed away. In the distance, Obito and Wei Zhang watched the two of them from a distance. Let's fight, it's better to lose both sides. There was anticipation in Obito's eyes. Chiba looked at Pen and said, let me see the power of Rinnegan. Before he finished speaking, he activated the Mangekyō Sharingan, made a seal with one hand in front of his body, and opened his mouth to breathe out. Fire-style dragon fire technique. Bear. The orange-red fireball tore through the ground like a small sun and rushed towards Nagato. Then you should take a good look, this is the ability of fairy eyes. Pain stretched out his hand calmly and confidently. I saw an extra transparent mask on Tiandao Pain. Fire style disappeared instantly after touching it. Any ninjutsu is useless to me. Pain said calmly, his tone full of absolute confidence. Don't talk too much, be careful of being slapped in the face. Chiba sneered. It's not that he doesn't know Rinnegan's ability, but he just wants to test whether the ability of all six paths is condensed in this heavenly Dao Pain. Now the test is over. A look of excitement flashed in Chiba's eyes. Then you can go big 827 games. Kyla. Lightning flashed on Chiba's body, covering his entire body. Lightning style chakra mode. Pain's pupils shrank, shocked in his heart. This is Raikage's move, did this guy learn it by himself? The talent is terrible. Whoosh. There was a flash of lightning, and it was Chiba moving so fast that even with Rinnegan's insight, it was difficult to fully capture it. What a speed. Pain's eyes were full of shock, and he became alert in his heart. Suddenly, there was a panic in his heart. No, in the back. Rinnegan's insight was indeed terrifying, but Pain was horrified to find that his body couldn't react at all. Too fast. His body simply couldn't make such a counterattack in a short period of time. This feeling made him extremely depressed. Do you want to use Shiradao? No, that kind of attack is too slow for Chiba's current speed. Then I'll use the moves you can't avoid. Seeing that Chiba was about to rush in front of his face, Pain's thoughts changed sharply. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand, bursting out with a violent impact. Shenluo Tianjiang, with his burst of drinking. Boom! A terrifying shock wave erupted centered on him. The dusty, barren ground was lifted, revealing the buried bones and rusty kunai. Ripples were set off in the air, and even the ground moved crazily as if it had been blown aside by a hurricane. The power of one blow turned into a terrifying storm, sweeping in all directions. Chiba's pupils shrank sharply. He didn't expect Pain to use his big move when he came up. He hurriedly put his hands in front of him. Boom! The terrifying impact of Shinra Tenjin fell on Susanoo's body, making a loud noise. Chiba felt as if it had been hit by a high-speed moving mountain. The terrifying power directly lifted him out. The strength is indeed very strong. If it is hit by such an attack before getting wood style, it may be a little troublesome. Chiba felt the injury on his body after landing, and couldn't help chuckling. So what about the speed? Your attack is simply... Before Pain finished speaking, his cold and arrogant expression suddenly froze. Brush. In the distance, Chiba's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of him. That's because the people you've seen aren't fast enough. Explosion of strange power. Boom. Chiba punched Pain hard and sent him flying. He stomped his feet, and the whole person followed quickly, punching and punching Pain, while shouting loudly. I've said it before, don't talk too much, you'll be slapped in the face now. Bang bang bang. Pain resisted in a hurry, extremely annoyed in his heart. But how could his physical skills be Chiba's opponent? Picked up one of Rinnegan's abilities, Seal. Pick up 10,000 points Chakra. Pick up summoning technique Yata Bird. When Chiba heard the system prompt, a look of joy flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect to hit the drop so quickly. The attack couldn't help becoming more violent. Fist densely landed on Pain's body. The sound of cracking bones could be clearly heard. Pain didn't feel pain, but his eyes were full of horror and doubt at the moment. How is it possible? I just cast the Shinra Sky sign, so there should be no flying thunder god kunai nearby. How did he appear in front of me? But now he can't care about those anymore. Although Yahiko's body has undergone his special treatment, it is much harder than ordinary corpses. But under Chiba's violent attack, it has become tattered at this moment. Even the black rods of the chakra receivers dropped quite a few. This made Pain very angry. He suffered a few attacks from Chiba abruptly, and finally performed ninjutsu. Summoning technique Gedo Statue. Roar. An ugly and weird giant burst out from under him. A chakra dragon flew out of Gedo Statue's mouth, swallowing Chiba and the other two. Chiba frowned. This is a monster dragon that can absorb other people's chakra, which is equivalent to an enhanced version of Kido's ability. If it does get hit, I'm afraid even Susanoo won't last long. Chiba cast Flying Thunder God technique and instantly disappeared in place. In the distance, Chiba reappeared and looked towards Pain. Gedo Statue just a roar to form a gale. The violent aura exuding from his whole body gave him the feeling that he was still above Senju Hashirama. Pick up 10,000 points Chakra. Hearing the system's notification tone, Chiba looked dignified and became a little excited. As soon as it appeared, it contributed 10,000 chakra to me. It's really terrifying. Chiba thought of 10 tails. The current Gedo statue has not sealed the tail beast yet, it is so terrifying. How strong must 10 tails be? How many drops should I get if I kill it? Thinking of this, Chiba's eyes couldn't help becoming a little hotter. Uchiha Chiba. Pain roared from the Gedo statue. To be beaten by Chiba, even if it is not his body, is a great shame to him. Nagato is angry. The friend's body was beaten to pieces, although he repaired it with hell. But he is still very angry. Boom, boom. Gedo statue's huge body ran swiftly and sprinted towards Chiba. Look at that speed, is even faster than Chiba's Susanoo. Troublesome guy, but you can't use Susanoo against Gedo statue. Chiba was also a little apprehensive when he thought of the chakra dragon just now. Although the height of Gedo statue is less than 100 meters, don't forget that this is the body of 10 tails. Even 10 tails chakra can hold it down, but he doesn't think Susanoo is enough to chew on it. Then use wood style. Chiba's eyes flickered. Just thinking about it, he clasped his hands together, and the blue chakra erupted from his body visible to the naked eye. Wood style wooden golem. Wood style wooden dragon. Boom. The earth shattered, and the wooden golem with a wooden dragon coiled around his body rose up, holding Chiba on top of his head. The height of wooden golem is not much different from Gedo statue. Wood style. Pain's face was full of horror. Not only him, but also Obito and Ju in the distance. The two watched this scene in disbelief. How is it possible? Chiba can even cast wooden golem jutsu. Obito has transplanted cells from first Hokage, so he naturally understands the changes after transplantation. He can indeed cast wood style. Even because of the particularity of white zetsu, his wood style is still strong. But even so, he couldn't cast wooden golem jutsu. Even he had secretly experimented countless times, but failed. That's why he was shocked by Chiba's state at the moment. Same goes for black zetsu, even he was more shocked than Obito. How did this happen? Madara is the only one who can display this level of wood style by transplanting first-generation cells. But that's because he and first Hokage are reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. Why can Chiba too? Could it be that he is the reincarnation of Indra in this life? But shouldn't that be Naruto and Sasuke? Black Zetsu was dumbfounded. He and Obito exchanged glances, both seeing the uneasiness in the other's eyes. How the hell did Chiba do it? Obito took a deep breath, his face still full of shock. Maybe it's just because of his luck that he has a good match with first Hokage's chakra, coupled with his strong physical fitness, he has mastered this wood style. Black Zetsu speculated, but even he himself did not believe this explanation. Obito stared at Chiba intently, feeling a little jealous in his heart. Whether it's the Mangekyo pupil technique or the wood style, it makes him jealous. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. This guy can even cast through several thousand hands, right? Obito murmured with a gloomy face. Probably not. Black Zetsu was taken aback by his guess. You must know that the power of true several thousand hands is not useless even if it is placed at the 6 paths level. That's why he thinks Senju Hashirama is the strongest ninja in millennia. If that's the case, if so, Chiba's strength is too terrifying. So what if it's wood style? No one can match Rinnegan. Pain still looked cold and arrogant, full of confidence in Rinnegan. The two behemoths collided with each other. Boom. The terrifying shock wave crazily vented out. Bang bang bang. Two behemoths fought close to each other, you punched each other. Every collision creates a huge shock wave. Brush. The wooden dragon suddenly crawled out of wooden golem, entangled Geto statue's foot from the ground, and yanked hard. Geto statue suddenly felt a little unstable. Buzz buzz. A blinding light shone on Geto statue's head, and a large amount of chakra was condensed into a spherical shape. That's an attack comparable to the tailed beast bomb. There are even lightning flashes constantly. Kai. Geto statue staggered, and the lightning shot out from wooden golem's face. Boom. Wooden golem stretched out his palm to block the front, his whole body was shocked by the lightning strike, and cracks began to appear on his entire arm. However, this blow was blocked in the end. Roar. With a roar, Geto statue actually tore the wooden dragon apart with violent force, and staggered back. It actually blocked it. No, Rinnegan can't lose. While Pain was shocked, his heart was full of anger. He roared angrily, causing Geto statue, who hadn't stabilized his footing, to charge up again. Kill. With a low shout from Chiba, wooden golem jumped into the air and punched Geto statue from top to bottom. Boom. The huge fist bombarded Geto statue's body, and Ishii made his unsteady body fall to the ground. Wooden golem rode straight up. Is that all Rinnegan is? You've let me down. Chiba stared at Pain coldly and yelled. Don't underestimate me. Pain stared at him angrily and roared. But his heart was a little flustered. Geto statue failed beyond his imagination. Now he has no other trump card except planetary devastation. Suddenly, Pain had a flash of inspiration. He stared at Chiba and roared in his heart. Quote exclamation mark quote. The next moment, a chakra dragon emerged from Geto statue's mouth and rushed straight towards the wooden golem. Brush. The chakra dragon went right through wooden golem's body. Chiba's eyes were fixed, and his heart was extremely shocked. The wooden golem is withering. The chakra on wooden golem's body was unexpectedly absorbed by the chakra dragon for less than half in an instant, and the absorption speed was getting faster and faster. It was absorbed almost instantly, turned into dead wood and dissipated completely with a bang. Hiss. Chiba gasped. He can see clearly the essence of Geto statue. This is a huge container, the natural enemy of chakra. Even if the wooden golem is already a physical thing, not a pure chakra creation like Susanoo. But in essence, wooden golem is still composed of chakra. Born to be restrained by Geto statue. So it is, so this is the true secret of Rinnegan. Nagato watched this scene through pain and shock, ecstatic in his heart. Chapter 79 Planetary Devastation, Terrorist Battles, Rich Drops. Nagato didn't expect that it was just a trial that made him discover Rinnegan's true ability. Geto statue is the bane of everything. Ninjutsu, chakra, even life. So this is the truth about Rinnegan. Nagato was shocked. He used this ability before, but didn't pay much attention to it. Because this move is not like a powerful move at all compared with Shenluo Tianzheng and Planetary Devastation. But when wooden golem is absorbed by Geto statue, even when Geto statue's height and strength are skyrocketing, Nagato suddenly understood. This is the strongest and most unsolvable ability of Rinnegan. If you touch it, you will die. See, Uchiha Chiba, this is Samsara I. You can't beat me. Pain looked at Chiba and said loudly. Chiba's face suddenly turned cold when he heard this. I can't beat you. Arrogance. Seeing the chakra dragon rushing over, Chiba directly cast Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. He appeared in the distance, looked at Pain and laughed. With this attack speed, I don't need the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge. Pain's heart sank. We must catch him. We can only use that trick. Pain looked at Chiba with a cold gleam in his eyes. Uchiha Chiba, it's time for this battle to end. Planetary devastation. He clasped his hands together and slowly released them, and an extremely dark black ball slowly lifted into the air. In just a split second, his chakra is drawn away from the buddy. Planetary devastation is a heavy load for Nagato. It was so heavy that he had to pay the price of his life. But at this moment, he's still shot. Because he has never wanted to win like this moment. Nagato, you don't have to do this. In the distance, Konan felt a little worried when he saw this scene. Obito and Black Zetsu also came to the spirit. It's coming. Rinnegan's strongest ability, planetary devastation. The two stared at the battlefield intently, not wanting to miss any details. Sure enough, this is the trick. Chiba looked at the little black ball slowly rising into the sky without any surprise. If he can't force out the planetary devastation, then he will be too failed. It's really time to end. Chiba's eyes flickered, and his hands clasped together violently. He now felt the joy of Senju Hashirama. Put your hands together and shout whatever you want. Sage Art would style true several thousand hands. One of the strongest moves. A mortal eyeshadow instantly covered Chiba's face. The terrifying natural energy was crazily absorbed into his body. In the rumbling explosion, the 1,000-meter-tall true several thousand hands rose from the ground. The ghetto statue, which had previously seemed huge, now looks like a tiny thing. Even if it absorbs a large amount of chakra from wooden golem, the height of ghetto statue at this moment is only 100 meters. Less than 1/10 the height of true several thousand hands. It's like comparing the height of an adult with the length of a mobile phone. The gap is too scary. Even Pain can't help but be shocked looking at true several thousand hands at this moment. Hiss. This height. Can planetary devastation seal him? He subconsciously looked at the planetary devastation. At this moment, the planetary devastation has issued a terrifying gravitational force, tearing the ground into huge boulders and attracting them into the air. Gradually a huge sphere was formed. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. In the blink of an eye, it reached tens of meters in diameter. This size is not small compared to ghetto statue, but at the moment it's like a toy in front of true several thousand hands. Not to mention sealing the true several thousand hands, the current planetary devastation can't even attract the true several thousand hands into the air. It looked ridiculous. Damn it, why is it so strong? No, I didn't use the power of Rinnegan. It is said that the moon was created by Sage of Six Paths with planetary devastation. I can't make it longer. A look of madness flashed in Nagato's eyes. Ah, he yelled desperately, nosebleed overflowing. Conan tried to dissuade him and ignored it. The terrifying amount of chakra passed from him to Pain. The suction power of the planetary devastation surged again. Far away, Obito and Black Zetsu looked at planetary devastation and true several thousand hands and were speechless. The two were already a little numb from shock. They didn't expect what Obito said would come true. Chiba actually displayed true several thousand hands. And just now they wanted to see how the planetary devastation sealed the true several thousand hands. Thinking about it now, I can't help but feel a little ridiculous. Obito couldn't help but feel a little suspicious at the moment. Are you saying that the moon was really made by Sage of Six Paths using planetary devastation? The gap between Nagato and him is too big. Even he doubts that Sage of Six Paths is as powerful as Senju Hashirama. It's true that the power of true several thousand hands is too terrifying. Black Zetsu disdainfully said, of course it's true. Although true several thousand hands is really powerful, it can't compare with Sage of Six Paths. Rinnegan's power is weak because Nagato failed to bring out Rinnegan's ability. The weak one is Nagato, not Rinnegan. Naturally, Black Zetsu would not doubt it. After all, he had experienced it himself. Just seeing Nagato's performance, he also felt a little weak. Obito didn't refute the words, but he still had some doubts in his heart. Even if Madara is really resurrected, how much better than Senju Hashirama? Can it really beat Uchiha Chiba? Obito was a little skeptical. Chiba stood on true several thousand hands and watched planetary devastation a little bit to laugh. Is this trying to get yourself a little broken ball to play with? In my memory, Pain also used this trick when he attacked Konoha. At that time, Nagato was already suffering from nosebleeds, but it was still not too big. When Nine Tails showed his real body, planetary devastation can't even wrap Nine Tails' whole body. Even with the tail included, the length of Nine Tails does not exceed 200 meters. With this level of planetary devastation, he won't be afraid. What's more, after Nagato was reincarnation by Impure World, planetary devastation was broken by Naruto, Eight Tails, and Itachi. Not to mention Chiba. Suddenly, Chiba looked forward. The attraction on planetary devastation suddenly exploded. The earth shook violently, and countless rubble were attracted to the planetary devastation in the air, making the sphere bigger and bigger. Pick up 6 paths technique heart level dive. Pick up to 30,000 chakra points. Pick up 8,000 pupil power. Chiba couldn't help laughing when the pleasant system prompt sounded. He looked expectantly at Pain, who was roaring desperately below, secretly cheering him up. Work harder Nagato. Whether I can play planetary devastation today depends on your performance. As for making pupil power break through to the Rinnegan level, Chiba doesn't have any expectations. After picking up Nagato's pupil power attribute for the first time, Chiba understood that even if Nagato died, he could not activate Rinnegan. Because the Rinnegan pupil power he can display is too little, planetary devastation is getting bigger and bigger. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters in diameter. The current planetary devastation is already considered a giant, but it is only close to half the height of true several thousand hands. It seems that this is the limit of Nagato now. Chiba frowned seeing this scene. Just now he picked up a few low-level ninjutsu and chakra. He knew that if this went on, there would be no more drops. Then it's time for me to do it. Chiba controls the true several thousand hands come alive. Amidst the creaking sound, the countless arms behind true several thousand hands began to gather strength. Pain, is this your strongest move? Chiba's voice sounded from the air, but it was extremely piercing in Pain's ears. He stared at Chiba annoyed. Then let me end this. A Buddha on the top. Chiba shouted loudly. Boom boom boom. Countless arms clenched their fists and fiercely blasted towards the planetary devastation in the air. The violent bombardment landed on it, and there was a deafening explosion. Crashing. Countless gravels were broken by Chiba and flew out, and then were attracted back by planetary devastation. But Chiba continued to attack frantically as if he couldn't see it. Every fist will blast a big hole on the ball. The surface of the sphere bombarded by Chiba gradually became flattened. It's like someone is constantly peeling an apple with a knife, peeling off the pulp layer by layer from one side. Although the flesh and peel of the flying fruit will fly back, it is far less than the one that was peeled off. He could only watch helplessly as the apple got closer and closer to the core. Below, Payne's scalp tingled when he saw this scene. It was a stone ball with a diameter of nearly 500 meters, and it was blasted into a hemisphere abruptly. The picture is too shocking. No, I can't sit still. As long as I get close to him, as long as the Geto statue absorbs enough chakra, I still have a chance to win. Payne became anxious. He controlled Geto statue's frenzied charge towards Chiba. Chiba glanced at him and didn't stop him. If Nagato is not allowed to try, how will he know to spare? Without Chiba's obstruction, Nagato came to the side of True several thousand hands smoothly. Standing there, Payne could feel the suffocating heavy pressure even more. There were constant explosions above his head, and the terrifying shock waves formed made him feel as if he was in a storm. Every punch will cause the ground to shake, and Payne standing on the Geto statue can feel the continuous tremors. Payne's eyes became more and more crazy. Suck me, brush. A chakra dragon came out of Geto statue's mouth and rushed directly into True several thousand hands. Yes, the chakra dragon, which looks terrifying, looks a little helpless in the face of True several thousand hands. His body with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters is like an earthworm about to hit a mountain in front of the 1,000-meter high True several thousand hands. Buzz buzz. Nagato could feel chakra being continuously sucked into Geto statue's body. Geto statue is also slowly growing in height, asking for flowers, but compared to the terrifying amount of chakra contained in True several thousand hands, it's too weak. Sudden, bang, it exploded with an earth-shattering bang. Planetary devastation was blown away by Chiba. The unprecedented shock wave pushed the air into heavy steel and crushed it fiercely in all directions. Boom, the Geto statue was hit by falling boulders and fell in the midst of the furious hurricane. Roar, no matter how he roared and roared, he couldn't get up. Planetary devastation explosion. Not only that, the shock wave formed broke away the clouds in the sky. Countless huge rubble also exploded like a goddess scattering flowers. The boulders kept falling, hitting the ground and causing the ground to shake violently, forming deep pits like falling meteorites. The explosion sounded continuously. The large crater formed by the planetary devastation attracting countless stones on the ground became deeper and deeper under the constant bombardment. Within a radius of several kilometers, it has become a huge crater. The terrain was completely rewritten by the battle between the two. What was once a wasteland is now only a chilling pit like an abyss. In the distance, Obito and Black Zetsu watched this scene in shock. It was like a huge firework blooming in the sky, but the energy was too terrifying. Simply invincible, Obito thought numbly. I don't know how long it has passed, but the smoke and dust dissipated. He saw clearly what was going on inside, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Geto statue was caught by True several thousand hands. The giant wooden hands grabbed Geto statue's limbs, head, and the tree hanging on his body. Let it hang in midair in an extremely shameful posture. Roar. Geto statue roared crazily as if he had become conscious. But Chiba doesn't care at all. He looked at Pen and said, Pen, you lost. Pain looked at him without any expression on his face. After all, it was just a corpse. I didn't lose. There was a flash of stubbornness in Pain's eyes, and he said stubbornly. Chiba looked at him in astonishment. Still stubborn. But the next moment he froze. A chakra dragon came out of Geto statue's mouth, and swallowed Pain in one gulp. As this suicide, the corner of Chiba's mouth twitched, and then he felt something was wrong. He can also feel Nagato's chakra from Geto statue's body. Is this using Geto statue to protect yourself? Chiba looked at Geto statue and was shocked. Because at this time several more chakra dragons came out of Geto statue's mouth. But instead of attacking Chiba, these chakra dragons clung to Geto statue's body. Almost the whole body of Geto statue was wrapped. Chiba feels like this is a different kind of beastly difficulty. Geto statue is the tailed beast, and the chakra dragon is Susanoo. If you can break through the Geto statue's defenses, I surrender. Pain's voice came from within Geto statue. Chiba was speechless for a while. It's not that he couldn't find Nagato's body. It's just that his purpose is not to kill Nagato, so he needs to get some interest before that. It was obvious now that Nagato was wary of him. But when he thought of falling, he suddenly became motivated again. True several thousand hands let go, and let Geto statue hit the ground with a bang, making a big hole. Then countless fists began to bombard downwards crazily. Bang bang bang. The fists hit Geto statue's body, and every time part of chakra was absorbed. But Chiba doesn't care. He's curious to see what the Geto statue will drop. If he can drop the chakra dragon just now, then he will make a lot of money. Although Rinnegan also has the ability to absorb chakra, it is completely incomparable with Chakra Dragon. At first Chiba was worried about breaking the Geto statue. But after watching his attack fall on Geto statue with little damage, Chiba stepped up. Boom boom boom. Geto statue is like a rag doll being bombarded again and again, rebounding and being bombarded back to the ground. He was roaring, but he seemed to be controlled by pain and did not resist. Pick up the special ability Thunderbolt. Pick up the special ability Tailed Beast Seal Chain. Pick up to 10,000 chakra points. Watching the Geto statue drop, Chiba pouted, a little disdainful. But seeing that Geto statue was almost motionless, he fell into hesitation again. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't worry about killing Geto statue. But I'm also a little worried that he won't be in good form and will postpone Project Tsuki no Mi. Hit it for a while, maybe it will still fall. Chiba blinked, but the movements of his hands intensified. Picked up to 6 paths technique universal pull. Pick up 6 paths technique extract soul. Pick up 6 paths technique hyphenation point chakra devour. Pick up 6 paths technique amplify summoning technique. Pick up 6 paths technique summoning technique crab. Chapter 80 Exposure. Flip. Integrating the drops, Chiba still didn't stop. There is no Shinra, no planetary devastation, no Rinne Tensai technique, and no chakra dragon. None of the big moves came out. Chiba wondered if Nagato had to be dead to drop it, and it might even be incomplete. After hesitating for a while, Chiba finally did not kill, and acted according to the plan. Boom. A punch smashed Geto statue into the ground, and true several thousand hands stopped. After Chiba glanced around with the Mangekyō Sharingan, he locked onto a black stick. Go over and pick up the black stick, which is a black stick formed by yin and yang, and was made by Nagato into the chakra receiver of Pen 6 Paths. Puff. Chiba stabs the chakra receiver straight into the shoulder. Suddenly he sensed a huge chakra coming from a distance. The perception continued to expand, and was quickly located by him to a specific location. Got you. A smile flashed in Chiba's eyes, and he directly entered the lightning-style chakra mode and shot towards the distance. In the distance, the face of Nagato, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly changed. No. This place was discovered by Uchiha Chiba. Konan couldn't help panicking. Then what should we do? Just as Nagato was about to speak, he suddenly raised his head and looked forward, with a solemn expression. I can't escape. Summoning technique. He hastily controlled Pain's animal path in 6 paths to perform summoning technique beside him, summoning heavenly path Pain back. The original battlefield location. Tiandao Pain disappeared in place. Geto statue and true several thousand hands also disappear. The entire battlefield seemed to suddenly become empty, which made the two Obito who were paying attention here feel a little uncomfortable. 270. This guy is really going to attack Nagato's body. Rinnegan must not fall into his hands. Seeing Chiba galloping away, Obito got up and hurried away. Black Zetsu also hurriedly followed. Chiba is like a bolt of lightning, and the distance of more than 10 miles has been reached in a blink of an eye. I saw a small hill on the wasteland ahead, and a dead tree above the hill. But in the vision of Mangekyō Sharingan, this dead tree is obviously made of paper. Clatter. The paper fluttered, revealing the figure inside. The skinny Nagato was lying on a hospital bed, half of his face was stained red with nosebleeds, and his face was full of gloom. On both sides of him stood the tense Konan and the expressionless Tiandao Pain. So this is your body, what should I call you? Chiba looked at Nagato with feigned surprise and asked. Nagato. Uchiha Chiba, you win, you kill me. Nagato said in a cold voice, stubbornly, but felt a little guilty when he looked at Konan from the corner of his eyes. Konan stretched his arms nervously to stop him, but his body was trembling slightly. She also saw the battle just now. The clutter of the battle is still terrifying even here. Facing Chiba right now, how could she not be afraid? Kill you? Why should I kill you? Chiba looked at Nagato in surprise and said. Nagato's expression changed, and he frowned and asked. Don't you want to kill me, so why are you fighting Russia? Chiba said in a deep voice. Didn't I say that? I just wanted to test the power of the legendary Rinnegan. Nagato couldn't believe it, but looking at Chiba's calm expression, it really didn't look like he was going to kill him. He was speechless for a moment. Is this really the case? But it's not worth it to think about how desperate and bloody I am. Thinking of this, Nagato was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Konan next to him didn't care so much, with a look of surprise on his face and a sigh of relief in his heart. Of course meeting Rinnegan is just one of the purposes of my coming to see you this time. There is another purpose. Chiba looked at him and said calmly. Nagato's expression sank immediately. He looked at him coldly, and growled angrily. Are you kidding me? Not only did I not play tricks on you, but I came to help you. Chiba said meaningfully, without waiting for Nagato culture to continue. During Konoha's operation this time, I got some information from Danzo. I think this information will be very useful to you, so I plan to tell you. If you don't want to hear it, I don't have to say it. Having said that, Chiba paused, he watched the frowning two and said in a deep voice. This information is related to your former companion Yahiko. What? Nagato and Konan's expressions changed wildly. Say it. What is it? Nagato asked impatiently. Chiba said calmly. According to the information I got from Danzo, the two of you established the Akatsuki organization with Yahiko back then. And it developed and grew in Rain Shinobi Village, which attracted the attention of Hanzo, the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. Later you went to negotiate with Hanzo, but found out that it was a trap, which is what led to Yahiko's death. Konan showed nostalgia, but his expression was a little sad. Although Nagato is still calm on the surface, you can see that his face is constantly twitching, and his heart may already be agitated. These are things we have personally experienced, and what does the intelligence you want to say have anything to do with it? Nagato took a deep breath and tried to speak calmly. Chiba smiled and said, but I got information from Danzo. Danzo attacked Rain Shinobi, and then put the blame on your Akatsuki organization. It is precisely because Danzo provoked you behind the scenes that Hanzo, who originally had good intentions towards you, decided to get rid of you. Danzo, just died like this, it's really cheap for you. Nagato gritted his teeth and growled, his eyes flashing with hatred. Conan also had a look of hatred on his face, wishing he could find Danzo out and flog his corpse. Chiba's eyes flashed, and he continued. Of course, if it's just that, it's not worth my trip. In fact, when you went to negotiate with Hanzo, other members of the small organization quickly noticed something was wrong. They wanted to go to support the three of you, but unfortunately they were stopped and killed halfway. Both Conan and Nagato sighed. After the two returned alive back then, they also went to find other companions. It's a pity that even their bodies were not found in the end. At that time, they also knew that their companion had definitely encountered an accident, but they thought it was also Hanzo's doing. You mean Hanzo and Danzo didn't do this? Conan asked in a low voice. Chiba glanced at her appreciatively, and said, in fact, Danzo and the others have been monitoring the members of your Akatsuki organization, so they also saw the true face of the attacker. Who is he? Nagato asked with a low growl word by word, with a cold killing intent on his face. Chiba said, there are two attackers, one is a masked person who can use time and space ninjutsu, and the other is a black and white weirdo like a wooden stake. After Chiba finished speaking, Nagato and Conan suddenly exclaimed, Uchiha Madara and absolutely, how can it be? The two couldn't believe it. Of course it is to control you, but also to control Rinnegan, otherwise why do you think he is close to you? Chiba asked with a sneer. It's impossible that with Madara's strength, he doesn't have to do that at all. If he really wants Rinnegan, he can go by himself. Nagato didn't believe Chiba's words at all and retorted. And what if the guy calling himself Uchiha Madara isn't really Uchiha Madara? Chiba asked rhetorically. Not Uchiha Madara. Nagato and Conan looked at each other, but didn't rush to refute Chiba. Because there is also doubt in their hearts. Especially after knowing the battle between Chiba and Senju Hashirama, they understand even more how terrifying Uchiha Madara's combat power is. However, the strength of the man who called himself Uchiha Madara with them is too different. You say he's not Uchiha Madara, do you have any proof? Nagato stared at Chiba and asked. This matter is also very important to him. If the masked man is not Uchiha Madara, then it is questionable whether Project Tsuki no Mi is really feasible. Chiba looked at him with a smirk. Do you think I have to lie to you? Even if I want to kill you now, can you stop it? Nagato snorted coldly with an ugly face but did not refute. He knew that he was indeed no match for Chiba. Chiba continued. What's more, the true identity of the masked man has already been exposed by Konoha. Who is he? Nagato asked hastily. Uchiha Obito. Chiba said Obito's name calmly. Nagato frowned when he heard the words, thought for a moment, still full of doubts. He had never heard the name before. Don't think about it, you have never heard of this name, because before that, he was basically an unknown person. Chiba said lightly. He was a disciple of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, who died in the Third Ninja World War. And gave a Sharingan to Hitaki Kakashi, and now this eye has been taken back by Daishi. But what no one knows is that the leader did not die in the Civil War, but was saved by a mysterious person. It wasn't long before he started acting as Uchiha Madara. If my guess is correct, the reason why he contacted you should be the arrangement of that mysterious person. Nagato looked serious. Uchiha Madara. Combining the style before and after Obito and his usual style, it is not difficult to guess the identity of the person who rescued Obito. It turns out that I have come to the point where I am today, and Yahiko's death was all a conspiracy. Uchiha Obito, I will never die with you. Nagato gritted his teeth and growled with a cold face. Conan also clenched his fists tightly, his eyes overflowing with murderous intent. Chiba looked at a place not far away with a smile on his face. There Obito and Kazasa looked at him in shock. Damn it, Chiba found out my identity. And he told Nagato. Obito's face was extremely ugly, and he stared at Chiba with red eyes, wishing he could cut him into pieces. Come on, Nagato won't betray us, will he? If Nagato doesn't continue with Project Tsuki no Mi, how will we explain to Uchiha Madara? Black Zetsu cried out in surprise, fear in his voice. Obito's face became even uglier when he heard that. No, Nagato found us. Suddenly, Black Zetsu shouted loudly. Obito's expression changed, he looked up and met Nagato's cold and hateful eyes, his heart sank. Uchiha Obito, I will kill you, quote. Nagato yelled at him. Obito gave him a sullen look, and finally looked at Chiba, and asked with a puzzled face. Uchiha Chiba, what good is it doing to you? He didn't excuse anything, because he knew it was useless. You just think that I just want to watch the fun. Chiba said with a smile. Of course his purpose is to create conflicts and brush drops, but he can't say it out. After Chiba finished speaking, he retreated quickly, and quickly opened a large distance, as if he was really preparing to watch a show. A-hole, Obito cursed inwardly. Want to watch your own good show? Since he had the identity of Madara, since when did he suffer such a shame? Although he can't wait to kill Chiba now, he also knows that he is not Chiba's opponent at all. What to do? Obito asked hesitantly in a low voice. Chiba's presence made him not want to make a move. Do it. Take Rinnegan back, don't let it fall into Chiba's hands. Black Zetsu said decisively. Obito hesitated but nodded. Now Rinnegan has the possibility of getting it back in Nagato's hands. If it fell into Chiba's hands, he would have no chance of getting involved. Kamui, Obito glanced at Chiba vigilantly, and then suddenly rushed to Nagato with his body hollowed out, and shouted loudly. Nagato, are you sure you want to do it with me? Nagato said with a cold face. A 2.2 branded product dares to be arrogant, Uchiha Obito, come and die. Universal pull. A terrifying pull passed towards Obito, and things on the ground flew towards Nagato. But Obito was unaffected. It's you who are arrogant, I know all your abilities, why do you fight me? Obito's face darkened. Although the exposure of his identity caught him off guard, Nagato's attitude angered him even more. In his view, Nagato was cultivated by himself. And now what Nagato is doing is betrayal. Make him very angry. Nagato wasn't surprised to see that the universal pull didn't do anything for Obito. But he is not unprepared. He looked at Obito and sneered. How many minutes can you stay in this state? Obito stared at him viciously and growled, it's enough to kill you. Arrogance. The murderous intent in Nagato's eyes soared. Summoning technique Geto statue. Roar. Geto statue appeared behind Nagato with a bang, and let out a weak growl. Obito watched Geto statue with a gleam of contempt in his eyes. Instead of slowing down, he speeded up and rushed in front of Nagato. Kill. Obito let out a low growl, stabbing directly at Nagato's throat. At this moment, Geto statue suddenly opened its huge mouth, and a chakra dragon came out of it quickly, covering Nagato. Sure enough, there is a trap. Obito's face remained unchanged, and he passed directly through Nagato's body. The dragon chakra also passed through his body. Neither were injured. Chapter 81 Copy Kamui. You were too weak. The figures crossed and Nagato and Obito looked back at each other at the same time, with murderous intent in their eyes. Is Project Tasuki no Mi real or fake? Nagato growled. Of course it's true. You already got the Geto statue, do you still doubt the authenticity of 10 Tails? Obito asked coldly. It's not 10 Tails I suspect, it's you. Nagato snapped. During the quarrel, both of them tacitly did not mention the specific content of Project Tasuki no Mi. They are all afraid of being known by Chiba. Since your identity is false, do you think I will still believe the plan you said? Nagato looked at him with a sneer and said forcefully. Uchiha Madara has any other plans and tell me all. I will judge for myself whether to carry it out or not. Obito was furious when he heard the words, and glared at Nagato. You have no right to know. Nagato's attitude made him very unhappy, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Obito made a sudden move, stretched out his hand and grabbed Nagato's Rinnegan. Nagato's heart skipped a beat with that fierce and terrifying aura and fierce look in his eyes. And at this moment, Himandao suddenly appeared beside Nagato, and suddenly reached out to grab Obito's hands. This is the way of the world. Taking the lead, the pupils narrowed, and instantly gave up the urge to materialize. Ren Jondao has the strange ability to extract people's souls and red memories, which he has no way to resist now. The two missed each other again. Looking at each other, Nagato and Obito felt very tricky. Especially Nagato, who just fought Chiba Fury 24, is a little uncomfortable with Obito's strange ability. But Obito didn't want to expose his cards because Chiba didn't leave. The battle has reached such a point that Obito already has the idea of retreating. Let's give up this time, because I will find another opportunity to face Nagatako after he leaves. In the distance, Chiba saw Obito's intention to leave, rolled his eyes and shouted hastily. Obito, after your battle is over, I will transplant first Hokage's cells to Nagato. If Nagato dies, I'll take Rinnegan. When Nagato heard this, his complexion changed slightly, and the veins between his brows twitched violently. Ignoring me again, but his strength is lower than others, and Nagato can only swallow his anger. But the opposite Obito is different. Obito's face changed wildly, and he stared fiercely at Chenny, his eyes full of helplessness. He knew that Chiba was threatening him, forcing him to expose all his cards. But Obito also understands that he must ensure that Rinnegan cannot fall into Chiba's hands, otherwise he will be in big trouble. Absolutely, let's do it together, cried Obito suddenly. Nagato glanced at Obito in surprise, and glanced warily at Obito from the corner of his eye. Just then, Obito suddenly moved. He actually rushed towards the Geto statue. Then, under Nagato's shocked gaze, a wooden pipe suddenly emerged from Geto statue's body and connected directly to the back of Obito's neck. Obito snorted. Pain flashed across his face. Without Rinnegan, despite the ninjutsu passed on to him by Madara, Obito still feels very burdened. Must be quick. A ruthless look flashed in Obito's eyes. The next Geto statue roared to the sky, and a Chairlon emerged from it and rushed towards Nagato at high speed. You can actually control the devil's appearance. Nagato's face was full of shock, and his heart shivered. Geto statue, which I always thought was completely under control, was actually controlled by others. This made Nagato wonder if he had been tampered with. But right now he couldn't care less. Tiandao Pain grabbed the hospital bed suddenly, and then took Nagato body into the sky. The other Pen's 6 paths fell down instantly with a bang bang bang. When Pain's 6 paths abilities are fully concentrated on one person, the ability to fly can be obtained. The Chakra Dragon kept attacking in the air, making Nagato feel dangerous. In the end, it managed to get enough distance, which made the Chakra Dragon stop attacking. But there was no joy on Nagato's face, instead it was extremely gloomy. You know, not long ago, this was his reliance on fighting Chiba. But now he is being used by the enemy to attack him. This feeling is too uncomfortable. What made him even angrier was that it was obvious that Obito was playing him. This makes him unacceptable. Taking the lead, Nagato sneered coldly and said, "You don't know what's going on." The cold and biting words made Nagato feel a little more hazy in his heart. He looked at Obito and said coldly, not to be outdone, "You sometimes have space ninjutsu, but I have the ability to fly, let's see who can beat who." Hearing this, the leader's expression darkened. Kamui's hollow ability, the time limit is 5 minutes. Once the time is up, his situation is in danger. What's more, there is a Chiba staring at him. The leader knew that he had no choice, so he took a deep breath. Brush. There was a tear of blood in the socket of the left eye. Kamui. It stared fixedly at Nagato in the air with its left eye. In an instant, a distorted space base point appeared on Nagato's body, and even the space around it was distorted. Nagato felt his hair stand on end, and hurriedly cast summoning technique without thinking. A huge strange bird instantly appeared in front of Nagato's body, blocking Obito's vision. But just for a moment, a huge Uzumaki formed on the strange bird's body. Then the space began to distort, and the several meter-long wings of the strange bird were instantly distorted into a small point, which broke with a click. The strange bird disappeared with a bang. Hiss. It turned out to be a long-range space attack ninjutsu. Seeing this scene in the air, Nagato's pupils shrank sharply and took a breath. At this moment, Chiba's eyes in the distance have already opened Mangekyo, staring at Obito firmly. The corners of Chiba's mouth curled up slowly. Just now he successfully copied Obito's Kamui, which is a Kamui that can perform time-space ninjutsu attacks from a long distance. The harvest of this pupil technique alone is enough to satisfy him. Obito's face was very gloomy, because he felt that Chiba must have copied his pupil technique. This made him very upset. He started attacking Nagato frantically in the air. Kamui performs long-distance space-time ninjutsu attacks while Chakra Dragon, the manipulator of Geto statue, chases through the air. For a while, Nagato's situation became dangerous again. But he quickly used the two techniques of Universal Pull and Shinluo Tianjeng to cast them back and forth, and the speed became faster and faster. The two were constantly fighting like this. Naturally, the scale of the battle cannot be compared with the battle between Chiba and Nagato. But there is no shortage of dangers. Whether it is time-space ninjutsu or the attack of the Chakra Dragon, once it hits, it will not die but will also be seriously injured. So both of them are walking on the wire rope. Time passed slowly, Obito's attacks became more and more frequent, and Nagato had to continue to distance himself. Seeing that Hollow's limit time is approaching, Obito growled unwillingly. "Nagato, I hope you will have such good luck next time." Before the words fell, Obito's figure suddenly disappeared in Uzumaki. Seeing Obito leave, Nagato in the air finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he has been using Universal Pull and Shinluo Tianjeng, which consumes a lot, and his whole body is already on the verge of limit. Nagato fell from the sky. Chenny in the distance was a little disappointed. "It seems that the next time you encounter this situation, you can't easily show up." Chenny nodded thoughtfully, then walked towards Nagato and Konan. The city gate is in very bad condition at the moment. Not to mention his pale face, the corners of his mouth were still overflowing with blood, it was obvious that he had reached the limit. If Obito had persisted for a few more minutes just now, he might have won. "Nagato, are you okay? Don't scare me," Konan asked anxiously. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Nagato said while coughing. Chiba is also a little speechless, just like Nagato. Many people will believe that he is about to die. "As I said just now, I will transplant first Hokage's cells to you." As he spoke, Chiba sighed, looking a little helpless. "But with your current state, if you transplant first Hokage cells, you will definitely die." Nagato and Konan looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Chiba threw a scroll at Nagato, and 557 said, "This is a sample of first Hokage cells, and you can do it yourself when you want to transplant." Chiba basically has no doubts about whether Nagato can successfully transplant first Hokage's cells. After all, Nagato even controls Rinnegan, so the cells of first Hokage are naturally no problem. Nagato looked at him solemnly and asked, "What conditions do you have?" Chiba frowned, seeing that Konan was also looking at him vigilantly, and couldn't help being speechless. He just wanted to make Nagato stronger so that he could drop more drops. But he definitely can't say that. After pondering for a while, Chiba said in a deep voice, "From now on, you two must obey my orders." Nagato and Konan looked at each other, frowning. In the end it was Nagato who said, "We need time to think about it. Whether it's his arrogance or the many information he got today, he needs to take some time to accept it." Chiba shrugged indifferently and said, "No problem, but if you follow me, I can tell you another piece of information for free." He looked at Nagato's almost skinny arm, shook his head and said, "In addition, your condition is too bad, and your life energy is seriously overdrawn. Even if you transplant first-generation cells, it is impossible to completely cure it. The best way is to absorb a large amount of chakra and convert it into life energy to make up for the deficiency in your body. As for whether to do it or not, you can decide for yourself. You are too weak now, I want to find a decent opponent to help you become stronger." After Chenny finished speaking, he turned and left. Nagato and Konan, the two face each other. They didn't expect Chenny to leave just like that. It didn't bother the two of them at all. Nagato turned dark when he heard Chiba's words. It's just that Konan covered his mouth and snickered, making Nagato shake his head helplessly. "Let's go. Let's leave here first, but don't go back to Rain Shinobi Village for now," Nagato said to Konan. Conan hurriedly used his IQ to make a huge paper bird, and then covered him in Nagato's hospital bed in the abdomen, and the paper bird flew away with one wing. Chapter 82 Sasuke arrives, they are all transplanting first-generation cells. After leaving Rain Shinobi Village, Chiba used Flying Thunder God to return to the deserted island near the Land of Water, and then began to try the Six Paths technique somewhat impatiently. Universal Pull, Chiba stretched out his hand towards the distant sea, but to his disappointment, there was no movement in the sea. Chiba sighed, not too surprised. The foundation of Six Paths technique is Rinnegan. Although his eyes are now Goyu Rinnegan, they are still not complete Rinnegan. Chiba wasn't too disappointed, though. He believed that with his own arrangement, the pupil power dropped in the next Nagato battle would be greatly increased. It's not too far to start your own Rinnegan. In the evening, Chiba returned to Sha Village. In Terumi Mei's house, there is only Terumi Mei at the moment. Some time ago, Terumi Mei promoted Kimimaro and Baita Jonin, and Shongalin also promoted to Chunin. At this time, the three of them were performing tasks outside and were not in one village. The two chatted quietly for a while. Chiba also didn't tell Terumi Mei about the big fight. Even telling her about this level of fighting would not do any good. Finally, Terumi Mei cherished the opportunity to be alone with her so much that she didn't even go to the Mizukage building for a few days. It's a pity that the warm world of two people was broken within a few days. This morning Chiba was resting in the yard when Terumi Mei, who had just left, suddenly came back. Uchiha Sasuke is here, do you want to see him? Chiba was shocked immediately. He told Terumi Mei about this, so he didn't explain much, just nodded and said, "Bring him here." Soon, Sasuke appeared in front of Chiba under the leadership of Kirinanbu. It's just that Sasuke looks a little confused at this moment. There was an icy aura exuding from his whole body, as if he was not close to strangers. When seeing Chiba, Sasuke said a little coldly, "I have activated the Mangekyō Sharingan, are you sure you can still make me stronger?" Chiba looked at him with a sudden smile. Then the momentum exploded, and Mangekyō Sharingan stared at him coldly. Sasuke froze, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He was shocked to see Chiba. How could it be so strong? I have already activated Mangekyō Sharingan. Why is there such a big gap between us? At this moment, he felt as if he was carrying a heavy mountain on his back, and it would be extremely difficult to move even if he moved. The ubiquitous murderous intentions in all directions make him even more creepy. It seems that Chiba can kill him at any time. Chiba said coldly, "Little ghost, you must have the attitude of begging for help, or be careful and I will kill you." Seeing Chiba's cold eyes, Sasuke shivered unconsciously. But he is not such an easygoing person. I was wronged and sad by Itachi, and burst out instantly after being suppressed by Chiba. His eyes were red, and he actually opened the Mangekyō Sharingan directly. Amaterasu. Black flames burned on Chiba's body. It seems that Chiba can be burned to death at any time. But the next moment Sasuke's pupils shrank. Chiba has disappeared. What a speed. Sasuke was terrified in his heart, and just about to make a move, he suddenly froze. There was a handful of cold kunai around his neck. Chiba stood behind him and said coldly, "Little ghost, this is the first and last time, and next time I will kill you directly." Sasuke's face was livid, but he didn't dare to say anything. Chiba felt a little displeased with Sasuke's attitude. He looked at Sasuke and said coldly, "Do you think that the Mangekyō Sharingan will be strong if it is turned on?" "Arrogance and ignorance. Who do you think you are? If it weren't for the fact that the Uchiha tribe is small, I would kill you now." Sasuke's face turned red, and he was filled with shame and anger. But at this moment, a look of surprise flashed in Chiba's eyes. He could feel a strange chakra slowly growing stronger in Sasuke. "I didn't expect that Indra's chakra has awakened." Then he looked at Sasuke with weird eyes. Doesn't this guy have some kind of special attribute? He only wakes up after being scolded. How cheap. Follow me. Chiba used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Sasuke to a small island near the country of water. "You will practice here for the next period of time." Chiba looked at Sasuke and raised two fingers and said casually, "I give you two choices. First, you can learn my ninjutsu from me." Then Chiba directly summoned Susanoo to demonstrate to Sasuke. Thunder gun, fire lance. A flame gun and a thunder gun appeared in Susanoo's two hands respectively. It was thrown fiercely by Chiba and landed on the distant sea. Boom, boom. Two loud bangs exploded, setting off huge waves on the sea. The wind was raging, and Sasuke couldn't keep his eyes open. He watched this scene with extremely hot eyes. "This is the ninjutsu I want to learn. Don't rush to decide." Chiba dismissed Susanoo casually, looked at Sasuke and said, "Since you have activated the Mangekyō Sharingan, you should be feeling its side effects too." 17 inches. Sasuke looked at him a little confused, and Chiba frowned suddenly. He remembered that Sasuke might not have used the power of Mangekyō much, so he could only explain. The power of Mangekyō Sharingan is very powerful, but it also comes with huge risks. The more times you use it, the sooner you will be blind. Blindness. Sasuke looked at Chiba in shock. "That's right, that's the risk Mangekyō plays now," Chiba said. "Then you and Itachi." Sasuke looked at Chiba suspiciously and asked. Chiba said lightly, "This is the second option I will tell you next. I can help you solve the risk of Mangekyō Sharingan." "What?" Sasuke looked at Chiba in shock. Then I was ecstatic. It's really a good time to come to Chiba this time, and he can even solve the shortcomings of Mangekyō Sharingan. "No wonder you are stronger than Itachi." "So it is. Sasuke looked suddenly enlightened. Chiba smiled, without explanation. To solve the disadvantages of Mangekyō Sharingan is very simple, that is to transplant the cells of first Hokage. This matter has great risks, and you need to make your own decisions. Sasuke frowned immediately when he heard this, hesitant. But think of Chiba and Senju Hashirama in Konoha's big. His face suddenly became firm. If you can get that kind of power, even some risks are worth it. I'm going to pick the second one. Chiba nodded, a look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra in this life, while Senju Hashirama is the reincarnation of Ashura in the previous life. He kind of looked forward to whether the fusion of the two would lead to the birth of Rinnegan earlier. Chiba immediately started preparing to operate on Sasuke. Although his medical ninjutsu is not as good as Gangsho, it is definitely top-notch compared to most medical ninjas. If the risk is not considered, the difficulty of transplanting first Hokage cells is extremely low, and it is also a breeze for Chiba. Chiba couldn't wait to take Sasuke back to Mist Ninja Village and went directly to the ninja hospital. He pushed Sasuke onto the operating table, took out the first Hokage cells and began to prepare for the operation. Sasuke looked at Chiba's impatient look, and felt a strange feeling in his heart. It seemed like Chiba wanted him to have the surgery done more than he did. Chiba didn't care what Sasuke thought, and started to do it when he was ready. The operation was over an hour later. Sasuke's right arm was wrapped with gauze, but other than that, there was no other difference on his body. Is this the end? Sasuke looked at Chiba in bewilderment. The operation went so smoothly that he didn't feel anything at all. Chiba nodded calmly, but he affirmed his previous guess in his heart. With Indra's chakra, there will be no risk of transplanting first Hokage cells in Sasuke. And the effect of this fusion is better than I imagined. Maybe this guy can actually use wood style later on. Chiba looked at Sasuke and guessed in his heart. The two left the operating room. Chiba exhorts, recently, you don't need to use Sharingan or fight, just take a good rest. I see. Sasuke nodded. He can already feel the effects of the transplant of first Hokage cells in his right arm. Warm currents are pouring into his eyes along the chakra meridians in his body. Sasuke's heart is burning. Wonder if I can use wood style in the future. That fight between Chiba and Senju Hashirama in Konoha was so shocking and impressive. Even when Sasuke turns on Mangekyo every moment, he still longs for it. Konoha Shinobi Hospital. In a ward, Kakashi and Itachi are lying on the hospital bed, next to Jiraiya and Tsunami. Strange, Grandpa's cells didn't reject the ferret. After Tsunade checked Itachi, he felt a little strange. It wouldn't surprise him if he knew about the relationship between Indra and Ashura. After all, Itachi is Sasuke's elder brother, so he has some advantages in this regard. How are you feeling? Jiraiya looked at Itachi and asked. The state has never been better. Itachi stroked his eyes and said in a spirited voice. He could feel that the pupil power in his eyes was being consumed a lot and was slowly recovering. Moreover, all kinds of dark wounds accumulated on the body over the years since opening Mangekyo are also healed under the action of first Hokage cells. Even the serious injury he received in the battle with Naruto before, he recovered in a short period of time. He's pretty sure he's stronger now than he was before. That's good. Quote. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. How is Kakashi doing? Itachi looked at Kakashi and asked. Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions darkened. Kakashi's situation is a bit pessimistic, although the cells with Sharingan and Grandpa have temporarily formed a balance. But the state is a bit unstable, his current state is somewhat similar to the previous Danzo. Quote. Tsunade said with a serious face. Itachi frowned upon hearing this. The three looked at Kakashi with worried expressions. After all, they have all seen Danzo go berserk. No one wants such a thing to happen to Cassie. Kakashi looked at them with a relaxed smile and said. You don't have to worry about me, at least my current state is much stronger than when I transplanted Sharingan alone. The three nodded upon hearing the words, but Tsunade was still a little unwilling. It stands to reason that your current situation should be similar to Kakashi's. Tsunade stared at Itachi with piercing eyes, feeling the urge to dissect and study it. I don't know what's going on, maybe it's because of Uchiha's relationship with Senju. 11. Itachi's scalp became numb from her look, and he said hastily. But no one knew what was going on in his heart. Tsunade shook his head when he heard the words, feeling that this was the only explanation. Ninja World, within the territory of Iron Country. Konan and Nagato are in a hidden mountain forest. After a few days of recuperation, Nagato finally regained some strength. At this moment, in front of him was the amber bottle that sealed 8 tails. Let me try it out. Is what Li Qian's Chiba is telling the truth? Beside Konan watched nervously as Nagato unlocked Kohaku's seal today. 8 tails chakra sloshes like asphalt as the lake progresses. Nagato put his hand in directly. Evil Kido chakra absorbs. Buzz buzz. 8 tails chakra was visibly sucked into him along the arm. Gradually, Nagato's body changed, and the pale and dry hair on the top of his head turned reddish. It's really useful. Nagato's face was full of surprise. Then he stood up tremblingly under Konan's happy eyes. Great, Nagato, you can recover. Konan's voice trembled with joy. As more and more chakra poured into Nagato's body, the red hair on the top of his head became more and more vivid. The injuries on both legs are also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his appearance has become younger, like a young man in his early 20s. Seeing this scene, Konan covered his mouth in shock. I'm finally back to health. Nagato stopped, he looked at his trembling hands and growled a little excitedly. No one can understand the excitement of a long-term paralyzed man suddenly restored to health. Nagato couldn't help but screamed up to the sky, and soared into the sky. He is flying in the air and running wildly on the ground, his face is full of joy and excitement. After a long time, he finally calmed down and returned to Konan. At this moment, Nagato regained his confidence. After the battle with Chiba and the absorption of chakra just now, he has a clearer understanding of Rinnegan's ability. If I can absorb more chakra, I will become stronger. It's time to catch the tail beast, Nagato said with some excitement. Chapter 83 Akatsuki organizes action, Itachi defected. Then Project Tsuki no Mi, shall we still carry it out? Konan asked with a slightly changed face. Nagato frowned, pondered for a moment and said, Project Tsuki no Mi, don't be in a hurry, let's capture the tail beast to enhance my strength. Otherwise we'll never be free from Shiba's grip, it's the same as before. Nagato still had doubts about the transplantation of first Hokage cells, so he chose not to do it. Instead, he chose the more secure absorbing tail beast chakra to strengthen himself. Konan nodded solemnly upon hearing this. After a few days of digestion, the two of them accepted the information they said the night before. Although they wish they could kill Obito now, they also know that they can't do it now. Even behind Obito there's a Uchiha Madara who doesn't know whether he is dead or alive and who doesn't know where. This gave them a sense of urgency. I can't wait any longer. Now I will notify the Shao organization to start capturing the tailed beast. Nagato picked up the ring eagerly. Don't use your body, keep using Pen's 6 paths. Konan hastily reminded. Nagato looked startled, and finally nodded. He controlled Tiandao Pain and summoned all members of the Akatsuki organization. Slide body technique. The vision changed, and Nagato instantly appeared in a dark underground cave. Standing on one finger of the Gedo statue, he summoned the members of the Akatsuki organization. Not long after, figures appeared on Gedo statue's fingers. Konan, Kisame, Red Sand Scorpion, Deidara, Kakuzu, Chiba, Itachi. After seeing the calm Chiba, Nagato's eyes flashed a strange color, but he didn't say anything. Ju's figure never appeared. After all the people arrived, Deidara suddenly yelled. Boss, our Akatsuki organization has been too busy recently, it's been a long time since we released a mission. Nagato glanced at him, and said in a calm voice. Everyone is summoned this time to inform you that Ju has defected and left the Akatsuki organization. What? All members of the Akatsuki organization were astonished. Deidara shouted excitedly. Leader, then let me hunt him down. The Red Sand Scorpion said. I really didn't expect that Ju would also defect. In everyone's eyes, it seemed that Ju was the least likely person to defect. After all, 670 is definitely in charge of intelligence. If he defected, the price Shao organization would have to pay would be huge. The members of the Akatsuki organization all looked at Pain, and they all wanted to know what happened. But Pain didn't mean to explain, but said, you all know Ju's intelligence capabilities, so we won't hunt him down in a short time. Except for Deidara's dissatisfied yelling, no one else refuted. It is definitely not an easy thing for them to catch those who engage in intelligence. Kakuzu said, if the leader defected, wouldn't the intelligence of our Akatsuki organization be exposed? Nagato said in a deep voice. So this time everyone is called together to officially start the plan to capture the tailed beast. The members of the Akatsuki organization suddenly became excited. It's finally about to start, I can't wait. Have you finally reached this point? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. For this group of people who are afraid of chaos in the world, they can't wait for a big war in the ninja world. Nagato continued. Start arranging tasks now. One tail Jinchuriki to Scorpion and Deidara. The second tail will be handed over to Kakuzu and Chiba. Nagato looked at Chiba as he spoke. He nodded calmly. In addition, 3 tails was also handed over to me. He is now in the land of water, and I know his location. The Shao organization wants to capture the tailed beast, and he also needs the power of the tailed beast, so naturally he will not refuse. Seeing him nod, Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. He was also a little worried that Chiba would not give him face. That would be embarrassing. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Nagato continued. We have captured 4 tails, and handed 5 tails to Kisame and Itachi. After speaking, he looked at Rong. Regarding Itachi's movements in recent years, I have never reported to him. Although he doesn't trust Itachi very much in his heart, but at this moment is the main moment of catching the tailed beast, he doesn't want to cause any complications. The most important thing is that he is no longer afraid of Itachi now. Itachi nodded calmly, but his heart became tense. He didn't expect the Shao organization to start capturing tailed beasts so soon, which was a bit beyond his expectation. Especially when I think of Naruto's inability to perfectly transform into a tailed beast, I can't help but feel a sense of urgency. 6 tails by myself, 7 tails to the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara. The last 9 tails will also be captured by my own hands. Do you have any objections to your mission? After Nagato finished speaking, he looked at everyone and continued to say after seeing no one refuted. Then this meeting is over. In order to prevent the plan of our Akatsuki organization from being exposed, I hope everyone will catch the tail beast as soon as possible. After saying that, Nagato's figure disappeared in place. Chiba is eating with Terumi Mei in Mist Ninja Village. He opened his eyes and said, the Akatsuki organization has already started the plan to capture the tailed beast, I will take 3 tails away. On the opposite side, Terumi Mei paused, and asked nervously. Can't you fight against the Akatsuki organization with your strength? Chiba said calmly. Catching the tailed beast was part of my plan, so you don't need to worry about it. This war will affect the entire ninja world, so prepare the one in village. Looking at Terumi Mei's worried and nervous expression, Chiba comforted and said. Don't worry, everything is with me. Terumi Mei could only nod silently. She knew that she had no room to resist in the face of absolute strength. After eating, Chiba cast Shadow Clone technique immediately. He asked Shadow Clone to monitor the major ninja villages and the locations of the tailed beasts. Once people from the Akatsuki organization appear, he will arrive at the scene and pick up the power of the tailed beast. On the other side, Konoha Shinobi Village, Itachi Masaki reported the plan and task content organized by Jiraiya. Rinnegan, is that Nagato? Jiraiya murmured sadly. He took a deep breath, then looked at Tsunade, Kakashi, and Itachi and asked. What do you think of this matter? The Akatsuki organization must not be allowed to succeed. Tsunade said in a deep voice. We must unite with the major ninja villages, we alone cannot fight against the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya nodded and said in a deep voice. Next, I will call the 5 cages to hold a 5-cage meeting, and contact the other 4 major ninja villages to jointly call the Akatsuki organization. Then he looked at Itachi. Itachi, what do you think of Chiba's attitude? What's his purpose in staying in the Akatsuki organization? Itachi said. No one can guess what Chiba thinks. But I don't think Chiba should stand opposite Ninja Village, otherwise he wouldn't have joined Mist Ninja Village. Jiraiya nodded, feeling relieved at the same time. Chiba puts too much pressure on everyone. Especially since many people have seen Chiba's terrifying power. Even first Hokage and Uchiha Madara can't compare to him in this kind of deterrence. After all, one is legend and the other is fact. If he had to deal with Rinnegan and Uchiha Chiba at the same time, I'm afraid he wanted to back down. Itachi suddenly said, in the next mission to capture 5 tails, I will take 5 tails Jinchuriki away. According to Pain, the Akatsuki organization needs to seal the tail beasts in the order from 1 tail to 9 tails. If 5 tails disappears, their siege plans will have to be interrupted. Jiraiya frowned and said, in this case, you will be in danger, there is no need. Itachi shook his head and said, it's the best thing to do right now to buy time for other people. Sasuke was on his mind. But Jiraiya and Tsunade thought of Naruto. Now Naruto's progress is too slow, and we really need to buy time. Jiraiya patted him on the shoulder and said solemnly, be careful yourself, do not worry. The next few people began to discuss the arrangement of Naruto. Recently Naruto is practicing with Jiraiya. Although he has learned summoning technique in Big Ball Rasengan, his strength has been greatly improved, and he has even started to practice immortal arts. But Naruto's ability to control 9 tails has not improved much, which makes Jiraiya a little anxious. It seems that Naruto needs to go to Cloud Shinobi Village. Jiraiya thought to himself, the real waterfall at Rock Shinobi Village is the easiest and most effective way to help Jinchuriki understand themselves. It's a bit dangerous, but it's the best way to speed up Naruto's progress. As time went by, various teams organized by Akatsuki began to perform tasks. Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara suddenly attacked Sand Shinobi Village. At this time, Sand Shinobi Village didn't even have a wind shadow, and it was completely supported by Chiyopopo and Ebizo who came out of the mountain again. Whether it's Deidara's blast, or Scorpion's third case cage golem, none of these 2 people can resist. The attack not only allowed the 2 to take away Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Even Deidara used the so-called medical technique to explode, causing a lot of casualties in Sand Shinobi Village. Just before the news spread in the ninja world, the Akatsuki organization has already begun to seal 1 tail, and Chiba also acted immediately, using the Flying Thunder God technique to appear in Cloud Shinobi Village, and then disappeared directly with her way Jinchuriki. Immediately afterwards, he returned to the Land of Water and captured 3 tails. Within 1 day, 1 tail, 2 tails, and 3 tails were all captured. Together with the 4 tails and 8 tails that have already been caught, the 9 tails have been caught more than half. The progress was so smooth that everyone in the Akatsuki organization began to get excited. Nagato secretly absorbed chakra of the little half-tailed beast, and then began to seal the tailed beast with others. Geto statue seals the tailed beast using the sealing technique, Magic Dragon 9 seals. This sealing technique is extremely peculiar, and consumes a lot of chakra and time. Even though Nagato has recovered and even surpassed the past, there is still no way to change it. Just when they sealed 1 tail, 2 tails, and 3 tails. The news that Akatsuki organized an attack on Sand Shinobi Village and captured the tailed beast has basically spread throughout the ninja world. The whole world is panicked. Jiraiya took the opportunity to hold the 5 cages conference, which was quickly passed. Especially Raikage is the most angry, clamoring to kill Chiba even if the entire Cloud Shinobi Village is spelled out. At this time, the Akatsuki organization has already begun to seal 4 tails. At the same time, Kisame and Itachi temporarily stopped the sealing mission to capture 5 tails Jinchuriki. In the territory of the Land of Earth, somewhere in a barren forest. Kisame and Itachi are fighting 5 tails Jinchuriki. With the strength of the 2 of them, 5 tails Jinchuriki naturally had no ability to resist, and was quickly defeated by Kisame and passed out. In the dark, Chiba is watching 5 tails. It was only one of his wood clone that he shall organize to seal the tailed beast, and this was his real body. Pick up a piece of tail beast power, 5 tails. A look of joy flashed in Chiba's eyes, and he quietly merged with the 5-tailed beasts. Coupled with the previous 2 tails, the power of the tailed beast that Chiba needs at this time is almost gathered. Only 7 tails left. Chiba took a deep breath, feeling a little hopeful in his heart. But the next moment, Chiba was surprised. In the distance, Itachi suddenly attacked Kisame, hit Kisame instantly with Mangekyo, and snatched 5 tails Jinchuriki. Itachi defected. Chiba was a little surprised. He thought that Kisame might be ordered by Obito to snatch a tailed beast, but he didn't expect Itachi to do it earlier. Now it's interesting. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Chiba to hear from Nagato. In the dark cave, everyone from the Akatsuki organization stood on Geto statue's finger to seal it. Nagato suddenly said angrily, "Just now Kisame came out with the news that Itachi attacked him and defected with 5 tails Jinchuriki." A cold light flashed in Nagato's eyes. Now his strength is not what it used to be, but it has indeed grown a lot. Especially the sudden increase in the amount of chakra made him more confident. Itachi took 5 tails Jinchuriki away, not only can't continue to seal the tailed beast, he can't continue to become stronger. Akatsuki organized the crowd to make an uproar. No way, even Itachi defected. Deidara yelled a little strangely. The red sand scorpion sneered and said, "This is no surprise, Itachi himself is a spy sent by Konoha, this time will definitely destroy our plan." Nagato's face was a little gloomy. Now everyone will do their best to seal 4 tails, and I will personally go to Konoha to capture 5 tails Jinchuriki and 9 tails Jinchuriki. There was a gleam in Chiba's eyes. It seems that the good show is about to start again. I don't know if the current Nagato has fused cells from first Hokage. Chapter 84 Pain comes to Konoha, Jiraiya. Just when the Akatsuki organization tried its best to seal 4 tails, Itachi met Konoha Anbu who came to meet him. A group of people hurried to the country of iron. 5 tails Jinchuriki is an important force of Rock Shinobi Village. Once known by Rock Shinobi Village, a big battle will definitely break out. What's more, the Shao organization will definitely chase and kill him. So Itachi doesn't want to hurt Konoha, absolutely can't go back. And the 5 Cages conference will be held in the Iron Country, which is the best place to go. While the group was on their way, they hurriedly used summoning technique to contact Jiraiya to report the situation here. Konoha Village. After receiving the news, Jiraiya's expression became serious, and he immediately issued an order. From this moment on, Day entered a fighting state. He knew that Konoha might be retaliated by Akatsuki. But there is no way, if you want to stop Akatsuki's plan, Konoha must act. What's more, 9 tails Jinchuriki is still in Konoha, and it will be sooner or later to fight against the Akatsuki organization. That's why Jiraiya agreed to Itachi's plan. A few days later, Akatsuki completed the sealing of 4 tails. Nagato is ready for action. Chiba immediately left for Konoha after finishing the magic lantern technique. Ready to harvest the fruit. Outside Konoha village, Nagato and Konan appear here. Do you really need to go to war? Konan looked at Nagato and asked with a frown. Standing beside her, Nagato has completely recovered his youthful appearance, full of confidence. It's time to let the ninja world know the horror of Akatsuki. I want to make the world feel the pain. Summoning technique. Bang bang bang. Pen 6 paths appeared beside him. Then Nagato grabbed the beast and hurled it towards Konoha. Animal Road passed through Konoha's enchantment, and then began to seal. Summoning technique. Bang bang bang. Pain 6 paths instantly gathered and landed on a water tower, and then dispersed, rushing towards Konoha in all directions. Search for information on Itachi, Tianwei Jinchuriki and 9 tails Jinchuriki respectively. At the same time, the Konoha barrier squad sounded an alarm. Spot an intruder, 1. On west side B. The security squad next to him rushed out in an instant. But they just came outside and saw fighting and explosions happening in many places in Konoha village. What's going on here? Didn't it mean that there is only one enemy? The faces of several people changed instantly. The members of the Hyuga clan hastily rolled their eyes, their faces changed drastically, and they shouted. Not 1 person, but 6 intruders, wearing black cloaks with red clouds. Quickly report to Hokage-sama, it's the Akatsuki organization. Several people looked at each other worriedly, and hurriedly dispersed to act separately. By this time, Hokage was upstairs. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi are discussing how to deal with Akatsuki. Looking at the sudden outbreak of war at this moment, the 4 looked awe-inspiring. It's from the Akatsuki organization. It's pain. His target should be 5 tails Jinchuriki and Naruto. Jiraiya's face darkened. He didn't expect Shao organization to come so fast. But he didn't act rashly, and patiently waited anxiously for Anbu's information. Brush, brush, brush. Several figures of Anbu came. Reporting to Mr. Hokage, it has been confirmed that there are 6 intruders, all of whom are members of the Akatsuki organization. After investigation, it was discovered that all 6 of them possessed Rinnegan, and their bodies were full of short black sticks with unknown functions. One of them uses the summoning technique. Several Anbu quickly spoke out the collected information. The atmosphere in the room was extremely dignified. 6 double Rinnegan. Jiraiya's face was extremely heavy. He already knew the information about Rinnegan from Itachi before, and he always guessed that the leader of Akatsuki organization would be Nagato. But at this moment, Anbu's information suddenly made him doubt his own guess. And the 6 double Rinnegan, which made him feel the suffocating pressure. He took a deep breath and said sharply, I can't control that much now, everyone will attack immediately, and the first goal is to repel the Shao organization. Anbu solved the one who used the summoning technique. Tsunade, You are in charge of the treatment. Kakashi, you go to the eastern battlefield. Also let Guy shoot immediately. Leave the remaining 2 to me. Yes, everyone took action immediately. Kakashi rushed out of the Hokage building and headed for the battlefield. Tsunade uses the summoning technique to summon a huge Katsuyu, which is transported to each combatant to assist healing and strengthen communication. Jiraiya came to the roof of the Hokage building and scanned the whole Konoha. Several huge summoning beasts were raging and roaring at the intelligence squad. Huge explosions occurred one after another in some places, and thick smoke billowed. Countless tragedies are happening, and Konoha is lost in just a moment. Jiraiya's face was heavy, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Whether you are Nagato or anyone else, I will never let you go. Summoning technique. Bang bang bang. Toad Wentai. Toad is healthy, and Toad is dead. 3 toads appear in front of the Hokage building. Jiraiya shouted, Konoha is facing a war, there is no time to explain, you 3 go to deal with the summoning beast over there. Toad Bunta looked at Konoha caught in the flames of war with some consternation. Why did the war start all of a sudden? It's really troublesome. That being said, the 3 toads acted quickly. Jiraiya didn't stop, but continued to cast summoning technique, summoning 2 little toads. The 2 great sages of Mount Myoboku, Fukasaku, Shima, 2 toads appear on Jiraiya's shoulders. Really, people are cooking, it's not the right time for little Jiraiya to call. Shima Toad said dissatisfied with the spoon in the apron. Don't be mad, since little Jiraiya called us something must have happened. Fukasaku hastily comforted him, then the 2 of them were shocked when they saw the scene of Konoha. What's going on? Is there a war in Konoha? Jiraiya looked heavy, lowered her head and begged. It's the Akatsuki organization that invaded Konoha, please help me, Mrs. Yamato. I'm going into sage mode. Fukasaku Kazuma was taken aback. The 2 of them knew exactly what a proud person Jiraiya was. This kind of arrogance is the arrogance in his bones. He never admits defeat, has a firm will, and is a truly powerful person. But at this moment, they showed such a disappointed and painful look, which surprised the 2 of them. The 2 merged with Jiraiya and asked in a deep voice while helping him absorb natural energy. Who is the enemy? You were forced to use sage mode. Jiraiya's sage mode is far from perfect. The time is limited and the appearance is also very ugly, so he has been reluctant to use this power. That's why he was surprised. It's Rinnegan, Jiraiya said with a wry smile. Rinnegan. Fukasaku and Shima looked at each other in shock. Little Jiraiya, are you kidding me? Are you really the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths? As the toads of Mount Myoboku that existed in the time of Otsutsuki Kagaya, they know far more about the lineage of the Sage of 6 Paths than anyone else. Although they don't know the specific ability of Rinnegan. But just a few words from the mouth of the great toad sage can clearly understand the horror of Rinnegan. That's right, and I once took a disciple, and he also has Rinnegan. Jiraiya said with a sad face. He exclaimed in shock, why didn't I know there was this person? Could it be that he is also? Jujon went on to say, is he also the son of prophecy? Then why did he attack Konoha? Jiraiya looked solemnly at a figure that was approaching quickly below, and said in a deep voice. Because it doesn't look like he's going in the right direction now. And I thought he was dead, so I thought the son of prophecy was not him. Shen Zuo said in a deep voice. Since he is not on the right track, kill him. Zima then said, that demented old man's prophecy is just a joke, don't worry about it. The great toad sage once predicted that Jiraiya's future disciples would become revolutionaries in the ninja world. Whether the ninja world will be peaceful and stable or plunged into war in the future is all in the mind of that disciple. Now with the appearance of Rinnegan, Jiraiya has to think more. Especially now that he has witnessed Nagato's fighting power with his own eyes, he understands that he has to make a choice. Buzz buzz. The 2 great immortals shot with all their strength, and naturally they could be madly gathered. Jiraiya quickly entered sage mode. Just then, Pen jumped upstairs from below to Hokage. It's God Pain, Yahiko's body. Yahiko. Jiraiya looked at him with a look of shock on his face. What's the matter, little Jiraiya? Fukasaku asked. Jiraiya took a deep breath, also full of doubts in her heart. This person used to be my disciple Yahiko, but he didn't have Rinnegan at that time. The one who had Rinnegan was another disciple of mine. He yelled at Yahiko angrily. Yahiko, why do you have a Rinnegan? Thinking that it was Yahiko who took away Nagato's Rinnegan, Jiraiya's anger couldn't be contained. Tendo Pain landed upstairs in Hokage, standing not far from Jiraiya. Anbu around Jiraiya watched him vigilantly and surrounded him. Pain looked at Jiraiya blankly and said with emotion. Long time no see, teacher Jiraiya. Since he also separated, he has experienced too much suffering. The person I once admired has now become an opponent. But he didn't have the slightest thought of holding back, and said coldly. Hand over 5 tails Jinchuriki and 9 tails Jinchuriki. Jiraiya stared at him angrily and shouted. You haven't answered my question, why do you have Rinnegan, Yahiko? There's no need for Mr. Jiraiya to know about such things. Since you are unwilling to hand it over, then I will do it myself. Shenluo Tianjiang. Nagato raised his hands and shouted softly. Boom. A terrifying repulsion erupted in all directions. Like a sphere that is constantly expanding, the impact crushes everything it encounters. There was a loud bang, and the Hokage building was in ruins. Ah! The Anbu who were protecting Jiraiya screamed and flew backwards. Boom. A terrifying force hit Jiraiya's body. Jiraiya's face changed wildly, and her eyes were full of shock. What kind of technique is this? It seemed like with him at the center, everything around him flew out. He was blasted out, and even Mouth Kakuzu bled. Among the ruins of Hokage House, Jiraiya looked at the devastation and Anbu, who stood up very few, feeling extremely sad in her heart. Shocked. Just one move to kill almost everyone. Is this Rinnegan? Jiraiya looked at Tiandao Pain in shock. If he hadn't entered Sage mode and protected himself with natural energy, he might have been injured just now. Tiandao Pain was a little surprised to see Jiraiya, who was almost unharmed. It seems that Sannin has some special abilities. But he didn't care. With his current strength, he will not be afraid of anyone except Chiba. Tiandao Pain stretched out his hand again. Jiraiya's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly shouted. Everyone spread out. This person is handed over to me. Universal pull. With Tiandao Pain's low shout, Jiraiya was horrified to find that he was flying. He couldn't control his body and flew towards Tiandao Pain. It was the power of repulsion just now, and now it is the power of attraction. Rinnegan's ability is too weird. Jiraiya's heart was extremely heavy, but her hands were not slow at all. Brother, let's go out together because my sister bought it. Anbu seals off the surrounding area. I use oil, the child's father uses wind, and little Jiraiya uses fire. Sage Art Gomon. Rumble. A series of earth flow walls rose from the ground, sealing off the entire area around the ruins of the Hokage building. Kai. The boiling oil rolled towards Tiandao Pain like a sea wave, and then burned violently. Under the attraction of universal pull, a turbulent sea of flames frantically flocked to Heaven Pain. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. This is another guy with a Rinnegan. Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. Then an incredible scene happened. All the oil and flames are gone. How is this going? Jiraiya watched the scene in horror. Just then, a Akatsuki clone climbed onto Jiraiya's body and explained. Master Jiraiya, please be careful, this man can absorb all ninjutsu, he killed several Konoha shinobi just now. Absorb all ninjutsu. Jiraiya and the two sages were shocked. As this Rinnegan, the ability is so weird. The oil and flames disappeared, revealing the figures of two Pain. Jiraiya stared at another figure that had just appeared, with a strong look of doubt in his eyes. This person looked familiar to him, but he couldn't recognize him. He looked at the two and asked loudly, who the hell are you guys? Even if Yahiko took Nagato's Rinnegan, it shouldn't be the other one. Now two pairs of Rinnegan appeared, which made Jiraiya aware that something was wrong. Nagato would not be so stupid as to take the initiative to reveal his information and reach out again. Shinluo Tianjiang. Again. Chapter 85. Find Naruto, Super God Luo Tianjiang. Boom. The repulsion broke out again. The earth flow wall that just appeared collapsed in an instant, turning into countless rubble and splashing out, smashing countless buildings. Jiraiya took precautions this time, and shot while being blown away. Since ninjutsu is not enough, then use taijutsu. Sage Art Hair Needle Senbon. Shish. Jiraiya's hair exploded and turned into 1,000 rains of sharpness, pouring towards the two pens. Hungry Kido instantly stood in front of Tiandao Pain. Aggressive. Countless thousand rains fell on the hungry Kido. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya's pupils constricted. What's going on here? Why didn't he defend with repulsion instead of sacrificing another person? Could it be that this kind of technique cannot be fired in succession? Jiraiya was puzzled. Little Jiraiya, these two have a problem. Fugaku also discovered this. That's right, he's too weak, not as weak as someone with a Rinnegan. It seems that they still have a lot of secrets. Jiraiya said in a low voice. Shen Zuo said, try it out. Jiraiya nodded. The opposite Tiandao Pain frowned, very dissatisfied with the result of the battle. Although he controlled the power of Shinluo Tianjiang, Jiraiya was indeed stronger than he thought. The gap in combat experience is a bit big. Nagato sighed inwardly. In the past, he always used his strength to crush and didn't think there was anything wrong. But recently he has been reflecting on himself and has felt a lot of shortcomings. The trick just now can be used for reference. A long black stick appeared in Nagato's hand, and then he was shocked violently. The black stick shattered into a large number of pieces. 593, Shinluo Tianjiang. Following Nagato's voice fell, whoosh, countless fragments of the black stick shot forward like sharp blades. Jiraiya's expression changed drastically. This kind of trick can't even be blocked, and any defense will be destroyed by the shock wave. Puff puff. The extremely fast and sharp fragments pierced Jiraiya's body in an instant, and at the same time, the whole person flew horizontally. On the opposite side, Tiandao Pain's eyes lit up. He was very satisfied with the lethality of the new moves. At this moment, Tiandao Pain's face changed slightly. Nine Tails found. Tiandao Pain soared into the sky in an instant, and went straight to the place where Nine Tails was. Not good. Naruto exposed. Jiraiya's heart sank when she saw this scene, and she hurried to catch up. Fighting continued among the leaves. The beast Dao Pain used the summoning technique to crazily impact the buildings everywhere in Konoha, causing chaos. All kinds of bombs from Shirodao are also constantly firing, frantically bombarding various important places in Konoha. Countless screams, calls for help, and screams sounded on the battlefield. The whole Konoha was in chaos. While the Konoha shinobi were fighting, rescues had to be carried out to protect civilians and evacuate the wounded. Kakashi and Might Guy arrive, and the two team up to stop the two pens, but the chaos continues. The Dark World and Hell Road Pain are searching for Naruto's intelligence. Judgment. Read memory. The two were very fast, but they never got any useful information. Nagato frowned. It's too slow to go on like this, we have to change the method. The world of Hell and the world meet, and the two team up to capture and kill a member of the Hyuga clan. Then Hell Road made a black rod and inserted it into the human body of the Hyuga family. The human world fell down with a thud, and the Hyuga clan stood up. New world, roll your eyes. The people of the Hyuga clan used their white eyes to see the entire Konoha village. The situation of the whole Konoha was immediately clear. There are several particularly important places that are covered up by enchantments or various seals, and the white eyes cannot see through them. Nagato compared some of the information he had just obtained, and quickly determined a location. It was an enchantment in a forest near Konoha, surrounded by many Anbu guarding it. Found it. Outside, the door was shocked. Directly let all Pain 6 paths give up the battle and go to the enchantment. Kakashi and others in Jiraiya, who were fighting Pain, rushed to catch up. In the forest outside Konoha village. This is the wood-style forest left after the battle between Chiba and Senju Hashirama. At this moment, there is an enchantment in the forest. Anbu headed by Yamato is guarding Naruto. What happened to Konoha? Why did I hear the sound of fighting? Let me out, why lock me up? Naruto yelled anxiously. Yamato didn't say a word, and looked at Konoha's direction vigilantly, with a heavy heart. He has received orders from Jiraiya to keep Naruto safe. Suddenly, Yamato stared at the sky and his pupils shrank sharply. A figure unexpectedly landed in front of his eyes from the sky. God Pain. At the same time, Nagato outside Konoha village is also moving towards this side with Konan. He wants to absorb part of the Nine Tails chakra to strengthen himself, so he must be there in person. Summoning technique. Tiandao Pain quickly formed a seal, reached out and pressed on the ground. Instantly other Pen 6 paths appeared around. Almost at the same time, Konoha's Anbu attacked them. Clang. Some people slashed at close quarters with a knife. Some used ninjutsu, others used shuriken kunai throwing. For a moment, it seemed like Pen 6 paths was going to be overwhelmed by these attacks. Shenluo Tianjiang. At this moment, Tiandao Pain made a move. Boom. In an instant, all the attacks were bounced back. Not only did not hurt Pain, but they hurt themselves. Not only that, the terrifying shock wave hit the barrier protecting Naruto. Click. A crisp sound. The barrier is broken. Tiandao Pain looked at Naruto and said in a deep voice. Found you, Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto watched this scene in shock, and was blown away by the violent shock wave. Yamato's pupils shrank sharply. Even though he was hit by Shenluo Tianjiang, he still used wood style to bring Naruto to his side. Who are you? Naruto growled somewhat angrily. Those Konoha shinobi who were protecting him just now fell down in an instant. This is the enemy. Just then, Jiraiya and others arrived. Nagato also came. Nagato. Jiraiya looked at Nagato in shock. He would never admit that he was wrong. But looking at Yahiko in the distance, Jiraiya was even more puzzled. Nagato is still alive. What happened to the Rinnegan on Fujiko? It may be the technique of Sage of Six Paths. After all, it is acceptable for Rinnegan to have some abilities beyond ordinary people's understanding. Fukasaku took a deep breath and said. Jiraiya didn't answer, but stared at Nagato, and Konan beside him. Nagato, Konan, you are still alive. Nagato and Konan walked over to Pen 6 Paths. As Mr. Jiraiya feeling disappointed, Nagato looked at him blankly. His expression was a bit complicated, but more indifferent. Although what happened back then was not Jiraiya's fault, but it is undeniable that the 5 ninja villages did bring war to the world. This will not change. Ever since he decided to capture the tailed beast, he was ready to face Jiraiya. I'm really disappointed. Nagato, have you forgotten what you said? When I knew about Rinnegan, I should have thought that you were behind the Akatsuki organization. Nagato, you have fallen. Do you know that your behavior will cause turmoil in the entire ninja world? Jiraiya looked at Nagato angrily, with disappointment in his eyes. Now he is more and more sure that Nagato is the son of prophecy. Nagato said coldly, the turmoil is only temporary, and any change will come at a price. Only when the 5 great ninja villages truly feel the pain caused by the war, can you understand my approach. That's when the ninja world will truly usher in peace. Jiraiya looked at him like he was looking at a madman. Enough is enough, it's useless to say more, you have completely gone astray. I will personally correct the mistakes I made. Jiraiya took a deep breath. He didn't expect to reunite with his disciples under such circumstances, but he knew very well that he had to make a move. Otherwise, unprecedented turmoil could indeed be triggered. Modification. Teacher Jiraiya, you are still arrogant. Nagato sneered. Now that Nine Tails is about to be obtained, he has no scruples. Then let Konoha feel the pain. Nagato slowly flew up. Plop plop. Pain 6 paths, except Heaven Pain all fell down. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya and others suddenly had a bad feeling. Nagato, what do you want? Nagato drank high in the air. Feel the pain. Experience the pain. Accept the pain. Know the pain. He who doesn't know pain doesn't know what peace is. Jiraiya's face changed wildly, watching the passage. Konan, are you going to watch Nagato continue to make mistakes? Konan looked at it and said, it's not Nagato that's wrong, it's the world. She can understand the pain in Nagato's heart, and she can also understand Nagato's actions. Although she sometimes feels too cruel. But if she doesn't support Nagato, is she going to support someone she doesn't know at all? You have changed too. Jiraiya sighed with a wry smile, then hurriedly shouted. Everyone pay attention to concealment. He looked up into the sky, he wanted to see what Nagato was going to do. In the air, Nagato suddenly shouted, Super Shenluo Tianjiang, boom, photosphere. An incomparably terrifying ball of light exploded violently, and a shock wave that was countless times more terrifying than before fell down from the air. For a moment, it seemed that the whole world fell into dead silence. Only the sound of explosions resounded. Jiraiya and others watched the explosion in the air in horror. Damn, Jiraiya looked at this scene in horror, even the expressions of the two immortals changed drastically. He hurried towards Naruto's direction. An accident must not happen to Naruto. Brother, big sister, hurry up and take Naruto out of Konoha and go to Mount Myoboku. While yelling, Jiraiya hugged Naruto and retreated crazily. That's too late. Trembling deeply. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The whole Konoha is trembling. Shock. The wave slammed heavily on the ground. Everyone in Konoha was instantly struck by lightning. Kai, centered directly below Nagato, a powerful shock wave swept through the forest. The giant tree was uprooted, torn apart, and rolled upside down in all directions. With this as the center of the circle, all the forests were torn apart, and Bin flew out. A circle of yellow land is expanding crazily, even extending to Konoha. Countless trees became ruins and were pushed backwards into Konoha village by the shock wave. The smoke and dust filled the air, and the once forest had turned into a barren and empty land. Jiraiya fell to the ground, spitting blood and looking pale. He withstood all the attacks and protected Naruto. Looking at the completely changed terrain, Jiraiya lost her voice in horror. If such a move is performed on Konoha, then Konoha will probably be wiped out in an instant. Kakashi and others felt powerless seeing this scene. This fight is very similar to the fight between Chiba and Senju Hashirama. All they can feel is fear, anxiety, and history. As this the Rinnegan, such a move is almost comparable to Master First Hokage's profound technique. His strength is not in the same dimension as ours. When did such a monster appear in the ninja world again? Let Uchiha Chiba come, or we're dead. Kakashi and others can still maintain their sanity. But those wounded Konoha shinobi fell apart. This kind of fighting power made them unable to raise their fighting spirit at all. Too strong. It is simply a world of difference. 3.7. To fight is to die. Jiraiya fell silent when she heard those voices. If such power hits him at close range, he will die too. Not to mention the others. Big brother, big sister, take Naruto and leave. Jiraiya's voice was a little low. Before Fukasaku and Shima could speak, Naruto yelled, Uncle Hokage, do you want to admit defeat? Jiraiya looked at Naruto's stubborn eyes with a wry smile. We can't admit defeat. I won't run away either. This battle happened because of me, and I will never admit defeat. Naruto shouted firmly, staring at Nagato in the air with red eyes. At the same time he is communicating with the nine tails in his body. Nine tails, you see, this is the person who wants to arrest you, let's defeat him together. Although Naruto has been cooperating with nine tails, but in fact the two did not completely agree. In other words, this is a unilateral cooperation of nine tails. But Naruto has not yet met the corresponding requirements. Rinnegan actually showed up. Nine tails looked extremely solemn. After actually seeing Rinnegan, he knew that if he didn't join forces with Naruto, he would die. Okay, this time the old man will fully cooperate with you. Don't lose, kid, or we're dead. Nine tails stared at Naruto and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I will never let you die before I die. Naruto nodded firmly. Nine tails laughed for a while. The two are one, and the other cannot survive even if one dies. Okay, then I'll trust you once. Do it, Naruto. Chapter 86 Nine Tails Jinchuriki vs Nagato. Beat him. How? Jiraiya looked at Nagato with a wry smile. Not to mention Nagato, even Pain's six paths can't win. Snapped. Naruto's fists collided, and he looked at Nagato with piercing eyes. Leave it to me, here you are. Jiraiya's words stopped abruptly, and he looked at Naruto in shock. The golden chakra enveloped Naruto's body like a piece of clothing. Gorgeous golden lines instantly covered the whole body. Nine Tails chakra mode, so strong. I can win. Naruto was excited by the powerful force in his body. He looked at Nagato and said in a deep voice. Jiraiya and others looked at him in shock, speechless. Especially Jiraiya's heart was the most shocked. Naruto has completely mastered the power of Nine Tails at this time. Is Nine Tails actively cooperating? Whatever the case may be, it speaks volumes about Naruto. There was a bold idea in his mind, and goosebumps rose for a while. But couldn't make up his mind. On the opposite side, Nagato frowned after seeing Naruto's change. He didn't expect to let Naruto master the power of Nine Tails at this moment. This is definitely not a good thing. Quick battle. Nagato remained cautious, because he felt that Obito was probably watching him secretly at this moment. Once a flaw is revealed, Obito will definitely do it himself. Even, Chiba might already be here, so he has to be vigilant and deal with Naruto as soon as possible. So what if you master the power of the Nine Tails? Universal pull. Nagato stretched out his hand abruptly in Naruto's direction. Buzz. Naruto was sucked up immediately. Hey, not good. Naruto screamed in panic. Little devil, are you joking? Nine Tails was furious, and hurriedly used chakra to conjure up a giant hand and slammed at Nagato fiercely. Shenluo Tianjiang. Nagato's face changed slightly, and he hastily switched attacks. Boom. The terrifying repulsion instantly sent Nine Tails' arm flying. The shock wave bombarded Naruto's body unabated, directly blasting him into the air. Naruto rolled and landed in the air, scratching his head in embarrassment. Sorry, Sorry, not next time. Naruto is still a bit unable to adapt to the sudden surge in strength and lacks combat experience. His performance made Ninetales a little frustrated. It's unscathed. Nagato's pupils shrank when he saw Naruto's appearance. Although ordinary Shinluo Tianjin can only be regarded as an ninjutsu of the esoteric level, it is impossible that Naruto cannot be injured. Did chakra from Ninetales protect him? It's a bit troublesome, let's fight close. With a flash in Nagato's eyes, he and Tiandao Pain rushed towards Naruto side by side. And Naruto's performance also fell into the eyes of Jiraiya and others. Although Naruto is a bit stretched, but the ability to resist blows made their eyes shine. Jiraiya finds Kakashi in great pain. Kakashi was also injured, but the injury was not serious due to Anbu's desperate protection. Find the right opportunity to shoot, we still have a chance. Jiraiya stared fixedly at Naruto, his eyes flickering. Kakashi nodded, pulling himself together. Brother, big sister, help me enter Sage Mode again. Jiraiya said in a low voice. In the impact just now, all his natural energy was used to protect himself, and he has exited Sage Mode. If you want to fight against Nagato, there is no chance of winning in the normal state. Little Ghost, be serious, this is a battle that concerns our lives. Ninetales yelled at Naruto angrily. I see. Naruto was a little embarrassed, but his face turned serious. Ninetales was still a little worried, but said, don't worry about attacking, I will use chakra to fully cooperate with you. Naruto nodded. Body flicker technique. Brush. Naruto disappeared instantly. What a speed. Opposite Nagato's heart skipped a beat. But the Hell Road in Pen 6 Paths opened its eyes at this moment. His place is a little away from the battlefield of the two, and his field of vision is wider. After connecting the vision to Pain 6 Paths, Nagato saw Naruto's trajectory clearly in an instant. Like a golden ray of light, it rushed straight towards itself. That kind of speed reminded him of Chiba's lightning-style chakra mode. This guy was just an ordinary genin before, but now he has such strength, we must kill him. Nagato's heart was awe-inspiring, he felt the threat, and immediately killed him like a wave. Shinluo Tianjang. Nagato let out a low cry. Naruto's attack was so fast that he had no time to dodge. Boom. The repulsive force broke out, and Naruto, who just came to Nagato's side, suddenly screamed and flew backwards. Come again. Big Ball Rasengan. Naruto just got up, and immediately shouted unconvinced. His right hand and the condensed arm of the Ninetales chakra began to condense the Rasengan. Once again, he rushed to Nagato with great speed. But this time, Yinman did not attack. Tiandao Pain, who was not far away from him, suddenly made a move. Universal pull. Hum. The terrifying force instantly tore Naruto away. Die. Naruto let out a low growl, and slammed Rasengan down towards Pain in mid-flight. Hungry Keto chakra absorption. Tiandao Pain's face remained unchanged, but a hemispherical mask appeared in front of him. Boom. When Rasengan collided with the mask, there was a slight muffled sound. Then it gradually shrank under Naruto's shocked gaze until it disappeared. Not good. Chakra absorbed. Ninetales exclaimed, and hastily grabbed a rock with Chakra's arm and ruthlessly smashed it at Tiandao Pain. Brush. Tiandao Pain had to dodge, interrupting the absorption of chakra. Naruto hastily retreated to distance himself, and asked anxiously in his heart. What happened just now? Ninetales said in a deep voice. Just now, your chakra and I were absorbed by him. Naruto, be careful, you must not be caught by him, once we are caught, we will lose. Naruto took a deep breath and made mudras with his hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. A dozen shadow clone appeared beside him, all in Ninetales chakra mode. Little devil, what are you doing, distracting chakra at this time? Ninetales suddenly became anxious and shouted angrily. Don't worry about it, I have my way. Ninetales, find a way to help me avoid their attacks. Naruto said something to Ninetales, and immediately rushed to Heaven Pain and Nagato with his clones. Shadow clone. This kind of thing is useless. Nagato sneered, and shot again. God Luo Tianjang. Boom. Terrible repulsion erupted and hit Naruto instantly. But in an instant, all Naruto and Shadow clones stood in a line at once. They supported each other and pushed the body of the front avatar. Use all the power of Shadow clone to counter the repulsive force of Shinra Tenjin. Ah! Naruto yelled, with all his might, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Several shadow clones start to dissipate. But in the end, Naruto resisted. I must win. Naruto growled in his heart, and then the explosive speed appeared in front of Nagato in an instant. It actually blocked Shinluo Tianjang. How is it possible? Nagato was terrified. He watched Naruto's heart beating wildly as he suddenly appeared in front of him. For the first time, he felt as if he had underestimated Naruto. Sealing technique absorption. Nagato roared in his heart, not only to block Naruto's attack, but also to completely absorb the chakra on Naruto's body. Boom. Naruto punched out. His speed is too fast and his strength is too strong. The ability to absorb seals is simply not enough to absorb so much chakra. The fist broke through the barrier of the seal and hit Nagato's abdomen hard. The terrifying force knocked Nagato into the air. Wow. Up in the air, Nagato spat out a mouthful of sour water. At the critical moment, he blocked Naruto's attack with the ability of Shiradao. But even so, the stomach is still incomparably painful. Damn it. Nagato's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that he would be beaten by Brat, which made him very angry. But the next moment, I was angry. Naruto catches up with Nagato in an instant with the advantage of speed. In the air, he punched violently. Asura way, Nagato shouted loudly, an extra arm suddenly appeared on his body, and a bomb was blasted towards Naruto. A loud bang. The bomb went off. Nagato was shocked to see that Naruto used the Nine-Tails chakra to withstand the bombardment of the explosion abruptly and continued to punch him. BD, you still want to attack me? Naruto's angry punch landed on Nagato's stomach again. Boom. Nagato hit the ground hard, only feeling a sharp pain in his back. Damn. Nagato looked at Naruto, who was still thinking about hitting himself. His eyes were red. Except for Chiba, he has never experienced this level of hard work. He was completely angry. At this time, Kaila, a thunderbolt suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Nagato's pupils shrank sharply. He sees everything through the eyes of other Rinegons. It was Jiraiya in Sage mode who hurled Kakashi out like a bolt of lightning towards him. Moreover, Kakashi held a short sword with lightning flashing in his hand, slashing at his own neck. The strong sense of crisis made Nagato's hair stand on end. Die, Nagato roared. He never expected to encounter such a bitter battle in Konoha. The sharp contrast made him angry. Shenluo Tianjang. With a plop, Tiandao Pain fell down. Nagato concentrated all his strength on himself. It exploded in an instant. This time, the power of Shenluo Tianjang is far more powerful than before. The shock wave visible to the naked eye instantly exploded and expanded wildly. Boom. Naruto was blown away. Kakashi was also blown away. Isn't it fast? Then I won't let you go any faster. Planetary devastation. Nagato roared again and again, and threw a small black ball with his hands together. If it was before, he couldn't do it so fast. Cast planetary devastation. But as the body recovers, the strength increases, coupled with the discovery of Rinnegan's abilities. Let him adapt to Rinnegan more and more. Planetary devastation can also be cast quickly. Call out. The black ball flew into the sky. On the ground, shock waves are still sweeping in all directions. Although the impact this time is not as powerful as Chao Shenluo Tianjang, it is far more than before. Naruto let out a muffled grunt, and was wounded by the violent force breaking through the protection of the Nine-Tails chakra. But Kakashi was miserable. He vomited blood and flew upside down, unable to even stabilize his body. Konoha's 880 people are resisting the attack of Shenluo Tianjang. They saw the black ball that Nagato released, but they couldn't stop it. Looking at Jiraiya's shoulder, Fukasaku's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. Little Jiraiya, stop him. Jiraiya's expression changed, and she hurriedly asked, what happened? Fukasaku hurriedly said in a panic. If I remember correctly, it should be the magic of the legendary sage of 6 paths to create the moon. Once successful, no one here can escape. What? Jiraiya looked at the little black ball slowly rising into the air in horror. But he couldn't stop it at all. The distance is too far. It's over. Fukasaku sighed. Jiraiya's heart also sank to the bottom. Next moment, I saw the small black ball in the air begin to glow, and a terrifying attraction erupted. Countless rubble on the ground, corpses, broken arms and limbs, and even injured people began to fly into the air under control. The earth was torn apart, and huge boulders were ripped out of the ground and flew into the air. With a loud bang, it hit the black ball. Gradually, the sphere in the air became bigger and bigger, and the attraction became stronger and stronger. What ninjutsu is this? No, I'm flying. Help me. The surviving Konoha shinobi flew in the air and shouted in panic. They avoided the stones flying up from below in horror, trying to get rid of that attraction, but they couldn't do it at all. Even Jiraiya, Kakashi and others were sucked into the air. Damn it, you even used this kind of ninjutsu. The Nine Tails inside Naruto panicked. He has recognized this trick. That's why there's fear. Naruto, start attacking the sphere in the air with all your strength now. Don't stop, tell others to join. Going all out, Nine Tails roared angrily, unwilling to accept his fate. Naruto's complexion changed drastically, except for that time when he faced Chiba. It was the first time he saw Nine Tails lie so coldly. Everyone attacked the sky together. Naruto yelled hastily. At the same time a chakra began to gather in his mouth. It must be successful. Nine Tails broke in prayers. This is the first time Naruto has used the Tailed Beast Bomb, and it is still dominated by him, with an extremely low success rate. But now he has two. Buzz. The terrifying amount of chakra condensed in front of Naruto, forming a ball. Success. Feeling the stabilized Tailed Beast Bomb, Nine Tails erupted in ecstasy. Call out. The Tailed Beast Bomb rushed into the air and bombarded the planetary devastation. With a loud bang, the Tailed Beast Bomb exploded. Countless gravels were blasted out. Chapter 87 Desperate Nine Tails, Obito's Thoughts. However, the planetary devastation still exists. Continue to attack. Nine Tails roared and gathered Tailed Beast Bomb again. Naruto also knew that the critical moment had come, so he didn't dare to be distracted, and directly gave his body to Nine Tails to control. Jiraiya, Kakashi and others saw Naruto's intentions, and rushed to attack while shouting. Quick, attack the sphere in the sky, no need to aim, just launch the attack. The planetary devastation's attraction will help their attacks auto-target. Even any attack will eventually fall on the planetary devastation. Immediately, countless ninjutsu and attacks flew into the air. Fire-style Howlong Fire Technique. Water-style Water Shock Wave. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb. Earth-style Rock Iron Body. Wind-style Vacuum Sphere. Countless detonators were thrown out and landed on the planetary devastation one after another. Rumbling explosions continued one after another. The planetary devastation in the sky is also shaking. But Nagato below was not worried once. This time he learned his lesson from the last time he fought Chiba. Planetary devastation. I saw Nagato let go of his hand again, and another small black ball rose into the air, merging with the previous small black ball. Attraction suddenly skyrocketed. No one can resist, not even Naruto in Nine-Tails chakra mode. Damn, Nine-Tails was attracted to the surface of the planetary devastation amidst the unwilling roar, lying powerlessly on the stomach. Naruto hastily used Nine-Tails chakra to protect the other Konoha shinobi. Next moment, countless boulders were pulled out from the ground and smashed on him fiercely. Boom boom boom. The boulder lifted off and hit the planetary devastation, making the sphere in the air bigger and bigger. Sealed all the Konoha people inside. Nine-Tails capture complete. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. Konan is being protected by his side, and he has not been affected, and he is relieved at this moment. The battle just now was so dangerous that she was sweating nervously. It's finally over. Konan forced a grin. Nagato nodded, then said, "You wait here for me while I absorb Nine-Tails chakra." Although capturing Nine-Tails is also his plan, what really matters to him is Nine-Tails chakra. He could feel the chakra being absorbed more and more. A strange metamorphosis was taking place in his constitution. Make him more and more compatible with Rinnegan. This kind of benefit made him excited but also a little puzzled. But now is not the time to think about these things. Nagato flew directly into the air and came to the planetary devastation. Planetary devastation is just sealing. Chakra, who wants to absorb Nine-Tails, also needs Nagato to channel the power of Nine-Tails out. Far away, Chiba watched this scene calmly. He picked up a lot of drops in this war, and even got a few good ninjutsu. But his most wanted planetary devastation and Shenluo Tianjang still haven't exploded. But he was not in a hurry. On the contrary, he looked forward to it even more. Let me see whether the legendary son of prophecy is stronger or the Rinnegan is stronger. In the opposite direction from Chiba, two people also witnessed the battle. Obito and Absolutely. Black Zetsu asked, "Obito, are you really not going to stop Nagato? If he manages to revive 10 tails, then you have no chance." Obito said calmly, "Capturing tail beasts and reviving Madara and 10 tails was originally our plan. As long as the plan is implemented, it doesn't matter whether it's me or Nagato." Black Zetsu suddenly became anxious. To resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya requires two conditions. One is the revived 10 tails. The other requires Rinnegan to release infinite Tsukuyomi. But he is very clear that if Madara is not resurrected, others will not be able to cast infinite Tsukuyomi even if they have Rinnegan. Therefore, Madara must be revived. What about Madara? Ju's tone was a little anxious, which made Obito look at him very concerned. Obito said casually, "Don't worry, even if Nagato won't revive Madara, we can use reanimation jutsu to revive Madara. I believe Madara will have a way to clean up the mess." Seeing Obito's salty fish look, he didn't believe it at all. But he can't help it. His combat power is limited, and he cannot be exposed, so he can only play tricks. He glanced at Obito and hurriedly said, "Then I'll take control of Orochimaru and resurrect Madara with Impure World Reincarnation." "Up to you." Obito raised his eyebrows and pretended not to care. Black Zetsu didn't act immediately, but said, "I will go when the result of this battle comes out." Obito silently looked at the huge stone ball in the air and asked, "Do you think Nagato can win?" Black Zetsu glanced at him in surprise, and said in a strange tone, "Do you think there is still a possibility of Nagato's failure? If Chiba doesn't appear, Nagato is now invincible. But last time Chiba let Nagato go, and I don't think he will make a move this time either." Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Obito felt uneasy instead. "Get ready, if Nagato fails, grab Rinnegan immediately." Watching planetary devastation, Obito has a bad feeling. It seems that something big is about to happen. Black Zetsu gave him a weird look, laughing in his heart. He thought that Obito must be crazy for wanting Rinnegan, and at this moment he still thought that Nagato would fail. Inside the planetary devastation, Nine-Tails chakra protected the Konoha people. Although everyone was sealed at this moment, they were hardly injured. However, the hearts of Jiraiya and others are still extremely heavy. They've tried, the seal here is too strong, they can't break through at all. Neither will Nine-Tails, and the pressure is still increasing. Sooner or later Nine-Tails will not be able to hold on. Continuing like this is not an option, we must find a way to escape from here. Jiraiya said with a sullen face. In fact, if he really wanted to escape, he also had a way. Reversing the summoning technique will allow him to lead everyone to Mount Myoboku. But this doesn't solve the fundamental problem. It might even make Nagato take revenge on Konoha. Completely destroy Konoha. Nagato is totally capable of that. Kakashi and others have been completely unable to think of a way. No, people outside are absorbing Nine-Tails chakra. Suddenly, Naruto screamed. I saw a black rod extending from the outside of the planetary devastation, directly inserted into the Nine-Tails chakra. Fast absorbing Nine-Tails chakra. Nine-Tails won't last long. Naruto looked at the crowd anxiously. Just when everyone was desperate, a figure stood up. It's time for my blue beast to play. Might Guy grinned. Kakashi's complexion changed, and he hurriedly stopped. No, you will die if you use that trick. Might Guy said with a smile. I practiced so just to wait for this moment. Kakashi, don't stop me. After speaking, he looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya struggled for a while, but seeing that the Nine-Tails chakra were getting less and less, even they could hardly protect them. He knew very well that Might Guy wanted to fight with 8 inner gates dead gates. But then Might Guy would be dead too. Jiraiya nodded hard in her heart. Please, Guy. Might Guy nodded excitedly, and just about to act, Jiraiya hurriedly said. Bring Naruto. Rinnegan's ability is too weird, maybe Naruto can help. Might Guy's complexion changed slightly, the gravity here is constantly increasing. Once Naruto is gone, the rest can't last long. Don't worry, we can still support it for a while. If it doesn't work, I have other ways to protect their safety. Jiraiya said in a low voice. Might Guy nodded, then looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, get ready, we're about to move. Naruto opened his mouth. He wanted to stop Might Guy, but was stopped by Might Guy. As a disciple, don't stop your master from blooming his brilliance. Naruto nodded silently. He can also be regarded as a disciple of Might Guy, and even studied 8 inner gates technique. The power and side effects of this forbidden technique are all too clear. But at this moment, he can only watch Might Guy die, which makes him feel very uncomfortable. 8 inner gates 7th gate. Might Guy opens the 7th gate directly. Boom. In an instant, terrifying blue steam erupted from his body. It unexpectedly broke through the stone of planetary devastation for a while, and opened a passage together with 9 tails. Might Guy grabbed Naruto in a hurry, burst out with all his strength, and here he broke free from the shackles of planetary devastation in an instant. Call out. The moment the two rushed out, the pressure inside planetary devastation suddenly increased. Jiraiya and others hurriedly used ninjutsu to resist, although it was difficult, they stabilized for the time being. Outside world, Nagato continuously absorbs 9 tails chakra with Yin-Yang Dun's black stick. What he didn't know was that at this moment he was fully awakening the sage body physique of the Uzumaki clan. That is the peak performance of Yang Dun chakra. Suddenly, Nagato's expression changed. 9 tails chakra disappeared. Immediately afterwards, he saw a beam of blue and gold rushing out of the planetary devastation. Someone broke free from the planetary devastation. The long breast shrank sharply, and looked in shock at Might Guy and Naruto who appeared outside. Especially Might Guy's peculiar state at this time made Nagato's look extraordinarily dignified. Who the hell is this guy? Naruto's strength is because he can understand 9 tails. But now a guy with the same strength as Naruto suddenly appeared, which made him a little unacceptable. They popped up one after another. Do you think I'm a soft persimmon? Nagato was angry. Below, Naruto and the Might Guy look at Nagato standing upside down on the surface of the planetary devastation. Mr. Guy, what should I do? Might Guy grinned, pointed to the air and said, send me up now. Naruto immediately understood what he meant, condensed a chakra arm and grabbed Might Guy, throwing him hard into the air. Inside, 9 tails asked suspiciously. Who is this guy? Naruto said sadly. He is my teacher and the man who will defeat Rinnegan. Konoha's blue beast, Might Guy. 9 tails was a little surprised when he heard that. Is what you said true or false? Of course it's true, no one is better than Mr. Guy. Naruto said firmly. 9 tails revive hope, hurry. Road, Naruto, hurry up and get ready, Rinnegan is not that easy, we have to help him. Naruto's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly looked into the sky. Call out. Might Guy shot into the air like a blue rocket. It's fast and has a lot of momentum, but that's about it. Nagato watched as Might Guy reached out and pushed. Shenluo Tianjiang. Boom. A terrifying repulsion erupted, and he came to Might Guy in an instant. Might Guy's face remained unchanged, and he punched out violently. Day Tiger. Roar. With a ferocious roar, the air was blown up by a punch, forming a white tiger shape, roaring and rushing forward. Boom. There was a loud bang. The attacks of Day Tiger and Shenluo Tianjiang collided. One is the shock wave formed by repulsion, and the other is the shock wave formed by punching force. There was a loud noise at the moment of the collision. The two air-white waves visible to the naked eye confronted each other for a moment and then suddenly dispersed. Cancel each other out. It actually blocked it. Nagato's heart skipped a beat. Then move your body quickly. With a bang, a deep hole appeared in the place where he was standing just now. Might Guy was standing up from the pit, turning his head back. As this gymnastics, Nagato's eyes flickered with horror when he saw this scene. Then rushed out of the surface of planetary devastation and rushed towards the surface. If it is physical skills, he will definitely not be an opponent with any speed to get Li in power. Although the time interval of Shenluo Tianjiang has been shortened a bit. But even an interval of 1 second is a huge gap for Might Guy's speed. He must use other methods. In midair, Nagato pressed his palms together. Summoning technique Geto statue. Roar. The Geto statue, which was almost 100 meters high, appeared at Nagato's feet in an instant, and the two fell down together. And Might Guy is also chasing from the air. On the ground below, Naruto watched in shock as the Geto statue suddenly appeared. What's this? That kind of power is too terrifying, it actually made him feel oppressed at this time. 9 tails went crazy too. Sure enough, it came out. Geto statue. I knew Rinnegan was coming, this guy was going to show up. This is his nemesis, the nemesis of all tailed beasts. 9 tails immediately exploded, he didn't want to be absorbed by the Geto statue, and immediately roared. Naruto, it's our turn. Leave your body to me to control. Without waiting for Naruto to agree, 9 tails snatched control of Naruto's body directly. Roar. With a roar, a massive amount of chakra erupted from Naruto's body. Instantly forms a giant chakra 9 tails. Naruto was standing right in the middle of 9 tails' head. As this 9 tails, Naruto watched this scene in astonishment. Then I saw a tail of 9 tails soaring into the sky, and with a swipe, Might Guy was caught back. And in the air, a chakra dragon was charging at Might Guy just now. Damn it, you can even know this kind of ghost thing. Seeing the chakra dragon, 9 tails was also taken aback. As long as there is a creature with chakra, no one is not afraid of this thing. He hastily retreated. With a loud bang, the Geto statue fell to the ground. Chapter 88 8 Inner Gates Formation, Nagato vs. Guy. Naruto, you can't escape. Nagato stared at Naruto, his eyes were cold, but his heart was hot. All the chakra he absorbed just made him stronger. He is determined to win 9 tails. What was that just now? It made me feel very dangerous. Might Guy asked loudly while standing inside 9 tails. Be careful, you must not be touched by that thing. Once it touches you, it will crazily absorb your chakra until death. Moreover, there is no entity to take things, and physical defense and attack are useless to him. 9 tails reminded loudly, he has seen Might Guy's fighting power. It will definitely help them beat Nagato, he doesn't want him to die early. Look, that guy is playing tricks. Naruto pointed in Nagato's direction and yelled angrily. There, Nagato wrapped himself in a chakra dragon. Wouldn't that mean we wouldn't be able to meet him at all? Might Guy looked serious. No matter how powerful the 8 inner gates are, they still need to attack the enemy. If you directly open the door of death, and then desperately deliver a blow, you may be able to succeed. Might Guy kept thinking about it, but he always felt unsafe. 9 tails, what can you do? I need the opportunity to have direct access to Nagato. 9 tails hesitated when he heard this, and asked, are you sure you can kill him? Might Guy said with a serious look. I still have stronger moves. Maybe it may not be able to kill him, but at least it can seriously injure him. Hearing this, 9 tails closed her eyes and thought for a moment, then opened her eyes, with a look of determination in her eyes. Okay, since that's the case, I'll create an opportunity for you. I'll take Geto statue away when I come later, and I'll leave the rest to you. 9 tails is about to go all out. Might Guy took a deep breath and nodded. 9 tails looked in Nagato's direction, then ran wildly, heading straight for Nagato. Nagato's face remained unchanged, and the chakra dragon controlling the Geto statue was flying around. The length of the chakra dragon is limited, but it can spit out several at the same time, which is enough to deal with attacks from all directions. Whoosh whoosh, 9 tails moved very fast, and in a blink of an eye, they came to a place not far from Geto statue. Brush, a chakra arm suddenly protruded from 9 tails, grabbing Geto statue viciously. Roar, Geto statue let out a low growl, and a chakra dragon rushed up immediately. Careful, Naruto, who was acting as a spectator, hastily reminded. You don't need to say it. 9 tails said angrily, and at the same time hurriedly controlled Chakra's arm to retract. Next, 9 tails began to test Geto statue again and again. Even sent out the tailed beast bomb twice, just to test the chakra dragon's attack distance. It's a pity that they were all blocked by Geto statue. For this reason, 9 tails even endured Nagato's attacks from Shinluo Tianjang several times. Test distance. Do they have other cards? Nagato looked at 9 tails' actions suspiciously, feeling uneasy. His face turned hard. No matter what moves you have, as long as you don't let them use them, it's useless. Universal pull. He suddenly stretched out his hand towards 9 tails, increasing the strength of his suction. Buzz. 9 tails was shaken all over, and his body slowly rose into the air. Are you kidding? I won't fall for this kind of move. 9 tails roared, and several tails plunged into the ground in an instant, nailing him to the ground like wooden stakes. Nagato snorted coldly when he saw this scene, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then Geto statue jumped up and rushed directly to the sky above 9 tails. Damn it, 9 tails was taken aback. The suction force of universal pull is still there, and it is difficult for him to move quickly. Get out, tailed beast bomb barrage. 9 tails' eyes were red, and the tailed beast bomb was suddenly drawn out of his mouth, and he spewed out wildly. Whoosh, 2 tailed beast bombs bombarded Geto statue instantly. Boom, boom, with 2 loud bangs, Geto statue was blown out. Almost at the same time, it's time for the universal pull, and the suction disappears. Get ready, 9 tails growled. He was already extremely angry, and he rushed over while Geto statue was falling. Whizzing, 2 chakra dragons roamed the Geto statue's body, blocking the front of 9 tails. Boom, the moment the Geto statue landed, the movement that 9 tails had just slowed down suddenly sped up, and at the same time said in a low voice. Do it, boom, before the words fell, several arms formed by the 9 tails chakra CECG emerged from the ground of the Geto statue. Those 9 tails chakra arms are connected to a tail on the back of 9 tails. As soon as it appeared, it grabbed Geto statue's 2 feet and arms, and then slammed it up and threw Geto statue flying. Almost at the same time, 9 tails' second attack also arrived. Tailed beast bomb barrage, shish. 3 tailed beast bombs line up and head towards Nagato above the Geto statue. Not good. Nagato's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly controlled Geto statue to resist with his hands. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive bombardments, the 2 arms that Geto statue used to block were completely blasted away. At this moment, Nagato is facing 9 tails with an open door. Tailed beast bomb. 9 tails launched a third attack at this time. The 4th tailed beast bomb appears. It was sent out almost at the moment when the arm was blown away, and it arrived in front of Nagato in an instant. Feeling the power of the tailed beast bomb, Nagato's heart skipped a beat, and then he stretched out his hands forward. Shenluo Tianjiang. Boom. The terrifying shock wave instantly collided with the tailed beast bomb. 10 loud bangs exploded. Roar. Just as Nagato was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden roar made his heart tremble. The next moment, his pupils shrank sharply. Ninetales rushed up. He dodged Chakra's attack from the side, and slammed into Geto statue hard. Then a tail slammed down towards Nagato. Not good. Nagato's face changed slightly when he saw the tail. Because there is a huge boulder wrapped around that tail, a huge boulder. The Chakra Dragon can never absorb it. And he just used Shenluo Tianjiang, and there is no move that can counter this move. As soon as Nagato gritted his teeth, he could only leave Geto statue's head, and broke away from the protection of the Chakra Dragon in an instant. Almost at the same time, a roar came from Ninetales' body. 8 inner gates hyphenation point 8 gate death gate, open. I saw Might Guy hit hard at the position of the Achilles heel. A stream of red chakra replaces the original blue chakra. Even Might Guy's hair and eyebrows turned red. Poignant. The terrifying aura soared to the sky, making Ninetales feel awe-inspiring. This chakra is 10 times stronger than before. He felt Awe Guy's state, and his heart was extremely shocked. Teacher Guy. Naruto looked at Might Guy sadly. He knew that from this moment on, Might Guy's life began to count down. Might Guy took a look at Naruto, and then stomped hard on Ninetales' chakra. Boom. There was a sound like a drum beating in the void. It was the sound of Might Guy striding through the air. It's crazy to be able to run in the air. Ninetales exclaimed, looking very excited. The stronger the Might Guy, the better their chances of victory. Damn, what kind of move is this? Nagato looked at Might Guy in shock. His perception ability is already excellent, so he naturally felt the horror of Might Guy at this moment. Especially when he saw Might Guy running in the air, his face was twitching. Is this something humans can do? Nagato is a little skeptical about life. Even when he was fighting Chiba, he was able to accept the reality when he was crushed and beaten by Chiba. Even he can fly himself. But seeing Might Guy running wildly in the air at this moment, he felt that his 3 views were shattered. Boom. The surging and terrifying pressure turned into viscous and heavy pressure under Might Guy's high-speed movement. Facing the Might Guy at this moment, Nagato felt suffocated. Shenluo Tianjiang. Without even thinking about it, Nagato directly used the strongest move. Might Guy's speed was too fast. He didn't have time to condense too much chakra, but he used this move as fast as possible. The next moment, Nagato's pupils shrank sharply, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes. In the air, Might Guy kicked fiercely towards the shock wave of Shenluo Tianjiang. Boom. The almost omnipotent Shenluo Tianjiang was kicked by Might Guy. Nagato felt his scalp go numb. Naruto and Ninetales in the distance are even more dumbfounded. Too crazy. Obito in the distance was also a little speechless watching this scene. He is a little suspicious of life. Might Guy, the guy who beat me in the Chunin assessment, is so strong. Simply outrageous. Even Chiba, who saw this move for the first time, was shocked. You must know that this is the ninja world. No matter how strong the physical skills are, they are only physical skills and they will not move in the air like pirate world. Even at this moment, Chiba can only take advantage of it once or twice in the air. But Might Guy was actually running in the air at this moment. Even though I knew this scene would happen, seeing Chiba with my own eyes at this moment still feels extremely shocking. Chiba stared fierily at the battlefield. 8 inner gates. If I cast it, I should be able to kick Madara to death. 1 foot. In the air, Might Guy kicked Shenluo Tianjiang with a kick. A look of pain flashed across his face. The pain of opening the gate of death far surpassed that of the previous 7th gate. Even a strong man like him couldn't help but groan. But after only a momentary pause, Might Guy continued to run wildly. Boom boom boom. He didn't care about whether other people's 3 views were broken or not. He just ran wildly in the air, and went straight to Nagato to heal him. 2 legs. Almost instantly he was in front of Nagato. The air cannon formed by Shishong's attack is more terrifying than Shenluo Tianjiang. The terrifying wind pressure directly made Nagato's battle unsteady, let alone fighting. Seeing that the Might Guy was approaching, Nagato roared desperately. No matter what way, he burst out with all his strength. Shenluo Tianjiang. Boom. The shock wave is visible to the naked eye. But if you look at it at a slower speed, it seems too slow compared to Might Guy's air cannon. Boom. One sound. Muffled. Shenluo Tianjiang's attack was kicked off again. But Might Guy's attack has also been hindered, not so strong anymore. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief just now, but the next moment, he was stunned. Might Guy is gone. A piercing chill rose from behind, and there was also a familiar suffocating and terrifying wind pressure. 3-legged. No, you must not be hit. Nagato roared wildly inside. In the distance, the brutal road of one of Pen's 6 paths made a move. Summoning technique. Boom. Nagato disappeared in place. Might Guy kicked his phantom. Everything just happens in an instant. The speed of this fight was too fast, far beyond Nagato's imagination. The Might Guy attacked almost as soon as he disappeared. But even so, Nagato, who was summoned, still spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at his shoulder in horror, as if a piece had been cut off with a knife. The flesh and blood rolled, and the blood kept flowing out. Nagato looked horrified and looked in the direction of Might Guy with lingering fear. Just scratches are so scary. What kind of ninjutsu are 8 inner gates? He didn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be if he was actually hit. I'm afraid the whole arm will explode directly. Thinking of that scene, Nagato couldn't help but shudder. Suddenly, the door slammed shut and saw a horrifying scene. Might Guy is running over. The speed is too fast, a distance of hundreds of meters has already been rushed in 1 second. Can he still make that kind of attack? Nagato tried his best to observe Might Guy with Rinnegan. He didn't even hesitate to use the power of Pain's 6 paths, just to increase his field of vision. But even so, it was difficult for him to catch the trail of Might Guy. Too fast. It's just the movement of the body, not space-time ninjutsu. This speed is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Nagato didn't bother to treat the injury at all. He just finished standing up straight, and Might Guy had already covered half the distance. There was not even enough time left for him to perform ninjutsu once. Damn, Nagato was helpless at the moment. Next moment, brush up. Pain's 6 paths stood around Nagato and wrapped him up. Pain's 6 paths, who just turned the entire Konoha upside down, can only play the role of cannon fodder at this moment. But Nagato didn't feel the slightest bit distressed. As long as you can survive. 4 legs. Might Guy appeared in Nagato's eyes almost instantly. Pain's 6 paths just made a defensive move. He kicked out. A monstrous air cannon slams into Pain's 6 paths. Boom. Standing in the front is Shiro rode in Pain's 6 paths. It is the most defensive one. But at this moment, he was kicked by Might Guy. It really exploded. It became countless fragments splashing in the air. Boom. Nagato was blown out, and he felt that all the bones in his body were shattered. The whole person flew upside down in the air and kept vomiting blood. But at this moment, even if he even moved his fingers, it would be extremely painful. He also attacked instinctively. Shenluo Tianjiang. Almost at the same time, Might Guy appeared above him and kicked him down hard. 5 legs. Chapter 89 Night Guy. Horror drops. Cruel truth. Wuzu is Shishong's last and strongest kick. You can even vomit blood from 6 paths Madara. Puff. Nagato sprayed vigorous blood mist directly in the air, and his whole body fell towards the ground like a tattered cloth bag. Bones were shattered, muscles were snapped, and internal organs were ripped apart. It hit the ground with a bang. The air cannon formed by Shishong's attack directly smashed a huge deep hole into the ground. Nagato was crushed to the bottom of the deep pit by the terrible wind, unable to move. His eyes were fixed, staring at the sky. If Might Guy attacks again at this time, even if there is only one attack, he will be dead. However, the attack he was waiting for was delayed. Nagato laughed wildly at once, even with blood spurting from his mouth and excruciating pain all over his body, he couldn't stop him from venting his inner excitement crazily. Excitement to survive, ha ha ha, you can't do it anymore. When he used Rinnegan just now, his insight ability was greatly enhanced, and he saw the details of Might Guy. It was an attack at the cost of life, and Might Guy was at the end of his battle. I won it myself. Nagato trembled all over, gritted his teeth and cast the summoning technique. Summon the amber bottle and start absorbing the chakra from 8 tails to restore the body. Might Guy was almost paralyzed with pain after delivering the final blow. Bones shattered, muscles torn. His body is heading towards death step by step. Brush. The figure of 9 tails appeared and helped Might Guy, who fell from the sky. Mr. Guy, how are you doing? Naruto looked at him with a worried and anxious look on his face, but he was powerless to do anything. Leave me alone. Go and see the enemy's situation. Might Guy gritted his teeth and growled. 9 tails immediately rushed to where Nagato was at the fastest speed. They looked down from above the pit. After seeing the scene below, 9 tails' heart sank. Damn it, this guy is still alive, how is it possible? He could tell that something was wrong with Nagato. After all, compared to Sage of 6 Paths, Nagato is too weak. But the Might Guy's attack could even threaten the Sage of 6 Paths in his view. Now Nagato survived after being hit. It's so unreasonable. This guy is absorbing 8 tails chakra to restore himself. BD. After seeing what Nagato was doing, 9 tails became even angrier. They even regarded these tailed beasts as nourishment. Just be damned. Boom boom boom. There was a roar behind him, it was Geto statue coming. 9 tails, attack him quickly. Naruto yelled anxiously. You don't need to say. 9 tails roared and began to condense the tailed beast bomb. But the next moment, 9 tails' expression froze. Below, there is an extra figure beside Nagato. God pain. Shenluo Tianjiang. A low growl came from below, followed by a terrifying repulsive force crowding along the narrow space to the exit. Boom. The terrifying force directly sent 9 tails flying. Tiandao Pain flew up from below with Nagato. Nagato looked at Might Guy and panted. Unfortunately, you almost killed me just now. In fact, his injuries just now were also very serious. If he couldn't absorb 8 tails chakra in time, he might die soon. Wheeze, wheeze. Might Guy looked at Nagato with a full face of reluctance. I can only use that trick. Now that this step has been achieved, it is naturally impossible for Might Guy to stop there. But at this time, Geto statue appeared, Tiandao Pain and Nagato landed on it, and the chakra dragon wrapped him tightly. You lose. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Might Guy and yelled. The pressure just now made him go crazy, and now he can only vent the pressure in his heart by yelling. And that thrill of surviving. Teacher Guy. Naruto looked at Nagato with a look of unwillingness on his face. Damn, my time is almost up. Nearly. We almost won. Damn, damn, damn. 9 tails roared unwillingly. No, we still have a chance. Might Guy suddenly said, 9 tails, please put me on the ground. Ninetales was shocked, and hurriedly and carefully put Might Guy down. Can you continue to fight? He looked at Might Guy with admiration in his heart. Such a man is really terrible. Of course, I'm Konoha's blue beast. No, it's the red beast. Might Guy twitched the corner of his mouth and laughed. Then he looked at the huge Ninetales and said, Ninetales, Naruto is my disciple, I hope you can help each other in the future, just like in the battle just now. Naruto is still small and not strong enough, but I believe Naruto will surpass me one day. Ninetales said in a deep voice. Don't worry, if I can survive this time, I'm definitely willing to do that. Naruto's performance in this battle was not good, but it also allowed Ninetales to see some bright spots. It's his character. Strength can be cultivated, but character is difficult to cultivate. Of course, the most important thing is that he felt a chakra related to Sage of Six Paths from Naruto just now. That's why he started to really accept Naruto. Then, I'm relieved. Might Guy grinned. Naruto couldn't stop crying and looked at Might Guy. His fists were clenched tightly, full of unwillingness. I am too weak. If I could be stronger, Mr. Guy wouldn't need to cast Forbidden Technique. If I could be stronger, Konoha would not suffer from such a disaster. I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger. Ninetales suddenly rushed to the location of Pain's Six Paths in the distance. Although he can't help much, but he wants to wipe out other loopholes. Don't even try to summon people with the summoning technique this time. Tailed Beast Bomb Barrage. Ninetales roared again and again, blasting out the Tailed Beast Bomb crazily, directly blowing up the dust there. Not only that, but he grounded several Pen Six Paths with chakra arms to the ground. Might Guy took a deep breath, and slowly lowered his body. He is going to attack. Night Guy, with a low growl from Might Guy. Chakra frantically burned his life. The vigorous blood-colored mist enveloped Might Guy's body, and he turned into a mighty dragon at this moment. Just the moment of appearance gave Nagato a chill. Chakra Dragon. Whoosh. The Chakra Dragon wraps Nagato tightly. Not only that, he and Tiandao Pain stretched out their hands together and pointed in the direction of Might Guy. Ready to go. Boom. Flying sand and walking stones. Might Guy rushed forward like red lightning. The Chakra Dragon came, but couldn't catch up with his speed. He's stronger than before. Faster. In just an instant, Might Guy appeared in front of Nagato. Kick it out. Roar. The red dragon was roaring. The terrifying power and speed directly distorted the space at this moment. The air was as heavy as steel, making Nagato unable to move. Going to die. Such a thought flashed in Nagato's mind, and then his body that had not fully recovered began to explode crazily. Squeeze life potential. He's done this once before. Super Shenluo Tianjiang. Nagato was about to burst into tears, his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared with a ferocious face. Boom. Terrifying shock waves emanated from his and Tiandao Pain's hands. It is advancing rapidly like a ripple. In front of Ripple is a red dragon. It's faster. The dragon is wrapped around Might Guy's foot. Boom. There was a muffled sound. The Ripple of Chao Shenluo Tianjiang was kicked out of a depression. Might Guy broke through the attack that could destroy Konoha unstoppably. Boom. The next moment, his feet landed on Tiandao Pain's shoulders. In an instant, Tiandao Pain's shoulder shattered into powder, as if he disappeared directly. The kick continued forward and landed on Nagato's waist in horror. Pooh. There was a slight sound. Nagato only felt a slight pain in his waist. Then the whole person was knocked out as if hit by a mountain, dizzy and vomiting blood continuously. He was like a blood bag that got hit by a truck and sprayed blood all the way. It tumbled out for an unknown distance, and collapsed on the ground like a pile of rotten meat. His waist almost disappeared, and only a width of less than 5 centimeters was still connected. Everything else, including internal organs, half an arm and shoulder was gone. Puff. Nagato spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground weakly. I lost again, only this time I might die. He tried to raise his head to look at the Might Guy in the distance. He was also lying on the ground. Even the breath is weaker than him. It's not a loss to me to be able to exchange the life of a strong man of this level. Nagato murmured. It's just that he is still a little unwilling. Obviously everything is starting to develop in a good direction. Why did it suddenly become like this? Bang bang bang. Asking for flowers. Ninetales came running wildly, taking Might Guy with him on the way. He's trying to warm young Might Guy's body with his chakra. It's a pity that Might Guy's body was so depleted that his body even began to carbonize and turn into powder. Not even Ninetales' chakra can cure it. Teacher Guy. Naruto looks at Might Guy with tears in his eyes. At this time, Might Guy has become a Kurozumi person, and his skin has been completely carbonized under the high-speed attack just now. Naruto, this is not the time to cry. If Nagato is not dead, then Guy's sacrifice is meaningless. Ninetales growled while running towards Nagato. I see. Naruto wiped his tears and stood up, looking at Nagato's direction coldly. Pick up Forbidden Technique 8 Inner Gates. Pick up Forbidden Technique 8 Inner Gates Formation. Pick up Forbidden Technique Day Tiger. Pick up Forbidden Technique Evening Image. Pick up Forbidden Technique Night Guy. Picked up to 6 Paths Technique Shenluo Tianjiang. Pick up 6 Paths Technique Super Shenluo Tianjiang. Pick up to Blood Successor Limit Uzumaki Sage Body. Pick up 20,000 Pupil Power. A series of beeps sounded, making Chiba stunned for a moment. 8 Inner Gates really popped out, and also broke Uzumaki Sage Body. Although not getting Rinne Tensai Technique and Planetary Devastation, Chiba still feels very satisfied. Because Might Guy burst out with too much power at the end. It even made him think that as long as he got the 8 inner gates, it was enough. Massive attributes and ninjutsu are fused by Chiba. His Mangekyo involuntarily emerges, then transforms into Goyu Rinnegan's form. At this moment, his Goyu Rinnegan has changed again. There was only one circle before, but now there is another circle. The real Rinnegan is getting closer and closer. But when he was in a daze, something happened suddenly on the battlefield. At this moment, Nagato is not completely dead. Konan is flying madly towards Nagato with paper wings. Naruto and Nine Tails are also rushing there. However, Obito appeared before the duo. Obito. After seeing him, Nagato immediately wanted to do it excitedly. It's a pity that he can't even move a finger now. It's so sad, Yinman. Obito looked at his miserable state and sighed. In any case, he was the one who forced himself to retreat, but at this moment he was beaten to death. It made him feel a little sad. Obito saw that Nagato's lips were trembling, and seemed to want to say something, so he said directly. I know what you want to ask, so I'll tell you all about it. What happened to the Shao organization back then was indeed that I stalked your subordinates and killed them. I did know about that conspiracy, but I didn't tell you, just to let you experience the pain of loss. In addition, Project Tsuki no Mi should be true, at least according to the information I know, it is indeed true. Nagato closed his eyes in pain. It turned out that I was the one who implicated Yahiko. One more thing, the real Uchiha Madara is behind everything I do. Obito said softly. Nagato's pupils shrank sharply, and he trembled excitedly like a flash of light. Why did he do it? Is it because of Rinnegan? Rinnegan. Obito looked at Nagato mockingly and whispered. Your Rinnegan is literally what Madara transplanted to you when you were little. Nagato, in fact, your life has already been arranged by Madara. Being dead now is a kind of relief for you. It is also a kind of sadness to be favored by Madara. What? Nagato looked at him in disbelief. Rinnegan is Madara's. No wonder I always feel weird when I use it, and there is always a feeling of mismatch. It turned out that these were not his eyes at all. Uchiha Madara. Nagato roared in his heart, full of hatred. At this moment, a look of pain flashed in Obito's eyes. He has also thought a lot recently, and he has doubts about Lin's death back then. Just like Nagato's experience, everything was too coincidental. It seems that it is like preparing a stage play to help yourself open your eyes. A tragedy. After the protagonist himself arrives on the scene, it will be officially staged. So you too. Nagato looked at Obito's expression with sympathy. He had already guessed Obito's fate, and couldn't help but feel a little pathetic. It turned out that this guy was just a poor man. Like he said, it's so sad. Chapter 90 Snatching Rinnegan, Black Zetsu in action. Nagato. Konan flew into the air and shouted anxiously. Nagato turned his head to look at Konan with difficulty, his eyes full of reluctance. Do not come, he yelled in his heart, but he was speechless. Seeing this scene, Obito suddenly thought of Lin for some reason. If Lin was alive, would she rush over for her own sake? I'll take the Rinnegan. But soon Obito came to his senses, and he stretched out his hand to close Nagato's eyes. Two Rinnegans fell into Obito's hands. Nagato's eyes were left with 2 bloody holes. His body twitched and he was completely silent. Nagato just died. Obito looked at Nagato's body in a daze for a while, then got up and frowned and glanced around. He was a little surprised that Tianyi didn't show up. What the hell is this guy thinking? But Rinnegan was in his hands, and Obito didn't think much of it. Watch as Konan swoops and Nine Tails gallop. Obito thought for a while and walked in the direction of Nine Tails. Nagato. Konan landed next to Nagato's body, bowed his head and cried bitterly. The guy with the Rinnegan is finally dead. Nine Tails was often relieved to see this scene from a distance. The same is true for Naruto. Although there are still many secrets about Nagato and pain that have not been solved, they finally killed him anyway. Although it cost Might Guy's life. Rumble. In the air, with Nagato's death, planetary devastation also exploded. Huge boulders fell from the 673 in the air, making big pits on the ground. Jiraiya and Kakashi among others also appeared. Falling from a high altitude is extremely dangerous. Fortunately, when it was about to collide with the ground, Jiraiya used the summoning technique to summon Toadbunta and caught everyone. They just looked at the battlefield. At this time, Katsuyu began to explain the result of the battle to them. Inside the planetary devastation just now, the connection between Katsuyu and the outside was cut off. Nagato is dead. Jiraiya was stunned after listening, feeling a little unreal. But thinking of Might Guy's death, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. Master Tsunade said to send Might Guy back quickly, maybe he can still be saved. Katsuyu said. Immediately, Jiraiya was refreshed, and rushed towards Nine Tails with Kakashi. At this time, they also finally saw Obito rushing towards Nine Tails wearing a mask. Obito. Kakashi's complexion changed, and he speeded up without even thinking about it, drinking heavily. In the distance, Obito's expression darkened when he heard this. He gave him a cold look, and then continued to rush towards Nine Tails. No, Naruto is in danger. Jiraiya hurried to catch up, shouting at the same time. Naruto, come back with Nine Tails, don't fight Obito. Jiraiya and others have specifically studied Obito's intelligence and capabilities. He is well aware that perhaps Obito is not as destructive as Nagato. But it is more dangerous and terrifying than Nagato, because his space-time ninjutsu is too strong. Make Obito almost invulnerable. Moreover, Naruto's state is already somewhat unstable at this moment, and Nine Tails' chakra consumes too much. Ninetales chakra mode is about to be lifted. Once fighting Obito, Naruto is likely to be captured. My chakra is almost exhausted, the doctor retreats. Ninetales persuaded, and hurriedly retreated to distance himself from Obito. Just now he saw that Obito poached Nagato's Rinnegan, and he immediately understood that this is another guy not to be messed with. Naruto yelled, but Ninetales ignored him. Naruto would never have been a match for Obito without his support, and he won't last long. Ninetales suddenly picked up speed and rushed towards Jiraiya and Kakashi. Brush. Almost as soon as Jiraiya and Kakashi arrived, Ninetales' chakra disappeared completely. Naruto's body fell from the sky, Jiraiya stepped forward to catch him. And Kakashi hugged Might Guy, and after a quick check, his expression changed drastically. Katsuyu hastily stepped forward to check Might Guy's situation, and hurriedly said, "The situation is critical and must be sent to Master Tsunade as soon as possible." Kakashi looked at the rushing Obito and took a deep breath, handed the Might Guy to Yamato who followed him and said in a deep voice, "I'll stop Obito, you immediately take Guy back to Konoha and hand it to Tsunade-sama." Yes, knowing that the situation was urgent, Yamato immediately picked up Might Guy and turned around to leave. Jiraiya and Naruto looked at the distant figure worriedly, but soon they came to their senses. They have a more difficult problem to face than Might Guy. Uchiha Obito. Obito. Kakashi looked at Obito and obviously had a lot to say in his heart, but he didn't know what to say. Say Lin committed suicide, or ask why he killed Minato, or ask him why he has to remain anonymous. Kakashi has too many doubts in his heart, but he always feels guilty and lacks confidence when facing Obito. Obito has come in front of him, his eyes are extremely cold. Brush. A flash of cold light flashed, Kakashi barely dodged, and was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He stared at Obito angrily and growled, "You really want to kill me?" Obito said coldly, "This is the knife that was given back to you, but it's a pity that it didn't hit you." He didn't deny that he was Obito, but he didn't admit it either. Kakashi froze. Jiraiya took a step forward, blocked Naruto behind and looked at Obito with a solemn expression. "Obito, keep Rinnegan. Rinnegan's abilities are terrifying. If it falls into the hands of the blackened Obito, it may even be more terrifying than Nagato alive. Is it up to you?" Obito looked at them disdainfully. At this moment, everyone in Konoha is injured, and their consumption is heavy. It's good that Kakashi managed to barely make it, but he was hit head-on by Nagato once. Jiraiya enters Sage Mode twice in a row, which is also very exhausting. As for the other Konoha Anbu, their role in this level of battle is almost zero. The key is that the entire Konoha is in a weak period at the moment. Hand over the Ninetales Jinchuriki, I can let go of sleepy vomiting. Obito looked at Naruto coldly and said, "BD, you want to catch me too?" Naruto cursed angrily, "I kept urging Ninetales to recover chakra quickly. Impossible." Kakashi shook his head and refused, his expression extremely firm. "Don't challenge my patience." Obito looked a little impatient. At this moment, the continuous sound of piercing through the air suddenly sounded. Whoosh. Kakashi and others looked at Obito's back and their faces changed drastically. Obito frowned and turned his head to look, his pupils shrank suddenly. "I saw countless papers flying towards me in the air. Every piece of paper is a detonator. Run." With a roar, Jiraiya quickly retreated with Naruto. Boom boom boom. Crazy explosive scrub. Konan's figure appeared, behind her Nagato and Yahiko in Pain's 6 paths, bodies were supported by a paper bird. "Obito, you can be buried with Nagato." She frantically released the detonator, bombing Obito. "Damn, this madman." At the center of the explosion, Obito cursed inwardly. The explosion seemed to be endless, although it didn't affect his movement, but it covered his vision. "Get rid of you first." A cold light flashed in Obito's eyes, and he walked slowly towards Konan. He stepped out of the smoke and dust, looked at Konan and frowned. Because Konan is flying high in the sky, and there are countless papers flying around him. Kamui. Obito took a deep breath and directly launched the pupil technique. He focused his gaze on Konan. Suddenly Konan's body became contorted. But the flying papers destabilized the distortion. Easily dodged by Konan. Is this the space-time ninjutsu from last time? Konan looked at Obito with lingering fear, not daring to stop, and kept moving in the air. And she enlarged the paper flying in front of her, completely blocking Obito's sight. Damn, this guy knows Kamui's weakness. Obito's face was gloomy, and the killing intent in his heart became more intense. But soon, his face changed. Konan started bombing again, and it lasted longer this time, like Konan had an infinite number of detonators. This guy, has he been guarding against me? Obito frowned, a little unwillingly. Now is your best chance to kill Konan and take the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Once missed, I am afraid it will be more difficult. Especially Naruto, he witnessed Naruto's growth process, which made him a little uneasy. The sound of the rumbling bombing still did not stop. Obito moves with it. The key is that Konan is also moving irregularly in the air, and has no idea of approaching at all. This made Obito a little helpless. He glanced at the Rinnegan in his hand, and felt the urge to install the Rinnegan. But in the end he held back. He didn't know if there would be a period of weakness after the Rinnegan transplant. It's not worth his risk just yet. Forget it, let you live for a few more days. Obito sighed and disappeared in place. Ninetales will stay in Konoha for the time being, and I will come to fetch him soon. As the voice fell, Obito's figure completely disappeared. In the air, Konan stopped bombarding, she had already felt Obito's chakra disappear. With Obito gone, the situation on the battlefield has changed. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Naruto and Konoha's Anbu watched Konan warily from the ground. The unpretentious fighting style really opened their eyes. But they also have to admit that this attack method is indeed very strong. And without any skills, just tough. This is exactly the way everyone in Konoha is most unwilling to see now. In the air, Konan looked at Jiraiya and others with complicated expressions. She doesn't have as much obsession and resentment as Nagato. Let's end this matter. After a long silence, Konan spoke. Jiraiya frowned and sighed at the tired and mournful Konan. He relented. After all, Nagato and Konan are also his disciples. Can you tell me what happened that year? Jiraiya looked at Konan and asked with a wry smile. He himself felt a little ridiculous. Nagato is dead, but they don't know Nagato's secret, nor do they know all of Rinnegan's abilities. He didn't even know why Nagato became like that. Yahiko died when? Konan sighed, as if looking for someone to confide in and whispered about the impact of Yahiko's death. It turned out to be like this. After hearing this, Jiraiya's complexion became even bitterer, and she gritted her teeth and said in a hateful voice. Danzo, you are really involved in all the bad things, you have buried too many holes for Konoha. What is the darkness of shadows? It should be called the pit of leaves. Kakashi's face is also very ugly. 0.1 let Danzo die back then, it was really cheap for him. After finishing speaking, Konan also calmed down a lot. She looked down at Jiraiya and said. If you want to go to war, I'm not as strong as Nagato, but it's not impossible to destroy Konoha. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Are recent rookies this outrageous? It has the ability to destroy a powerful ninja village at every turn. This makes Jiraiya a little suspicious of life. The point is that he really believed it a little bit. They exchanged glances with Kakashi next to them, both of them looked bitter. They suddenly felt that Konoha seemed a little out of date. After some hesitation, Jiraiya finally agreed. Well, since Nagato is dead, let's end this matter. He looked at Konan hesitantly and asked. What are you going to do next? He could see that Obito had no intention of letting Konan go. Konan looked at the dead bodies of Nagato and Yahiko and said. I'll take them back to Rain Shinobi Village, I don't care about anything else. After speaking, Konan landed on a paper bird with several corpses and left in the air. Off. Jiraiya, Kakashi and others breathed a sigh of relief, and collapsed on the ground. It's finally over. Kakashi looked at the pitted battlefield and smiled wryly. Jiraiya sighed, shook her head and said. It's not long before the end. Obito took Rinnegan, who knows what will happen to him. And there is also the problem of Akatsuki's organization. Chapter 91 Fight Sasuke's fun. Obito wants to do something. Will the 5 Kages conference still be held? Kakashi asked. Jiraiya nodded, looking heavy. He had a premonition that if Rinnegan fell into Obito's hands, there would be an even bigger storm. With Konoha's power to deal with Obito alone, he has no confidence, so he must pull other ninja villages together. Looking at Naruto next to him, a strange look flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. Originally he thought that the son of prophecy would be Nagato, but now it seems that it is not at all. Instead, what Naruto showed in this battle made him a little suspicious. Naruto, can you still enter the state just now? Naruto scratched his head and said. Yes, but Ninetales said that I have too many negative emotions, otherwise it would be stronger. This stinky fox must be talking nonsense. Can it be stronger? Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. Just now, Naruto's fighting power has already surpassed him. If it can be stronger, maybe Naruto is the real son of prophecy. Jiraiya thought for a moment and ordered decisively. Kakashi, you and Yamato take Naruto to Cloud Shinobi Village immediately. It is said that the real waterfall there can help Jinchuriki control negative emotions, and there is the most suitable environment for Jinchuriki to practice, which can help Naruto become stronger. Kakashi was taken aback and asked, go now. Jiraiya said emphatically. Now the Akatsuki organization must be in chaos. Take advantage of this time to hide your tracks and go to Cloud Shinobi Village to help Naruto complete his practice and not be discovered by others. As for Konoha, you don't have to worry, there should be no more wars in the short term. Kakashi nodded. Then with the excited Naruto and Yamato, the three left quietly. Jiraiya returned to Konoha and started to clean up the mess. After the battle, Chiba quietly entered Konoha Village. I met with Kurenai Yuhi to confirm her safety, and stayed for a few days before returning to Mist Ninja Village. At this time, information about Konoha's great battle had spread to the entire ninja world. Although 24 Konoha's many disasters made other ninja villages secretly gloat. But this time Rinnegan and the Akatsuki organization were completely exposed to everyone's sight. There was an uproar in the ninja world. After all, although the legend of Sage of Six Paths is circulating in the ninja world. But that's just legend. Now the legend has become a reality, and people are panicked. Even with Chiba as a big backer, Terumi Mei began to actively prepare for the battle. For a time, the entire ninja world became full of chills. On the barren guide of the country of water. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Roar. A 10-meter-long wooden dragon emerged from the ground and roared. Sasuke excitedly stood on top of the wooden dragon's head. I made it, I mastered wood style. Looking at Sasuke who was laughing excitedly, Chiba also sighed in his heart. After transplanting first Hokage cells, Sasuke fully fused quickly, as expected. Not only did it make his Mangekyo no side effects, it even strengthened his physique a lot. The degree of completion of this fusion far exceeds that of others. More importantly, Sasuke can already cast wood style. Although it is only at the level of Wooden Dragon, Wooden Golem Jutsu cannot be cast yet. But he believes that with the further awakening of Indra's chakra, Sasuke's wood style will become stronger and stronger. It's just another Madara. Chiba had some expectations in his heart. If Sasuke changes eyes and evolves into eternal eyes, it is almost exactly the same as Madara's situation back then. Fusion of first Hokage cells in the state of eternal eye. Maybe Sasuke can actually activate the Rinnegan. Did you hear about the battle that took place in Konoha earlier? Chiba looked at Sasuke and asked. What do you want to say? Sasuke frowned a little unhappy. Naruto's strength in that battle is only stronger than your current strength. Chiba looked at him with raised eyebrows and said. His words were like a basin of cold water instantly extinguishing Sasuke's excitement. Sasuke squinted and shouted, impossible. Now that I have activated Mangekyō Sharingan and integrated wood style, how can Naruto be stronger than me? Chiba pouted. In real terms, the strength of the two is considered to be of the same level, and it is hard to say who is stronger. But he just didn't want to see this guy happy. Naruto is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He even fought Rinnegan's Nagato back and forth in this fight. Are you okay? Sasuke's face darkened when he heard this. Naruto is a hurdle in his heart that he can't get over. I thought I had left Naruto far behind this time. But I didn't expect that I would fall behind. He clenched his fist unwillingly. With a smile on the corner of Chiba's mouth, he continued. Not only that, but if I'm not mistaken, Naruto's strength will become stronger soon. At that time, you will no longer be an opponent. The previous state of Naruto was similar to Nine-Tails Chakra mode. But because of the initiative of Nine-Tails, it also has the appearance and power of Kurama mode. If Nine-Tails Chakra mode can be regarded as the pinnacle of Cage level, comparable to the eye-opener of Mangekyō Sharingan, then Kurama mode is a Super Cage level special, comparable to an Eternal eye-opener. This is impossible. How could Naruto's strength improve so quickly? Sasuke retorted, with disbelief on his face. Then you just wait, it won't be long before Naruto can hang you. Chiba said with a nonchalant expression. Sasuke believed it a little when he heard it. His complexion fluctuated, and he was really unwilling. Maybe it's because of the bond, maybe it's because the two are reincarnated. He can lose to anyone, but he doesn't want to lose to Naruto. After a long time, Sasuke took a deep breath, bowed his head respectfully to Chiba and said. Master Chiba, please help me continue to grow stronger. But I secretly swear in my heart, there will always be 10 days when I will become stronger than you. Chiba stood there with a smile all over his face, feeling relieved for a while. He knew that Sasuke was not convinced, and might even be thinking about how to take revenge on himself. But he didn't care at all. It's just that the Rinnegan he wanted didn't move for a long time, so he wanted to push Sasuke. You want to continue to become stronger, even reach the height of Naruto's future, I can't help you anymore. Chiba pretended to be sorry and sighed. Sasuke's face changed, and his expression was extremely gloomy. This is impossible. Master Chiba, your Sharingan is not a normal Mangekyo, is it? He used to cast Susanoo, but the power was not comparable to that of Chiba's Susanoo he had seen. This made him suspicious. Mangekyo may also evolve to higher levels. Chiba took a deep look at him and said in a deep voice. I do have a way to make your Mangekyo go further, but the cost is very high, are you sure you want to listen? Sasuke said without hesitation. I want to listen. Chiba nodded, looked at the sea in the distance and said with a somewhat erratic voice. There are eternal eyes above the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the birth of the eternal eye requires the transplantation of other people's Mangekyo Sharingan to be born. Other Mangekyo. Sasuke's expression changed dramatically, and he felt an ominous premonition in his heart. The closer the blood relationship between the two, the higher the chance of the eternal eye being born. Even the only thing recorded in Uchiha's history, 2 eternal eyes, was opened after Uchiha Madara got his brother's eyes. Gudong. Sasuke swallowed, and said in a difficult voice. You mean to let me transplant Itachi's eyes? Chiba nodded and said, it was originally Itachi's idea that you get his eye to be the strongest in Uchiha history. Sasuke's face was full of bitterness, and he opened his mouth in a complicated mood, but he didn't know what to say. He believed what Chiba said, because the reason why he was able to open his eyes was that Itachi risked death in exchange for serious injuries. Even if I leave Konoha, can't I escape your arrangement, Itachi? Sasuke was in a complicated mood and couldn't make up his mind for a while. As he experienced more and more feelings for Itachi became more complicated. And he still felt a little guilty, feeling sorry for Itachi. You paid too much for him. But let him give up killing Itachi, he can't pass the test in his heart. I don't know what parents think. Sasuke sighed with a wry smile, then he was taken aback, his eyes flickering. Since I can't make up my mind, I'm going to ask them. Reanimation Jutsu. Just find Orochimaru to revive the parents. Sasuke was excited and couldn't wait. Master Chiba, do you know where Orochimaru is? Sasuke looked at Chiba expectantly and asked. What do you want him for? Chiba gave him a surprised look. The current Sasuke is stronger than Orochimaru, it can't be the inertia of the plot that is driving it, right? Sasuke hastily expressed his thoughts. Chiba was speechless for a while. Fortunately, Sasuke has enough brains to come up with this method. After thinking about it, Chiba gave Sasuke the address of Orochimaru. He kept Orochimaru because he wanted to study the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan as well as the chakra and the sacred tree. You won't be able to use him until you finish fighting Kagaya. It doesn't matter if he meets Sasuke now. Not only that, He also told Sasuke that if he wants to find Itachi, he can go there. After Sasuke got the address, he immediately went to find Orochimaru. Chiba didn't stop either. In the process of Sasuke's practice these days, he has copied Sasuke's pupil technique flame control. It was paid, and maybe Sasuke leaves this time, the next meeting will open the Eternal Eye or even Rinnegan. After Sasuke left, Chiba also took a break. Only a few days later, he was summoned by the Shao organization. Could it be that Obito has successfully ported Rinnegan? With doubts, Chiba used the magic lantern technique to enter the space. In the still dim cave, with strange noises, the figures of various Shao organizations appeared on the fingers of Geto statue. Chiba looks at it and smiles. Obito at this moment has a Sharingan in one eye and a Rinnegan in the other. Has reached the strength after the opening of the Fourth Ninja World War. He glanced around and felt that there were a lot fewer people. Nagato died, Konan didn't show up, Itachi defected, Orochimaru defected. Now it's just him, Scorpion, Deidara, Kisame, Kakuzu, Ju, and Obito. Deidara yelled, "Food, how did you have a Rinnegan? And why did you call us?" The Scarlet Sand Scorpion stared at Weidao maliciously. "Interesting, before Pain said you defected, I didn't expect you to dare to show up." Kakuzu said in a dull voice. "The leader is dead, is there still a need for the Akatsuki organization?" Obito looked at Chiba apprehensively, and then said in a deep voice. "This time everyone is called for this matter, I hope you will make a decision after listening." 610 Then Obito revealed the birth of the Akatsuki organization, his role in the true master of Rinnegan. Chiba rolled his eyes when he heard that. There are many things that Obito said to beautify himself. Even Project Tasuki no Mi was spoken out. This can be regarded as a showdown in disguise, which surprised him very much. Deidara et al. Were quite shocked. No one thought that the owner of Rinnegan turned out to be the legendary Uchiha Madara. They didn't even expect that Madara would secretly play such a big game of chess and want to revive herself. As for Project Tasuki no Mi, they don't care at all. Now that Nagato is dead, Rinnegan is back in my hands. Although I am not the real Madara, all the actions of Akatsuki's organization are to carry out the plan of the real Madara. The Akatsuki organization in the future will take me as the leader, continue to collect tail beasts, and complete Project Tasuki no Mi. If you don't want to stay in the Akatsuki organization, you can leave, and I won't pursue it. Obito looked at Chiba after speaking. Chiba pouted and said, "I quit." After speaking, his figure disappeared directly in place. Not only was Obito not dissatisfied, but he was relieved in his heart. Even though he has got the Rinnegan, he still has no confidence to face Chiba. Chiba's departure was the best possible outcome for him. Even others breathed a sigh of relief. Obito looked at the others and asked, "What do you think?" Kakuzu said helplessly, "I don't even know where I can go after leaving the Akatsuki organization." Scorpion said gloomily, "I want to witness Madara's resurrection." As a man longing for immortality, he was very interested in Madara's plans. Deidara said, "I want to show Madara my art, Wei Shiguai smiled and said, "I will not quit." He was originally Obito's person, and now Obito has become an old man, so there is no reason for him to quit. Obito nodded upon hearing that. Although there are a lot fewer people, Shao's organization has really become his organization from now on. Since that's the case, Deidara and Scorpion will continue to form a team. You go to capture 7 tails. Kisame and Kakuzu form a new team to capture 6 tails. As for 5 tails and 9 tails, I will bring them back with my own hands. Obito said in a deep voice. After this, I will personally start the Fourth Ninja World War. Don't think it's impossible, I still have 100,000 White Zetsu troops in my hand, that's our capital to start the war. Everyone in the Shao organization suddenly became excited. Ninja World War, the biggest stage in the ninja world. 100,000 White Zetsu. That's amazing, I'm already looking forward to the Fourth Ninja World War. Interesting, looks like I can make new puppet figures again. Chapter 92 5 Cages meeting, Fugaku, Itachi, and Sasuke meet again. Obito exited from the slide body technique. At the moment he is not in Rain Shinobi Village, but in a deep mountain. This is the base where 100,000 White Zetsu is hidden, and it is also his real hiding place. Any news about 5 tails and 9 tails? He looked at Ju and asked. Come on, I've found some traces left by Itachi, and I'll be able to find him in a few more days. As for Naruto, it will take more time. Refused to answer. Obito nodded, and said in a deep voice. Let the Akatsuki organization seize 6 tails and 7 tails as soon as possible, and the 5 Great Ninja Village plans to hold a 5-cage meeting, which may focus on protecting Jinchuriki. If the situation is urgent, you can notify me, and I will leave the country in person. He said, I know. I still want to study Rinnegan's ability, and create my own Pain 6 paths by the way. If you have nothing to do during this time, don't bother me. Obito said, walking to the depths of the cave. Ju looked at his back with flickering eyes. We can't just rely on Akatsuki and Obito, I also need to make some preparations. In a few days, we will be able to find where Orochimaru is hiding. As long as you get reanimation jutsu, all your troubles will be solved. At this time, Sasuke has found Orochimaru according to the address given by Chiba. After a violent demolition, Sasuke overpowers Orochimaru. Mangekyō Sharingan. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke with envious eyes that were about to tear apart. Orochimaru, I want you to resurrect my parents with reanimation jutsu. Big events are happening everywhere in the ninja world. The Akatsuki organization has acted again. Sasuke is also about to meet his parents. Naruto arrived at Cloud Shinobi Village, got Killer Bee's practice manual, and is practicing at the real waterfall. Obito is working on the new pen 6 Paths. Konoha is urgently rebuilding. The 5 Cages meeting is about to start. The shadows of the 5 great ninja villages set off for the Iron Country. Mist Ninja Village. Terumi Mei is also ready to leave. She was staring at Chiba with a weak look at the moment. Chiba, aren't you afraid that the Akatsuki organization will suddenly attack and hurt someone? And Raikage also has a grudge against you, and maybe he will blame me too. Also Hokage might not like me, and would like to find a chance to kill me. You just go with him to the 5 Cages meeting. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched. However, Terumi Mei's rare appearance like this really made him a little uncomfortable. Okay, I can't go. But I will only protect you in secret. The 5 Cages conference is just a place for nonsense, but Chiba doesn't like it at all. It's better for him to take a stroll by himself. He has been to the Iron Country before, and even picked up a lot of sword skills. Now his sword skills are definitely the top, not to mention the #1 in the ninja world. This time, I can take a look at it by the way. Seeing Chiba agree to come down, Terumi Mei jumped up excitedly. Then, Terumi Mei started to leave. She brought 2 guards this time, Ching who was in charge of investigation and Bai who was in charge of fighting. After the 3 of them sorted out their equipment, they immediately set off for the Country of Iron. A few days later, Terumi Mei and others successfully arrived at the meeting place of the 5 Cages of the Iron Country. Raikage's roar was heard far away. The Akatsuki organization is too arrogant. Even the leader is dead and they still dare to arrest Jinchuriki. They must not be spared. Terumi Mei suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart, and hurried into the venue. Only then did I find out that Raikage, Hokage Jiraiya, Tsuchikage Onogi, and the substitute Cage Chio Granny have all arrived. The faces of several people are not very good looking. Terumi Mei nodded and greeted several people, and only then did she understand what happened. It turned out that Taki Shinobi Village wanted to send their 7 Tails Jinchuriki to Cloud Shinobi Village for protection. But I didn't expect to be captured by people from the Shao organization on the way. Mizukage, what's the situation with Kino Jinchuriki from your ninja village? The movie looked at Terumi Mei and asked aloud. 6 Tails Jinchuriki has defected, and I don't know about him. Terumi Mei said helplessly. Jiraiya sighed and said, the intelligence capabilities of the Akatsuki organization are extraordinary. Just because we don't know about 5 Tails Trail doesn't mean that the Akatsuki organization doesn't know about it. Now it can basically be concluded that 6 Tails has also been caught. The only ones that haven't been caught yet are 5 Tails and 9 Tails. Tsuchikage Onogi looked at Terumi Mei and sneered. Isn't Uchiha Chiba in your Mist Ninja Village? Your tailed beast will also be captured by Akatsuki. As soon as the words fell, Raikage and Chio's mother-in-law looked at her suspiciously. Especially Raikage, with a flicker of anger in his eyes. If Jiraiya hadn't told him that Killer Bee might still be alive, he would be fighting Terumi Mei right now. Even so, he was suppressing his anger. Terumi Mei hurriedly said, Chiba has withdrawn from the Akatsuki organization. Seeing other shadows, she didn't quite believe it, so Terumi Mei hastily told some information. The leader of the Akatsuki organization has changed. The faces of Jiraiya and others changed slightly. They didn't expect such an accident to happen to the Akatsuki organization. And it seems to be getting worse. Project Tsuki no Mi, can that kind of thing really be done? Raikage questioned. Jiraiya sighed and said, if there is really Madara with Rinnegan behind it, I don't think it is impossible. Recently, he has consulted a lot of classics, and even went to Mount Myoboku to ask for advice. Finally let him find some deeds about the Sage of 6 Paths. It also made him understand the horror of Sage of 6 Paths. That's why he said that. Everyone began to argue anxiously. At this time, somewhere within the territory of the Iron Country, Itachi is quietly hiding on an island in the middle of a lake with 5 Tails Jinchuriki. In order to avoid the absolute pursuit, Itachi cleared all the plants on the island, leaving only a bare building. 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han is a man of few words. After contacting Rock Shinobi Village, he accepted the reality and hid here quietly with Itachi. The 5 shadow talks have already begun. Itachi looked towards the direction of the meeting place of the 5 Cages meeting, feeling a little worried. He has already got information about Nagato's battle in Konoha. He is very afraid of Obito who hides in the dark. 5 Tails Jinchuriki sat not far away without saying a word. Suddenly, he stood up and looked towards the plain by the lake. Somebody is coming. 5 Tails Jinchuriki's perception and physical skills are very strong, and they sense the approach of Chakra. Itachi's face changed slightly, and he directly opened the Mangekyō Sharingan, looking over there vigilantly. Pata. The visitor made no effort to hide the sound of his footsteps. A figure is coming out of the forest. After seeing that figure, Itachi's pupils shrank. Sasuke. He looked at the person in astonishment, extremely surprised. He didn't expect Sasuke to come to him on his own initiative. Someone you know? 5 Tails Jinchuriki asked in a deep voice. He did not let down his vigilance, even Itachi began to be on guard. It's my brother. Itachi sighed. Sasuke looked at Itachi with a complicated expression, and didn't know what to say for a while. He turned sideways slightly, and 2 figures came out again. Father, mother. Itachi's face changed drastically, and he looked at the person in shock. It is Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi, you are suffering. Makoto looked at Itachi distressed-edly, his eyes were red, and he ran towards him stepping on the water. Fugaku looked at him with a look of relief, but also felt a little distressed. Your status. Itachi frowned tightly, his eyes sparkling with fire. He has already seen that Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto are the status of impure world reincarnation at the moment. Orochimaru, you are courting death. Itachi lost his composure rarely, he gritted his teeth and growled. How dare you play with your parents' souls? This is a great shame. I made Orochimaru do it. Sasuke spoke at this moment. Seeing Itachi's astonished expression, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Itachi, you are my elder brother, you have paid a lot for me. But you not only exterminated the Uchiha family, but also killed our parents. I don't know what attitude I should use to face you. Itachi suddenly had a wry smile on his face. I can't make a decision, so I can only let my father and mother help me make a decision. Sasuke looked at Fugaku and Makoto helplessly and said, Father and mother insisted on seeing you, so I had no choice but to bring them here. While talking, the three of Sasuke have arrived on the island in the middle of the lake. Makoto hugged Itachi and cried bitterly. Sorry, father, mother, I did that to you back then. Itachi couldn't help the redness of his eyes, and gritted his teeth in a trembling voice. We don't blame you, no parent would blame their children. Makoto patted Itachi's head and said softly. Fugaku sighed and said, It's because I put too much pressure on you. It's my fault to put such a heavy weight on you as a young man, but who made you my son? The family of four confided to each other in a low voice. Five-Tails Jinchuriki stepped aside discerningly, leaving room for them. Itachi and Sasuke stood on both sides of Fugaku and Makoto, and the two occasionally looked at each other and quickly looked away. However, the two also exchanged information in the words. Things have come to this point, Itachi has no idea to hide anymore. By this time, Sasuke has somewhat been able to understand Itachi, although he cannot forgive, but he cannot complain either. Can the side effects of Mangekyō Sharingan be offset by transplanting first Hokage cells? If I knew this back then, hey. Fugaku looked bitter and shook. You mean Uchiha Chiba may have opened the Eternal Eye? He knew Chiba, and even met Chiba on the night of the Genocide night. But the Eternal Eye is only recorded by Madara even in the history of the Uchiha clan. Now there is another one. And he was also a clan member when he was the patriarch. It made him feel a little unbelievable. After listening to the news told by the two, he felt the mystery of Chiba even more. Who is Chiba? He knows too much, and the speed at which his strength improves is also very unreasonable. You have to be careful with him in the future. After chatting for a while, the four fell silent. They need to face the final problem. How to deal with the relationship between Itachi and Sasuke. Father. Itachi was about to speak but Fugaku stopped him. He looked at Itachi and sighed. Gas. Itachi, you are not to blame for what happened back then. It was me, the patriarch, who was wrong. He put two hands on Sasuke's and Itachi's shoulders and said in a deep voice. But I don't want to see you two brothers killing each other. You should help each other revitalize the Uchiha clan. He looked at Itachi seriously and said. Sasuke is still young. You need to help him more. Looking at Sasuke again, he said. Forgive Itachi, we don't blame him for what happened. Sasuke and Itachi looked at each other. Itachi said in a deep voice. No matter what decision you make, Sasuke, I hope you can transplant my eyes. Mangekyō Sharingan alone cannot revive Uchiha. Fugaku and Makoto looked a little unbearable, but they also knew that it was the best result to keep Itachi alive. Sasuke looked at his parents' eyes and finally nodded silently. Fugaku, Li Jiao, and Makoto looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Then Makoto looked at Itachi and asked. Now that you've made your decision, Itachi, take good care of yourself. If you want to revive the Uchiha clan, you brothers alone are not enough, you have to have more children. When you stabilize, Itachi, you can find someone to marry. Itachi opened his mouth and looked at her speechless. Why did the topic suddenly come up? Sasuke sneered beside him. Don't worry, I will be responsible for demonstrating Uchiha's strength in the future, and Itachi will be responsible for expanding the number of Uchiha's clansmen, and I will find many women for him. The corner of Itachi's mouth twitched, looking at the malicious Sasuke, his face darkened slightly. I'll find you one when I get back. I'll find you 10. Sasuke pouted. The two quarreled and laughed. It seems to be back to the same as before. Seeing their faces, Fugaku and Makoto also laughed. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Their bodies began to glow. Father, mother, Sasuke and Itachi screamed, their eyes full of reluctance. This state is a sign of impure world reincarnation lifted or soul ascension. They know their parents are leaving. We're leaving, our obsession disappears, and we won't disturb the world of the living. Itachi, Sasuke, live well. The souls of Fugaku and Makoto soared into the sky, only a command echoed continuously. Rustle, only some scraps of paper were left in the air, and the corpses of two experimental subjects. Looking at the two corpses, Itachi frowned and asked, Where is Orochimaru? Sasuke said. I temporarily controlled him with illusion, and he is now in the forest outside the lake. Itachi's expression changed, and he rushed into the forest in a hurry. Sasuke followed without knowing why. Chapter 93 Obito vs Sasuke, Itachi. But looking at the empty forest, Sasuke's face suddenly changed. Just now I clearly controlled him with Mangekyo, why did he disappear? Itachi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. You underestimate Orochimaru too much, he has already suffered from Mangekyo at the hands of me and Chiba, how could he not grow at all? Itachi knows that Mangekyō Sharingan's illusion is not invincible, and there are many ways to crack it. Not to mention Orochimaru, a grandmaster with many ninjutsu powerhouses. Then why did he come with me here? Sasuke asked a little unconvinced. Itachi frowned and said, probably something to do with Chiba, but it could also be that Orochimaru wants to find out about me and Five Tails. After speaking, Itachi felt uneasy in his heart, turned around and hurried back, and said quickly at the same time. No, this place is no longer safe, you must leave as soon as possible. As soon as the words fell, a voice that changed Itachi's face rang out. Late, call out, a Uzumaki emerges, from which Obito emerges. He wears a black and white circle mask, one eye is Mangekyo, and the other eye is Rinnegan. Looking at Itachi, he said with a smile, Itachi, you are smart and vigilant, but unfortunately you have a younger brother. Sasuke's face turned black immediately. This is looking down on him. Although he knew it was his fault, Sasuke was still very angry when he heard the king's words. He stared at Obito angrily and said, Obito, do you want to find fault? Itachi watched Obito's Rinnegan's pupils shrink sharply, turned around and was about to rush towards the island in the middle of the lake. It's a pity it's too late. There was a loud bang. The island in the middle of the lake exploded. Doll, Five Tails Jinchuriki has entered the state of Tail Beast, and is fighting fiercely with several figures. This is Pen. Itachi was shocked when he saw the two sides fighting fiercely. The next moment, his pupils shrank, and a look of horror appeared on his face. He stared fixedly at one of the figures, and took a deep breath. Hiss, Four Tails Jinchuriki. He hurriedly looked at the other figures, his expression becoming more solemn than ever. 3 of the Pen's 6 paths that appeared were Jinchuriki. What's even more weird and frightening is that 427 also has Sharingan in one eye and Rinnegan in the other. And even a few Pain appeared on Chakra, the tail beast. It turned out to be Pain's 6 paths that can be turned into a tailed beast. Itachi felt his scalp tingling for a while. He knew very well that trouble was coming. The 3 Jinchuriki are already top-notch combat power, and even the 5 major ninja villages cannot all have such high-end combat power. What's more, there are Sharingan and Rinnegan on the other side. Back then, Pain was fighting in Konoha, although they hadn't fully figured out Pain's secret. But according to the analysis of Jiraiya and the intelligence team, it is also speculated that Pain's 6 paths is not a living person at all. They're just being manipulated by the owner of Rinnegan. The scene in front of Wui verified this conjecture. Boom boom boom, clatter. The battle of the 5 behemoths was suddenly turned upside down. The violent power fell into the lake water, rushing up countless streams of water and dripping from the sky, like a torrential rain. Sasuke, do it, don't let them take 5 Tails away. Itachi rushed forward with a low growl. Mangekyo on, Amaterasu, bear. The black flame instantly ignited all of Pain's 6 paths. On the shore of the lake, Obito watched the two fight with his face unchanged. Just use the two of you to test the combat effectiveness of the new 6 paths. Hungry Kido sealing technique suction. One-tailed Jinchuriki directly absorbed the Amaterasu black flame on his body, and then went to help other pens absorb the black flame. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who was running across the lake, turns on Mangekyo. Susanoo condensed an arrow and shot it. Shenluo Tianjang, Tiandao Pain Erwei Jinchuriki stretched out his hand and pushed. Boom. The terrifying repulsion directly sent Sasuke's arrows flying away, as well as the Amaterasu black flames on his body. Boom. Itachi was also instantly blasted out, and landed on the lake with Sasuke. Even the 5 Tails Jinchuriki were blown away. But then, I saw the heavenly Dao Pain stretching towards the 5 Tails Jinchuriki. Universal pull. Clang. A black stick appeared in his hand, very long and sharp. Pooh. The black stick formed by Yin Yang Dun instantly pierced through the body of the half-tailed beast-shaped 5 Tails Jinchuriki. A special technique circulated on the black stick, instantly forming a phantom of a chain that suppressed the 5 Tails Jinchuriki on the shattered island. This is a technique specially used to seal tailed beasts, which comes from Geto Statue's ability. It is indeed much more convenient to use Geto Statue's ability to capture tail beasts. Obito looked at this scene and raised his eyebrows and commented happily. A-hole. Seeing 5 Tails being suppressed, Sasuke was instantly angry and wanted to rush forward. But it was stopped by Itachi. Calm down, Sasuke, Pain's 6 paths is great, but we have a chance to join forces. Itachi took a deep breath and stared carefully at Pain's 6 paths. He was feeling the contrast between the details he observed just now and information in his memory. The abilities of several Pain were quickly identified. Let's work together to get rid of Tiandao first, that is, Pain who can repel everything. I'll attack him, get ready for the arrow attack just now. Susanoo. Itachi's eyes flickered. Yusaka's Gokudama, shish. A giant hook was thrown by his Susanoo. The heavy power is enough to blast a complete tailed beast into the air. Shenluo Tianjang. Boom. The attack was deflected, Itachi shouted. Sasuke, it's now. Before he finished speaking, an arrow burning with black flames flashed by his side. Pooh. The speed was so fast that Tiandao Pain didn't react at all. Or maybe Obito hasn't gotten used to Pain's 6 paths fighting style yet. Tiandao Pain was pierced by the arrow in an instant, and flew upside down, almost being cut in half. Tiandao Pain temporarily lost his fighting power, and Itachi didn't even look at it, and continued to attack the next target. Amaterasu. He repeated the same trick, leaving black flames on the remaining 5 pain. The hungry Kido hastily reabsorbed. Clang clang. Itachi palmed, and there were a few more kunai with detonating symbols in his hand, and he threw them out with all his strength. Dang 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 dang. Kunai collided in the air, changed their trajectories, and shot at Kido from different directions. 6878. Red chakra overflows the hungry Kido's body, forming the tailed fur. Almost at the same time, kunai descended, but was bounced away by the tailed beast clothes. Boom boom boom. The detonator exploded at close range. Itachi frowned. Jinchuriki's defense is too strong, plus the 6 paths technique is simply invincible. Sasuke took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Chiba said that the most suitable ability to deal with Seiya is Wood Style. Wood Style Wooden Dragon. Roar. 4 wooden dragons came out and walked forward. Itachi looked at this scene in shock, feeling extremely pleasantly surprised in his heart. Even the wooden dragon can cast it. Obito not far away was equally shocked. What's going on? Even if Sasuke transplanted first Hokage's cells, why can he display this level of Wood Style? Could it be Chiba? You should know that he was the first person to transplant first Hokage cells besides Madara. But even he couldn't cast this Wood Style. He even felt that it was impossible to succeed by transplanting. Until the appearance of Chiba. But now there is another Sasuke, which makes him a little unbelievable. Wooden dragons aren't as scary as wooden golems, but they're good enough against tailed beasts. The 4 wooden dragons each wrap around 2 Jinchuriki pain and bind them firmly. And Wood Style is also absorbing the chakra of the 2, knocking them out of the tail beast state in an instant. So strong. Sasuke was also taken aback. Wood Style is simply the killer of tailed beasts. He felt ruthless in his heart, and the wooden dragon instantly twisted the necks of the 2 pain, crushing the bones. In an instant, the situation on both sides was reversed. Brush. Just when Sasuke was about to kill the remaining 3 pens, Obito suddenly appeared. Obito was not very disappointed when he saw Pain, who was defeated in an instant, as it was not a finished product in the first place. After all, he just acquired this technique, and the manipulation is not as proficient as Nagato's. And there are not many tail beast chakra assigned to these Jinchuriki. He quickly seals, chest pen 6 paths away. He walked to 5 tails Jinchuriki by himself. Stop, or I'll kill you. Sasuke yelled hastily. Kill me. Obito looked at Sasuke and smiled. Suddenly, his expression turned cold, and he stretched out a hand towards Sasuke, drinking out of his mouth. Shenluo Tianjiang. Boom. A terrifying repulsion erupted, far beyond the power that Sasuke felt before. An incomparably heavy force hit Susanoo directly, and even sent Susanoo flying. There are even cracks. Sasuke, didn't Itachi teach you to be humble? Then Obito sneered. My brother doesn't need to be taught a lesson. Itachi held the wobbly Susanoo in front of Sasuke and stared at Obito coldly. Yeah, Obito smiled coldly, and then his hands began to seal. Summoning technique Gedo statue. Roar. The monstrous Gedo statue roars as soon as it appears. The roar was deafening, forming shock waves visible to the naked eye, causing waves to form on the surface of the lake. Itachi's complexion changed drastically. Kaila. Lightning flashed above Gedo statue's head. Boom. The thunder blasted directly, like a beam of light rushing towards Itachi's Susanoo. Boom. With a loud noise, Susanoo was blasted out and hit Sasuke's Susanoo, and the trend continued. The 2 were directly blown out of the range of the lake, and rolled for a long distance in the forest before stopping. Click click click. The sound of cracking sounded on the pair's Susanoo. Itachi and Sasuke's Susanoo is already full of cracks. The faces of both of them were ugly, especially Sasuke's face was livid. Damn. Sasuke punched the ground resentfully, his face full of unwillingness. Itachi took a deep breath and said to Sasuke. See, you can't beat Obito with just plain Mangekyo. Let alone Chiba and Madara. Sasuke, you must open the Eternal Eye as soon as possible. Sasuke fell silent when he heard that. He could feel Itachi didn't exert all his strength. He was suspecting that Itachi was acting for himself again. But he also knew that Obito wasn't shooting full force, either. Even if Itachi and him work together to go all out, I'm afraid they may not necessarily be Obito's opponent. After a long silence, Sasuke nodded. And Itachi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. Itachi glanced at the location of the lake and said. He couldn't see through Obito anymore, and he was very afraid. That's why Sasuke was in a hurry to open the Eternal Eye. Sasuke nodded, and the 2 turned and left. As for 5 tails Jinchuriki, it was doomed to lose the moment Obito made a move. On the lake, Obito watched the 2 leave without chasing him. He is also a little afraid of Itachi's illusion. Don't worry, after resurrecting 10 tails, don't talk about Itachi, so what if it's 1,000 spits? I have endured it for so many years, so what if I endure it for a while? Obito took a deep breath, and disappeared in place with 5 tails Jinchuriki with Kamui. So far, the Akatsuki organization has collected all tailed beasts up to 8 tails, only 9 tails is left.